Hello, everyone. I'm Mr.Dishwasher. With the release of One Piece anime episode 1085, the Wano Country saga ends. Today, I will take you on a journey to fully review all the stories from One Piece anime episodes 1 to 1085 in an extended video. Let's begin. This is the Age of Pirates. In the year 1500 of the sea calendar, the pirate king Goldiroge turned himself into the navy. Before his execution, he revealed that he had hidden the treasure, One Piece, in the Grand Line. This led to everyone rushing to the sea, marking the era known as the Great Pirate Era. Fast forward to the year 1521 of the sea calendar, Monkey D. Luffy sets sail on the East Blue with a dream of becoming the Pirate King. However, he ends up trapped in a barrel and drifts at sea. If it weren't for two handsome sailors who saved him, the story of One Piece might have ended there. After that, the female pirate Alvida attacks. On her ship, Luffy meets Kobe, who dreams of becoming a marine. Luffy defeats Alvida, who is bullying Kobe. In this world, there are various magical devil fruits that grant specific abilities to those who consume them. However, they lose the ability to swim due to the sea's hatred. Luffy happens to eat the gum fruit, granting him the power of rubber. Later, to find suitable crewmates, Luffy and Kobe go to a marine island to find the bounty hunter and swordsman, Zoro. Zoro dreams of becoming the world's greatest swordsman and having his name echo through the heavens. However, he is captured and tortured by the Navy while protecting the townspeople. Luffy admires Zoro's actions, and naturally, a future pirate king needs such a remarkable companion. So, Luffy rescues Zoro, and together, they defeat Vice Admiral Morgan and his son Helmeppo. Their actions also save the oppressed marine island from Morgan's rule. Afterward, Kobe joins the Navy, and Zoro becomes Luffy's first crewmate, setting off on an adventure together. At sea, Luffy shares a memory with Zoro. Shanks, the red-haired, was once an apprentice on Roger's ship. After Roger's death, Shanks formed his own pirate crew and came to Luffy's hometown, Windmill Village. An accident led to Luffy eating Shanks' gum fruit. Meanwhile, bandits had come to challenge the pirates. Shanks didn't care about the bandits' provocations, but he couldn't bear to see them hurt his friend, Luffy. So, Shanks' crew dealt with the bandits in an instant, scaring the Bandit King away. But the Bandit King caught the young Luffy in the sea. At that moment, a massive Sea King, Lord of the Coast, suddenly appeared, ready to devour everything.
Zero. おい、泣くなよ、男だろ。
だってジャンクス腕が。
In the end, Shanks saved Luffy's life at the cost of his left arm. Before leaving, he gave Luffy his straw hat, which symbolized Roger's legacy, and Luffy vowed to become the Pirate King. Returning to the present, Luffy and Zoro arrive at a town controlled by the pirate Buggy. There, they encounter Nami, a thief who acts as though she is in a panic. Coincidentally, Luffy is trapped in a cage by Buggy, and Zoro is attacked by Buggy's ability to split himself. Zoro bravely carries Luffy and escapes from Buggy's pirate ship. The three of them arrive at the town and meet a loyal little dog named Chowchu, who is being bullied by Buggy's animal tamer, Moji. Moji has destroyed the shop that Chowchu had been guarding. In anger, Luffy punches Moji, standing up for Chowchu. This act touches Nami, and she acknowledges Luffy in her heart. Later, Zoro defeats Buggy's swordsman, Kabeji, with his legendary Onigiri move. As it turns out, both Buggy and Shanks were apprentices on Roger's ship. Shanks accidentally fed Buggy the bara fruit, preventing Buggy from going into the sea to search for treasure. This grudge against Shanks has remained with Buggy until today. Finally, Luffy and Nami team up to defeat Buggy and free the entire town. Nami decides to temporarily join Luffy's pirate crew. Next, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami arrive at a peaceful island and meet Usopp. Usopp often teases the villagers by shouting that pirates have arrived for fun. He also forms the Usopp pirate crew with three young friends. Luffy mentions that he has seen Usopp's father, Yasopp, who is part of Shanks' pirate crew. Yasopp also has fond memories of Usopp. On this island, there is a castle where the wealthy Kaya lives with her family. Usopp enjoys making Kaya happy by playing pranks on her from the trees, and they share a special bond. However, the castle butler, Kuro, disallows their interactions. One day, Luffy and Usopp overhear that Kuro is the captain of the Black Cat pirate crew and plans to invade the town while hiding in the castle. It is all a conspiracy. Usopp hurriedly tells the villagers and Kaya about this, but due to his past lies, they think he is still deceiving people. Even Kaya refuses to believe the betrayal by the butler. Helpless, Usopp has to face the Black Cat pirate crew alone. He is beaten up, lying on the ground, but still persists. Finally, his unwavering spirit attracts the help of Luffy and his crew. First, Zoro defeats the Black Cat pirate crew's feline brothers, and then Usopp uses his deadly star made of gunpowder to defeat the vice captain Django. During the process, Kaya learns about the butler's true nature and reconciles with Usopp. Finally, Luffy confronts Captain Kuro. Kuro's ultimate move involves using cat claws to complement his super high-speed movement, but it is no match for Luffy's rubber head. In the end, Luffy defeats Captain Kuro in a tough battle, restoring peace to the island. After the fight, Usopp decides to join Luffy's crew and become a brave pirate. He tearfully disbands the Usopp pirate crew and bids farewell to his loyal friends. Continuing, Kaya gifts Luffy with a ship named Going Merry, and the entire crew sets sail. Afterwards, Kaya discovers the reason behind Usopp's false claims of pirate threats. In the past, Usopp bid farewell to his family and joined Shanks' pirate crew. To heal his sick mother, Usopp would cry out about pirates arriving daily, hoping his father would return on a ship to protect his mother and be with him. Sadly, Usopp's mother eventually passed away. On the other hand, Usopp designs the pirate crew's flag, a straw hat. From then on, this flag will resonate throughout the vast sea, symbolizing dreams and freedom. Later, Zoro reminisces about his past. He has been studying swordsmanship under Kushiro since he was young but could never defeat Kushiro's daughter, Kuina. They made a promise to each other to become the world's greatest swordsman. However, Kuina tragically passed away due to an accident, and Zoro tearfully inherited Kuina's Wado Ikemanji and her will. He vows to become the world's greatest swordsman, whose fame will reach the heavens. Back in the present, the crew encounters Zoro's former companions, Johnny and Yasaku, and also meets the chef Sanji at the sea restaurant. There, they encounter Jin, who is starving and on the verge of death. Sanji, abiding by the chef's principles, serves Jin seafood fried rice for free. Later, Jin brings his captain, Krieg, to the restaurant. Sanji again offers Krieg free fried rice. However, after recovering, Krieg betrays Jin and attacks the restaurant. It turns out that Krieg is the former captain of the most powerful pirate crew in the East Blue, but he is defeated and humiliated after entering the Grand Line. The restaurant's owner, Redfoot Zeph, intervenes to stop Krieg. Zeph is also a former pirate known for his exceptional leg fighting skills. In the past, he and Sanji survived a shipwreck, during which Zeph lost a leg but saved Sanji by giving him all the food they had. It was during that time that both of them understood the value of food. Back in the present, Hawkeye's Mihawk suddenly appears. He is the world's greatest swordsman and Zoro's aspiration to surpass. It is Mihawk who had destroyed Krieg's fleet in the past. Mihawk issues a challenge to Zoro, and even though he easily counters all of Zoro's attacks, Zoro does not back down. His determination earns Mihawk's respect. So, Mihawk brings out his black sword from his back and clashes with Zoro's onigiri. In the end, Zoro is defeated by Mihawk. He stretches out his arms, inviting Mihawk to deliver the final blow. However, Mihawk spares Zoro and reveals his full name, encouraging Zoro to surpass him in the world of pirates. In response, Zoro raises his sword slowly and makes a vow to Luffy. After that, Mihawk loses interest and leaves the place. The next thing is the confrontation between Krieg's pirate crew and Luffy's group. Sanji has separate battles with the armored squad leader Pearl and Jin. Although Sanji is ultimately defeated by Jin, Jin cannot bring himself to kill Sanji due to a sense of gratitude. Seeing this, Krieg angrily launches a poison gas bomb, indiscriminately attacking everyone, while Jin presses his own gas mask onto Sanji's face, saving his life but poisoning himself in the process. This angers Luffy, who launches an attack on Krieg. They engage in a fierce battle, with Krieg using underhanded equipment, but in the end, he cannot match Luffy's relentless attacks. Luffy ultimately defeats Krieg with a powerful rubber mallet, bringing an end to the conflict. After the battle, the Poison Djinn, along with Krieg and their crew, leaves the scene. Zeph notices that Sanji is won over by Luffy and Zoro's spirits and excitedly talks about his dream, the All Blue, a place where all the ingredients from the 4 seas come together, making it a chef's paradise. Thus, Zeph and the other chefs secretly try various means to force Sanji to leave. Privately, Zeph asks Luffy to take Sanji with him in search of his dream. Eventually, Sanji makes up his mind and decides to join the Straw Hat pirate crew. He overhears Zeph and Luffy's conversation but pretends to be indifferent and leaves the Baratai coldly, even though the Baratai had been like a home to him, and Zeph like a father. At that moment, Zeph cannot help but call out to Sanji from afar.
Sanji! 風邪ひくなよ。オーナーぜー長い間クソお世話になりました。
行くぞー出航
また会おうぜクソ野郎ども。
And so, Sanji bids farewell to Zeph and the other chefs, tears in their eyes. He will now follow Luffy and embark on a journey towards his dream. Meanwhile, Luffy learns from Johnny and Yasaku that Nami has secretly taken the Going Merry and intends to seek out Arlong, the brother of Jinbe, who is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Arlong is a powerful pirate known for his formidable strength. Luffy is convinced that Nami has her reasons for leaving and considers her to be a comrade. Hence, he arrives at Arlong's territory to find Nami. After some struggles, they learn about Nami's past from the villagers of Kokoyasi village. 8 years ago, Nami and her sister Nojiko were adopted by Belmir, and they lived happily despite their poverty. One day, Arlong's crew occupied the village, extorting money from everyone for their lives. However, Belmir, who was poor, only had 100,000 berries. She used all the money to buy Nami and Nojiko's lives, facing the Arlong pirates alone. The villagers could no longer endure this and resisted Arlong, but they were no match for the fishmen. Eventually Belmir died at the hands of Arlong, who also discovered Nami's navigational talent and forced her to draw maps for him by threatening the villagers' lives. Nami agreed to draw the maps, promising to pay 100 million berries to buy the village's freedom. Hence, Nami's obsession with money and her theft of the Going Merry were all part of her plan. During her time with Luffy, she was genuinely happy, but for the sake of the village, she felt she had no choice. After enduring 8 years of hardship, Nami had finally collected the 100 million berries needed to save the village. However, Arlong secretly colludes with the navy and steals the money from Nami, shattering her efforts. Nami falls into despair, believing that she and the village will be forever enslaved by Arlong. The villagers prepare to confront Arlong once again, but Nami knows that they will be no match for the fishmen. Despite her inner turmoil, she puts on a brave smile, insisting that she will try again and asks the villagers not to act impulsively. However, the village chief sees through her facade and hugs her, telling her that she has done enough and they will take care of the rest. Seeing the fishman pirate tattoo on her arm, Nami becomes even more enraged. She tries to remove it with a knife, but Luffy steps in and stops her, silently supporting her. Finally, Nami lets go of her tough facade and asks for Luffy's help. In response, Luffy hands his straw hat to Nami and firmly declares, In this way, Luffy and his crew are determined to aid Nami. Soon, they arrive at Arlong's territory and engage in a fierce battle with the fishmen. The fighting process is intense. Luffy first deals with the underlings but ends up trapped in stone bricks and thrown into the sea. Later, Zoro, injured, defeats the octopus swordsman Hachon. Usopp single-handedly overpowers the water gun officer Chu. Sanji takes down the karate officer and rescues Luffy from the sea. Then, it is time for Luffy's final showdown with Arlong. Arlong relies on the powerful physical strength and regenerative ability of a fishman. Luffy, on the other hand, possesses an indomitable spirit and unwavering belief in victory. The two sides continuously clash, countering each other's countless attacks. Arlong even reveals a jagged greatsword from his pants. Thus the battle between them escalates from the ground to the sky and then into the castle. Unexpectedly, they end up in Nami's former prison room, filled with various navigational charts she was forced to draw. This sight infuriates Luffy, who kicks the navigational charts out of the prison, causing havoc. He then activates his rubber ability, sending the castle's roof flying. Seeing this, Arlong becomes extremely agitated, as those navigational charts are his precious treasures. He then reaches the pinnacle of his rage, launching his ultimate deadly attack against Luffy. In the end, Luffy uses his rubber war axe technique to split the entire castle in half. He defeats Arlong, saves the village, and welcomes Nami as a member of the crew. Thus, the original Straw Hat Five forms their alliance. At the same time, Zoro receives treatment from the doctor. The opponents question why they don't have a doctor on their ship. After this battle, the Straw Hat Pirates catch the Navy's attention. Luffy's bounty rises to 30 million berries, showcasing his potential. The news brings comfort to Kaya, Zeph, and the people of Windmill Village. On the other side, Mihawk visits Shanks, holding Luffy's bounty poster. They happily drink together as old acquaintances. Some time later, Luffy and the crew arrive at Logue Town, the birth and death place of the Pirate King, Goldiroja. There, Zoro encounters Tashigi, a marine girl who bears a striking resemblance to Kuina. He also obtains two swords, Sandai Katetsu and Yubashiri. The Sandai Katetsu series has a history of consuming its wielders, but Zoro's swordsmanship conquers the Sandai Katetsu. Yubashiri is one of the 50 Ryo Wazamono grade swords, ranking just below the Supreme Grade and Great Grade swords. Mihawk's sword is one of the 12 Supreme Grade swords, while the Wado Ikamanji is one of the 21 Great Grade swords. Meanwhile in Logue Town, there is Vice Admiral Smoker, a Logia-type devil fruit user with the ability of the Smoke fruit. In this version where Haki hasn't been introduced yet, Logia users are almost invincible. As a result, Luffy is completely overwhelmed by Smoker. Additionally, Logue Town conceals Buggy and his gang, as well as Alvida, who has consumed the Slip fruit and turned beautiful. In the chaos, Luffy is even captured and taken to the execution platform. However, Luffy shows no fear of death and declares his dream in front of everyone. Then Luffy lets out a laugh, just like Roger did before he died. Just as Buggy is about to kill Luffy, a thunderbolt appears and saves him. This unusual weather is caused by a mysterious person. The person is Luffy's father and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Afterward, Luffy, Buggy, and Smoker engage in a series of fights. With Dragon's help, the Straw Hat crew successfully evade Smoker's pursuit. They board the Going Merry and set sail into the Grand Line amidst a storm. As Dragon said, what reason could there be to stop a man from setting sail? And so, the Straw Hat crew concludes their adventures in the East Blue. They successfully enter the Grand Line and embark on a magnificent dream-chasing journey. With that, the East Blue arc comes to an end. In this arc, Luffy gains companions like Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji and defeats several opponents, though not particularly strong ones. Each character has a well-developed personality and leaves a lasting impression. Some of the antagonists will play important roles in future plotlines. The East Blue arc can be considered a chapter that opens the path to dreams. Its contents may have been seen by many multiple times, and I myself have watched it more than 10 times. However, with each viewing, I am still moved by the simple and sincere emotions portrayed. Perhaps, this is the charm of One Piece. Classics never fade, they continue to inspire us to move forward. After the East Blue arc, the Straw Hat Pirates will face one powerful challenge after another. So, I invite you all to join me in reviewing Luffy's adventurous journey. The entire series will likely require a lot of hard work to create, so please show your support. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. Hello, everyone. I am Mr.Dishwasher. In the previous episode, we mentioned that after Luffy defeated Arlong, his bounty reached 30 million. Everyone passed through Logue Town and followed the reverse mountain sea current to enter the Grand Line. Let me introduce the world structure of One Piece. This world is full of oceans and is divided into 4 seas by the perpendicular Grand Line and the Red Line. These seas are the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. The Grand Line and the Red Line intersect at 2 points. The first is Reverse Mountain, and the second is Mariajoa. When passing through Reverse Mountain, one enters the Grand Line, and when passing through Mariajoa, one enters the more dangerous New World. Finally, Luffy's goal is to reach the end of the Grand Line, Laugh Tale, where the Red Line can also be seen. This means that the third time a person sees the Red Line, they will stand at the pinnacle of pirates, the Pirate King. Returning to the Straw Hat crew, they encounter their first challenge upon entering the Grand Line. They are unexpectedly swallowed by the whale Laboon, where they find a whole new world inside, including a doctor named Crocus. Crocus was once the ship doctor on Gold Roger's ship. After the disbandment of the Roger pirates, Crocus returned to Twin Cape to accompany the whale Laboon. Laboon also has a touching story. 50 years ago, the young Laboon became a companion of the Rumbar pirates. Due to the dangers of the Grand Line, the pirates left Laboon at Twin Cape, promising to meet again after circumnavigating the world. Laboon then began the long wait. But the waiting time lasted 50 years. Finally, Laboon started relentlessly hitting the Red Line. It wanted to go to another sea area to find its companions. Despite being heavily injured, Laboon never gave up and continued to hit the Red Line repeatedly. Returning to the present, upon learning the story, Luffy suddenly starts attacking Laboon. They have a fierce battle, and at the last moment, Luffy calls off the duel. Luffy states that the result of the match is a tie, and they will have a rematch after he completes his journey around the world. At this moment, Laboon accepts Luffy's agreement, and it has a new object to wait for. Finally, Luffy draws the Straw Hat flag on Laboon's head to prevent it from self-harm. Then the Straw Hat crew continues their journey amidst Laboon's farewell. Meanwhile, Luffy also encounters Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. They hitch a ride on Luffy's ship and head to Whiskey Peak. After some twists and turns, the group arrives at Whiskey Peak and receives a warm welcome. Under the hospitality, everyone is full and falls asleep. However, this is all a trap set by the criminal organization Baroque Works. The people here are all bounty hunters, and their target is Luffy with a bounty of 30 million. Fortunately, Zoro remains sober and single-handedly fights against 100 bounty hunters and easily wins. Then Baroque Works Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day suddenly appear. They are here to capture Miss Wednesday, who is revealed to be a spy infiltrating Baroque Works. She was originally Princess Vivi of Alabasta Kingdom. Mr. 5 is a user of the Bomb fruit, inheriting the abilities of Deidara. Miss Valentine's Day has the Float fruit ability. Both of them are much stronger than the bounty hunters, and Vivi immediately finds herself in a desperate situation. At the critical moment, Luffy and Zoro step in and rescue Vivi. They each easily defeat Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. Luffy even misunderstands Zoro and challenges him to a duel. The clash between swordsmanship and martial arts is evenly matched. They are awakened by Nami's Iron Fist, which dispels the misunderstanding between the two sides. Later, everyone learns about the reason for the events from Vivi. It turns out that Baroque Works' plot is to seize control of the Alabasta Kingdom. The mastermind behind it is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. To achieve his goal, he even instigates a civil war within the kingdom. Subsequently, Luffy decides to escort Vivi back to her country and expose Crocodile's conspiracy. On the way, they encounter Baroque Works' partner, Robin, but she leaves on a turtle before any substantial conversation. After some time, the Straw Hat crew arrives at Little Garden, the second island. There, they meet 2 battling giants, Bragi and Dory, who have been fighting for centuries without a winner. These warriors are the captains of the giant warrior pirates. Meanwhile, Mr. 3, accompanied by Miss Golden Week, Mr. 5, and Miss Valentine, arrives on the island. Utilizing his manipulative tactics and explosive substances, Mr. 3 inflicts severe injuries upon both giants. He seizes the opportunity to capture Zoro, Nami, and Vivi, intending to turn them into candles. In response, Zoro even contemplates cutting off his legs, to engage in a life-or-death struggle against Mr. 3. Just as the situation becomes dire, Luffy, Usopp, and Karoo arrive at the scene. Usopp successfully rescues Zoro and the others, while Luffy defeats Mr. 3 and his crew. At the same time, Sanji infiltrates Mr. 3's base, disguising his voice to communicate with Crocodile. He lies about Luffy and Vivi's deaths, preventing further assassination attempts. With that, the crisis on Little Garden comes to an end, and the two giants reconcile, escorting the Straw Hat crew on their new journey. Some time later, Nami falls seriously ill at sea, prompting everyone to search for a doctor. During their search, they encounter Wapol, a user of the Munch Munch fruit ability. He attempts to attack Luffy but is defeated instead. Afterward, the crew arrives at Drum Island, where Luffy and Sanji carry Nami to find the witch doctor, Kureha. The island has recently suffered a devastating attack from the Blackbeard pirates, and the king, who was previously Wapol, had returned to reclaim his rule. Even the hero Dalton, who possesses the Ox fruit, falls to Wapol's hands. On the other hand, Luffy and Sanji face numerous challenges and finally reach the witch's castle. With Kureha's help, Nami recovers, and they also meet the reindeer doctor, Chopper. Chopper had been abandoned by his parents due to his blue nose and was ostracized by both humans and reindeer after eating the human fruit. This caused significant emotional trauma for Chopper, who longed for companionship. Fortunately, the quack doctor Hiluluk took care of him and gave him the name Tony Chopper. The two formed a deep bond. Although Hiluluk lacked expertise in treating human ailments, he aspired to cure the country's afflictions, as its legitimate doctors had been captured and killed by Wapol. Hiluluk told Chopper about a person who was terminally ill but was cured by the sight of blooming sakura flowers. Inspired by this, he hoped that the sakura flowers would bloom in the frozen land to heal the entire nation. At the same time, Hiluluk also wished for Chopper to become a free pirate and explore the world with the best companions and the most beautiful sceneries. However, Hiluluk was terminally ill and wanted to die alone, so he chased Chopper away. Despite being chased away, Chopper didn't leave Hiluluk. He had heard about a miraculous cure-all mushroom called the Amyudake. So he ventured through the snow and snatched it from the reindeer herd, even losing one of his legs in the process.
Doctor, ごめんね。
お前どうしたんだ？
キノコ。薬、生きてよ。生きてよ、ドクター。医者になりたいんだよ。医者のやり方を教えてくれよ。トナガイにもなれるかな。
なれるさ、なれる。お前はこんなに優しいじゃねえか。バカ野郎。
Afterward, Hiluluk fearlessly consumed the mushroom soup and entrusted his research findings to the witch, requesting her to train Chopper as a doctor. However, they later discovered that the Amyudake mushroom was not a cure-all but a highly poisonous one. Despite this truth, the quack doctor ingested it so as not to disappoint Chopper. This revelation remained hidden until the witch disclosed it to Chopper, leaving him devastated and unwilling to accept it. Later, Hiluluk stood at the castle gate of Wapol and proclaimed that Wapol couldn't kill him because people only truly die when they are forgotten. He raised his cup to the sky, saying, In the end, Wapol unleashed a barrage of gunfire, engulfing the quack doctor in flames. On the other hand, Chopper resolved to study the panacea and learn medicine under the witch's guidance. Now, in the present, Wapol arrives at the witch's castle gate, once the palace where he ruled the entire country. His intention is to destroy the pirate flag on the rooftop and launch an immediate attack. However, after a single shot, Luffy holds up the pirate flag, standing firm, as it represents a pledge of life. Chopper is moved by Luffy's spirit and recalls the quack doctor's expectations for him. Consequently, Luffy and Chopper launch a counterattack against Wapol, and after a fierce battle, they send him flying once again, putting an end to the turmoil on Drum Island. Afterward, Luffy repeatedly invites Chopper to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Finally, Chopper, moved by Luffy's determination, decides to become their companion. That night, Chopper pulls Luffy and the others in a sled and leaves the castle. Using Heliolex's research findings, the witch makes cherry blossoms bloom all over the country, thoroughly healing the nation's spirit.
俺は決してお前を撃たねえ。俺の名はドクターヒルルク。医者だ。チョッパー、お前はいい医者になれる。俺が保証する。全くいい人生だった。ありがとうよ、チョッパー。
さあ、言っといて、バカ息子。
And so, the Straw Hat Pirates gain their sixth member, the ship's Dr. Chopper. Later, they encounter Bon Clay, the Okama dancer, at sea. Bon Clay possesses the power of the clone fruit, allowing him to transform into anyone he touches. His comical personality quickly endears him to the Straw Hat Pirates. After Bon Clay departs, Vivi recalls that he is Mr. 2 from Baroque Works. To prevent being impersonated by him, everyone makes distinguishing marks on their arms. Subsequently, the crew arrives in Alabasta, where a war has erupted. It turns out that the Baroque Works, led by Crocodile, has initiated the Ideal Country operation. Apart from the capital, Aliabarna, the entire country has been without rain for 3 years. The Baroque Works intentionally manipulated the situation, leading the citizens to believe that the drought was caused by the king secretly using rain-making powder. This triggered rebellion and ignited the flames of war. As the leader of the rebels was Vivi's childhood friend, Koza, the crew decides to go to Yuba to stop the actions of the rebels. On their way, Luffy encounters his sworn brother, Ace, who possesses the ability of the Flame Fruit. Ace is also the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the Grand Line. Ace had come to hunt down their former crewmate, Blackbeard, who ruthlessly killed the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and stole the Dark Fruit. Ace also helped Luffy evade the pursuit of Marine Officer Smoker and entrusted his Vivre card to Luffy before leaving. After Ace's departure, the crew finally arrives in Yuba, the rebels' stronghold. However, the place is already deserted, with only Koza's father remaining. The Straw Hat Pirates then decide to change their plan and head directly to Rainbase to defeat Crocodile. On the other side, Crocodile has already gathered all of his subordinates and decided to take action, feeding the ineffective Mr. 3 to a crocodile. After some time, everyone finally arrives in Rainbase and encounters Smoker. During the battle between the two sides, they fall into Crocodile's trap and are locked in a cage made of seastone, a substance that can nullify the abilities of Devil Fruit users and is extremely durable. Fortunately, Sanji is not captured and rescues Luffy, Smoker, and Mr. 3. In return, Smoker gives up pursuing the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, Mr. 2 Bon Clay transforms into the appearance of the king and mocks all the citizens, ordering the troops to shoot at the rebel leader, Koza. As a result, Koza finally makes up his mind to launch an armed uprising and attack the capital of Alabasta. Therefore, Alabasta is on the verge of a nationwide civil war. Back with the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy and the others begin to move toward the capital. On the way, Crocodile suddenly appears and tries to capture Vivi. In response, Luffy asks everyone to go ahead while he stays behind to hold the rear guard. Crocodile is a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, which grants him the power of sand. Currently, Luffy has not yet unlocked the advanced form of Haki. Facing Crocodile, who can freely change his body shape, Luffy is almost defenseless and nearly loses his life. The difference in strength between the two is enormous. Crocodile can only feel pain when Luffy's bloodied arm grasps him. Afterward, Crocodile leaves with a lack of interest, and Robin secretly saves Luffy, ensuring his survival. On the other side, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, along with Vivi, arrive at the capital, where fierce battles are already underway. They quickly take action, engaging in individual battles with Baroque Works members. Usopp and Chopper team up to defeat Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas. Usopp shows great courage, enduring severe injuries while persevering in the fight. Sanji fights against Mr. 2 Bon Clay. Both skilled in hand-to-hand combat, they are evenly matched. Ultimately, Sanji manages to secure a hard-fought victory against his opponent with a move called the Mini Cracker. However, after the battle, they develop a mutual respect, and Bon Clay is deeply moved. At the same time, Nami battles Miss Doublefinger. During the fight, Nami grasps the full potential of the Climate Act and uses its weather control abilities to defeat her opponent. Zoro faces Mr. 1, a user of the Supa fruit, which allows him to transform his entire body into steel and blades. Zoro's attacks have no effect on him, and Mr. One dominates the fight, inflicting heavy injuries on Zoro. Despite the terrifying power of Mr. One, he doesn't give up. Zoro recalls his master's teachings about cutting steel and even thinks of Hawkeye's image. At that moment, he seems to sense the essence of all living things.
いいんだ。もう受けねえ。一刀流居合。疾走損。
アトミックスパート。
礼を言う。
In the end, Zoro comprehends the power to cut through steel and defeats Mr. One with the Lion Song. On Vivi's side, she faces Crocodile in the royal palace, who then reveals his true plan. Crocodile intends to find one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, in order to rule the world. According to the legend, the poneglyphs of Alabasta contain information about Pluton. Meanwhile, Crocodile hides an enormous bomb in the city, and he secretly arranges for his subordinates to shoot Koza, which leads to the ongoing battles between the royal army and the rebel army, making it impossible to cease the conflict. At the critical moment, Luffy arrives in time and engages in a last-ditch battle. Earlier, Luffy had received help from Koza's father and obtained the only remaining water source. He also developed various ways to utilize his rubber fruit powers, greatly enhancing his strength. By relying on the water's ability to restrain sand, Luffy finally manages to counteract Crocodile. For a time, he even seems on par with Crocodile, but when Crocodile further utilizes his devil fruit power, he absorbs moisture from the ground, turning the entire area into a desert. Luffy can't escape and is drained of his water once again by Crocodile. Afterward, Crocodile refrains from delivering the final blow. Subsequently, Crocodile, holding the king hostage and Robin, arrives at the location of the poneglyph, an ancient stone tablet containing historical information. Robin is currently the only person who can decipher the poneglyph. However, when she reads the tablet, she doesn't find any mention of Pluton. Crocodile believes that Robin has deceived him and strikes her. On the other side, the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates discover the bomb atop the bell tower. Despite their efforts, they can't prevent the nuclear bomb from exploding. However, the kingdom's guardian, Bell, ascends into the sky with the bomb and vanishes in a dazzling burst of light. Simultaneously, the 3 water streams that Luffy had spat out earlier descend, rejuvenating him, allowing him to recover from exhaustion and rise again with sheer determination. Luffy confronts Crocodile for the 3rd time near the poneglyph. Both are resolute in fighting to the death, and Luffy no longer has access to water to weaken his opponent. Nevertheless, Luffy's bloodied fist proves to be equally effective in dealing damage. Despite Crocodile's use of poison, the persistent pirate shows incredible strength and unwavering resolve. Their intense battle pushes both combatants to their limits, and Luffy expresses his determination to surpass Crocodile.
お前がどこの誰だろうと、俺はお前は超えていく。ゴムゴムの
ラスバーダ。
In the end, Luffy emerges victorious against Crocodile, and the rain begins to fall, prompting the royal army and the rebel army to stop their fighting. Vivi's call reaches everyone, and Alabasta finally experiences the long-awaited peace in the rain. Following the battle, the Marines apprehend Crocodile, and he loses his position as a warlord of the sea. Additionally, Zoro's bounty increases to 60 million berries, while Luffy's reaches 100 million berries. After resting at the palace, the Straw Hat Pirates discreetly leave the kingdom at night to evade capture by the Marines. They inform Vivi that they will rendezvous at the eastern harbor the following day, giving her one last opportunity to join them. On their journey, the crew encounters Mr. Bon Clay at sea. Bon Clay still considers Luffy a comrade and continues to protect the Going Merry. The crew then sets sail aboard the Going Merry, preparing to meet up with Vivi at the eastern harbor. At daybreak, Hina, leading the Marines, suddenly appears, intending to capture Luffy. In order to buy time for the Straw Hat Pirates, Mr. Bon Clay willingly assumes Luffy's appearance, diverting Hina and the Marines' attention.
散らばもろとも誠の空に咲かせてみせよう。大釜ウェイ。散らば水面に糸めでたけれ友の花。
With Bon Clay's assistance, the Straw Hat Pirates evade the marine ambush. However, Mr. 2 Bon Clay himself is captured. Meanwhile, Vivi escapes from the kingdom's address and reaches the eastern harbor. Vivi decides to remain in her beloved kingdom, bidding farewell to Luffy through a nationwide broadcast.
王女が海賊の仲間？まさか。
いつまでもな。
このまま黙って別れましょう。
これから何が起こっても左腕のこれが仲間の印だ。
The Alabasta story concludes here, marking the first major saga of One Piece. Luffy not only gains a ship doctor, Chopper, but also makes acquaintances with Robin and Vivi, among others. Alabasta was the Straw Hat Pirates' true beginning in the Grand Line's adventures and their first encounter with a warlord of the sea, Crocodile. The sense of oppression and despair brought by Crocodile was overwhelming, making it difficult to imagine how the Straw Hat Pirates could overcome such a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, they showed growth and improvement during this journey, experiencing their first exposure to the poneglyphs and the ancient weapons. Many significant elements and settings of One Piece were introduced during this arc, revealing only the tip of the iceberg. The Alabasta saga acted as a prelude to the climax, marking the official start of the Straw Hat Pirates' journey towards becoming legendary figures in the One Piece world. Thanks to the character development, emotional depth, and vast world building, One Piece stands out as a unique and extraordinary adventure. As we anticipate more touching stories in the future, we can only imagine the incredible adventures yet to come. Thank you all. Goodbye. Hello everyone. I am Mr. Dishwasher. In the previous episode, we discussed Luffy's triumph over Crocodile. The Straw Hat crew continues their journey despite Vivi's tears. During their voyage, they unexpectedly encounter Nico Robin, who expresses her desire to join the crew. Luffy readily welcomes her aboard. As it turns out, Robin had saved Luffy's life on 2 occasions before, and she also provided the antidote that cured him from Crocodile's poison. Robin's dream is to collect historical poneglyphs scattered across the world and uncover the truth of history. Thus, she becomes the Straw Hat crew's 7th member, the archaeologist Robin. Interestingly, Robin had been wanted by the world government since she was 8 years old, with a bounty of 79 million berries, making her the crew's 2nd highest bounty. Continuing their journey, Luffy and his crew encounter a series of phenomena that hint at the existence of Skypiea. They decide to head to Jaya to learn more about Skypiea. Meanwhile, Buggy searches for Captain John's treasure and encounters Ace, who is looking for Blackbeard. In Jaya, Luffy clashes with Bellamy, who has a bounty of 55 million berries, mocking Luffy's pursuit of One Piece and the existence of Skypiea as mere fantasies. Bellamy even engages in a fight with Luffy and Zoro. Luffy asks Zoro not to retaliate because responding to mockery with violence would be an insult to their dreams. This moment reminds him of Shanks' past encounter with the mountain bandit. Later, Nami leads Luffy and Zoro out of the tavern, where they encounter the disguised Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach. He tells Luffy,
人の夢は終わらねえ.
After parting ways with Blackbeard, it's very odd that both Luffy and Zoro refer to Blackbeard as they. Following the clues, Luffy finds a man named Cricket, whose ancestor, Mont Blanc Noland, discovered the City of Gold on Jaya 400 years ago. It was said to house a gigantic golden bell. However, when Noland's expedition returned, they found only a desolate island. Noland was executed for allegedly deceiving the king and was labeled a big liar. Before his death, Noland insisted that the City of Gold was real. For years, his descendants faced disdain from the public. However, Cricket harbored no resentment and sought to clear his ancestors' name. He came to Jaya and had been searching for the City of Gold underwater. Cricket had indeed found some gold, but it was far from enough. Now Luffy's determination moves Cricket, who shares valuable information about Skypiea. He decides to help Luffy ride the Knockup stream and reach Skypiea. That night, while Luffy is away, Bellamy and his crew attack Cricket, steal his gold, and damage the Going Merry's keel. Luffy is furious, as he can endure insults directed at him but not harm to his friends. He confronts Bellamy to seek justice. In turn, Bellamy launches an assault against Luffy. While Luffy defeats Bellamy, the world government holds a high-level meeting, attended by the 5 elders, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the 7 warlords of the sea, including Doflamingo, Kuma, and Mihawk. They are preparing to select a new member for the 7 warlords, and unexpectedly, Lafitte arrives and recommends Blackbeard as their leader. The next day, the Going Merry is reinforced and repaired. With the help of Cricket and the Knockup Stream, the Straw Hat crew ascends to Skypiea. What they don't know is that the Blackbeard pirates had initially planned to capture Luffy. They intended to offer him to the government in exchange for a position among the 7 warlords. Thankfully, the Knockup Stream saves Luffy and the crew from this danger. Subsequently on Skypiea, the crew meets Gonfall, the Sky Knight, who provides them with a whistle to summon him. They then arrive at the realm of the gods, where they encounter the angel Konis. From her, Luffy learns that the island is now under the control of Enel. In the past, Gonfall was the god of the previous Skypiea, striving to bring peace between the Scypians and Shandians. However, Enel appeared suddenly and defeated Gonfall, seizing his godly position. Since then, Skypiea has been under Enel's dark rule. As the Straw Hat crew is considered illegal invaders and has conflicts with the Sky Island police, they are labeled criminals and are to be sent to the Forbidden Zone to face the judgment of the priests. Under political pressure, Konis reveals the crew's whereabouts, resulting in their separation. Zoro and others are taken to the Forbidden Zone by the Flying Shrimp. Upon learning about this, Luffy doesn't blame Konis but feels that the country has its problems. He decides to rescue Zoro. During the process, a divine thunderbolt nearly kills Konis, as Enel has the power to sense everything happening on the island and can unleash powerful thunderbolts as divine punishment. Fortunately, Gonfall arrives in time and saves Konis. Luffy and the 2 others set out to the Forbidden Zone, Upper Yard. After some time, Zoro's group arrives at the altar of sacrifice. They leave Chopper to guard the Going Merry while exploring the forest. On the other hand, Luffy enters the ordeal of balls and encounters the priest Satori, who can predict the enemy's movements with his mind network ability. However, Luffy and Sanji defeat Satori through a combined effort. Meanwhile, Chopper encounters the priest Shura, whose strength is formidable. Shura even uses fire to severely damage the Going Merry. In panic, Chopper blows the whistle, seeking help from Gonfall and Luffy. However, both Chopper and Gonfall are no match for Shura, and they are saved by a South Bird. Somewhere else on the Sky Island, the Shandians learn that the priests were defeated by invaders. Their leader, Wiper, decides to launch an attack to overthrow Enel and the Scypians' rule. The priests' team engages in continuous battles with the Shandians. At the same time, Zoro's group accidentally finds Cricket's house in Upper Yard. It turns out that a part of Jaya Island had been blasted up to Skypiea and formed the Forbidden Zone, Upper Yard. So Mont Blanc Norland had not lied, Jaya's Golden City did exist in the past. Afterward, the entire Straw Hat crew reunites near the Going Merry, which has been significantly damaged. Gonfall also shares Skypiea's history with them. The Shandians are the original inhabitants of Jaya, while the Scypians are the original inhabitants of Skypiea. After Jaya was blasted up to Skypiea, creating the Forbidden Zone, Upper Yard, the 2 tribes have been in a continuous war over territorial resources. That night, Usopp witnesses the ship Spirit of the Going Merry repairing the ship. The next day, they discover that the Going Merry has been fully repaired. So the crew splits into 2 groups, one searching for the City of Gold, and the other, led by Luffy, seeking a way to leave Skypiea. Currently in Upper Yard, a total of 81 individuals from the Enel, Shandians, and Straw Hat factions undertake the God's Trial in the Forbidden Zone. The Shandians engage in a battle with the priest Shura, while Wiper uses the deadly reject dial to defeat him. Zoro faces the Shandia warrior Braham and emerges victorious with his skilled use of the one sword style technique and the formidable 36 Boundal.
一刀流36ポンドフォア
Meanwhile, Chopper displays his strength by defeating Gadatsu, the priest of the Swamp Trial, with a cross strike. On another note, Luffy encounters the Sky Lord, a super large snake, and is swallowed by it. The remaining opponents, the soy sauce grunts, are naturally eliminated. Unfortunately, Nami, Sanji, and Usopp have a tough time searching for a way to leave Skypiea. They encounter Enel, a Logia-type user with the powers of the Rumble Rumble fruit. With just one attack, Sanji and Usopp are defeated. Enel then disappears, leaving defeated Shandians in his wake. At this moment, Chopper encounters Ohm, the priest of the Iron Trial, in the ruins. Ohm, a swordsman, easily defeats Chopper. Subsequently, Zoro, Wiper, Gonfall, and the Sky Lord all arrive at the ruins for a chaotic battle. As a swordsman himself, Zoro duels with Ohm. Initially hindered by Ohm's long-range assaults, Zoro eventually grasps the essence of the three-sword style, 360-pound, turning the tide of battle.
三刀流108ポンド砲
On the other side, Robin arrives at the ruins of the Golden City, Shandora, in search of the Poneglyphs. There she unexpectedly encounters Enel, who reveals his ultimate goal, to send Skypiea crashing down to the Blue Sea and using the floating Arc Maxim to reach a fantasy world. Enel uses his powers to transport the surviving individuals to him and easily defeats Gonfall, Zoro, and Robin. Only Wiper finds Enel's weakness and launches a surprise attack with Seastone and a deadly reject dial, delivering a powerful blow to Enel's heart, stopping it momentarily. However, Enel revives himself using his electric powers. At this point, Enel sees Nami as the only remaining opponent. To save herself, Nami pretends to surrender to Enel. Eventually, they all reach the Arc Maxim as it is about to take off. Just then, Luffy finally escapes from the Sky Lord's belly and arrives on the scene. The epic showdown commences. Enel unleashes a relentless torrent of lightning assaults upon Luffy, yet irrespective of whether the voltage amounts to 60 million or 100 million, Luffy remains impervious to harm.
1億ボルトホーリー
Enel attacks Luffy with thunderbolts, but Luffy's rubber body is immune to electricity. However, Enel can predict Luffy's moves using his Kenbunchaku Haki. Enel even uses electric heat to trap Luffy's arm in gold and kick him off the arc. During the battle, Enel starts the Arc Maxim, creating enhanced thunderclouds to destroy Skypiea. The island's inhabitants scatter to avoid the deadly lightning strikes. The Shandians are notified by the Scypians about the situation, and both tribes cease hostilities in the face of this catastrophic disaster. Meanwhile, Sanji and Usopp wake up on the Going Merry and secretly board the Arc Maxim to rescue Nami. Sanji asks Usopp and Nami to leave while he stays behind to endure endless lightning strikes. Courageously, he speaks out, trembling but fearless.
悪いなタバコの火欲しかったとこだ
Finally, under Enel's divine judgment, Sanji loses consciousness. However, earlier, Sanji has damaged the interior structure of the Ark, causing Enel to frantically make repairs. Meanwhile, Usopp secretly returns to the Ark and rescues Sanji. On the other side, Luffy wildly chases after the Ark along a massive vine. At the same time, Enel completes the repairs and unleashes his ultimate move, Rego, causing tens of thousands of thunderbolts to rain down, turning the entire Skypiea into a scene of bloodshed and chaos. At this moment, Wiper witnesses this sight and recalls the legend told to him by his tribe's chief. The Shandians' mission was to safeguard the Poneglyphs, and they had done so diligently until 400 years ago. On Jaya Island, the Shandians suffered from tree fever, and in their superstition, they sought to perform live sacrifices to dispel the curse. However, an adventurer named Noland arrived and stopped the ritual, helping the Shandians develop an effective cure. Thanks to Noland's treatment, the Shandians were freed from the curse, and their great warrior, Calgera, began to appreciate the value of life and human progress. Calgera and Noland became close friends, and Noland received much gold as a gift. Together, they raised the young Sky Lord. However, tensions arose when Noland cut down trees that were the source of the tree fever to prevent its spread. The superstitious Shandians perceived the trees as symbols of their ancestral spirits, leading them to resent Noland and refuse any explanations. Faced with this, Noland chose to leave all his gold as a gesture of apology and prepared to return to his kingdom. It turned out that Noland had only felled the trees to help the Shandians. Meanwhile, Calgera learned the truth from his daughter. He realized the misunderstanding, hurriedly ran to the seashore. However, there was only a pile of gold at the scene, and Noland was already sailing far away on his ship. Just then, Calgera rang the golden bell symbolizing the lighthouse and called out to Noland in remorse from afar.
Noland! また来い！嵐の中でもこの島を見失わないように鐘を鳴らして君を待つ！またいつの日か必ず会おう！親友よ！戻るとも必ず戻る。またいつか必ず会おう！
Afterwards, a portion of Jaya Island was carried up to Skypiea by the sea current, and the golden bell landed atop a massive vine. Calgera wanted to ring the golden bell again, to let Noland know his whereabouts, but this cherished promise between the two close friends remained unfulfilled. Ultimately, Noland was executed by the king for failing to find the city of gold, and the Scythians invaded Shandora, driving the Shandians from their homeland, leading to a long-standing conflict. Now Wiper decides to aid the Straw Hat crew in their battle against Enel. With everyone's assistance, Luffy steadily climbs upward along the vine. He is resolute in ringing the golden bell and proving the existence of the city of gold to the world. After enduring numerous challenges, Luffy finally catches up with the Ark and confronts Enel's massive thunder wave. Fearlessly, he swings the golden ball to disrupt the electrical flow and destroy the thunder wave. Enraged by the failure of his plan, Enel transforms into a lightning deity and attacks Luffy. In response, Luffy unleashes his ultimate technique, the Gomu Gomu no Golden Rifle, utilizing the golden ball.
Gomu Gomu no Golden Rifle!
Finally, the resounding bells confirm the existence of the Golden City, and Luffy completely defeats Enel, saving Skypiea. At the sound of the bells, Cricket is moved to tears. The Shandians and Scythians also shake hands and reconcile, putting an end to their hostilities. After the celebration, Robin discovers the poneglyphs and ancient writings left by Roger. She realizes that to uncover the truth of the past, she needs to find all the historical texts and reach the end of the Grand Line, Laugh Tale. It encompasses a period of 100 years that disappeared from records, ranging from the years 620 to 720 in the Sea Globe calendar. Finally, amid the heartfelt farewells of the Sky Island's inhabitants, the Straw Hat crew returns from Skypiea to the Blue Sea, embarking on their new adventure. Meanwhile, Enel does not perish. He pilots the Ark, heading towards his dreamland, which surprisingly turns out to be the infinite land of the moon. With this chapter concluded, the Straw Hat crew welcomes a new member, Robin, and Luffy triumphs over his nearly invincible opponent, Enel. Notably, other prominent characters such as Blackbeard, Doflamingo, Bellamy, and high-ranking government officials make their appearances. The historical texts and the mystery of the missing century, along with the clues about One Piece, start to intertwine, leading to the establishment of a dual narrative structure in One Piece. On one side is Luffy's adventure, and on the other, the quest to uncover the truth of the past. The Skypiea Ark's butterfly effect brings about the repair of the Going Merry and Ace's capture, among other thrilling developments, elevating One Piece to the pinnacle of action-packed manga. Additionally, the Skypiea Arc effectively merges the themes of searching for One Piece, becoming the Pirate King, revealing the missing century, uncovering the ancient weapon's whereabouts, and saving oppressed people. These major themes are cleverly woven together. The Skypiea Arc plays a crucial role in bridging the previous and upcoming arcs, and the subsequent plot promises to be even more exciting. This marks the end of our story for now. We'll delve into more thrilling adventures in the next installment. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I am Mr.Dishwasher. In the previous episode, we talked about how Luffy defeated Enel on Skypiea and rang the golden bell. After that, the Straw Hat crew bid farewell to Skypiea and returned to the Blue Sea. At the same time, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, appeared on Jaya. He controlled Bellamy and another pirate companion, making them fight each other. Bellamy was extremely loyal to Doflamingo, but Doflamingo showed no appreciation. After manipulating the pirates to attack Bellamy, Doflamingo proclaimed that an era where only true pirates can survive is coming. On the other side, Luffy and the others arrive at Long Ring Long Land, where the island's creatures are incredibly elongated. On Long Ring Long Land, Luffy encounters the Foxy Pirates. They force Luffy into a gambling battle, where they exchange crew members based on their fighting results. Foxy, who possesses the slow fruit ability, can slow down his opponent's movements. Though this seems like an unbeatable ability to alter time, Foxy's development was flawed. During this arc, Luffy even sports a new explosive-style hairstyle. In the end, the Straw Hat Pirates manage to defeat Foxy and resolve the conflict. Afterwards, they arrive at an uninhabited island and encounter Admiral Akiji, one of the world government's top fighters. Akiji possesses the power of the Ice Fruit in addition to the ability to freeze entire sea areas, making him extremely powerful.
Ice Age.
Akiji warns Luffy about Robin being a dangerous individual. Faced with a strong enemy, Luffy allows his comrades to leave while he stays behind to cover their escape. However, he is no match for Akiji, getting frozen with just one encounter. Fortunately, Akiji unexpectedly spares Luffy without further trouble, and the rest of the Straw Hat crew rushes to rescue him. After escaping, Luffy and the others encounter the sea train. Through the train's driver, Kokoro, they learn that Water 7 possesses the world's best shipbuilding technology. As a result, Luffy decides to go to Water 7 to repair the Going Merry. Upon arriving in Water 7, the Going Merry is on the verge of collapse, damaged from the long journey and the ordeal on Skypiea. Subsequently, Luffy and the crew search for shipwrights and exchange the Golden Bell from Skypiea for 300 million berries in cash. At this time, Robin encounters a masked man who claims to be part of CP9.
CP9 です。
Later, Robin disappears, causing the others to worry. Luffy then visits the Galley Lock Company for ship repairs and meets the foreman, Kaku. He learns that Iceberg is the boss of the company, the mayor of Water 7, and in charge of the sea train. Luffy also meets Iceberg and his secretary, Califa. Iceberg agrees to repair the Going Merry. Meanwhile, Usopp discovers that Frankie and his gang have stolen their money again. Fortunately, Shipwright's Lucci reclaims the money and returns it to Usopp. However, when Luffy visits Dock 1, Frankie and his gang ambush Usopp, snatching 200 million berries. Kaku informs them that the Going Merry's keel is broken and beyond repair. Iceberg suggests that Luffy buy a new ship and give up the Going Merry. However, all the crew members have deep emotional connections to the Going Merry. It was a gift from Kaya and has been with them all along. On the other hand, Nami finds the injured Usopp and notices that Frankie and his gang have stolen their money. Due to Usopp's severe injuries, Nami returns to the Going Merry alone to request assistance. Usopp, feeling guilty about his weakness, decides to confront Frankie again and take back the money by himself. But even before Frankie could intervene, a gang of Frankie's families once again overpowers Usopp. Subsequently, Usopp is deserted at the entrance of Dock Number 7. Upon finding the gravely injured Usopp, everyone's faces turn serious. Luffy lowers his straw hat, Zoro tightens his headband, and Sanji lights a cigarette. Later, they arrive at Frankie's house. Since Frankie isn't there, his subordinates are no match for the Straw Hat crew. Luffy even reduces Frankie's house to ruins as an act of revenge. After the battle, Luffy stands on the ruins and makes a firm decision. He tells Zoro,
決めたよ。Going Merry-Go とはここで別れよう。
Afterward, everyone returns to the Going Merry. Luffy expresses his decision, which saddens the crew, but they choose to respect Luffy's choice. Only Usopp refuses to accept it. The Going Merry is not just a gift from Kaya, it represents Usopp's self-image. He sees his own weakness mirrored in the battered state of the Going Merry, fearing that one day he might also face abandonment. So Usopp and Luffy erupt into an argument. In truth, Luffy also suffers, he deeply loves the Going Merry. However, as captain, he has greater responsibilities and has to make tough decisions. Ultimately, Usopp can't accept Luffy's decision to change ships and angrily leaves the crew. He challenges Luffy to a duel, with the Going Merry as the wager. Thus, Luffy and Usopp, once close friends, clash in a battle that isn't the one-sided victory many expected. Throughout their adventure, Usopp has grown into a brave warrior, using various shooting weapons and Sky Island shells to give Luffy a hard time. The intense battle causes seawater to splash onto the Going Merry's bow, perhaps carrying not only seawater but also the ship's tears. After a fierce battle, Luffy finally manages to defeat Usopp with a rubber bullet. He looks at the fallen Usopp, tears in his eyes, and hoarsely says, Then Luffy picks up his straw hat and leaves the Going Merry to Usopp, expressing that he will continue his journey. He then says to Usopp, In truth, the crew is deeply saddened by Usopp's departure. However, Zoro tells Luffy, You're our captain, don't be confused. If you hesitate, who should we believe? Finally, Chopper leaves a healing potion for Usopp, and Luffy cries for the first time. But the future is long, and as captain, Luffy has to bear everything and continue forward. And so, Usopp becomes the first member of the Straw Hat crew to leave. That night, no one can sleep. The next day, Luffy and the crew learn of the attack on Iceberg and quickly go to Dock 1 to find out what happened. At Dock 1, Luffy encounters an angry Frankie, who has just learned that the Frankie house was destroyed. He seeks revenge and blames the Straw Hat crew. Luffy also wants to vent his anger for Usopp. Thus, the two engage in battle. Frankie is a cyborg with hidden artillery inside him, while Luffy is the rubber man, and they are evenly matched. On the other side, Iceberg regains consciousness and claims that one of the attackers was Robin. The Straw Hat crew becomes wanted criminals in Water 7, and Luffy can do nothing but deny the accusation. With the shipwrights pursuing them, Luffy struggles to escape with Nami. The battle with Frankie has to be put on hold. Frankie goes to a bar to replenish his energy with cola. There, he encounters Kokoro Granny, who believes that the attackers were not the Straw Hat crew. She suspects the involvement of Cypher Pole CP9, who seeks the ancient weapon Pluton's blueprints, which Iceberg possesses. Meanwhile, Sanji and Chopper accidentally run into Robin. She states that her dark past will eventually endanger everyone, and she wants the Straw Hat crew to give up on her and leave Water 7. After speaking, Robin disappears despite Sanji and Chopper's calls. Following this, to uncover the truth, Sanji decides to act alone, instructing Chopper to find the crew and relay the information. Soon, the Straw Hat members are reunited, and they guess that Robin will return to meet Iceberg that night. On that night, a mighty tsunami is about to strike Water 7, and the entire city is shrouded in dark clouds. At the Galley Law Company, shipwright Polly is following the orders of Iceberg to retrieve an item. Suddenly, two members of CP9 appear and attack Polly, snatching the item away. On the other side, Robin and two other CP9 members infiltrate Galley Law Company and use the Dordor fruit to enter Iceberg's room. At this moment, Iceberg realizes that it was all a scheme orchestrated by CP9. Upon seeing the true identities of the CP9 members, he is shocked to discover that his close associates, such as shipwrights Lucci and Kaku, Secretary Califa, and bar owner Blueno, are all part of CP9. CP9 deduces that the item in Polly's possession was a fake, and the real blueprints of Pluton were actually with Frankie. In the past, Iceberg and Frankie were both apprentices of the great shipwright Tom. However, when Tom assisted the Pirate King, Roger, in building a pirate ship, he was almost executed by the government. Tom's punishment was lessened when he built the sea train for Water 7, leading to the city's prosperity. But the CP5's leader, Spandam, framed Tom, Frankie, and Iceberg by using Frankie's battle series to attack the government ship. This incident resulted in their arrest under the false charge of attacking the world government. Frankie tried to protect Tom by denying ownership of the battle series, but this angered Tom. After hearing this, Tom broke free from the chains and reprimanded Frankie. Ships themselves are neither good nor evil. As a shipwright, one must cherish their own ship, even if the ship they built brings destruction to the world. A true man must stand tall and face challenges bravely. Tom courageously claimed that building a ship for the Pirate King was an honor, leaving the blueprints of Pluton with Frankie before taking the blame alone. The government intended to transport Tom to Eni's lobby via the sea train, but Frankie vehemently opposed it, even using his own body to interfere.
俺もいつか夢の船を作りてえから、夢の船を。
In this way, Frankie had no choice but to undergo the transformation and go into hiding. Tom, on the other hand, left this world forever. Back to the present, Luffy and the crew finally arrive in Iceberg's room, facing CP9. All members of CP9 are skilled in using the 6 powers, with the Iron Body technique being particularly renowned. Seeing this, Luffy and Zoro attack one after another, but even Luffy's power and Zoro's techniques are no match for CP9. They are defeated instantly, with Luffy and Zoro sent flying. Afterward, CP9 leaves Galley Law Company, taking Robin with them to capture Frankie. Meanwhile, Frankie finds Usopp and, despite his initial intentions for revenge, is moved by Usopp's determination to repair the Going Merry alone. Frankie decides to stay and help repair the ship, letting go of past grudges. However, Frankie realizes that the Going Merry is truly at its limit, a fact that Usopp is already aware of. Still, Usopp refuses to give up, holding on to hope that the Going Merry can sail once more. Back on Skypiea, Usopp had encountered a ship spirit, a being that only appears when a ship is cherished by its crew. The ship spirit was tirelessly repairing the Going Merry in the absence of anyone else and promised to everyone.
大丈夫。もう少しみんなを運んであげる。
Upon returning to the present, Frankie expresses that the Going Merry must be very happy and eager to sail with everyone. However, at that moment, CP9 suddenly appears. They effortlessly capture Frankie and Usopp, exiling the Going Merry to the impending tsunami in the open sea. On the other side, Iceberg reveals the truth of Robin's surrender to Nami. It turns out that CP9 has the authority to launch a buster call on the Straw Hat crew, which means 5 vice admirals and 10 warships could be dispatched to eliminate them. Given the crew's current strength, they have no chance of resisting. Therefore, Robin exchanges her freedom for the safety of the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, CP9 and Robin board the sea train bound for Enies Lobby. By the time Nami arrives, the train has already departed, but she discovers Sanji's message, indicating that he has secretly boarded it. Later, Nami and Chopper find Luffy and Zoro. Upon learning the truth of the situation, Luffy decides to go to Enies Lobby to rescue Robin. As regular ships can't navigate the turbulent seas, Luffy seeks help from Kokoro and Iceberg. Iceberg provides them with a discarded sea train. The Rocket Man Luffy, accompanied by Frankie's crew and the Galley Law shipwrights, sets out on the sea train to Enies Lobby. The mighty waves resemble monstrous beasts, threatening to engulf the Rocket Man, but Luffy and Zoro remain undaunted. They immediately combine their strength and unleash the devastating 300-pound cannon. On CP9's train, Sanji defeats numerous enemies and rescues Frankie and Usopp. Using a Den Den Mushi and Nami's chest, they establish contact with each other. Usopp disguises himself as Sogeking, claiming to be the Sniper King, as he has left the Straw Hat crew due to pride. The trio swiftly deals with more foes and detaches T-Bone's carriage. Unfortunately, T-Bone crosses paths with Zoro and is defeated by his three-sword style. Subsequently, Sanji vanquishes Wanza, and Frankie defeats Nero with his coup de vent technique. Usopp confronts Robin, urging her to leave, but she remains unwilling due to the fear of the Buster Call, which has left a deep scar in her heart. Finally, CP9 can no longer remain passive and launches an attack. Even just one member, Blueno, easily defeats Sanji and Usopp. CP9 then captures Robin and Frankie, leaving Sanji's carriage adrift on the sea. Much later, Luffy and the others reunite with Sanji and Usopp. Everyone except Luffy and Chopper recognizes Usopp as Sogeking. They decide to bravely storm Enies Lobby to save Robin. Meanwhile, CP9's train finally arrives at Enies Lobby, an island that never sleeps, shaped like the world government's flag. It is surrounded by turbulent waterfalls and bottomless abysses. Enies Lobby serves as the gate of justice for the world government and is a symbol of its authority. Through the island's gates of justice, one can access Impel Down or the Marine headquarters. With this, the Water 7 arc of One Piece comes to a close. The upcoming climax, the Enies Lobby arc, promises to be my favorite part of the whole series. Will Luffy be able to rescue Robin? What sparks will fly when the Straw Hat crew clashes with CP9? Stay tuned for the next chapter. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. Hello, everyone. I am Mr. Dishwasher. In the previous episode, we mentioned that CP9 captured Robin in Water 7 and took her to Eni's lobby. Luffy and the others planned a rescue operation and pursued them. In Eni's lobby, Spandam, the new leader of CP9, is spotted by Lucci, along with other members like Wolfman Jabra, Owl Fukaru, and Komodori. Califa and Kaku also consumed the giraffe fruit and the bubble fruit, respectively. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew arrives at Eni's lobby as well. Luffy takes the lead and incapacitates the Marines with a single punch. He quickly defeats the station guard. Frankie's family, working together with the shipwrights, manages to defeat the giant guards. Usopp discovers that two giants, Dory and Broggy's friends, are among the guards. He exposes the world government's lies about the giants, leading them to surrender to him. On the other side, Spandam decides to imprison Frankie in the underwater prison, while Robin is to be escorted to Marine headquarters through the Gates of Justice. At the same time, Luffy reaches the gates of the courthouse and encounters Blueno. They immediately engage in a fierce battle. Luffy uses his spiral rubber fist to inflict severe damage on Blueno, who defends himself with iron body strength. Then Luffy unleashes his new ability. Gear Second is a unique power of the Gum fruit. By inflating his legs and accelerating blood circulation, Luffy can unleash even greater speed and strength. However, this power comes with significant energy consumption and affects his lifespan. With second gear, Luffy easily defeats Blueno. The rest of the Straw Hat crew also storms into the courthouse. At that moment, Luffy calls out to Robin with determination. Just then, Robin and Frankie hear Luffy's voice. Frankie uses his posterior to propel Robin, executing the butt coup de bout, breaking through the blockade and arriving at the balcony. At that moment, Robin sees the Straw Hat crew in the distance and can't help but shed tears. It is clear that Luffy and the others, through their actions, silently convey the message, never give up on comrades, even if it means facing the entire world as enemies. 20 years ago, Robin grew up in the archaeological holy land of O'Hara in the West Blue. Since childhood, she had consumed the Hana fruit, leading to people's disdain towards her. Even her adoptive aunt used her only for labor. Only the archaeologists at the school saw Robin differently. They recognized her as an archaeologist at the age of 8 after passing the doctoral exam. In fact, the scholars in O'Hara were fond of researching the blank 100-year history before the establishment of the world government. At that time, the world had a unified nation, but it was destroyed by the world government. In order to pass down their beliefs, the country recorded its history on ores, an act considered taboo by the world government. The scholars were prepared to face death for their pursuit of knowledge. Later, Robin also encountered the giant, Saul. He was once a vice admiral in the Navy but was dissatisfied with the world government's actions. He came to O'Hara to teach Robin. Under Saul's guidance, Robin learned to face life with a smile. However, good times did not last long as the world government planned to eradicate the scholars on the island. Robin's mother, who was also a fugitive wanted by the government, arrived at O'Hara. She was prepared to bear the sin alone and couldn't even reveal her identity to her daughter to avoid implicating her. Meanwhile, the world government was ready to wipe out the entire O'Hara clan as a warning to the world. The then responsible person, Spandine, even initiated the Buster Call. In the midst of the battle, Robin asked her mother if she was indeed her mother. Upon hearing this, her mother couldn't answer, and she also couldn't answer. However, Robin repeatedly asked, and her mother could no longer hide the truth. They recognized each other amidst the chaos of war, with tearful eyes and joyful smiles. Then Saul helped Robin escape, and her mother encouraged her with all her strength. Only Robin was saved by Saul, but the giant himself was completely frozen by Kazan. Upon parting, Saul told Robin, "You will surely encounter true companions, and you must face life with a smile." Finally, Kazan spared Robin's life. From then on, young Robin bore countless hardships on her tender shoulders. Now from childhood to adulthood, she always saw herself as the sinful Robin. At this moment, she has finally met companions who acknowledge her existence and purpose. Thus she does not wish to involve everyone. Perhaps quietly dying would be enough for her. However, Luffy is willing to stand against the world for her. He orders Usopp to shoot through the world government's flag, challenging the world. Then he shouts from a distance to Robin. At this moment, Robin can no longer bear it. With tears in her eyes, she says to Luffy, Upon hearing Robin's wish, Luffy clenches his fists, his intense determination rising. Meanwhile, Franky publicly reveals the blueprint of Pluton and burns it. Spandam, infuriated by the destruction of years of hard work, sends Franky plummeting into the abyss. Subsequently, he takes Robin, wielding a sword empowered by the elephant fruit, and proceeds toward the gates of justice. Later, with Kokoro's assistance, the Straw Hat crew rescues Franky and infiltrates the Tower of Justice guarded by CP9. The Straw Hat crew and CP9 engage in intense battles to secure the keys that would free Robin. Amidst the chaos, humor intertwines with tension. For example, Zoro and Usopp are shackled together and confront Kaku and Jabra. Usopp transforms into the Supreme Great Cleaver, the Zoro's best weapon. Meanwhile, Sanji, guided by chivalry, refuses to harm Califa in any way. Following various twists and turns, Franky confronts Fukaru, the owl. After replenishing his energy with Cola, Franky unleashes the Cola Cannon Coup de Bout, successfully defeating Fukaru. At the same time, Chopper faces Komadori, who can manipulate body parts with his life return ability, causing certain body parts to grow by injecting consciousness, like hair. Initially, Chopper is no match for Komadori, but to save his comrades, he consumes a third Rumble Ball. Subsequently, Chopper loses consciousness and transforms into a massive, uncontrollable form, easily overpowering Komadori and causing chaos on the battlefield. Fortunately, Franky manages to stop Chopper's rampage by forcing him into the sea. On the other side, Nami confronts Califa, the user of the bubble fruit. Califa can immobilize people with bubbles, rendering them smooth and helpless. However, Nami cleverly uses water to counter the bubbles, freeing herself, and then uses Fata Morgana to defeat Califa. Afterward, Nami gently opens Califa's coat and retrieves the key to Zoro's handcuffs. Meanwhile, Luffy continues his relentless pursuit of Robin. Seeing this, Spandam sends Lucci to intercept him, and they engage in a fierce clash once more. In his panic, Spandam mistakenly activates the Buster Call, targeting Eni's lobby. Upon realizing this, the Marines on Eni's lobby begin to evacuate. Franky's family and the shipwrights leave in advance to avoid getting caught in the trouble. At this point, only the Straw Hat crew and a few CP9 members remain on Eni's lobby. In the midst of the battle, Nami successfully uses the key to unlock Zoro and Usopp's handcuffs. Consequently, Zoro faces off against Kaku, while Usopp confronts Jabra. Just as Usopp is about to retrieve the key, Jabra launches a surprise attack, inflicting severe injuries on Usopp and almost ending his life. At a critical moment, Sanji appears and rescues Usopp. He confronts Jabra, a devious opponent with the ability of the Mut Fruit Wolf model. However, Sanji sees through his opponent's tricks and unleashes his new technique, Diable Jam. With a single flambeade shot, Sanji successfully defeats Jabra. Meanwhile, Zoro finds himself in a fierce duel with Kaku. Whether using his one-sword style or two-sword style, Zoro struggles to break through Kaku's defense. Kaku's counterattack causes severe wounds and profuse bleeding in Zoro. At this moment, Zoro thinks of Robin and emits a purple flame demon aura around his body. Witnessing this, Kaku decides to employ his ultimate move, a main dachi, to put an end to the battle once and for all. However, Zoro is not willing to back down and transforms into Azura, unleashing the fearsome ghastly nine-sword style. With these words, Zoro's sword aura strikes down Kaku. CP9, except for Lucci, is defeated. On the other side, Luffy's life and death battle with Lucci continues. After activating his second gear form, Luffy finally gains the upper hand. Meanwhile, Frankie manages to break through Lucci's blockade just in time. Simultaneously, Spandam is taking Robin towards the Gates of Justice, where senior Navy officers await to capture her. However, Usopp, now transformed into the Sniper King, appears from a distance and fires sniper shots at Spandam and the Navy, with Frankie providing backup. They successfully rescue Robin, and together, they confront Spandam. At that moment, Usopp hears a mysterious call. At this moment, the Navy warship has arrived at Eni's lobby, and the Buster Call is officially initiated. Witnessing this, the Straw Hat crew hurriedly gathers for an urgent reunion. The entire process is chaotic, and Kokoro even reveals her true mermaid form, providing everyone with a fascinating spectacle. Meanwhile, Luffy and Lucci's intense battle rages on without pause. It is a true martial showdown, with no room for deception or shortcuts. Initially, relying on his second gear transformation, Luffy has the strength to challenge Lucci. However, once his gear second transformation wears off, Lucci completely overwhelms him. In a critical moment, Luffy decides to unleash another powerful move. Unfazed, Lucci employs his iron body defense against Luffy's attacks. With a powerful punch from Luffy, Lucci is sent flying out of the tower. Almost losing consciousness, he barely manages to land on the Navy warship. In that moment, upon seeing Lucci, the Vice Admiral reveals Lucci's dark past. Many years ago, Lucci was a government agent who killed 500 civilian hostages along with the pirates he was pursuing. This cold-blooded act shaped him into a true killing machine. As Luffy catches up to the naval ship and attacks, he finds that his third gear's attack power is formidable but also slow. Taking advantage of this, Lucci bites and injures Luffy, who then seems to deflate and drifts into the Tower of Justice. The side effect of the third gear is temporarily shrinking his body. Without hesitation, Lucci brutally beats Luffy while he is in the deflated state. Fortunately, the side effect quickly wears off, and Luffy returns to his normal size. Encouraged by Frankie's words of support, Luffy unleashes his second gear again, vowing not to undo it until he defeats Lucci. On the other side, the rest of the Straw Hat crew completes their reunion, and the Navy dispatches a contingent of field officers to capture Robin. In response, the Straw Hats engage in a fierce battle with the battalion. During the fight, Zoro's Yubashiri is corroded and vanishes by an opponent with the Rust fruit. However, the contingent isn't too formidable, and the Straw Hat crew manages to hold their ground. Meanwhile, Luffy continues to fight Lucci relentlessly. The latter finds an opportunity and uses his most potent Rokushiki technique, Rokugan. The tremendous impact causes Luffy to cough up blood, but he refuses to fall and continues to fiercely confront Lucci. After a prolonged battle, both sides have pushed their bodies to their limits, yet their fighting spirit reaches its peak. Suddenly, Lucci utilizes his speed to evade Luffy's attack and follows up with another devastating Rokugan. After enduring 2 consecutive devastating Rokugan attacks, Luffy can no longer maintain his stance. He trembles and collapses to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. At that moment, Usopp, observing the situation from a distance, removes his Sogeking mask and rushes to the bridge, calling out to Luffy. Upon hearing Usopp's voice, Luffy rallies once more, even surprising Lucci. Usopp continues to encourage Luffy. With unwavering determination, Luffy engages in another intense battle with Lucci. Both fighters unleash their most powerful forms, Second Gear and Beast Man. The roars from their fierce combat even cause the entire Eni's lobby to tremble. Then Lucci attempts to ambush Luffy with Leopard Tail. He wants to use his most potent move, Rokugan, and has already clenched his fists, securing victory. Lucci prepares to leave the battlefield with big strides, but at the last moment, Luffy, who seems about to fall, refuses to give in. In his eyes, shine the unwavering belief in victory for his comrades. His formidable will even intimidates Lucci. Luffy decides to give it his all and face Lucci one last time. And so, Luffy emerges victorious, defeating the strongest CP9 member, Rob Lucci. All the people force are left in awe by the outcome. After the battle, Luffy calls out to Robin. However, the danger is far from over. The Buster Call's bombardment persists, and the flames threaten to consume them all. At that critical moment, Usopp hears a mysterious voice, followed by the rest of the crew hearing the same call. Usopp commands his comrades. Despite their confusion, Usopp reassures them. Immediately, all the Straw Hat members leap into the sea from the platform. Thanks to Robin's ability, Luffy is also rescued. As it turns out, the Going Merry comes to their rescue, driven by the spirit of the ship. The Going Merry, alone and braving the violent storms, comes to save them all. With the help of the Going Merry, the Straw Hat crew eludes the Navy's pursuit. Robin also uses her ability to break Spandam's hold. Thus the fierce struggle on Enies Lobby comes to an end. Sometime later, the Straw Hat crew finds themselves in a safe place. Unfortunately, the Going Merry suffered severe damage and was beyond repair. After multiple confirmations from Iceberg, Luffy makes a painful decision, to bid farewell to the Going Merry.
ごめんね。ずっと一緒に冒険したかった。僕は本当に幸せだった。
And so, the Going Merry becomes the first true companion to bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew. Subsequently, Frankie uses 200 million berries to acquire the precious jewel tree atom and personally crafts a dream ship, the Thousand Sunny. Moreover, Luffy encounters his grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp, a renowned Navy hero who also personally trained Kobe and Helmeppo. On another front, the Yonko Whitebeard and Red Hair have a formal encounter. The Haushikuhaki emanating from Red Hair is beyond what ordinary pirates can withstand. During the meeting, Red Hair hopes that Whitebeard will restrain Ace from pursuing Blackbeard, given the terror of Blackbeard's power that left scars on his face. However, negotiations between the two parties eventually break down, leading to a clash with a single slash, where the sword aura tears through the sky. Meanwhile, the world government increases the bounties of the Straw Hat crew. Luffy's bounty is 300 million berries, while Zoro stands at 120 million berries. The rest of the crew also earns a spot on the list. Among them, Sanji's portrait is particularly handsome, while Chopper's bounty is a mere 50 berries. Afterward, with the collective persuasion of everyone, Frankie joins the Straw Hat crew as their 8th member. Usopp sincerely apologizes to Luffy and completes his return. Thus the Straw Hat crew set sail once again, boarding the Thousand Sunny to embark on their dream journey. Alright, that summarizes the entire plot of the Enies Lobby arc. Now let's discuss my feelings about Water 7 and the Enies Lobby arc. This chapter can be considered the most relentless and decisive journey the Straw Hat pirates have undertaken since setting sail. Reflecting on the entirety of Enies Lobby, the Straw Hat crew achieved victory through perseverance and dignity, making it the most heart-stirring and classic battle in One Piece. The story commenced and concluded with a ship. The Going Merry accompanied the Straw Hats through the most crucial part of their journey. Then the Thousand Sunny was born, replacing the sheep with a lion. The story also commenced and concluded with growth. Luffy attained the bearing and spirit of a captain, and Usopp experienced a rebirth, becoming the Sniper King. The story started with sacrifice and ended with rebirth. Robin, Tom, and Frankie all made sacrifices for their comrades, and subsequently Robin found the belief to carry on, while Tom's sacrifice resulted in the finest shipwright and the greatest mayor. In my opinion, the Enies Lobby arc represents Oda's storytelling pinnacle. The oppressive atmosphere in Water 7, at times, made it difficult to endure, but the emotions erupted fully in Enies Lobby, providing a satisfying experience. This seems to echo the latest Wano arc, where Odin's tragic past will eventually be revealed through a grand war. In the future, we will gradually catch up with the latest plot. My friends, please stay tuned. The next chapter will be even more exciting. Thank you all. Goodbye. Hello everyone. I am Mr. Dishwasher. In the previous episode, we discussed Luffy concluding the battle on Enies Lobby. The Straw Hat crew welcomes their 8th member, Shipwright Frankie. They bid farewell to the Going Merry and set sail on the Thousand Sunny to continue their journey towards their dreams. Meanwhile at Bonero Island, Ace finally confronts Blackbeard, Teach. However, Teach shows no remorse. He not only attempts to persuade Ace to join his pirate crew but also offers to capture Luffy in exchange for becoming one of the 7 warlords. Upon hearing this, Ace angrily attacks, and a fierce battle erupts between the two. However, Blackbeard's ability with the dark fruit is overwhelmingly potent. He can even absorb the powers of other devil fruits, neutralizing Ace's fire abilities and rendering him powerless. Blackbeard unleashes various deadly attacks, mercilessly beating Ace to the ground. At that moment, Blackbeard once again tries to persuade Ace to join him, but Ace refuses to submit. He unleashes his ultimate move, the Flame Emperor, and Blackbeard's murderous intent surges. In the end, Ace is defeated by Blackbeard. Upon rejoining the Straw Hat crew, they unexpectedly enter the Florian Triangle, a perilous place where over 100 ships disappear each year. Later, they encounter a ghost ship and a singing skeleton named Brook. Luffy finds Brook fascinating and invites him to join the Straw Hat crew. Brook gladly accepts the invitation and shares his past with them. Decades ago, Brook was also a pirate and was attacked and killed by enemies. After consuming the Revive fruit, he remained alive as a soul after death. However, on his way back to his body, Brook got lost, resulting in a significant delay. As a result, he now only inhabits a skeletal form. After recounting his memories, Brook reveals that someone had stolen his shadow. Without his shadow, he cannot face the sun, or he would turn to dust. Thus Brook cannot accompany Luffy and the others on their journey. At that moment, Luffy and his group discover Ghost Island. During their investigation, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper accidentally get onto the island. Meanwhile, Luffy's group encounters a mischievous, transparent creature. Robin is even licked on her chest and face by the creature. On the other hand, Nami and her group find numerous stitched creatures and zombies on the island. Guided by one of the stitched creatures, they arrive at the mansion of the brilliant Dr. Hogback. There, they encounter more transparent individuals and stitched creatures. One of the transparent individuals secretly spied on Nami while she was bathing and almost attacked her. Thankfully, Chopper and Usopp intervene just in time, causing the transparent individual to flee. Back with Luffy's group, they enter Ghost Island through another entrance. They tame the hellhound three-headed Cerberus gently and encounter many zombies and stitched creatures on the way. Luffy even generously showcases his beautiful singing voice, captivating those who hear it. Later, everyone receives information from a captive elderly man that Ghost Island is under the control of the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Moria possesses the Shadow fruit, enabling him to steal the shadows of others. Additionally, Ghost Island isn't merely an island but rather the world's largest pirate ship, the Thriller Bark. Upon learning this, Luffy expresses his determination to recover Brook's and the islanders' stolen shadows. Meanwhile, Nami and her group have an adventurous encounter at the mansion, where they unexpectedly uncover Hogback's clandestine experiments. It turns out that the zombies and stitched monsters are Hogback's creations, made from deceased individuals whose shadows Moria has stolen and injected into them. Hogback then reveals his plan to launch a night assault, capturing everyone on the island. Suddenly, a zombie swordsman named Ryuma emerges and incapacitates Nami's group. He was a legendary warrior from Wano country, renowned for slaying a dragon. Strangely, Ryuma's voice sounds exactly like Brook's, indicating that he has been infused with Brook's shadow. Simultaneously, Absalom, the Invisible Man, makes himself known and commands the zombies and stitched creatures to commence the night assault, beginning their hunting spree. Nami's group is captured and taken to Perona's courtyard. Perona is another one of Moria's followers, possessing the ability to control ghosts, sapping the fighting spirit of those affected. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, the transportation workers encounter an accident, allowing Nami's group to break free from their restraints. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions reach the castle and face a group of night raid zombies, leading to a chaotic brawl. During the melee, Sanji and Zoro are secretly captured by Moria. Their shadows are given to two stitched creatures, granting them the abilities and personalities of Sanji and Zoro. The truth is unveiled that Moria and Hogback are collaborating to create an army of zombies. Moria grants shadows to the zombies to control them, and when powerful shadows combine with physical bodies, they create terrifying monsters. Sea Salt has the ability to purify the zombies, returning the shadows to their original owners. The entire night assault process is chaotic and humorous, with moments like Penguin Sanji fiercely protecting Nami but being defeated by Absalom, and Nami using her wit to manipulate a pig-headed bride who desires to marry a man. Later, Robin and Frankie are captured by spider monkeys, but luckily, Brook appears just in time to rescue them. In reality, Brook has been attempting to retrieve his shadow for years, but he is no match for Ryuma and suffers repeated defeats in their duels. Nonetheless, Brook persists, driven by an unyielding determination and a promise to a companion, which allows him to endure 50 years of solitude. Upon hearing this, Frankie can't help but inquire if the companion might no longer be waiting after such a long time. However, Brook firmly believes that his companion is still waiting for him. Finally, Brook reveals that the companion he had a promise with was Laboon, the Whale of Twin Capes. Subsequently, Brook wishes to challenge Ryuma to a duel. On Luffy's side, he is captured by Moria, and his shadow is severed. His shadow is then implanted into the enormous devil oars. However, the possessed oars doesn't follow commands, he only craves meat and to become the Pirate King. At this moment, Nami and the rest conceal themselves inside a puppet, witnessing everything unfold. Swiftly escaping, they unexpectedly reunite with Robin and Frankie. However, the Invisible Man faces and directly kidnaps Nami, intending to marry her and savor her delightful appearance. On Robin's side, they discover Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji unconscious, their shadows stolen, rendering them unresponsive. As helplessness looms, Usopp cleverly uncovers a hidden chant. Thus Luffy and his companions successfully awaken using a renowned world saying. They share their current circumstances. Frankie reveals to Luffy that Brook was once a member of the Rumbar Pirates, who had made a promise with Laboon in the past. Determined to recruit Brook into his crew, Luffy resolves to help him reclaim his lost shadow. After the discussion, the group launches their counterattack, heading towards Moria's hideout. Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, and Usopp unexpectedly encounter Perona first. Her Hollow Fruit ability proves extremely formidable, instantly sapping their morale and filling them with despair. However, one person remains entirely unfazed, the incredible Usopp. Usopp, being inherently pessimistic, remains unaffected by Perona's melancholic ghosts. The two sides engage in combat, displaying their unique abilities. Initially, Perona transforms into a ghost, skillfully avoiding Usopp's physical attacks. Her subsequent counterattacks endanger Usopp. At a crucial moment, Usopp astutely identifies Perona's true form and uses a combination of shiny black star and 10-ton balloon hammer to crush Perona's spirit entirely. On the other side, Brook faces Ryuma alone. Unfortunately, he is no match for the swordsman and is swiftly defeated in one move. Zoro and Frankie arrive to rescue him. As both are swordsmen, Zoro naturally takes on the challenge. Their fierce duel fills the air with sword lights and shadows. They are both exceptional swordsmen, and their sword auras astonish Brook and Frankie, who are observing the fight. After a challenging battle, Zoro manages to defeat Ryuma. They develop mutual respect, and Ryuma even bestows his renowned sword Shusui as a gift to Zoro. Subsequently, Ryuma transforms into smoke, and Brook regains his lost shadow. Meanwhile, Luffy confronts Moria, who uses shadow clones to immobilize Luffy. At the same time, Sanji encounters Absalom, who is about to consummate his marriage with Nami. Absalom possesses the clear fruit, which is precisely what Sanji has been longing for, to possess the power of invisibility and sneak into the women's bath to play poker with the ladies.
俺は夢を馳せた。もしそうなったら、その能力で女湯、ほぼ女湯覗くことで頭いっぱいだ。
Continuing, Sanji and Absalom engage in an intense battle. After a hard-fought struggle, Sanji skillfully incapacitates Absalom with his powerful kicking techniques. Meanwhile, Nami defeats Absalom using her Climatak staff. Additionally, Robin and Chopper confront the brilliant Dr. Hogback, who is accompanied by formidable zombie versions of Zoro and Sanji. Unexpectedly, the undead versions of Zoro and Sanji turn against each other during the confrontation. Chopper also succeeds in awakening Sindri's human heart, causing Hogback to lose support and be defeated by Robin and Chopper. As the three adversaries face consecutive failures, the fearsome Oars makes a dazzling appearance. Now under Moria's command, Oars launches a relentless attack against the entire Straw Hat crew. Speaking of Oars, it is the largest character to appear so far. Combining its size with Luffy's combat prowess, Oars is undoubtedly a formidable force on the battlefield. Its explosive nuclear bomb cyclone attack nearly wipes out the entire Straw Hat crew. Simultaneously, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Kuma, arrives on Thriller Bark. He first sends the just-revived Perona flying, instructing her to find Hawkeye Mihawk. Then Kuma finds Moria and offers to assist him against the Straw Hat crew. However, Moria arrogantly rejects his offer and learns that Ace has been turned over to the world government, with Blackbeard becoming the new 7 warlords. On the other side, after Luffy resolves the issue with his shadow duplicates, he unexpectedly encounters other victims on the island, the Rolling Pirates and Lola, who want to marry. They imbue Luffy with 100 shadows, granting him the power of 100 individuals. Thus Nightmare Luffy emerges on the scene. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew is left powerless against Oars's relentless onslaught, with Nami facing imminent peril. Moreover, due to Oars's interference with the helm of the terrifying Thriller Bark ship, it is on the brink of leaving the Devil's Triangle. When that happens, the sun will shine, and all the shadowless people will turn to ash. At present, most of the Straw Hat crew members have been defeated, and Nami is in dire straits, facing Oars's frenzied attacks.
おい、でけえの。おめえは一体何を踏みつぶしてんだ。誰だお前。俺の名はモンキー D ルフィだぜ。
At a critical juncture, Luffy finally arrives at this location. Nightmare Luffy's formidable strength effortlessly overwhelms Oars. Subsequently, one by one, the Straw Hat crew regains consciousness and joins forces to help Luffy defeat Oars. Finally, their most formidable opponent is completely defeated. However, upon witnessing the power of Nightmare Luffy, Moria also decides to absorb shadows to enhance his combat prowess. He absorbs 1,000 shadows in one go, becoming immensely gigantic. Moreover, the sun appears in the distance, indicating imminent destruction for them all. Yet, at this moment, an unexpected twist occurs. Moria's power cannot control this enormous force. Then without hesitation, Luffy decides to unleash Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd.
海賊王になりてえんならしっかり俺についてこい。
In the end, under Luffy's relentless onslaught, Moria expels the absorbed shadows, resulting in his defeat in the battle. As a result, the group regains their shadows and narrowly escapes disaster. However, just when everyone thinks it is all over, Kuma reappears. His strength is exceptionally formidable, rendering everyone helpless against him. Even when Sanji's kick lands on his face, it merely fractures Sanji's leg bones. It turns out that Kuma possesses the powers of the pawpaw fruit, granting him the ability to repel anything with tremendous force. A single strike of his pawpaw palm thrust obliterates the entire Straw Hat crew. Nevertheless, as Kuma is about to take the unconscious Luffy away, Zoro rises to his feet once more and offers to sacrifice his own life in exchange for Luffy's. Simultaneously, Sanji steps forward, willing to take Zoro's place, asserting that his life is of greater value. At that critical moment, Zoro renders Sanji unconscious with one blow, positioning himself before Kuma. Eventually, Kuma decides to make Zoro endure the injuries inside Luffy's body, though only a small portion, causing him unbearable agony beyond his limits. Still, Zoro remains resolute without the slightest hesitation. He requests to be taken to a secluded location and chooses to bear all the injuries within Luffy's body alone. Thus Kuma spares the Straw Hat crew, and after a considerable period, everyone gradually regains consciousness, with Luffy as lively as ever. However, Sanji remains silent, finding Zoro in the forest.
脅かしやがって。おい、あの七部会どこに。ここで何があった。何もなかった。
Afterward, Zoro is gravely injured and on the brink of death, but luckily, his tough body saves him, preserving his life. On the other side, Hogback and Absalom manage to rescue Moria, bringing an end to the turmoil on the Thriller bark. Subsequently, Luffy and the others hold a celebration, during which Brook skillfully plays the piano. Amidst the festivities, Luffy formally invites Brook to join his crew as a valued companion. The two of them reminisce about Laboon, and Brook is moved to tears, recalling Laboon's enduring wait.
彼は元気なんですか。
The story then takes us back 50 years in time when the Rumbar pirates were passionate about music and formed a deep friendship with Laboon. Laboon's favorite song was Bink Sake. In order to protect Laboon from harm, the Rumbar pirates set out on the Grand Line alone, promising to reunite with Laboon after 3 years upon completing their journey. However, Laboon had to wait for 50 long years. In reality, during their adventures, the captain of the Rumbar pirates accidentally contracted a virus and asked his crew not to get close to him. He sailed off alone to distant seas. At that time, the crew played music for their captain, filled with overwhelming sorrow. Later on, the Rumbar pirates faced an attack from enemies who used poisoned weapons. The crew suffered severe poisoning, facing the threat of death. However, in order to fulfill their promise to Laboon and let it hear their music again, they endured the excruciating pain and decided to record everyone's voices in a music shell. With unwavering determination and joyous smiles, they played the most enchanting melody and performed the most beautiful symphony in the world, Bink Sake, hoping Laboon could hear it once more.
Torio. ソロ。ラブーン、俺たちは必ずここへ戻る。待ってろよ。
Over the years, Brook harbored a sense of purpose, endured loneliness, and embarked on adventurous journeys along the Grand Line to reunite with Laboon. Recently, Luffy and Brook develop a deep understanding and acceptance of each other, leading Brook to entrust his life to Luffy. Consequently, the Straw Hat crew warmly welcomes Brook, the musician, as their 9th member, and they set sail once again. Meanwhile, at Twin Cape, Laboon appeared to sense something and expressed joyous excitement. Subsequently, everyone readies themselves to embark on their dream journey once more. Before parting ways, Lola hands Nami her mother's Vivre card, unbeknownst to the crew that Lola's mother is the formidable Yonko, Big Mom. Simultaneously, Luffy notices Ace's Vivre card fading away. However, he firmly believes that Ace would embark on his own adventure, and they will meet again when the time is right. With that, the entire Straw Hat crew sets off once more, embarking on a new adventure. This concludes the entire plot of the Thriller Bark arc. This arc evoked strong emotions, similar to the previous Water 7 arc. The tales of Zoro's unwavering dedication, along with Brooks and Laboon's past, were genuinely heartwarming and evocative. In summary, the Thriller Bark arc proved to be a captivating chapter, blending an eerie and dark atmosphere with delightful humor, fostering profound bonds among the crew. The heartfelt celebration with the song Bink Sake left a lasting impression. And so, this chapter concludes, leaving us eager to discover what unfolds in the next installment. Thank you all, and goodbye. Hello everyone, I am Mr. Dishwasher. In the previous episode, we mentioned that Luffy departed from Thriller Bark and continued his journey. After a long voyage, they reach the Red Line, signifying that the Straw Hat crew has completed half of the Grand Line. Unexpectedly, they rescue the mermaid Cammy and the starfish Papag. They learn that Cammy's friend, Hatchan, was abducted by the Flying Fish Riders, a group of human traffickers. The captors demand Cammy to meet them at the Sabaody Archipelago. As it turns out, both mermaids and fishmen are considered high-quality slaves and are often captured by villains. When they meet, Nami recognizes Hatchan as a former member of the Arlong Pirates. Nonetheless, Luffy decides to assist Cammy and successfully rescues Hatchan. During their encounter with the leader of the human traffickers, Duval, they are astonished to find that he bears an uncanny resemblance to Sanji, who has a bounty on his head. Due to this peculiar similarity, Duval is mistakenly targeted and develops a grudge against Sanji. Eventually, Sanji's swift actions and kicks transform Duval into an attractive man, resolving the conflict. Furthermore, Luffy showcases his Haoshiku haki for the first time. Afterwards, both parties reconcile, and Nami also forgives Hatchan. Papag informs the Straw Hat crew that there are two ways to enter the New World. One is through the world government's headquarters, Mariajoa, located underground, and the other is by passing through Fishman Island from the sea floor. However, to reach Fishman Island, the ship needs to be coated with a special resin that can isolate seawater. So they arrive at the Sabaody Archipelago to find a coating craftsman that Hatchan knows, to coat the Thousand Sunny. The Sabaody Archipelago is composed of countless mangroves, and the coating resin is produced here. On the island, Luffy encounters the Celestial Dragons for the first time. The Celestial Dragons are descendants of the 20 royal families who established the world government 800 years ago. They possess supreme power and the authority to kill at will. Witnessing the atrocities committed by the Celestial Dragons, Luffy is furious. However, Hatchan stops him from attacking them, as hurting the Celestial Dragons would result in the Marines dispatching admirals to suppress them. So Luffy reluctantly lets the Celestial Dragons go. Later, they arrive at the tavern where the coating ship is located. The owner, Shaki, informs them that the coating master, Rayleigh, is not currently present. She also introduces the 11 supernovas, pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Apart from Luffy and Zoro, the other 9 are as follows. Capone Beach, the gang. Jewelry Bonnie, the Big Eater. Basil Hawkins, the Magician. Scratchman Apu, the Roar of the Sea. Eustace Kid, the Captain. X Drake, the Red Flag. Urage, the Mad Monk. Killer, the Murder Machine. Trafalgar D. Law, the Surgeon of Death. Among them, Kid's bounty is 315 million berries, which is even higher than Luffy's. Killer, the Murder Machine, is also a member of his crew. After leaving the tavern, Luffy and the others set out to find Rayleigh, the master of coding. Along the way, they take Cammy to the amusement park for some fun. Although Cammy was once concerned about her safety due to the threat of slave traders capturing merfolk, she finally lets go of her worries under Luffy's protection and happily enjoys the long-awaited Ferris wheel ride. However, the mermaid traders target her and secretly capture her, taking her to the auction house. On the other side, Zoro encounters celestial dragons enslaving the laborers. He blocks their path and asks if they need directions, ready to teach them a lesson with his sword. Fortunately, Bonnie intervenes just in time to prevent a disaster. Later, Luffy and the others learn about Cammy being auctioned off, and they quickly gather and plan a rescue. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they decide to use their entire 200 million to buy Cammy. However, to their surprise, the celestial dragon Charlos bids 500 million berries, and the auction hall falls silent. At that moment, Hatchan accidentally reveals his fishman identity, leading to people's insults and ridicule. The celestial dragon responds by shooting at him. This scene enrages Luffy, but Hatchan firmly holds him back, urging him not to act impulsively. At this moment, the celestial dragons continue to babble and even want to shoot Hatchan again. This becomes unbearable for Luffy, and he walks step by step toward the celestial dragons. After evading countless bullets, Luffy raises his hand and delivers a powerful punch. With this satisfying and exhilarating punch, Luffy effortlessly knocks down Charlos. Chaos breaks out in the auction, and the Straw Hat crew starts fighting with the guards. In the midst of the turmoil, another celestial dragon tries to attack Cammy. In this critical moment, Rayleigh, who was supposed to be auctioned off after losing at gambling, suddenly appears. He swiftly defeats the celestial dragon, rescuing Cammy, and uses Haushiku Haki to subdue everyone in the room. In fact, Rayleigh had another identity. He was the former first mate of the Pirate King, Roger. On the other hand, Admiral Kizaru, upon hearing that Luffy assaulted a celestial dragon, volunteers to go to Sabaody Archipelago to arrest him. By this time, the Marines have completely surrounded the auction house. Seeing the situation, Luffy joins forces with Kid and Law, who are also present, to fight against the Marines. The battlefield instantly turns into a grand spectacle, with Kid and Law showcasing their respective abilities. Kid possesses the power of the Magnet fruit, while Law has the abilities of the Op fruit. After the intense battle, they manage to deal with the Marines and protect each other while making their escape. On their way, Kid and Law encounter an obstacle in the form of the tyrant Kuma, and engage in a battle with him. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew returns to Shaki's bar. Rayleigh reveals that Roger turned himself into the Marines because he had an incurable illness. He had led an extraordinary life and ushered in a brand new era.
俺は死なねえぜ、相棒。あの日ほど笑った夜はない。あの日ほど泣いた夜も。我が船長ながら見事な人生だった。
In the end, Roger illuminated the entire world of the sea with his extraordinary life. On that day, many aspiring young talents who witnessed his execution were inspired, and today, many of them have become influential figures in the new world. It must be acknowledged that the life of the Pirate King, Roger, was truly remarkable. Now in the present time, Usopp speaks up and inquires Rayleigh about the truth of One Piece. For Luffy, the most crucial aspect is not just the truth of One Piece but the exhilarating process of exploration itself. Engaging in free-spirited adventures on the sea is what defines a true pirate. The Pirate King is the freest man in this vast ocean. Following this, Rayleigh mentions that the Sunny will require 3 days for coating. So the Straw Hat crew temporarily bids farewell to Cammy and the others and retreats into hiding. However, by this time, Admiral Kizaru has already arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Possessing the powers of the Glint fruit, he is the fastest man in the world, with his speed reaching that of light. Moreover, he takes delight in taunting his opponents, and while expressing how fearsome he is, he kicks the supernovas away. Under Kizaru's terrifying might, Hawkins, Apu, Drake, and Urage are all defeated. Additionally, accompanying Kizaru are Sentomaru and several Kuma-like pacifistas, all of which are artificial humans created by the scientist Vegapunk, codenamed Pacifistas. Their power is immense, and even the supernovas can't match them. At the same time, the Straw Hat crew also encounters pacifistas as their opponents. The opponent's potent laser cannon leaves the entire Straw Hat Pirates crew in a dire state. Fortunately, they unite their strengths to fight against them, eventually defeating the pacifistas. However, just as everyone is exhausted, Captain Sentomaru of the Marine Science Unit appears with another cloned Kuma. Kizaru also joins and takes down Zoro with one swift attack. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew launches a frenzied assault against Admiral Kizaru, but he can manipulate his body into elements, rendering all their attacks futile. Kizaru then launches a deadly kick towards Zoro.
移動もさせない無駄だよ
At a critical moment, Rayleigh finally appears and saves Zoro just in time. He engages in an intense battle with Admiral Kizaru, and neither can gain the upper hand. However, despite Kizaru being held back by Rayleigh, Luffy, and the others are still no match for Sentomaru and the pacifistas. Suddenly the real tyrant Bartholomew Kuma makes his appearance. With a single slap, he sends Zoro flying and, in front of Luffy's eyes, proceeds to slap each of the Straw Hat members one by one. Those sent flying by Kuma will remain airborne for 3 days and nights before eventually landing, and only Kuma himself will know where they will fall. Feeling utterly powerless at this moment, Luffy slams the ground in frustration. He watches as the last remaining member, Robin, is sent flying by Kuma, but he is helpless to do anything. At this point, Admiral Kizaru questions Kuma, demanding accountability for what is happening. However, Kuma pays no attention to Kizaru, whispering secretly with Rayleigh and mentioning that his own situation is also precarious. Then Kuma approaches Luffy.
もう二度と会うことはない。さらばだ。
Finally, Kuma ruthlessly swats Luffy away, and he vanishes into the sky. It marks the Straw Hat crew's first encounter with such a significant catastrophe, leaving Luffy deeply aware of his own powerlessness. Unbeknownst to him, Kuma is actually the most dangerous person in that situation. Nonetheless, the turmoil in Sabaody Archipelago comes to an end. After an extensive journey through the sky, Luffy arrives at the Island of Women, Amazon Lily. There, he unintentionally ingests poisonous food, covering his body with mushrooms. Fortunately, Marguerite and her companions, who happen to pass by, come to Luffy's rescue. They help remove all the mushrooms from his body, but one particularly stubborn mushroom remains. It is during this time that they are surprised to discover that Luffy is, in fact, a man. According to the island's rule, men are forbidden from approaching, leading them to imprison Luffy while curiously observing him, especially the glowing mushroom.
すごい。男って金の玉を持っているのね。
However, Luffy manages to escape from prison, taking Marguerite as a hostage during his getaway. While on the run, Luffy shares his story with Marguerite, deeply moving her and forging a friendship. From Marguerite, Luffy first learns about haki, which can be categorized into Busashoku haki, Kenbunshoku haki, and Haoshoku haki. Busashoku haki enhances both attack and defense, and can be employed against Logia-type devil fruit users. Kenbunshoku haki grants the ability to foresee an opponent's attacks. Haoshoku haki is a rare talent possessed only by the extraordinary few, capable of rendering others unconscious with just a glance. Later, Luffy unexpectedly finds himself in the palace of the Amazon Lily, where he encounters the warlord of the sea, Empress Boa Hancock. She is renowned as the world's most beautiful woman and leads the Kuja pirates. Her power can petrify those enchanted by her beauty. While in the bathhouse, Luffy notices the celestial dragon's mark, the hoof of the dragon, on Hancock's back. Consequently, Hancock apprehends Luffy and orders her two sisters to publicly duel him to the death. Despite being initially at a disadvantage, Luffy awakens Haoshoku haki once more and, utilizing Gear Second's incredible speed, defeats his opponents. However, when the slave mark on his opponent's back is about to be exposed, Luffy desperately covers it with his body, recalling Hancock's words about the taboo of revealing their backs to others. This surprising action shocks Hancock, who calls off Luffy's execution and reconciles with him. Following this, Hancock shows Luffy her naked back and reveals her past as a former slave of the Celestial Dragons, freed by Fisher Tiger's slave emancipation movement of the Sun Pirates. However, this is a secret that the sisters cannot disclose publicly. Later, Luffy learns from an elderly woman on the Island of Women about Ace's impending execution. Ace is being held at Impel Down, the underwater prison. The Whitebeard pirates are planning a rescue mission for Ace, eventually leading to the Summit War, a major battle between them and the Marines. At this moment, Luffy decides to first go to Impel Down to rescue Ace. Having experienced this series of events, it becomes apparent that Luffy, unlike others, is not captivated by Hancock's beauty. Instead, it is Hancock who can't help but fall in love with Luffy. She pretends to accept the world government's call and goes to confront Whitebeard, but her true intention is to help Luffy reach Impel Down and rescue Ace.
ルフィ、それと歩きにくいのでもう少し上へ行こうか。
Meanwhile, to confront the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku assembles all the warlords of the sea. However, one man refuses to comply and willingly relinquishes his position as a warlord. This man is Jinbe, who staunchly pursues justice and peace. On the other side, Garp, the grandfather of Ace, also arrives at Impel Down to visit him. After many years, the two are reunited, with differing viewpoints but unwavering affection. Ace is deeply moved, and tears well up in his eyes. The rest of the Straw Hat crew safely reach their respective destinations. Nami is taken to the small sky island, Weatheria. Frankie arrives at Vegapunk's homeland, Karakuri Island. Chopper appears in Torino Kingdom, a land ruled by birds over humans. Sanji is taken to the long-awaited paradise, Momwaro Island. Robin arrives at Tequila Wolf, a bridge construction site where the world government oppresses the workers, who have been toiling on the bridge for over a century. Additionally, Usopp reaches Boyne Archipelago, and Zoro appears in Hawkeye's castle, where he encounters Perona. Lastly, Brook arrives at Lazy Bones Island, where he is mistaken for a deity and develops an interest in a female follower, making a bold request.
パンツ見せてもらってもよろしいですか？パンツだ！男の方のパンツはちょっと、わあ。
Thus the Straw Hat crew temporarily parts ways, each embarking on their own thrilling adventures. Luffy sets out for Impel Down, determined to rescue his brother Ace, even if it means risking his life. That concludes the events in the Sabaody Archipelago and Amazon Lily arcs. This section serves as a transitional chapter, showcasing the vast scale of the new world and introducing numerous new characters for future plot developments. It also marks a crucial turning point as the One Piece narrative departs from the episodic format and embraces a more interconnected storyline, with the Straw Hat crew dispersing for the first time, each venturing to different places to confront the challenges of the new world. The forthcoming story holds even greater excitement. Until next time, thank you all, and goodbye. Hello, everyone. I am Mr. Dishwasher. In the previous episode, we discussed how Empress assisted Luffy in his journey to Impel Down, the underwater prison. Inside the prison, Ace finds himself face to face with Garp. It is revealed that Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger. Before his demise, Roger entrusted Ace to his lifelong rival, Garp, to be raised as his own. Garp treated Ace as his own grandson and genuinely cared for him. However, at present, Ace only acknowledges Whitebeard as his father and does not recognize Roger. Currently, there are only 33 hours remaining until Ace's public execution. Luffy and Empress have finally arrived at Impel Down. They encounter Vice Warden Hannibal and learn that Ace, Crocodile, and Jinbe are held in the lowest level of the prison. At that moment, Empress is subjected to a body search, which is being broadcasted live. However, she uses the power of the Love fruit to petrify the surveillance bugs and female guards. With Empress's assistance, Luffy successfully infiltrates the prison. Before parting ways, Luffy discreetly reveals his head to express gratitude to Empress. Through expert lip reading, Empress comprehends Luffy's message.
愛していると言われた。
Introduction to Impel Down. Impel Down consists of 6 levels, housing increasingly dangerous criminals as you descend. Currently, the Clown Buggy is imprisoned on the first level, known as Crimson Hell. He was captured after accidentally entering a marine base while searching for treasure in Pushing City. Using his Devil Fruit ability, Buggy managed to escape from his cell during the incident. While fleeing, he encountered Luffy, and Buggy agreed to tell Luffy Ace's location in exchange for the armband Luffy obtained from Moria. In fact, the armband is a treasure map. Due to the relatively weak guards on the first level, Luffy and Buggy quickly pass through it and reach the second level, known as Wild Beast Hell. The guards here are fierce beasts and much stronger than those on the first level. Luffy and Buggy then launch a strong attack, preparing to advance to the third level. Meanwhile, Warden Magellan, who possesses the Venom Fruit ability, detects Luffy's actions. Because of the nature of his Devil Fruit ability, Magellan has a fondness for inducing diarrhea. Empress uses her charm to deceive Magellan, requesting his assistance in seeing Ace. Meanwhile, Luffy easily defeats the guards on the second level, and Buggy, in order to gain favor, releases many prisoners, including Mr. 3, an old acquaintance of Luffy's. Later, the three encounter the guardian of the second level, Sphinx. In the fierce battle, Sphinx accidentally breaks through the ground, causing them to fall into the third level, known as Starvation Hell. Meanwhile, on the sixth level, Eternal Hell, Ace meets Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Jinbe's homeland has been protected by Whitebeard, avoiding pirate destruction. In return for this protection, Jinbe hopes to stop the war between the Navy and Whitebeard and is willing to give up his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy and Buggy fall into a trap set by Chief Jailer Saldeth in this area. However, Sphinx breaks the trap, and they manage to escape. Currently, Buggy and Mr. 3 decide to part ways with Luffy for their safety. Mr. 3 uses his Wax fruit powers to create a key and rescue the imprisoned Bon Clay. Upon learning about Luffy's actions, Bon Clay rushes to Luffy's side without hesitation. After being apart for several days, they reunite and can't help but embrace each other in tears. This time, Bon Clay decides to help Luffy in rescuing Ace. At the same time, he wants to meet a miracle person, Okama King Emporio Ivankov, on the 5th level. Meanwhile, at Magellan's place, after seeing Empress Boa Hancock off, he realizes the seriousness of the situation and decides to personally capture Luffy on the 4th level. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions manage to defeat a powerful jailer beast together. Due to the floor cracking, they successfully reach the 4th level, Blazing Hell. Unexpectedly, Magellan has been waiting for them, and a fierce battle erupts. Against Magellan's deadly Venom fruit powers, Luffy's group is completely overpowered and in grave danger. To confuse Magellan, Bon Clay transforms into Luffy's appearance. However, shortly afterward, Luffy falls victim to the poison and is defeated by Magellan. The others have to disperse and escape to save their lives. Consequently, Luffy is imprisoned in the 5th level, known as Freezing Hell, by Magellan. On the contrary, Bon Clay cleverly disguises himself as Hannibal and successfully flees alongside Buggy and Mr. 3. Bon Clay, determined to rescue Luffy, eventually arrives at the 5th level. After a long and perilous journey, he finds Luffy alone, poisoned, and on the verge of death. Undeterred by the extreme cold, Bon Clay carries Luffy and seeks out the miraculous person, Ivankov. On their way, they encounter a pack of wolves, but with the help of Luffy's Haushiku Haki, they manage to drive them away. However, due to the severe cold, both of them collapse on the ground. After a considerable time, Bon Clay slowly regains consciousness and finds himself in a tavern. There, he finally sees the long-awaited Emporio Ivankov and Inazuma. This place turns out to be the unknown 5.5 level of Nukama Land, a haven for prisoners. Speaking of Ivankov, he possesses the powers of the Hormhorn fruit, capable of using female hormones to change the gender of individuals. Utilizing these powers, Ivankov helps Luffy activate his immune system and purge the toxins. Indeed, Luffy has to pay the price of losing 10 years of his life to unleash his potential. Emporio and his comrades are members of the Revolutionary Army, originally planning to wait for orders and incite a rebellion within Impel Down. However, upon learning that Luffy's father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, they decide to aid Luffy in rescuing Ace as a display of loyalty to Dragon. Nevertheless, upon reaching the 6th level, Infinite Hell, they discover that Ace has already been taken away by the Marines. At this critical moment, Jinbe informs Luffy that Ace will be sent to Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Upon hearing this, Luffy expresses his unwavering determination to rescue Ace, no matter the location, as he knows he will regret it for the rest of his life if he doesn't try. Suddenly Crocodile offers his assistance to Luffy in escaping from Impel Down. The condition is for Luffy to release him and accompany him to confront Whitebeard and settle their differences. Furthermore, Jinbe also offers his help in rescuing Ace. Despite Luffy's past conflicts with Crocodile and his limited familiarity with Jinbe, he releases them both to save Ace. To put Luffy's mind at ease, Emporio also reveals that he holds a secret about Crocodile that could be used as leverage against him. Thus Crocodile and Jinbe join the jailbreak team. The group encounters numerous obstacles, successfully rescuing Mr. 1 on the 4th level and witnessing the awe-inspiring strength of Emporio, the Empress of Nukama Land. Emporio showcases his formidable powers, such as enlarging his head using hormones. With his Hell Wink attack, he defeats all the guards effortlessly. After this battle, Emporio's fame as the Fathead spreads far and wide, as he effortlessly defeats countless enemies. Meanwhile, Buggy and Mr. 3 free a group of prisoners from the second level, and as a result, Buggy becomes the revered leader of the prisoners. However, the situation at Impel Down worsens when Blackbeard secretly leads his crew to invade through the main entrance, throwing the entire prison into chaos. Under the relentless assault of the jailbreak team, the prison guards suffer severe blows, and even Hannibal, despite severe injuries, clings on through sheer willpower. To deal with Blackbeard and the escaped prisoners, Magellan decides to release Shiryu of the Rain. Originally the chief warden of the prison, he was on par with Magellan in terms of strength, but his bloodthirsty nature led to his imprisonment on the 6th level. At that moment, Blackbeard confronts Luffy. He first knocks out the tenacious Hannibal and then reveals that he had intended to become one of the 7 warlords by capturing Luffy, but Ace took his place. Enraged, Luffy attacks Blackbeard, but he is no match for him. Eventually, with Jinbe's persuasion, Luffy decides to halt the fight with Blackbeard. Subsequently, Luffy and his group continue their ascent. Meanwhile, Magellan encounters Blackbeard, resulting in a clash of titans. The two sides refuse to yield, and a monumental battle ensues. With a single fluid motion, Magellan effortlessly defeats Blackbeard's entire crew. Afterward, he stylishly departs without killing Blackbeard, continuing his pursuit of Luffy. On the way, Emporio Ivankov, who stayed behind to aid Luffy, attempts to stop Magellan but proves no match for his strength. Eventually, Magellan catches up with Luffy and his group on the 1st level. The poison gas and venom spread, leaving the prisoners with no escape. At a critical moment, Mr. 3 demonstrates his fruit power. His fruit ability completely isolates the venom, successfully defending against the attack. With Mr. 3's assistance, Luffy engages in another battle with Magellan. On the other side, Jinbe, Crocodile, Buggy, and Mr. 1 manage to commandeer a battleship, planning their escape from Impel Down. However, during the battle, Magellan activates his skill Venom Demon, Jigaku no Shinpan, and pilots a giant venomous mobile suit, relentlessly pursuing Luffy. The red venom proves unstoppable even against the formidable wax defense, forcing Luffy to flee for his life. Suddenly Ivankov reappears on the battlefield. Using hormones, he manages to revive himself from the poison and catch up with everyone. Witnessing this, Luffy first activates Gear 3rd and uses candles to drive away the venomous mobile suit. Then everyone boards Ivankov's bulky head, flying out of Impel Down. Later, Jinbe summons numerous whale sharks to carry everyone to the battleship. Finally, Luffy and the others escape from Magellan's pursuit. They decide to head to Marine headquarters on the battleship. However, the crisis is not over as the gates of justice, the entrance to Marine headquarters, remain closed. Luffy and the others feel trapped, with no way forward or backward. Just at this critical moment, miraculously, the gates of justice open. Luffy steers the battleship into the gate, seizing a glimmer of hope. It turns out that Bon Clay, who has transformed into Magellan, is controlling the control room and gives the order to open the gates of justice. Earlier, he had informed Jinbe of his decision and asked him not to tell Luffy in advance. However, he is later captured by the arriving Magellan. On the other side, upon learning that Bon Clay saved them, everyone is deeply moved. Luffy picks up a Den Den Mushi and communicates with Bon Clay for the last time. He recalls the scenes of Bon Clay saving him in the past and asks him, In the end, Bon Clay sacrifices himself for Luffy once more. He displays his Okama way and bravely confronts Magellan. In this battle, Impel Down witnesses the escape of 241 prisoners, causing a sensation worldwide. However, the crisis at Impel Down is far from over. Shiryu administers an antidote to save the Blackbeard pirates, who then release dangerous criminals from level 6 and join forces to injure Magellan. It turns out that Blackbeard's true plan is to liberate these criminals. Meanwhile, on Luffy's side, the prisoners hold great admiration for Buggy, a member of the Roger Pirates. Buggy even considers the idea of replacing Whitebeard. Therefore, Luffy, Buggy, and the prisoners set off towards Marine headquarters to rescue Ace. Only a few hours remain until Ace's execution, and a major battle is on the horizon. Now let's shift our focus to the other members of the Straw Hat crew. Nami is studying meteorology at Weatheria, while Frankie visits Vegapunk's research facility on Karakuri Island. Sanji is defeated by the leader of the Okamas on Momwaro Island, which leads to his awakening of inner femininity, turning him into an Okama. In addition, Chopper rescues a baby bird in Torino Kingdom, Robin joins forces with the Revolutionary Army to save slave laborers at Tequila Wolf, Usopp is chased around Boyne Archipelago by terrifying plants and insects, Zoro almost becomes Perona's doll and fights against a sword-wielding baboon outside the castle, and Brook is recognized as a god on Lazy Bones Island and begins composing music for the impoverished kingdom. Each member of the crew is making efforts to reunite with Luffy. Luffy, determined, vows to save Ace. At this moment, Marine headquarters, Marineford, the site of the Summit War, is on the brink of chaos. Another major climax of the One Piece saga is about to unfold. Will Luffy be able to save Ace? What clashes will occur between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine headquarters? All will be revealed in the next chapter. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone. I am Mr.Dishwasher. In the previous episode, we explored Luffy's audacious escape from Impel Down. Currently, everyone is aboard the warships, preparing to set sail to Marineford for the brave mission of rescuing Ace. At this very moment, Ace's imminent execution is upon us. The world is well aware that this won't be an ordinary execution, and Whitebeard is certain to rise to the occasion to save his beloved son. The Marines have assembled an awe-inspiring force of 100,000 troops, 50 warships, 5 warlords, 3 admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Garp, showcasing the might of the world government. They are ready to crush any invading adversary, even if it happens to be the most formidable force in the world. Amid a tense atmosphere, Ace is escorted to the execution platform. Sengoku reveals Ace's lineage as the son of the Pirate King to the entire world. Now all that remains is for the execution to commence, and the world's most nefarious bloodline shall be vanquished forever. Suddenly, 43 pirate ships appear on the horizon. In a grand display, Whitebeard emerges from the depths of the sea, leading his majestic fleet of 47 battleships. The Great War is about to begin. At this moment, Ace hopes that Whitebeard and his comrades won't put their lives at risk for his sake. Nonetheless, Whitebeard calmly says, Upon hearing his father's words, tears flow down Ace's face. Memories of his past with Whitebeard flood his mind. In the past, a young and inexperienced Ace gained great fame. He turned down an invitation to join the 7 warlords and instead chose to challenge Whitebeard in a one-on-one confrontation. During this endeavor, he engaged in a 5-day and 5-night battle with Jinbe, which ended in a standstill. Whitebeard personally intervened and defeated Ace with a single punch. However, rather than executing Ace, Whitebeard offered him a heartfelt invitation. From that moment, Ace set sail with Whitebeard's crew and repeatedly tried to assassinate him, but each attempt proved futile. Whitebeard never held him accountable and kept him close by. Eventually, Ace was moved by Whitebeard's generosity and joined his crew as the 2nd Division commander. However, later on, Blackbeard murdered one of their comrades and stole the dark fruit. To restore Whitebeard's reputation, Ace pursued Blackbeard despite the advice against it, leading to the current situation. Now Whitebeard admits that he was the one who encouraged Ace to chase after Blackbeard. He then activates his Tremor fruit power, summoning a tremendously powerful tsunami that threatens to engulf Marineford. Witnessing this, Akiji can no longer remain passive and freezes the tsunami directly.
Ice Age!
Under Akiji's icy domain, the entire sea is immobilized, and the ships can no longer advance. The naval conflict transforms into a land-based battle as the pirates disembark and enter the fray. At the same time, Mihawk launches an attack on Whitebeard with his sword, assessing the difference in strength between himself and the world's mightiest. However, Jozu, the 3rd Division commander and user of the Twinkle Twinkle fruit, effortlessly blocks the assault. Following this display, the offensive and defensive battle officially commences, with both sides engaging in close combat. Amidst the clash, Kizaru approaches Whitebeard with astonishing speed, preparing to strike. However, Marco, the 1st Division commander and user of the Bird fruit, model, Phoenix, intercepts the attack, propelling Kizaru away and showcasing his commanding power. In this moment, Akainu can no longer contain himself and activates his Magma fruit power, unleashing a fiery onslaught upon Whitebeard's entire crew. Witnessing this, Whitebeard finally takes action. With a gentle breath, he extinguishes the candles on the birthday cake. Following this symbolic act, the confrontation escalates, and the pirates gain the upper hand against the Marines. Nonetheless, the warlords are formidable opponents. Doflamingo and Moria make their moves, and Little Oars sustains instant, severe injuries. Despite his fervent desire to save Ace, Little Oars eventually collapses helplessly to the ground. Fortunately, thanks to Little Oars' earlier destruction of the city walls, the pirates secure a passage to the central plaza. Whitebeard then issues the command to attack, and everyone charges forward with courage, determined not to let Little Oars' resolve go in vain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sengoku orders Tsuru to commence the execution ahead of schedule. At the same time, Garp stands beside Ace, reminiscing about their shared past and feeling as if it were only yesterday. Garp had hoped to train Ace to become a Marine, but Ace chose the path of a pirate. In this moment, Garp says to Ace,
悪党に同情はねえが家族は違う。
エース貴様、なぜわしの言う通りに生きなんだ。
At this critical juncture, the assembly led by Luffy finally reaches the battleground. They descend gracefully from the sky, assisted by a preceding tsunami. Prior to their appearance, their voices echo across the scene, and Luffy immediately cries out, The situation on the battlefield is constantly shifting. With Luffy's intervention, the scales of victory appear to tilt slightly in favor of the pirates. Suddenly Crocodile charges towards Whitebeard, seeking to settle old grudges. Yet Luffy swiftly intercepts Crocodile's assault with a soaring kick. In that moment, Luffy resolves to protect Whitebeard from Crocodile's attacks. To everyone's surprise, Whitebeard questions Luffy's strength and cautions him about the perilous nature of the battlefield. Unperturbed by these words, Luffy regards Whitebeard as a future rival and confidently declares, In the end, both Luffy and Whitebeard share the common goal of rescuing Ace. They engage in an equal conversation.
エースを助けてえのは同じだから、それだけ教えてやる。
すまねえな。
いいんだ、気にすんな。
Afterward, Luffy dashes towards the execution platform, encouraged by his actions, motivating the pirates with heightened morale. Admirals Kizaru, Kuma, and Moria, alongside other formidable fighters, attempt to halt Luffy's progress. However, with the aid of Ivankov, Jinbe, and others, all their efforts prove futile. Observing Luffy's daring sacrifice, Ace couldn't help but say, I have my own journey, and you have no right to interfere. Nevertheless, Luffy responds firmly to Ace's words,
俺は弟だ。
これで俺たちは今日から兄弟だ。
On the other front, Whitebeard is inspired by Luffy's courage. He commands his entire crew to support Luffy and directs Marco to protect him. He even extends his greetings to Buggy and invites him to unite against the Marines. This speech immediately turns all the prisoners into Buggy's admirers. Meanwhile, Luffy continues to press forward, confronting Smoker. During their encounter, Luffy finds himself ensnared in Smoker's attack, but Empress Hancock timely intervenes to save him. Not only does she provide Luffy with a key hidden in her bosom, but she also intercepts Smoker's offensive. Furthermore, Ivankov learns about Kuma's transformation into PX-0, losing all sense of self. As a result, Ivankov has to battle Kuma and allow Luffy to keep advancing. On another front, Doflamingo tries to manipulate Jozu and proposes an alliance with Crocodile, but the latter scornfully rejects the offer. Within the battlefield, Hawkeye Mihawk stands in Luffy's way, attempting to stop him. With a few strikes, Luffy is immediately injured, and Jinbe is knocked into the sea. If it weren't for Luffy's first awakening of Kenbunchaku Haki, he would have been severely wounded by Mihawk's icebreaking strike, risking the loss of both his arms. Fortunately, Vista, the 5th Division commander, promptly engages in a fierce battle with Mihawk, enabling Luffy to continue his approach towards Ace. Meanwhile, the pacifists, acting as pacifists, flank the pirates from behind, intending to eliminate them. Additionally, Sengoku plans to halt the live stream and prematurely execute Ace while activating the encircling walls. However, one broadcast room cannot be shut down. Buggy, fortuitously, has acquired a Den Den Mushi for live broadcasting, making him famous and a big star. On Whitebeard's ship, Squard, who has long been missing, appears beside Whitebeard. To everyone's surprise, he drives a sword into Whitebeard's chest. It is revealed that Squard's pirate crew had been annihilated by Roger in the past, fueling his hatred towards Roger. Akainu deceives Squard by claiming that Whitebeard intends to trade Ace's life for the lives of all pirates. Nonetheless, Whitebeard does not hold Squard responsible, rather, he embraces him tenderly.
バカな息子をそれでも愛そう。みんな俺の家族だぜ。
In that very moment, Squard realizes the grave mistake he has committed. Subsequently, Whitebeard, gravely injured, personally joins the fray. The heavens tremble, and the earth shakes as a single strike defeats the marine giant Vice Admiral. The horrifying shockwave necessitates the combined efforts of 3 admirals to counteract. At this point, the Marines initiate the encircling walls and countless cannons, preparing to annihilate the pirates. Yet the area where Oz is located cannot activate the encircling walls, providing the pirates with a glimmer of hope. Observing this, Akainu intervenes with fury, unleashing his meteor volcano attack. He bombards the pirate crew with magma, enveloping everything in smoke. Even Whitebeard's ships and flags are engulfed in a sea of fire. Suddenly, Sengoku publicly orders Ace's execution, but Jinbe intervenes, rescuing Luffy from the encircling walls. At this moment, Luffy finds himself facing the 3 admirals. He attempts to create a smokescreen for evasive maneuvers, but Kizaru effortlessly repels him. With Ace's imminent execution catching everyone off guard, Crocodile steps in to rescue him, expressing disdain for the Navy's arrogance. Subsequently, Luffy and the others launch another rescue operation. Little Oars regains consciousness and breaks through the encirclement using a covert pirate ship. Despite Little Oars falling again under heavy fire, Whitebeard has already reached the forefront. Following Whitebeard's orders, the fierce battle between him and Akiji resumes. Jozu takes the opportunity to launch Akiji away, while Whitebeard continues to advance. On the other side, Marco heads alone towards the execution platform to rescue Ace, but he is struck down by Garp's punch. Witnessing everyone's desperate attempts to save him, Ace sheds tears. He had always believed that his birth was a mistake, but seeing his comrades sacrifice themselves to save him makes him realize the value of life. Meanwhile, Luffy is under attack from the Vice Admirals and struggles to stand. Kizaru even kicks him back to Whitebeard's side. However, with the aid of Ivankov's hormones, Luffy musters his strength and returns to his peak state. He is determined to save Ace, even if it means sacrificing his own life. Amidst the clash, Akainu blocks Whitebeard's devastating strike with a leg, their auras tearing through the air, leaving everyone astonished. But the wounded Whitebeard suddenly falls to a previous illness. Seizing this chance, Akainu uses Magma Fist to pierce through Whitebeard's chest. At the same time, Marco and Jozu, concerned for Whitebeard's safety, are heavily wounded by Kizaru and Akiji. Countless Navy soldiers rush towards Whitebeard, seemingly throwing their lives away to inflict more wounds on him. However, Whitebeard does not fall. He bellows his name and repels the approaching Navy with a single strike. Just then, Sengoku brings in a new executioner and issues the second order to execute Ace. It seems that no one can stop at this time, and the executioner's blade is about to fall. At the critical moment, Luffy reawakens his Haoshiku Haki, intimidating the executioner and shocking everyone. Seeing this, Whitebeard immediately orders everyone to protect Luffy and resist the Navy. Not only that, Crocodile and Mr. One also intervene, blocking Hawkeye. Finally, with everyone's protection, a path to Ace opens up. However, the Navy hero Garp stands in the way. Grandfather and grandson face each other on the battlefield, where one of them will either die or be killed. In the end, Garp can't bear to continue, and Luffy punches him away. In this manner, Luffy reaches the execution platform, but Kizaru uses a long-range attack to shatter the unlocked key. At the critical moment, Mr. 3 disguises himself as a Navy member and appears nearby. He uses his Candle Fruit ability to create a new key. Seeing this, Sengoku transforms into Buddha and decisively attacks. Luffy, on the other hand, enters third gear and endures Sengoku's attack with his body. The terrifying power destroys the execution platform, and the bomb explodes at that very moment. Finally, Luffy successfully rescues Ace, and the two brothers stand side by side again, displaying their astonishing power. Even Akiji's ice is melted by Ace's flames. At this moment, Squard, steering a pirate ship, intends to go down together with the Navy. However, Whitebeard single-handedly stops the charging vessel. He then orders a full retreat. To ensure everyone's safety, he will stay behind to hold off the enemies. Although everyone is reluctant, they choose to retreat following their captain's order. Meanwhile, Ace uses his flames to create a barrier and kneels down before Whitebeard. Afterwards, all the pirates commence their retreat in the opposite direction. However, at that moment, Akainu stands nearby, deriding Whitebeard as a relic of a bygone era. Upon hearing this, Ace halts his steps. In order to prove his father's honor, he chooses to forego escape and engage in a battle against Akainu. However, this plays right into Akainu's hands, as the Magma fruit is the natural nemesis of the Flame fruit. Eventually, Ace falls in defeat against Akainu. Subsequently, Akainu aims an attack at Luffy, who is already depleted of strength and appears beyond salvation. As Luffy stands on the precipice of being consumed by magma, Ace intervenes, taking the blow that pierces his chest, his life gradually waning. Unyielding, Akainu does not cease his assault. The magma fist strikes once more. This time, Jinbei risks his life to shield Luffy from the attack. His palm is seared with scorching magma. Meanwhile, Ace expresses his apologies to Luffy, contemplates whether his existence was a mistake, and reminisces about Dayton, the woman who raised him, and the deceased brother, Sabo. Ultimately, Ace conveys his deepest regrets. In that moment, time seems to stand still. Luffy and Ace appear transported back to their childhood. They make a vow to set sail together and become the freest souls on the sea. Finally, Ace closes his eyes forever. Grief-stricken, everyone falls into sorrow, and Luffy loses all will to fight. At that moment, the sorrowful Whitebeard breaks through the Navy's encirclement. He appears behind Akainu and delivers a thunderous punch that sends him crashing down. Faced with Whitebeard's terrifying onslaught, Akainu is reduced to a shapeless figure. However, his counterattack further exacerbates Whitebeard's injuries. Subsequently, Whitebeard fractures the earth beneath him, leaving a chasm thousands of meters deep. he stands alone, confronting the Navy. This is the final farewell and Whitebeard's last guardianship of his children. Just then, the Blackbeard pirates arrive brazenly. They have recruited new members from level 6 of Impel Down and now point their butcher's knife at Whitebeard. Then Blackbeard and Whitebeard engage in a fierce battle. Blackbeard harnesses the power of darkness to completely absorb Whitebeard's seismic force. However, even with just a breath left and his abilities disabled, Whitebeard defeats Teach with a single slash, making the latter beg for mercy. However, Whitebeard ultimately can't deliver the finishing blow. Taking advantage of the opening, Blackbeard orders his entire crew to attack. Under the relentless assault of the Blackbeard pirates, Whitebeard is left barely clinging to life. He recalls the image of drinking and gazing at the moon with Roger, remembers declining the invitation to Raftel, and the D's will spoken by Roger. Returning to the present, Whitebeard utters,
One Piece は実在する。許せ、息子たち。とんでもねえバカを残しちまった。随分と長く旅をした。いい航海だった。感謝している。さらばだ、息子たち。
After the resounding cry that shook the world, Whitebeard stands tall and perishes in the midst of battle. Throughout this conflict, he endures 267 cuts, 152 gunshot wounds, and is struck by 46 cannonballs. Surprisingly, his back remains unblemished, showing no signs of retreat. Thus, the emblem of an era departs, known as Whitebeard. At that very moment, Blackbeard abruptly covers Whitebeard with a black cloth. When he re-emerges, he wields the power of the Tremor fruit. A deafening roar sweeps through, reducing Marineford to ruins. However, amidst Blackbeard's rampage at Marine headquarters, Sengoku transforms into Buddha form, delivering a powerful blow to the entire Blackbeard crew, reigniting the battle. On the other front, Akiji freezes the sea while Akainu relentlessly pursues Luffy. During the course of the conflict, Akainu pierces through Jinbe's chest and deals another devastating blow to Luffy. In this dire situation, Crocodile intervenes, blocking Akainu's attack. Buggy then seizes the opportunity to transport Luffy and Squard to Law's submarine, where they find refuge. Everyone promptly submerges to evade Kizaru's laser attacks. In a corner of the battlefield, Kobe weeps for the cruelty of war. He confronts Akainu, hoping to halt the senseless fighting. Nevertheless, Akainu remains steadfast in his belief in absolute justice and mercilessly strikes Kobe. At this critical juncture, a man wielding a sword emerges, intercepting Akainu's mighty blow. That man is none other than red-haired Shanks. Simultaneously, Kizaru finally faces the threat of Beckman's gun, compelling him to cease his assaults. In that moment, red-haired Shanks declares an end to the war and requests respect from everyone. For those still seeking conflict, the red-haired pirates are prepared to oblige. To prevent further casualties, everyone acquiesces to Shank's plea. Eventually, Blackbeard departs, and Sengoku announces the war's conclusion. Thus, the Summit War comes to an end with neither side claiming victory. This event signifies the passing of an era's symbol and heralds the dawn of a turbulent age. The islands once protected by Whitebeard suffer widespread destruction, thrusting the world into turmoil and heading towards an even more perilous future. Deep beneath the sea, Law's submarine evades pursuit, and Boa Hancock arrives at the scene. Luffy's life is saved through Law's treatment, and he is taken to Daughter Island. However, upon awakening, Luffy can't accept Ace's death and becomes frantic. Fortunately, Jinbe manages to snap Luffy out of it, reminding him of his comrades on the sea. Yes, there are still many people caring for him, waiting for him. As a captain, he can't let down the hearts of his crew. Finally, Luffy reclaims his resolve. He decides to courageously bear the burden and carry on Ace's will, setting sail once more. In that moment, it is as if time has turned back to the past when 3 young children made a vow to sail the seas. Human dreams know no end. The Summit War has reached its conclusion. This chapter of One Piece stands as the most grand and intense battle, involving an unprecedented number of characters. An entire 50 episodes of the anime are dedicated to depicting this war, a truly astonishing spectacle. Additionally, this war has elicited countless tears. The successive departures of Ace and Whitebeard remain moments that many find difficult to look back upon. Of course, Luffy's journey is far from over. In the future, his past with Ace will come to light, and the Straw Hat crew will face the challenges of the new world. So what awaits us next? We shall find out in the upcoming installment. Thank you all. Goodbye. Hello everyone. I am Mr. Dishwasher. In the previous installment, we discussed the conclusion of the Summit War, with Luffy recovering on Amazon Lily. At this moment, he is reflecting on his past with Ace. Let's travel back in time to 10 years ago when they lived in Windmill Village. There, Garp entrusted Luffy and Ace to the mountain bandit Dayton for their upbringing. Garp hoped to groom them into Marines, but both Ace and Luffy had aspirations to become pirates. At that time, Ace showed disdain for the newly arrived Luffy, even launching dangerous attacks that put Luffy in peril, hung on the edge of a cliff, and risked his life. However, Luffy had received outdoor training from Garp since childhood, and he overcame numerous hardships to reappear in front of Ace. Luffy admired Ace greatly and never complained about his actions, he just wanted to be Ace's friend. Unfortunately, Ace paid little attention to Luffy's entreaties, always pushing him away and collecting money with his friend Sabo to fund their journey to the sea.
Wow, Ace! Wari, osoku natta. Osokatta na. Sei!
This time, Luffy kept a close eye on Ace and discovers his secret treasure. As a result, Ace and Sabo tied Luffy to a tree. The Blue Jam pirates suddenly appeared, capturing Luffy and interrogating Luffy about the Ace and Sabo treasure's whereabouts. Despite the fierce beating, Luffy didn't reveal anything. In the end, Ace and Sabo couldn't stand idly by. They rush into the pirates' hideout and engage in a fierce battle, eventually defeating them and rescuing Luffy. Afterward, Luffy gains the recognition of Ace and Sabo, and the three children become sworn brothers, cementing their bond with a solemn oath.
杯を交わすと兄弟になれるんだ。これで今日から俺たちは兄弟だ。
In this way, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo spend happy times together, exploring various areas such as cities and forests. Windmill Village belongs to the Goa Kingdom, a country with clear class distinctions. The poor and criminals were confined to the Grey Terminal outside the city. Sabo originally came from a noble family, but he loathed the nobility's hypocrisy and corruption, refusing to associate with his selfish parents. Thus he ran away and became friends with Ace, intending to set sail together. However, their happiness was short-lived. Sabo's father hired the Blue Jam pirates to capture him and imprisoned him at home, forbidding him from interacting with Ace and Luffy. One day, Sabo overheard the kingdom's plan to burn down the Grey Terminal because the celestial dragons were coming to inspect the kingdom. The nobles considered the Grey Terminal a stain on the kingdom and wanted to erase it along with the people inside to maintain the country's beauty. Despite the upper class knowing about the plan, they remained indifferent. Sabo wanted to tell Ace and Luffy about it, but his father caught him and locked him at home. Meanwhile, the Blue Jam pirates initiated the burning operation and quickly set fire to the Grey Terminal. They also captured Luffy and Ace, pressuring them to reveal the treasure's location. In the critical moment, Ace awakened his Haoshiku Haki for the first time, stunning the pirates and engaging in a fight with Blue Jam. Dayton arrived to help Ace and joined the battle. After an intense struggle, they barely defeated Blue Jam. At the same time, the Revolutionary Dragon appeared with the Revolutionary Army, including Ivankov and the young tyrant Kuma. They rescued the people, and Dragon stated his determination to change the corrupt world. The fire eventually destroyed the Grey Terminal, but thanks to Dragon's help, the people inside survived. The next day, the Celestial Dragons arrived at the Goa Kingdom, and all the nobles went to the harbor to welcome them. Sabo took the opportunity to escape from home and stole a fishing boat, planning to set sail as a free pirate. However, the Celestial Dragons confronted him and ruthlessly used cannon fire to destroy Sabo's boat, causing him to fall into the depths of the sea. Afterward, Ace and Luffy received news of Sabo's tragic fate, and they both fell into deep sorrow. Ace even received a letter from Sabo, where he wrote, "When you see this letter, I've already set sail. Although I don't know where I'll go next, I'll become stronger. Maybe we'll meet again on the sea." 2 older brothers and a younger brother, that's a strange combination, but it's our most precious bond. Finally, our little brother, Luffy, I'm counting on you. Ace. Afterward, Luffy felt concerned that Ace might eventually meet the same fate. Nevertheless, Ace reassured him, making a vow never to die. To protect those they cherished, both of them embarked on rigorous training. They planned to set sail and carry on Sabo's will when they turned 17. On the day when Sabo was believed to have died, a young Zoro spotted a Revolutionary Army ship on the shore. As it turned out, Sabo didn't die. He received treatment from Dragon and joined the Revolutionary Army. Time flew by, and years later, Ace and Luffy turned 17 and embarked on their own adventures. Every time they parted ways, Dayton couldn't bear to say goodbye to her 2 sons. Finally, Luffy defeated the Lord of the Coast and declared his dream, commencing his legendary adventure. Returning to the present, Luffy ceases his reminiscing about Ace. Encouraged by Jinbe, he recollects memories of his comrades and decides to set sail immediately to fulfill their promise of reuniting in 3 days. On the other side, Garp, having ended the Summit War, returns to Windmill Village. As a marine hero, he receives a warm welcome from the villagers. However, Dayton intercepts him and knocks him down with a stick, questioning why he didn't save Ace. What else in this world is more important than family? Meanwhile, red-haired Shanks and Marco lay Whitebeard and Ace to rest. Father and son now rest eternally together, silently watching the ebb and flow of the sea. In different parts of the world, the Straw Hat members learn of the events of the Summit War. They all worry about Luffy and make arrangements to head to the Sabaody archipelago. The process won't be easy, but they are determined to share in Luffy's pain, undeterred by any obstacles. On Amazon Lily, Rayleigh unexpectedly swims there without any tools and finds Luffy. He returns Luffy's straw hat and then explains the story of Kuma. It turns out that Kuma is a Revolutionary Army officer who knocked everyone away to rescue them from Kizaru's grasp. Afterward, Rayleigh warns Luffy that the Straw Hat crew's current strength is insufficient to survive in the New World. The calamities that occurred in the Sabaody archipelago would recur in the New World. Thus, the top priority is to enhance their strength to ensure their continued journey. Finally, Luffy accepts Rayleigh's advice. With Rayleigh and Jinbe, he heads to Marineford for a moment of silence to mourn the Summit War. Luffy knocks the bell 16 times and inscribes 3D2Y on his arm. This is the message he wants to convey to his crew through the newspapers. The original plan to meet up on Sunny in 3 days is changed to reassemble after 2 years. During these 2 years, everyone should improve themselves. The news of Luffy's tribute to the Summit War spreads quickly worldwide. Upon seeing the photo in the newspaper, his comrades understand Luffy's intentions, except for Zoro, who takes a little longer. Of course, apart from the Straw Hat crew, various stories are unfolding all over the world. The supernovas have entered the New World, Buggy is appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government, and the former warlord, Mariah, is ruthlessly attacked by Doflamingo after the Summit War. Fortunately, Absalom's invisibility saves Mariah's life. In addition, Blackbeard is vying for one of the 4 Emperor's positions, capturing Bonnie in an attempt to make her his ship's bride. However, upon Akainu's arrival, Blackbeard has to abandon his plan and escape. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew members are all going through their own training and experiences in their respective locations. In Torino Kingdom, Chopper quells the war between humans and birds and dedicates himself to studying medicine. Nami is at Weatheria, studying the weather of the Grand Line. Frankie is on Karakuri Island, researching how to strengthen the Thousand Sunny. Sanji encounters Ivankov on Momoro Island and undergoes challenging training with him. Brook holds concerts on Lazy Bones Island. Robin accompanies the revolutionaries to Baltigo headquarters. Usopp studies the offensive capabilities of special animals and plants on Boyne Archipelago. Zoro kneels before Mihawk at the castle, requesting to learn swordsmanship from him, all in an effort to help Luffy achieve his dream of becoming the Pirate King. He humbles himself before his ultimate adversary.
お前のような男がプライドを捨てるときは必ず誰かのためだと決まっている。
As for Luffy, he goes to Ruzukena with Rayleigh for training. He becomes Rayleigh's disciple and begins learning various forms of hockey. Time passes, and the next reunion will be after 2 years. What will the Straw Hat crew look like in 2 years? What thrilling adventures will they experience in the new world? We will find out in the next installment. Thank you all. Goodbye. Hello, everyone. I am Mr. Dishwasher. In the previous chapter, we explore how Luffy makes a 2-year commitment to his comrades. Time flies by swiftly, and before they know it, 2 years have passed. After bidding farewell to Empress and the animals on Ruzukena Island, Luffy packs his belongings and sets off for the Sabaody Archipelago. Surprisingly, Zoro is the first to arrive at Shaki's bar. Thanks to Perona's guidance, he doesn't get lost and becomes the first companion to reach the destination. Feeling bored, Zoro even considers borrowing a fishing boat for some fishing but accidentally boards someone else's pirate ship and inadvertently slices it in half.
船を間違えた。
One by one, the members of the Straw Hat crew arrive. Sanji finally escapes from the Okamas, and Brook has a farewell concert. Nami encounters Usopp and warmly embraces him, expressing her excitement. Currently in Sabaody, there is also a group of imposters posing as the Straw Hat Pirates, capitalizing on Luffy's fame to recruit more members. Chopper, who suffers from face blindness, mistakes them for his crewmates and follows them for quite some time. Luffy himself also mistakes them for his comrades and greets them, including Zoro and Sanji.
やっぱお前サンジか？え？お前ゾロだな？お前ら久しぶりだな。
Of course, the imposter incident doesn't last long. The Marines receive intelligence and swiftly capture the fake Straw Hat Pirates. During this process, Luffy reveals his true identity and encounters Sentomaru. A battle ensues, and pacifistas are unleashed.
おせ。セカンド。
Presently, Luffy's strength has greatly increased, and with a single attack, he completely destroys the pacifistas. Soon, Zoro and Sanji arrive, and they face the same interception. And thus Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji successfully reunite. They also encounter Silver's Rayleigh, who comes to bid them farewell. Over the 2 years, Rayleigh's fondness for Luffy has grown immensely. Luffy sincerely thanks his mentor once again and expresses his dream. Later, Rayleigh bids farewell to Luffy, reminiscing about the little moments they had during the 2 years. He confronts the entire Navy on Luffy's behalf.
弟子の船出だ。吉名に頼むよ。
Finally, all members of the Straw Hat crew are back together. Zoro openly teases Sanji.
7番が一番に偉そうに言いやがって。
調子こえてんじゃねえぞ。
ああ、悪かった。7番。
During the 2-year period, except for Chopper, the Straw Hat crew undergoes significant changes. Robin not only lightens her skin color but also enhances her facial features, making her even more captivating. Afterwards, with the help of numerous friends, the Straw Hat crew manages to elude the Navy. They set sail on the Thousand Sunny towards Fishman Island and the New World. During the descent, Frankie unveils the truth about the Thousand Sunny's impeccable condition. It turns out that the ship has been protected by Kuma, preventing the Navy from causing any harm to it. Prior to his modifications, Kuma made an agreement with Vegapunk, vowing to safeguard the Thousand Sunny until the Straw Hat crew arrived. Under the guise of a tyrant, Kuma performs acts of benevolence. Only then does everyone realize that Kuma was, in fact, their benefactor. At that moment, the Straw Hat crew encounters the Caribou Pirates. Surprisingly, the Caribou Pirates seek fame and recognition by challenging Luffy. However, Caribou unexpectedly finds himself alone on Luffy's ship, facing the entire Straw Hat crew. Subsequently, Caribou becomes the first pirate crew in the New World to be defeated by Luffy. Later, Luffy and his group encounter the giant octopus Kraken, which carries them down to a depth of 7,000 meters due to a descending current. After a series of adventures, a colossal large monk named Watatsumi appears before them, accompanied by the ghost ship, Flying Dutchman. Just as the sea monster is about to obey Vanderdecken's command to attack the Sunny, Kraken intervenes and saves them by pummeling the large monk. It turns out that Luffy has completely tamed the giant octopus and befriended it. Subsequently, a volcanic eruption occurs on the sea floor, and Nami guides everyone to the trench, leading them to a depth of 10,000 meters. The Sunny cleverly evades pursuit by the new Fishman pirates using the coup de burst technique and finally arrives at Fishman Island. However, they are separated by the sea current. Luffy, Chopper, Sanji, and Usopp find themselves at Kami's house. Kami gives them a tour of Fishman Island and introduces them to the three princes of the Neptune royal family. On the way, Sanji has a nosebleed due to close contact with a mermaid, causing him to lose a significant amount of blood, putting his life in danger and requiring urgent treatment. However, Fishman Island forbids giving blood to humans due to the deep-rooted conflict between humans and fishmen. Helplessly, Kami leaves with Luffy to find someone willing to donate blood to save Sanji. After a journey, they arrive at the Mermaid Cafe, where they find some Okamas willing to donate blood to Sanji, saving his life. While Luffy takes everyone on a tour of Fishman Street, the cafe's manager, Shirley, has a vision of the future. She sees that Fishman Island will be utterly destroyed due to Luffy's actions. On the other hand, Luffy encounters Brook, Pappug, and Nami, learning that Vanderdecken had been threatening the Mermaid Princess with marriage. Currently, Fishman Island is under the rule of the Yonko, Big Mom. Later, King Neptune appears before the group. This is because Luffy had previously accidentally rescued Princess Shirahoshi's pet shark, Megalo. King Neptune extends an invitation to everyone to visit Ryugu Palace. On the other hand, Caribou managed to escape from the chaos and secretly kidnapped mermaids using the power of the Swamp fruit. However, the guards mistakenly identify Luffy and his crew as the suspects. Inside Ryugu Palace, Luffy finds himself in an unusually stretchy and pliable area, which turns out to be the residence of Princess Shirahoshi. For the past decade, Shirahoshi has refrained from venturing outside to avoid Vanderdecken, who possesses the Mark fruit ability, enabling him to target her with objects thrown at her, posing a significant threat. However, this time, to fulfill Shirahoshi's wish of visiting her mother's grave in the sea forest, Luffy ensures her protection and accompanies her to the site. Meanwhile, Nami and the others encounter Zoro. Nonetheless, when King Neptune learns about the mermaid's disappearance, he turns hostile towards the Straw Hat crew and orders their arrest. Surprisingly, Zoro's formidable combat prowess effortlessly subdues King Neptune. Simultaneously, the leader of the new Fishman pirates, Hody, and Vanderdecken hold a formal meeting, planning to overthrow King Neptune's rule and join forces. Subsequently, they infiltrate the king's Ryugu Palace, but upon realizing that Shirahoshi isn't present, Vanderdecken immediately pursues her. Meanwhile, Nami recognizes the emblem of the new Fishman pirates on Hody, discovering that he inherited Arlong's deep-seated hatred towards humans and aspired to dominate them. To confront the Straw Hat crew, he even floods the Ryugu Palace with seawater. Observing this, Zoro instructs the others to evacuate while he remains to confront the enemies. Following that, Zoro takes action, displaying his one-sword IAI technique and effortlessly defeating Hody. However, in the water, Zoro's combat abilities are limited, and eventually, Hody, fueled by the energy steroids and the advantage of being in the water, captures Zoro, Usopp, Neptune, and the others. Meanwhile, Nami, aboard the flying fish Kami, manages to escape. On the other side, Luffy and Shirahoshi encounter Sanji and Chopper. Sanji, driven by his dream of meeting the mermaid princess, is willing to sacrifice himself, regardless of his nosebleed. Fortunately, this time Sanji turns to stone directly, avoiding the risk of anemia crisis. Then Vanderdecken pursues them, intending to capture Shirahoshi. However, Luffy easily defeats Dekken and the large monk, leaving triumphantly. Afterward, they arrive at the sea forest to pay their respects to Shirahoshi's mother, Queen Otohime. Here, Luffy meets Jinbe and some of the Straw Hat crew members and learns about Fishman Island's history from Jinbe. Many years ago, fishmen suffered from discrimination and oppression by humans. Two individuals stood up to protect Fishman Island, the peace advocate, Queen Otohime, and the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger. Tiger advocated for liberation and freedom, and both Jinbe and Arlong were once his crew members. Tiger rescued numerous fishmen slaves and even attacked Mariajoa, the Holy Land. To liberate themselves from the shadow of slavery, each crew member was branded with the symbol of the sun. It can be said that both Otohime and Tiger were heroes of Fishman Island, but their ideologies and methods were entirely different. Once, Tiger rescued a human slave girl named Koala. Despite her ordeal, she remained strong and faced everything with a smile, just to survive.
すみません。働きますから、手を休めず掃除しますから。
何しとる？
すみません。何があっても泣きませんから、殺さないでください。
わしらが怖えのか？
はい。でもお母ちゃんに会いたいから、勇気出して船に乗りました。役に立ちますから、殺さないでください。
In reality, Koala longed deeply for her mother in her hometown. Her strong desire to reunite with her mother led her to take a life-threatening risk and board Tiger's ship. This act touched Tiger's heart, prompting him to order his entire crew to lower their weapons, assuring Koala of her safety. He also encouraged the young girl to express her emotions freely, including shedding tears if needed.
こいつは必ず故郷へ送り届ける。
And so, Koala remained with the Sun Pirates. Over the years, she developed profound friendships with the fishmen, and they influenced each other positively. However, an unexpected incident occurred when Tiger sent Koala back to her mother. It was later revealed that releasing Koala was part of a world government plot to exterminate the Sun Pirates who had set foot on land. In a fierce battle, Tiger lost a significant amount of blood and found himself on the verge of death. Despite the possibility of saving himself with human blood, he refused, disclosing that he himself was once a slave. Having witnessed numerous human atrocities, his heart had become consumed by hatred. All of this changed with Koala's arrival. In his final moments, Tiger acknowledged Queen Otohime's vision of peaceful coexistence with humans as the right path for Fishman Island. Following Tiger's passing, Jinbe aimed to bridge the gap between fishmen and humans, earning a position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. On the other hand, Arlong received a pardon from the Marines and was exiled to the East Blue, Nami's homeland. Meanwhile, Queen Otohime, an advocate for peace, inadvertently rescued the celestial dragon Josgard. During the rescue, Shirahoshi showcased her ability to control sea kings, which caught the attention of Vander Dekken. Later, Otohime ventured to the human world alongside the celestial dragons, demonstrating its safety and collecting many friendly signatures from humans. This inspired the path of peace for Fishman Island, and the fishmen placed even greater trust in their queen. However, tragedy struck when Otohime was assassinated by a human pirate, leading to her demise. Despite her dying wish for the fishmen not to be consumed by hatred, they once again harbored disappointment and animosity towards humans, a grudge that continues to this day. Returning to the present, Jinbe earns Nami's forgiveness. They then discover that Hody plans to execute Neptune and declare himself king as the once-in-4 years World Conference is about to convene. Neptune's aim is to propose a new peace treaty between fishmen and humans, an idea vehemently opposed by Hody. He vows to initiate a great age of fishmen and openly challenges Luffy, who has a bounty of 400 million berries. On Brook's side, he utilizes his ability to separate his soul from his body and finds Pat Pug, who successfully rescues Zoro and the others, enabling them to escape from Ryugu Palace. Meanwhile, Fishman Island suffers extensive destruction caused by Hody. Those who once supported Otohime are now condemned by Hody as traitors. Hody also consumes a large quantity of energy steroids, significantly boosting his strength. Amidst the chaos, Jinbe and Shirahoshi are the first to rush to the execution site to rescue Neptune. However, they fall into Hody's trap and are captured. At this moment, Hody reveals that he was the one who killed Queen Otoheim 10 years ago, with the intention of fueling hatred between humans and fishmen. On the other side, Vanderdecken hurls the massive Ark Noah toward Shirahoshi, deciding to destroy both her and Fishman Island together. In the execution plaza, faced with Hody's threat, the fishmen remember Shirley's prophecy and call out Luffy's name, hoping that he will come to their rescue. Unexpectedly, Luffy emerges from the shark's mouth and makes a dazzling appearance. Afterward, all members of the Straw Hat crew show up one by one, and the great battle begins against the 100,000 fishmen. At the beginning, Luffy unleashes his Haushiku Haki, instantly defeating 50,000 fishmen. Following suit, the Straw Hat crew and Jinbe effortlessly take down the fishmen pirate officers. It can be said that the new fishmen pirates become a grand stage for showcasing the skills of the Straw Hat crew. Just then, Noah appears above Fishman Island. Shirahoshi realizes she is the target of the Ark and immediately leaves the island, while Luffy, Hody, and the Royal Prince closely pursue her. As Noah seems about to follow Shirahoshi away from the island, Hody goes berserk and assassinates Vanderdecken. As a result, under the influence of gravity, Noah plummets back toward Fishman Island. In the midst of this crisis, the Royal Prince questions why Hody harbors such immense hatred toward humans. However, Hody's answer is shocking. It turns out that humans have never done anything to Hody, he lives in his own imagined grudge. The new Fishmen pirates are also monsters formed by accumulated resentment. Afterward, Hody defeats the Royal Prince and engages in a battle with Luffy. But how can he be a match for Luffy? With a single move, the Red Hawk, Luffy sends Hody flying far away. At this moment, Hody consumes another excessive dose of energy steroids and undergoes further mutation. He once again confronts Luffy, using his Murasame technique, while Luffy, urged by the hopes of all the fishmen, unleashes his ultimate attack, the Elephant Gun. And so, Luffy decisively defeats Hody. At the same time, the Straw Hat crew takes down all of the new Fishman pirates. However, the crisis is far from over, as Noah is about to crash onto Fishman Island. Seeing this, Luffy bravely attacks Noah with the intention of smashing the Ark with his fists. The battle is incredibly intense, and Luffy's actions touch all the fishmen, who call out to him and thank him for his efforts to save Fishman Island. Finally, under Luffy's relentless assault, Noah is destroyed halfway. But then, a voice reaches Luffy's ears, urging him to stop immediately because Noah is a ship of the promise between Fishman Island and Joy Boy. Shortly after, Shirahoshi summons the Sea Kings, who intercept Noah and prevent the impending catastrophe. With this, the crisis is finally averted, and Fishman Island embraces genuine peace. After the battle, Luffy, who has lost a significant amount of blood, receives a blood transfusion from Jinbe and regains his health. They break the shackles that have bound Fishman Island, and both humans and fishmen begin anew. Luffy extends an invitation to Jinbe to join the Straw Hat crew, but Jinbe has one last task to fulfill and temporarily declines the offer. Later, the Straw Hat crew attends the king's banquet. Neptune informs Robin that the historical text mentions a person seeking forgiveness, Joy Boy. He also reveals that Shirahoshi, the princess, is one of the three ancient weapons, Poseidon. Meanwhile, Caribou overhears their conversation. On the other side, Luffy learns from Jinbe that Admiral Akainu defeated Admiral Akiji to become the fleet admiral. Akiji leaves the Marines, and Blackbeard becomes one of the four emperors and so on. Meanwhile, Caribou secretly kidnaps Shirahoshi with malicious intentions, but Luffy and the others happen to pass by and intervene gently.
なんだよ麦わらいいとこなんだから邪魔すんなってキヒって麦わらルフィ様
Later, Big Mom's envoy also arrives at Fishman Island to demand sweets. Due to Hody's destruction of the sweets factory, and Luffy eating all the remaining sweets, there is no way to provide the desserts. Luffy directly declares war on Big Mom through a phone call, stating that Fishman Island will now be guarded by him. To compensate for Big Mom's losses, Luffy sends her the treasure, the Tam-8 box, which comes from Ryugu Palace. However, unbeknownst to Big Mom, the Tam-8 box conceals a bomb to prevent theft, laying the groundwork for future events. Finally, the Straw Hat crew set sail once again. Before parting ways, they make a promise with Shirahoshi that they will take her to see a real forest on their next adventure. And so, the Straw Hat crew enters the second half of the Grand Line, the New World. Here they will embark on a brand new adventure filled with even more excitement. With this, the story of Fishman Island comes to a close, showcasing the results of the Straw Hat crew's 2-year training and setting the stage for many new mysteries and developments in the New World. The arc Noah, Joy Boy, Big Mom's treasure box, and Luffy's destruction of Fishman Island are just a few of the mysteries that lie ahead, making everyone eagerly anticipate what will unfold. As for what the future holds, we will find out in the next chapter. Thank you all. Goodbye. Hello, everyone. I am Mr. Dishwasher. In the previous chapter, we mentioned that the Straw Hat crew said goodbye to Fishman Island and entered the New World. They receive a distress call from Punk Hazard and decide to investigate the island. On the other side, Smoker intercepts the call and orders his subordinates to follow the crew. He is now a Vice Admiral of the G5 Marine Branch and plans to head to Punk Hazard. Meanwhile, facing the island covered in flames, Luffy, Zoro, Robin, and Usopp proceed forward. They encounter a large red dragon, and Zoro and Luffy manage to defeat it successfully. However, Nami and the remaining 5 members on the Sunny are rendered unconscious by a mysterious organization. On the island, Luffy discovers a talking lower half of a body. With it, they head to the frigid region at the other end of the island. Back with Nami, the 4 of them are kidnapped and taken to a research facility, while Brook is left behind and unnoticed by the mysterious organization. In the prison of the research facility, Nami and the others see the severed head of Kin Eamon. It turns out that Kin Eamon was severed into pieces by Law's ability, but he wouldn't die. Kin Eamon is from the Wano country, and his purpose for this journey is to rescue his son. Later, Frankie uses a cannonball to break through the prison, and the group makes their escape. On the way, they arrive at a children's room where the kids are all extremely large, obviously not ordinary. On the other side, Smoker also arrives at the Frozen Fire Island, Punk Hazard. It turns out that 2 years ago, Akainu and Akiji battled here for 10 days and 10 nights, causing the island to become what it is now. Nami's side, the children reveal their past. Many years ago, the people from the research facility told the children's parents that they were seriously ill. As a result, the children were brought to the facility for treatment, but in reality, they were subjected to experiments. Meanwhile, the owner of the research facility, Caesar, wants to drive away Smoker and the Marines. Law also appears here, offering his help. Currently, Law has become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and his strength has improved significantly. At this moment, Nami and the others arrive with the children. Suddenly, Law uses his room ability to control everyone and exchanges their hearts. Nami's heart ends up in Frankie, Frankie's heart in Chopper, Chopper's heart in Sanji, and Sanji's heart ends up in Nami, quite enticing. Later, Law emerges victorious in battles against a group of Marines and Smoker, showcasing his impressive strength. He even manages to take Smoker's heart, demonstrating his prowess. On the other side, the Straw Hat crew successfully reunites with Brook and encounters the Brownbeard Pirates, a group of half-human, half-beast pirates. Luffy skillfully tames Brownbeard, making him a free laborer. Subsequently, Luffy comes across Law, Nami, and the others. However, Law, with his last bit of pride, ignores Luffy and departs quietly after exchanging Smoker and Tashiji's hearts. Following this, the Straw Hat crew shares some vital information. It is revealed that Kin Eamon had come to the island to rescue his son, and he had injured the Brownbeard pirates but was ultimately defeated by Law. Brownbeard was the one who sent the earlier distress signal. The island used to be Vegapunk's laboratory, which was destroyed and contaminated after a failed experiment. Later, Caesar, Vegapunk's former colleague, and Law arrived on the scene. Caesar used his abilities to rescue the trapped members of the Brownbeard pirates, earning him the title of a savior and giving him authority over the crew. The dragon they encountered earlier turns out to be an artificial creation of Vegapunk. Meanwhile, Smoker exposes the truth about the child kidnapping case and reveals Caesar's role in the failed experiment. It is discovered that Caesar was the mastermind behind the whole Savior Act, with the aim of conducting even more dangerous experiments on the island. Simultaneously, the Straw Hat crew splits up to investigate the island. Zoro, Sanji, and Brook set out to find Kinemon's upper body. Meanwhile, Chopper, who stays behind, makes a significant discovery. He finds out that the candy the children had consumed was, in fact, a drug, and their giant transformations were side effects of the drug. The children's insatiable desire for candy causes them to go berserk, displaying immense strength and brutality. Fortunately, Usopp uses pollen to hypnotize them, temporarily calming the unrest. Later, Nami and Chopper remain behind to care for the children, while Luffy and the rest embark on a mission to settle the score with Caesar. Following a series of prolonged events, Law reappears and proposes an alliance with Luffy to challenge one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. In the New World, survival options are limited to either submitting to the 4 emperors or challenging them. Upon hearing this, Luffy eagerly accepts, and thus the Luffy-Law alliance is formed. As a gesture of goodwill, Law returns the hearts he had previously stolen from everyone. However, since Sanji is absent at the moment, Nami has to temporarily inhabit his body. Next, Law reveals that they are in Caesar's hideout. Caesar, who has a bounty of 300 million berries, possesses the power of the gas fruit, and his cruel experiments are responsible for turning the children into giants. Law and Chopper then set out to investigate the drug's ingredients used by Caesar. Meanwhile, at Caesar's location, he releases a massive poison gas bomb called Slime and finds Luffy and Smoker engaged in a battle. Caesar then sucks the surrounding area of oxygen, rendering Luffy and his comrades unconscious and defenseless. Meanwhile, at Sanji's location, he leaps into the sea and discovers Kinemon's body. Kinemon is completely restored and is moved to tears. Together, they set out to rescue Kinemon's son. Kinemon utilizes his flame-cutting sword technique to defeat the small slimes that surround them. On another front, Law creates a diversion to distract Caesar's accomplice, Monet, allowing Chopper the chance to uncover the truth behind the drugs. However, Law encounters Virgo, who has taken his heart captive, and is subsequently captured. It is revealed that Law had exchanged hearts with Monet to gain Caesar's trust. Moreover, Caesar, Virgo, and Monet are all subordinates of Joker, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Virgo is also the head of the G5 Marine branch, operating undercover as part of Joker's plan within the Marines. Upon waking, the children fall back into madness. Nami and Usopp, who are looking after them, are unable to handle the awakened children. At this moment, Caesar appears and manipulates the oxygen, controlling Nami and Usopp. He orders the children to kill Nami, threatening to withhold candy if they refuse. In this critical situation, Brownbeard recognizes Caesar's true face of evil and fights back. Though he is no match for Caesar, it provides Nami and Usopp with the opportunity to escape. Afterward, Caesar takes the children back to the biscuit room and live streams his deadly gas weapon to the underground bosses of the New World. His intention is to use the poison gas to eliminate the Straw Hat crew, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Marines, aiming to gain recognition from the bosses through the live video. Meanwhile, in another part of the New World, Kid sees Luffy and Law during the live stream and decides to approach Hawkins and Apu to discuss forming an alliance. On Luffy's side, they find themselves trapped with Law in the gas-filled Death Country. At this crucial moment, Law unlocks the Seastone shackles that he had previously swapped, saving everyone and retrieving Smoker and Tashiji's hearts. After some twists and turns, they all manage to return to the research facility base just in time to evade the poison gas. Later, Law helps Sanji and Nami switch back their hearts, with Sanji expressing special regret.
夢の時は終わった。
戻ったけど
サンジ君
なんでコート買ってんのよあんた服脱いだわね
Only one concealed passage leads to the sea, providing an escape route. As a result, the group splits up and makes preparations to flee and capture Caesar. On the opposite side, Chopper acquires the blueprint of the drug and manages to obtain some sedatives. With this, Chopper devises a plan to rescue the children and free them from the drug's effects. Meanwhile, Caesar also gets wind of the Straw Hat crew's escape plan. Driven by his insane desire for live streaming success, he injects poison gas into the research facility. On the other hand, Tashiji encounters Virgo while attempting to escape. Virgo's strength is extraordinary, and with just one encounter, Tashiji and the other Marines are easily defeated. Fortunately, Sanji, who happens to pass by, comes to Tashiji's rescue. Soon after, Sanji and Virgo engage in a fierce battle. Surprisingly, the 2 years of training have left Sanji's bones somewhat brittle, and Virgo gains the upper hand, breaking Sanji's leg bone with a single kick. Meanwhile, Luffy confronts Caesar and immediately launches a fierce attack. The power difference between them is immense, and Luffy completely overwhelms Caesar. However, just as Luffy is about to defeat him, Monet, using the power of the Snow fruit, holds Luffy back. On another front, Law arrives at the sad artificial devil fruit production room. Virgo discovers Law's actions and hurriedly disengages from Sanji to head to the production room. Along the way, he reports to Doflamingo about Law's betrayal. It turns out that Law used to be one of Doflamingo's subordinates. As a result, Doflamingo orders Virgo to eliminate Law, destroy the production room, and bring Caesar back. Chopper, on the other hand, uses the sedative to help a little girl named Mocha overcome her drug addiction. He asks Mocha to destroy the candy and informs her of the harm it caused. However, the other children, still suffering from withdrawal symptoms, attack Chopper, intending to take the candy from him. Inside the sad production room, Virgo and Law face off. Using Law's heart that he had taken earlier, Virgo gains control over Law, successfully subduing him. Just then, Smoker appears and joins the confrontation, determined to settle the matter with this traitorous marine. At the same time, Luffy accidentally falls into an underground garbage dump during the battle. Monet then appears before the Straw Hat crew and the children. She tries to prevent them from rescuing the children and unleashes a blizzard. At this moment, Luffy encounters Momonosuke, who had inadvertently consumed an artificial devil fruit, in the refuse heap. It turns out that Momonosuke was the long-lost son of Kinemon. Previously, Momonosuke had been one of the children and unintentionally ended up in a hidden chamber where he ingested the artificial devil fruit, transforming into a dragon and overhearing Caesar's plan. With Momonosuke's assistance, Luffy successfully escapes from the garbage dump. Determined to find Caesar and put an end to the source of evil, Luffy presses on. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tashigi and the Marines reach Monet's location. Tashigi orders the others to evacuate and search for the missing children, while she confronts Monet. However, Tashigi proves to be no match for Monet, suffering severe injuries from a single strike. In this dire situation, a man steps in. Witnessing Tashigi's pain, Zoro can't bear it. He unsheaths his sword and delivers a powerful blow. With a single slash, Zoro cuts Monet in half, leaving her terrified. Then Tashigi deals the finishing blow from behind, cleaning up the battlefield. Meanwhile, Mocha is still evading the pursuing children. In their frenzied state, the children's strength seems boundless, and they are closing in on Mocha. To protect the children from further harm, Mocha ingests all the candy. She remembers her promise to return home with everyone and decides to endure the excruciating pain of the lethal drug on her own. Despite her young age, Mocha doesn't back down from the heavy pain. At that moment, Mocha spits out blood and collapses on the ground, enduring unbearable suffering. The children finally realize that the candy is poisonous. Just in time, the Straw Hat crew and the Marines arrive and administer sedatives to the children. With the help of the Marines, Chopper treats Mocha, saving her life. Meanwhile, Luffy escapes from the garbage dump with Momonosuke. He encounters Caesar once again, who reveals the truth about Sad to Luffy. Sad is used to create smile fruits, which are artificial Zoan-type devil fruits. Doflamingo had already struck a deal with Kaido, and under Kaido's command, there were hundreds of artificial devil fruit users. Caesar exploited his connections with Doflamingo and Kaido to act recklessly. However, Luffy isn't intimidated by Caesar's connections, having faced even more formidable opponents in the past. Without hesitation, Luffy delivers a powerful punch to Caesar, sending the scientific villain flying. Meanwhile, Smoker and Virgo's battle rages on. Virgo's Busashoku Haki proves remarkably strong, putting Smoker at a disadvantage. With Smoker's help, Law retrieves his heart and, in return, delivers a swift and precise strike against Virgo. To everyone's astonishment, Law's single strike splits the entire Sad production room and the mountain in two. Meanwhile, Caesar transforms into a poisonous giant and begins attacking indiscriminately. In response, Luffy unleashes his Busashoku Haki at full power and uses the Grizzly Magnum attack, dealing a heavy blow to Caesar.
部下にしてやっても認めな。
As a result, Luffy sends Caesar flying far away, incapacitating him. Before his capture, Caesar mistakenly takes Monet's heart, believing it was Smoker's. Caesar accidentally kills his own teammate, Monet, and is ultimately apprehended by Luffy. Afterward, everyone escapes the research facility by using the transportation car. Finally, Momonosuke meets Kinemon, who has been searching for him. On the other side, Doflamingo dispatches two executives, Baby 5 and Buffalo, to retrieve Caesar, and he himself follows, heading to the battlefield. However, Frankie and Usopp intercept the executives one after another, thwarting Caesar's escape plan once again and capturing him. After the battle, Law successfully cures the children of their drug addiction, and Tashigi takes them away to care for them diligently. An unexpected and rare scene of pirates and marines getting along well, like one big family, appears on the scene. Then Luffy bids farewell to the marines and sets sail again, along with Law. At the same time, Law contacts Doflamingo, using Caesar as leverage to threaten him to resign from the 7 warlords of the sea the next day, or else he will kill Caesar. This threat would lead to Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, blaming Doflamingo for the failed trade. Doflamingo is instantly enraged. He personally comes to Punk Hazard. However, Luffy is no longer present, only a group of marines is stationed at the site. Doflamingo then decides to shift his attention to the people present and uses his Haoshiku Haki to take down all the marines, defeating Smoker in the process. Doflamingo grabs Smoker's neck, ready to kill him out of resentment. Just then, a man suddenly appears behind Doflamingo.
あらら。ちょっとごめんな、あんちゃん。そこどいてくれるか。そいつさ、俺の
Unexpectedly, Akiji happens to pass by and intercepts Doflamingo, claiming to rescue his friend. Helpless, Doflamingo can only leave with Baby 5 and Buffalo, filled with resentment. As night falls, the Straw Hat crew prepares to head to Dressrosa. Kinemon and Momonosuke also board the Sunny, setting out to find their companions on Dressrosa. Momonosuke even takes a bath with Robin, and the scene is very infuriating. After being scolded by Sanji and others, Momonosuke hides in Nami's arms, looking scared and upset, which makes everyone feel both angry and desperate. The night swiftly passes. The following day, as anticipated, the newspaper documents Doflamingo's resignation from the 7 warlords of the sea. Simultaneously, the partnerships of Law and Luffy, along with Kid's alliance, are featured in separate articles. Furthermore, Law reaches an agreement with Doflamingo to hand over Caesar in Dressrosa. However, Law's true aim is to obliterate the Smile Factory on the island. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Law is stripped of his 7 warlords of the sea title. The fresh lineup of the 7 warlords includes Buggy and Whitebeard Jr., who replace former members Jinbe and Moria. Akainu also dispatches Admiral Fujitora to investigate Doflamingo. Consequently, a brewing conflict involving multiple parties is on the verge of erupting in Dressrosa, casting a larger shadow over the island. With that, the story of Punk Hazard comes to an end, signifying the Straw Hat crew's maiden island adventure in the New World. While their adversaries weren't exceptionally formidable, the events on the island set the stage for numerous future developments, including the storyline from Doflamingo to Kaido. Moreover, the introduction of the Smile Fruit, Wano Country, Law and Luffy's alliance, Kid's alliance, and other elements add further intricacies to the forthcoming narrative. The future is certain to be even more exhilarating. So what lies ahead for them in the future? We shall discover in the next installment. Thank you all. Goodbye. Hello, everyone. I am Mr. Dishwasher. In the previous chapter, we discussed the alliance between Luffy and Law and their arrival at Dressrosa. Their primary objective is to destroy Doflamingo's Smile Factory while pretending to return Caesar. Despite Doflamingo resigning from the 7 warlords, the people of Dressrosa remain unfazed. Meanwhile, Doflamingo obtains the Flame fruit and plans to offer it as a prize for the Colosseum champion. He sends his subordinate, Diamante, to participate and entice Luffy into competing, temporarily dividing the Luffy-Law alliance. During this time, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the others form a team to sabotage the Smile Factory. On the island, they encounter living toys and a remarkably powerful blind old man, Admiral Fujitora, unbeknownst to them. Later, Zoro's prized sword, Shusui, is stolen by an unknown fairy, leading Zoro and Sanji to chase after it, resulting in the team splitting up. Kinemon then reveals that Shusui is a national treasure of the Wano country. On the other hand, upon learning that the Colosseum prize is the Flame fruit, Luffy decides to participate in disguise. He quickly registers and enters the Colosseum, where many formidable fighters have gathered. Here, Luffy also encounters Rebecca, the granddaughter of the former King Riku. Her father, Kairos, is a legendary Colosseum victor with 3,000 victories. Meanwhile, Zoro discovers the fairy who stole Shusui, a member of the Tontada tribe. Frankie encounters a one-legged toy soldier, and both aim to destroy the Smile Factory. As for Sanji, he becomes infatuated with Viola, a dancer and King Riku's daughter, who has been forced to join Doflamingo under threat. Thus Sanji is lured into captivity by the beauty's deception. Viola also uses her Glare fruit ability to peek into Sanji's mind. I did not expect that Sanji's heart could be so pure and immaculate. In the end, Sanji's love and compassion influence Viola, leading her to turn from evil to good. In the Colosseum, Luffy encounters Bellamy, who no longer holds a grudge against him. Bellamy has set foot on Sky Island over the past 2 years and confirmed the existence of his dream. Now his goal is to win the Colosseum competition and become an officer of the Doflamingo family. Allow me to introduce the Colosseum briefly. The group stage battles are divided into 4 groups. Group A's winner is none other than Burgess, the first ship captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. In Group B, the competition turns into a big melee with many skilled fighters. In the end, Bartolomeo, a devoted fan of Luffy and the user of the Barrier fruit, emerges as the ultimate winner. In addition, Group C features powerful contestants like the giant Hadruden and the martial artist Idio. However, 2 participants stand out, Luffy and Chinjo, the leader of the Happo Navy with a bounty of 500 million berries. They defeat all their opponents and reach the final showdown. Interestingly, Chinjo and Garp share a history. Chinjo's sharp head was once the key to unlocking the treasure of Iceberg, but under Garp's iron fist, he lost his former power. Returning to the present, Chinjo harbors resentment towards Garp and holds a similar grudge against Luffy. The two engage in a battle, and their intense aura shocks the audience. Confronting the formidable Chinjo, Luffy decides to unleash Gear 3's powerful elephant gun attack from above. In the end, Luffy triumphs over Chinjo using Gear 3. Moreover, he skillfully restores Chinjo's head to its original state, dispelling the intense animosity the latter had harbored. Following that, Block D commences, and the Pirate Prince, Cavendish, unleashes his alter ego through slumber. Effortlessly, he defeats all his opponents before falling back into a deep sleep. However, it is Rebecca who astonishingly withstands his assault, making her the unexpected victor of Block D. On the Sunny, Nami, Chopper, and Brook look after Momonosuke. Nevertheless, they encounter an attack from Giala, an officer of the Don Quixote family. They are no match for her art fruit abilities, and the Sunny is quickly thrust into peril. On another front, Law leads the team escorting Caesar to their designated location. Along the way, they encounter CP0, the world government's most formidable intelligence agency. Meanwhile, Usopp and Robin are accidentally captured by the Tontada tribe. The innocent and straightforward Tontada tribe, perched on Robin's chest, believes Usopp's false claim that he is the descendant of the great hero, Norland. As a result, they release the two of them. Moreover, they reveal their plan to overthrow Doflamingo's rule. Simultaneously, Sanji learns from Viola that Doflamingo has not resigned from the 7 warlords of the sea. The earlier news in the newspaper was fabricated as part of a collusion between Doflamingo and the government. Doflamingo's immense power stems from his special status. Long ago, the Don Quixote family used to be the royal family of Dressrosa, and upon the establishment of the world government, they became celestial dragons. Alongside them, 18 other royal families chose to become celestial dragons, with the Vivi family of Alabasta being the only exception. Hence Doflamingo possesses the privilege to manipulate the news. On Law's side, he encounters Doflamingo and Admiral Fujitora at the designated location. Fujitora's abilities are incredibly terrifying, as he instantly summons a massive meteorite to strike. Facing the meteorite, both Law and Doflamingo launch their attacks, shattering the incoming threat and engaging in a fierce battle. Throughout the fight, Law fights and retreats, attempting to escape the encirclement, while Doflamingo and Fujitora have different objectives. Doflamingo seeks to seize the opportunity to kill Law, while Fujitora simply aims to capture him alive. On the other side, Frankie learns the secret of this country from the toy captain's mouth. In truth, all these toys were originally humans. However, Doflamingo's family officer, Sugar, used her ability to turn them into toys, causing them to be erased from the memories of others. As a result, the toys were left forgotten and exceptionally desolate by their loved ones and friends. Meanwhile, the Sunny is still under attack from Giala. Fortunately, Brook outwits Giala and defeats her, allowing everyone to regain their freedom. On Law's side, he utilizes his room ability to escape from Fujitora's control and make his getaway. Upon seeing Law's escape, Doflamingo swiftly pursues, intending to rescue Caesar. During the pursuit, Doflamingo unexpectedly spots the Sunny and immediately changes his course to attack it. Nami and the others are facing imminent danger. At the crucial moment, Sanji intercepts Doflamingo. Even though he is no match for Doflamingo and is defeated in one blow, Sanji successfully buys some time. Utilizing the opportunity, Law entrusts Caesar to Nami and the others, saves Sanji, and instructs them to head to Zou Island to reunite with his comrades. Consequently, Sanji, Nami, and the other 4 members, accompanied by Caesar and Momonosuke, get separated. Little do they know that this separation will lead to over 2 years of real-time passing. On the battlefield, Law faces Doflamingo alone, while Fujitora commands the warships and leaves the scene. In this moment, Law declares his determination to put an end to the events of 13 years ago. He unleashes his abilities, engaging in a fierce clash with Doflamingo, causing the surrounding fighting fish to be torn apart, as both of them possess formidable powers. However, after an intense battle, Law ultimately falls defeated against Doflamingo. On the other side, after Usopp and Frankie reunite, they learn about Dressrosa's history from the Tontada tribe. Long ago, the Tontada tribe suffered oppression and enslavement under the Don Quixote family until Doflamingo's family became celestial dragons. The Riku family, who took the throne, rescued the Tontada tribe, and in order to make up for the suffering of the Tontada tribe, the nation spread a beautiful fairy legend. However, 10 years ago, when Doflamingo returned as king, he kidnapped the Tontada tribe's princess, Mancheri, and forced them to work for him. The oppressed Tontada tribe decided to rebel against Doflamingo. The toy soldier, actually Rebecca's father, Kairos, revealed the truth behind Doflamingo's manipulation, framing King Riku and taking the throne. Under the Riku family's rule for 800 years, the nation flourished, but Doflamingo used his devil fruit power to control King Riku and the soldiers, leading them to commit atrocities in the country while portraying himself as the savior. As a result, the Riku family became resented by the people. To save King Riku's life, Viola chose to become one of Doflamingo's subordinates. Later, Doflamingo turned those who knew the truth into toys. Since then, Dressrosa appeared to be a sunny country, yet a dark nation. In the present, all the defeated gladiators in the Colosseum were imprisoned in an underground garbage dump, surrounded by unbreakable walls. Surprisingly, the former king, King Riku, was also part of the competition, present in the garbage dump. It was all part of Doflamingo's scheme to eliminate the losers and retain only the shining victors. He manipulated the darkness behind the facade of the seemingly beautiful country. At this point, Doflamingo intends to use Sugar's ability to transform the defeated gladiators into toys loyal to him. Luffy contacts his crew through a Den Mushi, and after discussing the situation, he learns the entire truth. Determined, Luffy orders his friends to create a disturbance. Suddenly, Doflamingo chases after the heavily injured Law and confronts Luffy. In front of Luffy, he shoots Law with a gun, which enrages Zoro and Kinemon, who rush forward with their swords drawn. However, Fujitora emerges and intercepts Zoro's attack. Immediately, Zoro engages in a duel with Fujitora, exchanging several blows. Afterward, both Doflamingo and Fujitora lose interest in the battle and depart, leaving the others helpless. Faced with this situation, Luffy decides to leave the arena and rescue Law. At that moment, a man appears before Luffy.
久しぶりだな。ルフィ。
Sabo, now the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, has undergone significant changes since their last meeting. He aims to carry on Ace's will and acquire the Flame fruit from the competition. After a brief reunion with Sabo, Luffy leaves the arena, and Sabo takes over Luffy's position as a contestant.
そっちも会えてよかったね。
ああ、ぶん殴られると思ってた。とにかく、エースのメラメラの実は俺がもらう。あいつの意志は俺たちが継いでいくんだ。
At the Tontada tribe's location, the group gathers, planning to infiltrate the Don Quixote family's factory through a secret passage. Their primary target is Sugar, the possessor of the Hobby fruit, protected by Treble, one of the elite officers in the Don Quixote family, who possesses the Sticky fruit. Additionally, there are two other elite officers, Diamante with the Ripple fruit and Pika with the Stone fruit. With the battle plan against Doflamingo set, the army begins their operation to take him down. Meanwhile, Fujitora and Doflamingo are in discussions. Fujitora's reason for joining the navy is to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system. He is aware of the country's darkness and wants to protect civilians. Thus, if Luffy and his crew's goal is solely Doflamingo, Fujitora will not interfere. After their meeting, both parties go their separate ways. In the arena, the 4 group winners will compete against Diamante to seize the Flame fruit. The rules are simple: snatch the fruit and survive until the end. Among the 5 skilled fighters, Sabo and Burgess clearly demonstrate superior strength. The battle evolves into a fierce contest between them, as the Dragon's Talon clashes with the armored Heavy Punch. Finally, after a grand melee, Sabo successfully acquires the Flame fruit. He immediately consumes it, inheriting Ace's will of fire.
Ace!
On the other side, the coalition army clashes with the Don Quixote family. Frankie faces Senor, who possesses the Swim fruit. Usopp and Robin prepare to assassinate Sugar. However, Luffy's actions are obstructed by the highest-ranking officer, Pika, who can manipulate giant stones with tremendous offensive and defensive power. Witnessing this, Zoro stays behind to hold off Pika, while Luffy continues his advance. In various locations, intense battles break out. The coalition army and the Don Quixote family find themselves locked in a tight and evenly matched struggle, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Meanwhile, the toy soldier encounters King Riku and reminisces about the past. He was once a prisoner, but King Riku offered him a chance for a new life in the Colosseum. He became the legendary gladiator Kairos and turned over a new leaf. Later, King Riku arranged for his daughter to marry Kairos, and they lived in seclusion, giving birth to Rebecca. However, on the day when Doflamingo framed King Riku and started a rebellion, Kairos, determined to save him, cut off his own chained foot. Eventually, Sugar transformed Kairos into a toy, and his wife was killed by Diamante. From that day on, Kairos, as a toy, silently protected Rebecca, even though she never remembered him or knew his true identity. Rain or shine, Kairos' devotion never wavered. Perhaps this is the world's greatest love. Now Usopp and the Tontada tribe join forces to confront Sugar. They create spicy rice balls to force Sugar to consume them. However, Treble and Sugar possess exceptionally strong abilities, leading to the defeat of both the Tontada tribe and Robin. Usopp also sustains serious injuries. At this moment, Sugar is humiliating Usopp, and she even takes out the spicy rice balls, forcing Usopp to eat them.
死になさい。
Unexpectedly, Sugar is terrified and rendered unconscious by Usopp's fiery appearance. As a result, all the toys revert to their original forms, completely exposing Doflamingo's conspiracy. The world is in an uproar, questioning Doflamingo, who, for once, shows signs of panic. Meanwhile, the formidable fighters in the arena, grateful for Usopp's life-saving deed, regard him as god and rally to battle against the Don Quixote family. However, Doflamingo quickly regains his composure. Unable to continue enslaving the nation, he decides to destroy everything himself. Without hesitation, he unleashes his ultimate technique, the birdcage. It is an invincible cutting line that continuously tightens. If they can't defeat Doflamingo, they will be shredded by the razor-sharp threads. Witnessing this spectacle, Law is taken aback because the birdcage has always been a lingering shadow from his childhood, tying him to the past. What stories lie behind Law's past? Faced with the unsolvable birdcage, what challenges will Luffy and his companions encounter? All will be revealed in the next installment. Stay tuned to find out what the future holds. Thank you all. Goodbye. Hello, everyone. I am Mr.Dishwasher. In the previous chapter, we witnessed a fierce battle between Luffy and his comrades against the Don Quixote family. With Sugar's powers nullified, Doflamingo unleashed his ultimate attack, the birdcage. Currently, Pika manipulates the landscape, placing Doflamingo at the highest peak of the royal palace. Defeating Doflamingo is the only way to neutralize the threat of the birdcage. Thus, Luffy begins his ascent to the summit, accompanied by Law, who is detained by sea stones. On the other side, seeing the country engulfed in war, Admiral Fujitora also takes action. He confronts Luffy, blocking his path. In response, Luffy has no choice but to clash head-on with Fujitora. Suddenly, the ground splits open, and a giant appears. Pika manipulates countless rocks, transforming into a massive stone figure, causing massive destruction. Unexpectedly, Pika's voice is comical, making Luffy burst into laughter. This enrages Pika, driving him into a furious and fierce attack. However, Luffy and his group manage to evade the assault and continue moving forward. At this moment, various skilled fighters from the Colosseum appear to support Luffy, engaging in battles against the Don Quixote family's officers. Zoro intercepts Pika once more to protect Luffy. The chaos continues, with battles raging all over Dressrosa. Witnessing Luffy's actions, King Riku and the Tontada tribe see hope for saving the country and decide to assist Luffy in confronting the Don Quixote family. Simultaneously, Sabo confronts Admiral Fujitora, halting his advance. Without much talk, they engage in a fierce battle. The other Marines are no match for Sabo, and only Fujitora can contend with him. The two fight fiercely for several rounds, but eventually Fujitora chooses to stop. His position prevents him from opposing Doflamingo directly. Instead, Fujitora places his faith in Luffy's ability to defeat Doflamingo and save the country and its people. He also orders the Marines to disperse and prioritize the safety of civilians. On the other side, Kinemon finds his long-lost companion Kanjuro in the underground junkyard. Kanjuro possesses the brush fruit ability, which can turn drawings into reality. However, due to Kanjuro's limited artistic skills, this power is significantly weakened. After a prolonged struggle, Luffy and Law finally reach the 4th level of the palace. There they encounter Rebecca and the elite officer Diamante, while Kairos also appears, seeking vengeance for his slain wife. With Rebecca's key, Luffy unlocks Law's handcuffs, and together, they continue their challenge to confront Doflamingo. Kairos and Rebecca stay behind to deal with Diamante. At that moment, Sugar regains consciousness from her unconscious state. She stealthily approaches Luffy and Law, making her nearly unbeatable since they are unaware of her power. As she closes in, it seems Luffy and Law are about to fall into her trap. However, just in the nick of time, Usopp awakens his Kenbunchaku haki and sees glimpses of the future. From an extremely long distance, he snipes Sugar with a special bullet that awakens her hidden trauma.
それるがこの特殊な弾は敵のトラウマを呼び起こす。
With Usopp's decisive actions, the former terror engulfs Sugar, rendering her unconscious. As a result, Luffy and Law successfully reach the upper level of the palace, where Doflamingo and Treble await. They have also captured Bellamy. It is revealed that in the past, Doflamingo had ordered Bellamy to kill Luffy, but Bellamy couldn't bring himself to do it. Consequently, Doflamingo subjected Bellamy to merciless abuse. Now torn between his idol and his friend, Bellamy is in profound agony, even pleading with Doflamingo to end his life, but Doflamingo simply mocks him. Witnessing this, Luffy is filled with rage, and together with Law, they launch a fierce assault on Doflamingo. Utilizing Law's formidable room ability, Doflamingo is switched with Law, and in that crucial moment, Luffy unleashes his long-awaited and powerful Red Hawk attack. With a single devastating blow, Doflamingo sustains severe injuries, and Treble, desperate to save him, is sliced into pieces by Law. Observing this, Doflamingo's fury reaches new heights, and he decides to unleash his full strength against Law and Luffy. To their astonishment, Doflamingo's unleashed power is astonishingly formidable. In a single encounter, both Luffy and Law are assaulted. Luffy has to contend with Doflamingo's controlled Bellamy and his clone, while Law is knocked to the ground. Moreover, Doflamingo reveals his past. He was once part of the Celestial Dragon class, but his father voluntarily abandoned that privilege, longing for a normal life with his family. However, the public's hatred towards Celestial Dragons made survival in the world impossible for them. Eventually, Doflamingo killed his own father in an attempt to reclaim his Celestial Dragon identity, but it proved futile. As a result, Doflamingo decides to destroy the world ruled by the Celestial Dragons, and he knows the secret of the Celestial Dragons' national treasure, making them fear him and allowing him to act as he pleased. Doflamingo asserts that with Law's Op fruit, he could control the national treasure and subsequently dominate the world. The Op fruit grants its user the ability to sacrifice their own life to bestow eternal life upon another. Many years ago, Law suffered from a terminal illness and joined the Don Quixote family. Before that time, the world government, driven by greed, extracted toxic minerals from the nation where Law lived. As a result, the entire population fell ill, and Law was left with only 3 years to live. Due to the world government's erroneous belief that the illness was contagious, they mercilessly massacred the entire population, leaving Law as the sole survivor. This traumatic experience led Doflamingo to accept Law, who harbored deep resentment towards the world and aspired to its destruction. One day, Doflamingo's brother, Corazon, discovered that Law's name contained the initial D, which symbolized the enemies destined to overthrow the oppressive rule of the Celestial Dragons. Surprisingly, Corazon, who had been mute until then, revealed this information. The D clan was believed to be the natural enemies of the gods, destined to challenge the Celestial Dragons. Corazon, a user of the Comcom fruit and an undercover Navy agent, later accompanied Law in search of a renowned doctor to save Law's life. During their extended time together, their bond grew strong. Eventually, they succeeded in acquiring the Op fruit from underground traders, which saved Law but left Corazon severely wounded in a fierce clash. This fruit was highly sought after by both the world government and Doflamingo. After learning about Law's attempt to seek Navy help through the spy, Virgo, Doflamingo discovered Corazon's true identity as a Navy spy and confronted him. To protect Law's life, Corazon made the brave decision to sacrifice himself. He advised Law to remember his smile whenever he missed him. Then Corazon concealed Law in a treasure chest using his Comcom fruit to silence all sounds, and confronted Doflamingo alone. Corazon claimed that the Navy had rescued Law. Baby 5 also witnessed the Navy saving a scar-faced young boy, believing it to be Law. The situation escalated, and Doflamingo eventually shot and killed Corazon. Under Corazon's care, Law managed to escape from Doflamingo's clutches. Even in the face of imminent danger, Corazon continued to display a resilient smile. He wanted to provide Law with the most serene protection, emphasizing that the world is not solely about hatred. One must face it with a smile in the future.
今死んだら途端にお前にかけた魔法が解けて歩けロー気づかれず 静かに。誰もお前を制限しない。
おつるの軍艦だ。くそ。
お前はもう自由なんだ。
Returning to the present, it is all because of Corazon that Law is determined to seek revenge on Doflamingo. Immediately, he stands up again to face Doflamingo in battle. However, Doflamingo overwhelmingly subdues Law, and after several rounds, Law's arms are severed, causing him immense pain. Meanwhile, other battles on various fronts are also nearing their conclusion. Sai, a member of the Happo Navy, unexpectedly captures the heart of the officer Baby 5, who had a very needy personality and was even willing to sacrifice herself for Sai. At a crucial moment, Sai's strength awakens, and he kicks Chinjo's drill head, earning Chinjo's approval. Later, the officer Lao Ji ambushes and defeats Chinjo, but Sai uses his ultimate technique, Drill Dragon Drill Nail, to defeat the elderly Lao Ji. At the same time, Sai and Baby 5 get engaged, becoming the biggest winners in Dressrosa. On another battlefield, the giant Hadruden confronts the officer Mach Weiss, who possesses the Tun-Tun fruit ability. Despite the pain of his bones breaking, Hadruden uses his hero spear to send Mach Weiss flying. Another officer, Dellinger, with fighting fish lineage, is defeated by the awakened second personality of Cavendish. The officer Gladius, with the Pop-Pop fruit ability, tries to self-destruct and take everyone down with him. However, Bartolomeo blocks the explosion using his barrier ability and defeats Gladius with a move mimicking Luffy's barrier pistol. These defeated officers gather at the location of Tontata Princess Mancheri. Giala attempts to heal them with Mancheri's tears and has them return to the battle. At this crucial moment, the Tontata warrior Leo appears and defeats Giala with incredible speed, successfully rescuing Princess Mancheri. Sparks of love also fly between the two. On the opposing side, Frankie engages in an intense battle with the formidable elite officer, Senor, at the Smile Factory. Both being true warriors, they exchange powerful blows while respecting each other's determination and beliefs. In the past, Senor had fallen in love with a girl, and they became husband and wife. Tragically, their child passed away while Senor was away on a mission. His grieving wife suffered an accident and fell into a vegetative state, leaving Senor filled with regret. In an effort to bring happiness to his wife, who had lost their child, Senor always carries a pacifier and a baby hat, despite others' judgmental looks. When his wife sees him with these simple acts of romance, she displays a rare smile. Senor's actions show that he is a genuinely gentle yet strong man. Now Frankie emerges victorious over Senor with a powerful punch. After the battle, they develop a mutual understanding, and Frankie gently wipes away the tears from Senor's eyes. With the successful capture of the Smile Factory, the Tontata tribe begins to wreak havoc. On the other hand, Kairos engages in a fierce fight with Diamante. Although he seems on the verge of defeat, the desire to protect his daughter unleashes a tremendous power within him. With his thunderous destructive sword, Kairos strikes down Diamante, avenging his wife. Meanwhile, Zoro faces off against the formidable elite officer, Pika, in a fierce and chaotic battle. Pika transforms into an immensely tall giant once again, unleashing destructive power that causes mountains to crumble and the ground to quake. Without hesitation, Zoro leaps forward and unleashes his strongest technique. Finally, with the great Trichilio COSM, Zoro splits the colossal stone giant in half. He then slices the rocks into countless fragments, forcing Pika to reveal his true form. Seizing the opportunity, Zoro unleashes his technique 3000 World, reminiscent of his previous duel with Hawkeye. As a result, Zoro delivers a decisive blow, knocking out Pika with a single slash. The falling boulders are effortlessly cleared away by the King's Punch and Fujitora, preventing any casualties. At this point, only a few of Doflamingo's elite officers remain. However, the crisis is far from over. As long as Doflamingo is not defeated, the birdcage will eventually destroy everything. On another front, Doflamingo cunningly manipulates Bellamy with his strings, forcing him to attack Luffy. Luffy endures numerous beatings without fighting back. However, upon hearing Bellamy's plea for help, Luffy uses the same move as before to defeat his opponent. Later, Luffy finds the severely injured Law, and together they face off against Doflamingo and Treble. To their surprise, Law had a secret plan all along. He maintains a massive room and instantly swaps places with Luffy, executing the devastating Gamma Knife attack. The move is incredibly powerful, completely destroying Doflamingo's internal organs. However, astonishingly, Doflamingo uses his String Fruit ability to mend his shattered organs, rising to his feet once again. He approaches the fallen Law, lifting his foot to deliver a killing blow. In the nick of time, Luffy intercepts Doflamingo's powerful stomp, rescuing Law. Treble attempts to interfere, but Law manages to defeat him with his last bit of strength, albeit losing his power in the process. Luffy then saves Law from the elevated platform. Now the battle reaches its climax, with Luffy facing off against Doflamingo. Luffy decides to unleash all his might, showcasing the results of his 2-year training. Gear 4th, Boundman. Unexpectedly, Luffy's power in Gear 4th is exceptionally terrifying. With just one attack, the Kong Gun, he sends Doflamingo crashing from the elevated platform to the ground, coughing up blood. This technique combines Haki with his Devil Fruit ability, enhancing his elasticity. Not only does it surpass the speed of Gear 2nd, but it also possesses strength superior to Gear 3rd. After several intense exchanges, Doflamingo is on the brink of collapse and in grave danger. However, even though Luffy completely overwhelms Doflamingo, he can't defeat him within the time limit of Gear 4th. As a result, after the time limit expires, Luffy is left completely exhausted, unable to even walk. In a critical moment, the arena's host assists Luffy in escaping Doflamingo's pursuit, while others obstruct Doflamingo's progress by standing in his way. Nevertheless, Doflamingo displays the power of his awakened Devil Fruit, transforming surrounding objects into extensions of his power. With just one encounter, he eliminates those who stand against him. Yet, everyone refuses to back down. One after another, they charge at Doflamingo, even if it is just for a brief moment, to slow down his advance. During this time, Burgess attempts to kill Luffy and steal his fruit, but Sabo arrives just in time to stop him, leading to an intense battle between the two. Meanwhile, the birdcage continues to shrink, pushing the kingdom into despair. In an attempt to delay its shrinking, Zoro and others push back against the birdcage, with the assistance of Fujitora and the Navy. They successfully buy some time and fight for the country's survival. Finally, with everyone's selfless support, Luffy endures the most challenging 10 minutes. He once again stands before Doflamingo, ready for the decisive battle. At this moment, Doflamingo turns the entire street into threads and attacks Luffy with his deadliest moves. But Luffy shows no fear, recalling his past battles with formidable foes and unleashing his ultimate technique, the King Kong Gun. In this manner, relying on the mighty King Kong Gun, Luffy completely shatters Doflamingo's glasses, and the birdcage vanishes along with it. Dressrosa is bathed in sunlight, marking a new beginning. Thus this epic battle comes to an end, with Luffy once again saving the country. On the other side, Sabo defeats Burgess. He contacts the Revolutionary Army and departs from the scene. In the past, Sabo suffered a severe injury that resulted in memory loss. However, upon learning about Ace's death, his memories were restored. This was a deeply painful experience in Seibo's life, one he absolutely did not wish to relive. Later, Fujitora humbly kneels before King Riku, offering his apologies, and initiates a live broadcast. He even engages in a heated argument with Admiral Akainu over this matter. Despite Akainu's demands, the heroic deeds of the Straw Hat crew in saving Dressrosa were not concealed by the government. Fujitora decides to give Luffy an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, in various parts of the world, significant events unfold. Nami and her companions arrive at Zou Island. Yonko Kaido, in an astonishing coincidence, plummets from a height of 10,000 meters and lands at the Kid Alliance's base, confronting 3 supernovas. Furthermore, Vice Admiral Tsuru and Inspector General Sengoku are tasked with escorting Doflamingo. Upon learning of this, Kaido's subordinate, Jack the Drought, devises a plan to hijack the battleship.
ジョーカーの奪還は不可能です。
バカ野郎、やるに決まってんだろ。俺を誰だと思ってる。
Afterward, under the guidance of Fujitora and the people of Dressrosa, Luffy and his crew set sail once again. They will reunite with Nami on Zou Island and embark on a brand new adventure. The pirates who have been aided by the Straw Hat crew all choose to join Luffy, and thus, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, consisting of a total of 5,600 members, is officially formed. The captain of the 7th ship is the Massacre Ruler, or Lumbus. The captain of the 6th ship is the giant, Hadrudin. The captain of the 5th ship is the Tontata tribe, Leo. The captain of the 4th ship is Idio, the Destruction Cannon. The captain of the 3rd ship is Sai, the newly appointed leader of the Happo Navy. The captain of the 2nd ship is Bartolomeo. The captain of the 1st ship is the Pirate Prince, Cavendish. These are Luffy's forces and his future companions and friends. They all partake in a solemn vow, raising their sake cups in honor of their boss, Mr. Straw Hat Luffy, pledging to be both his shield and spear, and to achieve great accomplishments together.
ルフィ先輩、誠に勝手ながら口上を述べさせていただくべ。ここに我ら子分となり、いついかなる時もこの子分杯勝手に頂戴いたしますたべ。
With this, the Dressrosa story comes to an end. It can be said that Dressrosa is the Straw Hat crew's first challenge in the New World, and Doflamingo is the first true boss they faced in the New World. With the establishment of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, the storyline of facing the challenges of Kaido and Big Mom follows, generating great anticipation. As for what the future holds, we'll find out in the next installment. Thank you all. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I am Mr.Dishwasher. In our previous episode, we discussed how Luffy and his crew heroically liberated Dressrosa. They set sail for Zou to reunite with Nami. Zou is actually an ancient city situated on the back of a colossal 1,000-year-old elephant named Zunisha. After an arduous voyage, Bartolomeo escorts Luffy to Zou Island. Meanwhile Koala, Seibo, and the other Revolutionary Army leaders return to their headquarters. Dragon instructs the scattered revolutionary commanders from around the world to assemble and orchestrate an uprising. However, Burgess covertly stows away on their ship and tracks them here. He secretly contacts the Blackbeard pirates, scheming to seize the Revolutionary Army's arsenal. An epic battle between the Blackbeard pirates and Revolutionary Army appears imminent. Additionally, Whitebeard Jr. reveals his true identity for the first time. He wields incredible might and searches for Blackbeard to avenge his father. In the past, he even severed Admiral Zephyr's arm, displaying his terrifying power. His mother was the woman Whitebeard cherished most, exceptionally beautiful. Ultimately, Whitebeard Jr.'s mother asks him to locate former Whitebeard pirates and recover a substantial inheritance. On Zou Island, due to an unexpected incident during their arrival, Kinemon and Kanjuro fall behind. Upon arrival, Luffy and his group discover the island city has been severely damaged. Here, they encounter Carrot and Wanda of the Mink tribe. They get acquainted through an initial skirmish. Later, they convene with Nami and Chopper, crewmates of Law's pirates, as well as the Mink tribe's 3 swordsmen and the Mink tribe's ruler, Duke Inuarashi. The group learns from the Mink tribe that this country has 2 monarchs, the ruler of day, Duke Inuarashi, and the ruler of night, Master Nekomamushi. The relationship between these two kings is tense, resulting in the kingdom alternating between their day and night governance. 17 days prior, Jack, a crew member of Kaido's with a billion-berry bounty, suddenly arrived. He possesses the power of the elephant fruit, ancient Zoan model, Mammoth. Jack claimed to be searching for a samurai named Reizo. However, the Mink tribe was unfamiliar with Reizo and stated that samurai are prohibited in Zou. In response, the belligerent Jack ordered an assault, intending to annihilate Zou. Consequently, war erupted with both sides clashing. The Mink tribe are a warrior nation, each member boasting considerable combat prowess. The might of Duke Inuarashi and Master Nekomamushi is even more remarkable. They engaged in a 4-day, 4-night battle against Jack in alternating day and night shifts, yet no winner emerged. On the 5th day, Jack ordered the use of Caesar's developed poison gas, catching the unprepared Mink tribe off guard and leading to their defeat. They suffered cruel imprisonment under Jack's hands. Jack proceeded to brutally torture the Mink tribe, trying to extract information about Reizo's location. The entire country echoed with screams and cries. Strangely, it seemed the Mink tribe truly had no knowledge of Reizo. None divulged any information about Reizo, despite enduring relentless agony for 11 days. During this time, Jack learned of Doflamingo's failure and arrest. Due to Doflamingo's trade ties with Kaido, Jack hastily departed to rescue him. The Mink tribe narrowly escaped disaster. Subsequently, they received news that Jack was defeated by Sengoku and Tsuru. Jack seemed to have an inflated perception of his own power. Additionally, 10 days prior, Nami and her group arrived on Zou. They dealt with Jack's subordinates and, utilizing Caesar's abilities and Chopper's medical expertise, rescued the Mink tribe. Consequently, the Mink tribe is profoundly grateful to Nami and her companions. However, the good times did not last long. Big Mom's subordinates, Pecoms and Capone Beach, also later arrived on Zou, intent on capturing Sanji and Caesar. But Pecoms originally hailed from Mink tribe, and upon learning the Straw Hat crew had saved his homeland, he wanted to spare Sanji out of gratitude. However, Capone Beach mercilessly defeated Pecoms. Following this, Beach presented Sanji with the invitation to Big Mom's tea party and wedding, leveraging the lives of Zeph and Nami's group to coerce Sanji. It turns out Sanji is the third son of the Vinsmoke family, leaders of the military organization Germa 66 and part of the royal lineage. Big Mom aimed to use her 35th daughter to form a political alliance with Sanji and control Germa 66. Initially, Sanji refused Beach, stating he was a member of Luffy's crew. However, for the safety of his friends, he eventually acquiesced to Big Mom's threats. Consequently, Beach departed Zou with Sanji and Caesar, leaving Nami's group behind, devastated by Sanji's farewell note. Returning to the present, Luffy goes to visit Pecoms and the Mink tribe's leader, Nekomamushi. Chopper also prepares to administer an injection to aid Nekomamushi's recovery.
注射打つぞ。
おい、湯柄、そこの猫じゃらしを。チョッパー、わしが楽しみうちに人目にやれ。
Afterward, Luffy learns from Pecoms that Sanji will not be returning. This is because Big Mom aims to ally with the Germa kingdom through marriage. If Sanji remained with the Straw Hats yet married Big Mom's daughter, it would mean the crew submitting to Big Mom's rule, something Luffy staunchly opposes. Therefore, Sanji wants to sacrifice himself and sever ties with the Straw Hats. However, Luffy is determined not to abandon his comrade. He decides to take Pecoms with him and rescue Sanji from Big Mom's clutches. At this moment, Kinemon and Kanjuro are also nearing Zou. Since Robin and the others know Zou does not welcome samurai, they plan to intercept Kinemon and Kanjuro to prevent any conflicts.
じゃあ3人一緒に。
はいです。
いや、まだ薄暗い夜明け前か。
In this manner, Kinemon and Kanjuro stealthily creep past the slumbering Robin and reach Zou. Unexpectedly, the entire country is thrown into turmoil upon learning of the samurai's arrival. Duke Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, and all the Mink tribe members gather. Kinemon then reveals he has come seeking someone named Reizo. His words shock everyone, as past conflicts were tied to Reizo. It seems Zou teeters on the brink of battle again, with Jack's invasion poised to repeat. Seeing this, Luffy and the others, concerned for Kinemon's safety, feel compelled to intervene to ensure peace. Little do they expect the Mink tribe would make a surprising move.
雷蔵殿はご無事です。
Surprisingly, both the Mink tribe and Kin-Eman are familiar with one another. Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, Kin-Eman, and Kanjuro were all formerly retainers of the Kazuki family. Reizo, whom the Mink tribe courageously protected, is also one of them. The Mink tribe, even facing Jack's lethal threats, remains resolute and does not divulge any information.
おい待て！おいおい、ライゾはいたのかずっと！全員が知ってたのか！お前らみんな死ぬとこだったんだぞ！1000年続いた年が滅んだんだぞ！
我の国の光月一族と我らは遥か昔より兄弟分。何が滅ぼうとも敵に仲間は振らんぜよ。
Originally, the Mink tribe were loyal followers of Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Momonosuke is the son of Kazuki Oden, inheriting the position of daimyo of Kuri within Wano country. This makes him the master of the retainers and the Mink tribe. Afterwards, guided by the Mink tribe, they located Reizo. The individual they encounter is Reizo of the Mist, a ninja from the Wano country. Upon learning this, Luffy and the others are quite excited, for men across the world all have a fondness for ninjas.
男はみんな忍者が好きなのさ。
Following that, Robin also discovers a red road poneglyph while in Zou. In total, there are 4 road poneglyphs which, once collected, can be used to locate Laugh Tale at their intersection point. Among them, Kaido and Big Mom each possess 1 road poneglyph, while the other remains hidden. Therefore, Robin requests that while rescuing Sanji, Luffy also make a copy of Big Mom's poneglyph for future reference.
海賊王にお前はなれ！
Furthermore, Kin-Eman reveals the Kazuki family were the original creators of the poneglyphs. However, this knowledge was lost following the death of Kazuki Oden. Because Oden was brutally murdered by Kaido, allowing Wano country to fall under oppressive rule. This is a grievous event no one wishes to revisit, yet it remains a reality both the people of Wano and the nation itself must confront. In the past, Oden journeyed to Laugh Tale with Roger, comprehending the truth about the void century the world government aimed to bury. After Oden's passing, Kin-Eman and the others persevered until now. Their goal is to avenge Oden and fulfill his dream, opening isolated, feudalistic Wano to the world. Learning of their resolve, Luffy decides to aid Momonosuke in defeating Kaido. Bolstered by Luffy's encouragement, Momonosuke gathers the courage to confront Kaido. Thus a new alliance forms with the goal of liberating Wano. Just then, Jack, previously defeated, returns and assaults Zunisha. The island quakes in response, yet Zunisha refrains from retaliating. It turns out Zunisha was punished by the Kazuki family, after a past mistake. It had to walk all the time until receiving new orders. Zunisha was oath-bound to follow this promise. At this pivotal moment, Momonosuke, as Kazuki heir, comprehends his duty. He forgives Zunisha for its transgression and commands it to repel Jack's attack.
承知した。
Jack's arrogance is swiftly crushed by Zunisha, the colossal elephant, plunging him into the sea. It seems Jack's major flaw is frequently misjudging his opponent's strength. Subsequently, after resolving this turmoil and tending to Zunisha's injuries, Luffy and his comrades decide to embark on separate paths. Among them, Nekomamushi sets out to seek the aid of Whitebeard's former first mate. Marco had previously led Whitebeard's remnants in a fierce battle against Blackbeard, ultimately defeated. Furthermore, Duke Inuarashi and Momonosuke are tasked with safeguarding Zou. Luffy, accompanied by Nami, Usopp, Brook, along with Pedro, Carrot, and Pecoms of the Mink tribe, set sail for Whole Cake Island to rescue Sanji. The rest proceed to Wano country to prepare. Swiftly, each member embarks on their respective journeys. The direct clash between the Straw Hats and 4 Emperors is imminent, marking the start of a pivotal conflict. Simultaneously, significant events unfold worldwide. Vivi of Alabasta embarks to attend the Quadrennial World Government Summit in Mary Geos, with 50 sovereigns slated to participate. Similarly, Fishman Island, Drum Island, and Dressrosa prepare for the journey. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army headquarters Baltaigo was reduced to ruins by the Blackbeard pirates. Both Dragons and Sabo's whereabouts remain unknown. Furthermore, on a certain island, Kaido receives word of Doflamingo's defeat. However, he dismisses Luffy and Law, both worst-generation supernovas. Kaido himself has already crushed Kid's alliance, another worst-generation group. Kid is now imprisoned, trapped between survival and death.
Eustace Captain Kiddo.
This concludes the pivotal Zou arc. The future portends even greater turbulence, heralding massive upheaval in the new world. Let us eagerly await what lies ahead. Despite its brevity, the Zou arc conveyed an immense amount of crucial information. It not only introduced Laugh Tale, the Kazuki clan, and Sanji's background but also set the stage for direct conflicts between the Straw Hat Pirates and 2 of the 4 emperors. All of this acts as a prelude to the impending all-out war. So how will events unfold in the aftermath? We shall discuss in the next installment. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone. I'm Mr. Dishwasher. In the last chapter, we told the story of how Luffy led his crew on a mission to rescue Sanji, while the rest of the Straw Hats each played their own vital roles. At this point, Sanji has already entered the core territory controlled by Big Mom. He continues to miss his friends dearly and remains unwilling to marry Pudding. He is so disinterested that he pays no mind to even her photographs. What? Elsewhere at sea, Luffy, having consumed poisonous fish skin due to hunger, is now in critical condition. Fortunately, they encounter Sanji's siblings, Yanji and Reiju. Reiju gently sucks the toxins from Luffy's body with her mouth, thereby saving his life. Afterwards, Yanji and Reiju bid them farewell and take their leave. Meanwhile underwater, members of the Sun Pirates are secretly keeping watch over the Straw Hat crew. Following this, Beach reveals vital information about Tado Land, a territory ruled by Big Mom. It consists of the main island, Whole Cake Island, and 34 subsidiary islands. Each island has its own unique characteristics, governed by a minister. After a long voyage, the crew finally lands on Cacao Island, where they meet Sanji's fiancée, Pudding. She appears to have a simple and kind demeanor. She promises to reunite Sanji with the group and help them all escape from Tado Land. From Pudding, they learn that Big Mom has 43 husbands and 85 children. The majority of her forces are composed of her own relatives. Given time, Big Mom could even create a new race. On the other side, Big Mom falls into a frenzy due to being unable to enjoy her desired treats. In this state, she wreaks havoc and even kills her own children. Fortunately, Jinbe brings sweets to placate her, managing to calm Big Mom's rage. Jinbe then expresses his intention to leave Big Mom's crew, as he has sworn allegiance to Luffy and is willing to risk his life for him. Hearing this enrages Big Mom, who states she wants to play the Wheel of Fate game with Jinbe. Different sections of the wheel correspond to specific punishments. After an inner struggle, Jinbe temporarily gives up his plan. Meanwhile on Luffy's side, they become separated from Pecoms and split into 2 groups. Brook and Pedro are tasked with infiltrating Big Mom's lair to copy historical texts. The rest of the group arrives at their destination, Whole Cake Island, where they encounter many objects with souls and someone impersonating Sanji, in truth, a creation of Big Mom's daughter Broly. Broly possessed the Mirror fruit ability, allowing her to mirror anyone. Using this power, Broly causes Luffy and friends to become separated, capturing Carrot and Chopper. Nami, however, met Big Mom's 25th husband, Pound, who informs them Big Mom had the Soul fruit power. She could transfer her subjects' souls into objects, creating humanoid homies. The homies greatly feared Nami having Big Mom's Vivre card. At that moment, Cracker, one of Big Mom's 3 sweet commanders, appears. Seeing him, Pound expresses a wish to meet his 2 daughters, Chiffon, who was married off, and another Luffy had met on Thriller Bark, Lola. Soon, Luffy and Cracker engage in battle. With a bounty as high as 860 million berries, Cracker wields the formidable Biscuit fruit ability. Its defenses are even stronger than Iron Body, able to produce unlimited biscuits. Even Luffy's 4th gear is helpless against the endless biscuit armors. Soon, he exhausts 4th gear's time limit, experiencing full body weakness as a side effect. At a critical moment, Nami uses the Vivre card gifted by Lola, temporarily enslaving homies to free Luffy. She then softens the biscuits with rain, weakening their armor. With Nami's aid, Luffy finally overcomes 4th gear's side effects. He consumes all of Cracker's summoned biscuits and transforms into Tankman 4th gear. His subsequent belly full impact sends Cracker flying into Cake City. Elsewhere, Big Mom demands Caesar complete his giantification research within 2 weeks. but Caesar knows he can't and plans to escape her clutches. Meanwhile, Germa 66 arrives at Cake Island. Germa is a seafaring nation formed by dozens of enormous battleships. Unexpectedly, Sanji has an extremely strained relationship with his family. He even dueled his younger brother Yanji and father Judge. Though Sanji defeated Yanji, he lost to his father. It turns out Sanji's father, Judge, worked with Vegapunk as a scientist. Using lineage factors, he created a massive Germa clone army. Sanji has 3 modified brothers, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, who enjoyed tormenting him. Even Judge saw Sanji as a lifelong disgrace. As a result, Sanji never felt affection from his father or brothers. Only his mother and Reiju cared for him. However, his mother passed away, and Reiju had to take care of herself, so she couldn't pay too much attention to Sanji. Ultimately, Reiju secretly released Sanji, allowing him to leave Germa and survive alone. Returning to the present, Sanji accompanies the group to meet Big Mom. Along the way, Luffy coincidentally crosses paths with Sanji's convoy. Overjoyed, he approaches, eager to retrieve his crewmate. However, unexpectedly, Sanji begins attacking Luffy and knocks him down. Sanji states he won't return to the Straw Hats, then immediately leaves without finishing his sentence. Seeing Sanji's callousness, Luffy stubbornly shouts, "Mate! Sanji!
嘘つくんじゃねえよ! こんなもんで俺を追い払えると思ってんのか! 旅はまだ途中だぞ! お前が戻ってこねえなら俺はここで餓死してやる! 俺はお前の作った飯しか食わねえ! お前がいねえと俺は海賊王に
Afterward, Sanji meets with Big Mom and his fiancée Pudding. He receives Pudding's gentle comfort and agrees to marry her in exchange for the Straw Hat's safety. Meanwhile, Luffy and Nami encounter Big Mom's children in the same location. They take a beating and are captured to the book world. At the same time, Carrot and Chopper cause chaos in the Mirror world. There, they succeed in capturing Broly. With her captive, Chopper can freely enter and exit the outside world through mirrors. Elsewhere, Brook and Pedro infiltrate Big Mom's castle seeking the road Poneglyph. But just after Brook copies the Poneglyphs, Big Mom appears and captures him for her collection. Pedro confronts Baron Tamago, and the two have a considerable grudge. Tamago's eye was blinded by Pedro during a past infiltration 5 years prior. For revenge, Big Mom took 50 years of Pedro's lifespan, and Pedro's left eye was also blinded at that time. Back in the present, Pedro triggers a bomb during battle. Amidst the chaos, Chopper uses the Mirror World to rescue him. On Luffy's side, Pudding arrives and sinisterly reveals her true intentions, to kill Sanji at the wedding, and Big Mom will eliminate the Vinsmokes and seize their technology. Pudding has only pretended to be innocent, and the previous agreement was a trap all along. However, after Pudding leaves, Jinbe arrives at the cell and rescues Luffy. Meanwhile, Sanji unexpectedly sees Pudding holding Reiju captive, exposing her villainy and Big Mom's conspiracy. Using her Memo fruit powers, Pudding has altered Reiju's memories. After Pudding's departure, Sanji tells Reiju the truth, but she disregards her safety and urges him to escape quickly. At that moment, Reiju's words remind Sanji of his crewmates. He goes to where Luffy had been beaten earlier and finds him there. Due to fighting and hunger, Luffy is unrecognizable. In response, Sanji offers the food he had prepared.
途中落としたし、潰れたし、雨にも濡れた。ひどい出来損ないだ。
Watching Luffy devour his dish moves Sanji beyond words. Yet he still can't return, having not only hurt Luffy but also worrying for Zeph and his family. Hearing this, Luffy remains silent. Finally, Sanji can no longer contain his emotions. He recalls the moments he shared with his companions and breaks down, kneeling on the ground, with a mixture of rain and tears, making it hard to distinguish what is rain and what is tears.
式が始まった。もう俺一人じゃ助けたいと考えてる。
だってそれがお前だろ。俺たちがいる。式をぶっ壊そう。
Luffy forgives Sanji, mending their disagreement. Meanwhile, Chopper finds Nami and Jinbe. Together they rescue Brook, sleeping near Big Mom. Using mirror shards, they contact Luffy. Jinbe reveals Beej has already betrayed Big Mom, as he'd previously betrayed a mafia boss too. Joining her crew was a plot to kill her. The group then meets with Beej to discuss cooperating. Interestingly, Beej's wife was Lola's sister Chiffon. She reveals the abuse of herself and Lola under Big Mom. Lola had fled to avoid marrying the giant prince. Consequently, Big Mom abandoned her efforts to ally with the giant tribe and began researching giantification. Beej also rescues Caesar and reveals Big Mom's weakness. Turns out, she had an incredibly tough body that was nearly invulnerable under normal circumstances, except when a photo of a nun was shattered, which caused her to go berserk. Beej's plan involves Luffy shattering the photo during the wedding, allowing Beej to assassinate Big Mom with Caesar's weapon. They would then escape via the mirror world, making names for themselves. The next day, the wedding attracts underworld big shots. Big Mom's second son Katakuri also attends, one of the sweet commanders with a billion-plus bounty. His Kenbunshiku haki even allows him to glimpse into the immediate future. Apart from Katakuri, Big Mom's key forces gather, including her eldest son Perispero, third son Daifuku, fourth son Oven, and sweet commander Smoothie. Just soon, the wedding starts. At this moment, Pudding prepares to assassinate Sanji. However, Sanji genuinely praises Pudding's beauty, with her 3 eyes being especially captivating. It turns out that Pudding had been bullied due to her 3 eyes since childhood. To protect herself from harm, she had disguised herself as the wicked Pudding. Sanji's kindness moves her, leading her to abandon the assassination. Seizing this chance, Luffy tries destroying the nun photo with his shadow clone technique. But Katakuri, foreseeing the future, intervenes to stop him. Jinbe then rescues Luffy and reaffirms his intention to leave Big Mom pirate, which leaves Big Mom in a state of exasperation. She wants to take the soul of Jinbe. However, Jinbe remains completely unfazed. Big Mom's powers require her opponent's fear, yet Jinbe has no fear of her.
未来の海賊王のクルーになろうちゅう男が4かごときに臆しておられるか。杯は返上する。これにてビッグマム海賊団をやめさせてもらう。
Amidst these events, Big Mom is consumed by rage and engages in a fierce battle with Jinbe. Amid the chaos, Brook quietly shatters a photograph of a nun. Consequently, Big Mom falls into a state of stupor and begins reminiscing about the past. A century ago, Sister Carmel had established the Sheep's House Orphanage, sheltering children of different races, including a young Big Mom. In truth, Sister Carmel clandestinely collaborated with the Navy, trafficking children with potential. Having taken interest in Big Mom's potential, she prepared a celebratory gathering with plans to hand her over to the Navy afterward. During the celebration, a tearful Big Mom devoured numerous caramel cream puffs, her tears blurring her vision. However, once she finished, she realized that the people around her had disappeared, leaving her with the Soul fruit, a devil fruit unique to Sister Carmel. In the present, facing the shattered nun photo, Big Mom descends into madness. Seizing this chance, Beej immediately attacks, aiming to assassinate Big Mom. Unexpectedly, her screams disrupt his launched weapons. Seeing the plan fail, Beej and company begin fleeing. However, her screams shatter their escape mirrors, and the Vinsmokes fall under control of Big Mom's children. The situation suddenly turns dire for all. Judge sees his new world aspirations crumble and even cries out in despair. Ironically, his 3 modified sons remain calm despite the crisis, showing no fear. Suddenly Sanji intervenes, demolishing the candy trap and rescuing them. The group then takes refuge inside Beej's fortress to escape. However, Big Mom's tears morph into rage. Her attacks render the fortress defenseless, and Beej falls to the ground. At that critical juncture, the Vinsmoke family volunteers to distract Big Mom. Luffy then transforms into Gear 4th, joining to confront the Yonko together. They both throw punches in a fierce exchange, but the Yonko's power is unmatched. No one stands a chance. With just one clash, Luffy is defeated, and it seems like they are about to be overwhelmed. Right then, the King of Loans, Dufeld, accidentally knocks off the Tam-8 box from Fishman Island. As a result, the bomb inside the box detonates, toppling the giant cake and causing a seismic disturbance. Seizing this momentary distraction, the group scatters in different directions to flee. Destroying her desired cake drives Big Mom mad once more. However, guided by her children, she redirects her focus toward Luffy. Big Mom then catches up to them riding Zeus, the crisis looming again. Fortunately, Nami uses weather eggs to lure Zeus, delaying the pursuit. The lightning-infused weather eggs strongly appeal to Zeus, even making him forget Big Mom to willingly serve Nami instead. Nami then uses Zeus's power to attack Big Mom, providing an opportunity for everyone to escape to the Sunny. During their getaway, Pudding and Chiffon catch up, wanting Sanji's help to bake a new cake and pacify Big Mom. After twists and turns, they finally reach the Sunny, already immobilized by Perospero and Katakuri's candy. With enemies ahead and behind, Luffy is trapped. At the crucial moment, Pedro, wanting to repay Luffy for his kindness, chooses to sacrifice himself by detonating a bomb. When he was young, Pedro had met Roger and was told that everyone would have their own defining moment. Now this was Pedro's moment. With a resounding crash, the Sunny regains freedom, using Kuda Burst to evade pursuit. Concurrently, Luffy brings Katakuri to the mirror world. To halt his chase, Luffy shatters the return mirror. In this pivotal moment, Luffy and Nami agree to reunite on Cacao Island in 10 hours. After concluding their talk, Luffy plunges into a life-or-death battle with Katakuri, both unwavering. Katakuri outclasses Luffy completely, not to mention his future-seeing Kenbunchaku Haki. Utterly defenseless against a superior foe, Luffy seems destined for defeat.
お前の未来に勝利はない。
Meanwhile, on Cacao Island, Sanji prepares the cake embryo when Big Mom's fourth son Oven appears, capturing Chiffon. Seeing this, Beach personally intervenes to rescue his wife, while Pound, risking himself, confronts Oven. Long ago, Big Mom had deprived Pound of seeing his daughter. Now he could finally be a father and shelter her.
結婚おめでとうシフォン
Ultimately, Pound sacrifices himself for Beach and Chiffon's safety. Later aboard Beach's ship, Sanji completes the cake. They hastily embark to meet Nami. Meanwhile, Big Mom summons a massive wave to chase the Sunny again. However, Jinbe expertly navigates the assaults, and Carrot assumes her powerful Sulong form under the full moon, obliterating many pursuers. Still, danger remains. As Carrot reverts, Big Mom astonishingly leaps onto the Sunny. Just in time, Jinbe lands a mighty blow to repel her. At the same time, Brook expresses his desire to catch a glimpse of Big Mom's undergarments and uses his 3-verse humming attack to injure Zeus. Continuing, Nami again feeds Zeus weather eggs, summoning potent lightning to deter Big Mom. Furthermore, Nami's purity captivates Zeus, making him her ally. Soon after, Beach, Sanji, and the others arrive. To assist the Straw Hat crew, Beach takes the cake and lures Big Mom away on his own, while Sanji's group heads to Cacao Island to meet Luffy. In a poignant farewell, Sanji and Pudding embrace, but she erases his memories of her using her devil fruit power. Then she quietly weeps in a corner, bearing the weight of endless sorrow. Meanwhile, Luffy continues his intense battle with Katakuri. He is startled to see Katakuri's mouth split open like a fish's, revealing a flaw in the seemingly perfect image. The exposure prompts a relentless assault from Katakuri. To everyone's surprise, Luffy grows stronger during the fight, even utilizing Haki to briefly foresee the future to match Katakuri. Soon, Luffy activates 4th gear, finally equaling Katakuri's might. Luffy's talent and determination earn Katakuri's admiration, yet his ferocious counterattacks keep Luffy struggling, resulting in a deadlock. Amidst the fight, Luffy experiences fourth gear side effects and briefly escapes via Broly's mirror. But to overcome Katakuri, he returns for another confrontation. This is a foe Luffy yearns to surpass, someone he is ready to give his all against. Their epic battle reignites, rubber versus machi, not just a contest of speed and power, but of 3 types of hockey. Despite repeated knockdowns, Luffy continues to rise each time. Eventually, mutual respect blossoms between them. However, Katakuri's sister Flamp attacks Luffy from hiding, causing him to become distracted and injured. After enduring heavy blows, Katakuri realizes what happened. In a twist, seeking a fair fight, Katakuri wounds himself too, scolding Flamp for interfering. Afterward, Luffy and Katakuri engage in another intense battle, exchanging blows without yielding an inch. Luffy unleashes Snakeman, reaching speeds challenging even for Katakuri to counter. Luffy not only displays the resolve of a captain but also stakes his claim on the title of Pirate King. He is determined to surpass his opponent, even if the adversary is exceptionally formidable.
King Cobra!
Finally, Luffy defeats Katakuri, sending him crashing down. Luffy then places a hat over Katakuri's mouth. Although they belong to different factions, they bond like close friends, understanding each other without words. Luffy then meets Picom's and together they leave the Mirror World, reuniting with Sanji's aid. With Picom's and Germa's protection, Luffy and Sanji escape to the Sunigo. Meanwhile, Niji has secretly given Sanji their combat suit. On the other side, Katakuri meets with his sister Broly, and their relationship is incredibly strong. In the past, Katakuri hadn't cared about his disfigured mouth, but to prevent his sister from being bullied because of it, he concealed it and created a perfect image. Now the siblings can see each other's intentions, communicating without words. With Big Mom, she has finished all the cakes, and her sanity is restored. However, Big Mom's children continue their pursuit of the Straw Hat crew. Suddenly the Sun Pirates appear, intercepting the pursuers. They are seeing off Jinbe and paving the way for his new journey. Seeing this, Jinbe decides to fight alongside his former crewmates and protect Luffy's withdrawal. At this moment, Luffy entrusts Jinbe, telling him to meet in Wano, emphasizing the deep trust in his words. Under the Fishmen's protection, the Straw Hats depart Whole Cake Island, sailing for Wano and their reunion with Zoro's group. They will face the Yonko Kaido, ushering in a new adventure. This concludes the Whole Cake Island arc, Luffy's first confrontation with the Yonko. Their immense power still exceeds the Straw Hats, but Luffy's growth against Cracker and Katakuri provides insight into the crew's strength. With Sanji's return, Jinbe joining, Luffy's growth, Pudding's love, and more, this arc has left a lasting impact. The Straw Hats will reunite in Wano for the highly anticipated challenge against Kaido. As for what lies ahead, we will discuss in the next installment. Thank you all, goodbye. Hello everyone, I am Mr.Dishwasher. In our previous discussion, we covered Luffy and the Straw Hats causing a stir on Whole Cake Island, and Sanji rejoining the crew. The group is now sailing towards Wano to reunite with Zoro and the others. Meanwhile, monumental events are unfolding across the world. The sacred land of Mary Geos is preparing to host the Levely, the meeting of royal families. The Revolutionary Army has also relocated their base to Momwaro Island. Dragon and Sabo are safe and mobilizing forces for a confrontation with the Celestial Dragons. Soon after, Sabo leads a team to infiltrate Mary Geos as royal dignitaries arrive for the conference. Thanks to Luffy's influence, Vivi, Rebecca, and Shirahoshi have forged a wonderful friendship. Despite orders from Akainu, Admiral Fujitora comes to Mary Geos. Also present is the newly appointed Admiral Ryakujiu. Meanwhile, the former CP9, including Lucci, were promoted to CP0. They served as guards for Celestial Dragons, assisting Charlos in capturing Shirahoshi. Seeing this, Neptune could no longer restrain himself and decided to reclaim Shirahoshi, bidding farewell to the world above. At this moment, the reformed Celestial Dragon Josgard intervenes, knocking down the foolish noble. This man was once saved by Otoheim and has since changed his ways. With his assistance, the turmoil over Princess Shirahoshi's capture was diffused. Meanwhile, with Luffy's bounty skyrocketing to 1.5 billion, he is hailed as the 5th emperor in the New World, shocking the world. However, upon learning this, Big Mom sets sail for Wano to defeat Luffy and avenge herself. For this purpose, she has a heated exchange with Kaido over Den Den Mushi. They are both determined to capture Luffy. It seems a massive storm is brewing in Wano. The Navy, having intercepted this news, will not stand idly by. Kizaru volunteers to travel to Wano, but Akainu forbids it, citing unknown forces in Wano. In fact, in the past, Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard were all part of the Rocks pirates. Rocks was the previous ruler of the seas before Roger, and extremely malevolent. At that time, Roger and Garp allied to defeat the Rocks pirates. This made Garp a heroic Navy legend, earning him worldwide fame. Meanwhile, Shanks secretly meets with the 5 elders in Mary Geos. Jewelry Bonnie also infiltrated the Holy Land and saw the enslaved Kuma, filling her with intense anger. She vowed the celestial dragons would not be spared. In truth, Sabo and the Revolutionary Army come with the intention of rescuing their former comrade, Kuma. Afterward, the 5 elders have an audience with the true power behind the world government, Imu. They hold a certain unease towards the family of D and decide to initiate a global purge. On the other side, Nekomamushi finds Marco in Whitebeard's homeland. Whitebeard has used all his life's wealth to develop this land, to the point that he was even stingy enough to not offer Marco a drink. Thanks to Whitebeard's silent protection, the people live carefree lives. Returning to Luffy's group, they navigate whirlpools and arrive in Wano. Currently, Zoro and the others are established in Wano, integrated into the community. Usopp is selling fake medicine like toad oil. Meanwhile, Zoro becomes entangled in a murder case, but he manages to apprehend the assailant, an official, at the execution scene and swiftly puts him to the sword. As a result, Zoro becomes a wanted fugitive. Regarding Luffy, during the process of landing on the island, he temporarily loses contact with his companions. Later, he rescues a young girl named Tama from Kaido's forces. Tama is a user of the millet fruit, which allows her to create millet balls. Any animal or Zoan-type devil fruit user who consumes these balls must obey Tama's commands. Despite her impoverished circumstances, Tama remains surprisingly optimistic and doesn't let the situation overly sadden her. In gratitude for Luffy's kindness, she uses her last bit of rice to entertain Luffy, while she herself quietly drinks water from the river to stave off hunger.
おめえは食わねえのか？
はい、今は
バカ野郎！
でもこれ以上炊いてないでやんす。お漬物もそれが最後。ちょっとお手洗いに行ってくるでやんす。
Actually, Tama only gets to have 2 meals a year. Today, her teacher, Hitetsu, spent money to buy white rice only for Tama's birthday celebration. However, all these food items were used to entertain Luffy, and Tama fell ill due to the contaminated water. After hearing about this, Luffy was deeply moved. He learned from Tama that she had been waiting for Ace's return. It turns out that Tama is from a place called Amagasa village in Wano's Kuri. 4 years ago, Ace visited this village and brought food, forming a deep friendship with Tama. With Ace's help, the people of Amagasa village used their own hands to overcome poverty and become prosperous. Before parting, Ace made a promise with Tama. If she could become a beautiful female ninja, she would be able to sail the seas with him. However, over a year ago, Drake from Kaido's crew destroyed Amagasa village. Because only the flower capital, ruled by the Shogun Kurozumi Orochi, has gained Kaido's recognition. Everywhere else is a lawless wilderness, impeding economic progress. Only Tama stayed behind, waiting for Ace. Now, in order to repay the favor of that one meal, Luffy decides to take Tama to the town for medical treatment. From the swordsmith Hitetsu, Luffy also obtains the great-grade blade, Nidai Kitetsu. On their way, they see the land severely polluted by Kaido's factories and encounter the chivalrous Zoro. At that moment, Hawkins, a member of Shinichi who belongs to Kaido's crew, along with his men, comes to capture Luffy. Hawkins, who was originally part of the Kid Alliance, surprisingly switched allegiance to Kaido after being defeated. Zoro and Luffy engage in a fierce battle with Hawkins. Hawkins can transfer the damage he receives to his subordinates through a scarecrow and gain different battlefield effect bonuses by drawing cards. However, Zoro and Luffy are no ordinary individuals. After a skirmish, Zoro successfully forces Hawkins to retreat with his two-sword style. Continuing, Luffy and Zoro, accompanied by Tama, proceed toward the town in search of treatment. They also encounter the tea house owner, Tsurujo, and the employee, Kiku, from Okabor town. With their assistance, Tama receives treatment and is out of danger. She even enjoys a delicious bowl of ashiruko, finally having a fantastic birthday. In fact, there are many children like Tama who go hungry in Wano. All of this is because of Kaido and the tyrannical Orochi. They have devastated vast lands, leaving people without their homes and livelihoods. Clean and harmless food is monopolized by Orochi's forces, and ordinary folks are left begging and scavenging for sustenance. At that moment, two Smile Devil Fruit users suddenly launch an attack. One of them is incredibly fast and, with the help of their comrade, takes Tama away. It turns out they have discovered Tama's unique ability and want to exploit it for their own gain. These individuals are gifters under Kaido's command, obeying to the Shinichi. Currently, there are 3 Shinichi guarding this area, namely Hawkins, Hold'em, and Speed. The true leader of Kuri is Jack, the Drought, who has fishman heritage and was previously saved by Kaido, returning to Wano. Upon learning of this, Luffy, Zoro, and Kiku swiftly pursue them. As a matter of fact, Kiku is not a woman but a skilled samurai, Kikunajo. Soon, the 3 of them create quite a scene in the officials' territory of Bakura town. The noise even reaches Law, who is lurking nearby. During the course of the chaos, Luffy rescues Tama from Hold'em's clutches, witnessing the injured cheek of the young girl. Enraged, he uses Red Hawk to take down Hold'em. Following that, Zoro and Kiku seize a significant amount of precious food from a large ship. Tama, with her ability to command animals, tames the Zoan user Speed and makes her help in their escape. On the other side, the truly formidable Hawkins is stopped by Law halfway through. After a brief exchange, neither side gains the upper hand. Shortly thereafter, Law follows Zoro's group and departs triumphantly. Later, Luffy manages to recover a large bucket of pure water, providing much-needed assistance to countless suffering people. Grateful from the depths of their hearts, they need not say more. In this moment, Luffy makes a promise to Tama. To repay the debt of a meal, he will ensure that this country will no longer worry about food. When he leaves Wano, everyone here will be able to eat their fill. At this instant, Tama feels as if she has once again seen Ace, who, in the past, made a similar promise. After this, Tama returns to Amagasa village, while Luffy accompanies Law, heading to the summit of Oden Castle. 20 years ago, the Kazuki family and their retainers, the 9 Red Scabbards, were burned to death within Oden Castle. Under the brainwashing of Kurozumi Orochi, the Kazuki family was portrayed as demonic figures. Their vision for opening Wano was a practice that allowed evil individuals and wicked ideas to thrive. Meanwhile, the isolationist policy of Wano was promoted as a means to protect the people. At Oden Castle, Luffy successfully reunites with his companions, including Nami, Sanji, and others. Also present are Momonosuke and Kinemon. At the same time, Luffy discovers the tombstones of Momonosuke and Kinemon here. It turns out that Momonosuke, Kinemon, Reizo, Kenjuro, and Kikunajo are people who time-traveled from 20 years ago in Wano to the present day. All of this traces back to the story of Kazuki Oden. 20 years ago, Kazuki Oden had a father, the Shogun Kazuki Sukiyaki. However, Oden did not want to be confined to the flower capital and came to Kuri. Here, he reformed the local ruffians and ronin, leading them to build a beautiful paradise farm. As a result, Oden was appointed as the daimyo of Kuri, becoming the local ruler. He also took in the homeless Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, forming the 9 Red Scabbards, a team of retainers, which became the talk of the town. At that time, Oden was only 20 years old, and he yearned for the sea and adventure. His character and reputation attracted numerous people, including the Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard. However, Kaido secretly joined forces with Orochi, plotting to frame Oden and make him a criminal in Wano. As a result, the entire Kazuki family was wiped out, meeting their end in the burning inferno. Toki, the mother of Momonosuke, using the power of the Time Fruit, sent Momonosuke and the others 20 years into the future. They bear the heavy responsibility of overthrowing Kaido and Orochi and inheriting Kazuki Oden's dream, to open Wano's borders. Returning to the present, though Oden has been hailed as an eternal sinner, there are still people among the populace who believe in him and are willing to risk their lives for his cause. They've endured for 20 years, and at last, they've witnessed the return of the Kazuki family, who now conceal themselves throughout Wano, marked with the crescent moon emblem on their feet. They await only a command from the Kazuki clan to rise up. It must be said, to inspire such hope in the people even 20 years later, only two individuals come to mind, Roger and Kazuki Oden. At present, counting all the samurai and the Mink tribe, the forces that the Kazuki clan can muster are estimated to be around 5,000 strong. The Kinemon faction is planning a decapitation operation, with the target being Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, who is currently in the southern part of Wano, Onigashima. The decisive battle is scheduled for the Fire Festival celebration 2 weeks from now. On that day, Kaido will meet with Wano's shogun, Kurozumi Orochi, and engage in a boisterous celebration. To transmit this message, the Kinemon faction has devised a special code, which the people must send to those bearing the moon crescent tattoo during this time. Additionally, the Kinemon faction has entrusted everyone to search for 3 members of the 9 Red Scabbards, Kawamatsu, Denjiro, and Ashura Doji. As of now, Ashura Doji was called Shutenmaru, who has risen as the leader of a group of thieves. He has just plundered food from Okabor town and encountered the Drought Jack. Without a word, they drew their blades and clashed. Ashura Doji's sword swiftly tore through Jack's chest. However, during their battle, the skies suddenly change color. It turns out that, due to his intoxication, Kaido transformed into Azure Dragon form and arrived at the scene. In an instant, the wind roars, clouds churn, and a terrifying aura overwhelms even distant figures like Luffy and his companions, leaving them gasping for breath. Okabor town, too, becomes a ruin within ruins due to Kaido's arrival. At this moment, Law deduces that Kaido's targets are himself and Luffy. Consequently, Luffy, accompanied by Law, separates from the group to intercept Kaido. However, Kaido unleashes a monstrous dragon's breath toward Oden Castle, and this fearsome blaze pierces right through the mountainside. Once the light subsided, half the mountain had been leveled. Upon witnessing the situation, Luffy's anger becomes uncontrollable. He worries about the safety of his comrades and immediately confronts Kaido. Luffy leaps into the sky, delivering a powerful attack. The impact of this attack is so great that those around couldn't keep their eyes open. However, when the smoke clears, Kaido emerges completely unscathed. In that moment, Luffy sees the injured Speed and learns that Tama has also been hurt by Kaido. This deepens his rage, and he once again stands before Kaido, shouting that he will become the Pirate King. Before the words fall, he turns on the Gear 3rd and attacks Kaido again. To Luffy's surprise, Kaido's defense is astonishing. Despite Luffy's torrential barrage, Kaido treats it as nothing more than a hangover remedy. After receiving a bit of a massage, Kaido returns to his true form, wielding the weapon, the Hasaikai. He wobbles and looks at Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy knows he has to go all out. He transforms into his ultimate Gear 4th, unleashing a ferocious storm of attacks that overwhelms Kaido. This time, Luffy's assault is effective, breaking through Kaido's drunken haze. Kaido opens his dragon eyes, and a thunderous roar echoes through the sky. However, as the thunder subsides, Luffy's ultimate move is about to be unleashed.
Laimi Hake!
Unexpectedly, his invincible Gear 4th is not a match for Kaido's Thunder Bagua. Kaido asks in a subdued manner, "What king was that, boy?" In this way, Luffy is defeated and captured, becoming Kaido's prisoner. Perhaps losing interest, Kaido returns to Onigashima to drink again. On the other side, Nami and the others are not seriously harmed. Thanks to Shinobu's protection, they are completely unaffected by the dragon's breath. Later, news of Luffy's defeat spreads throughout the country. Whether it is Frankie, Usopp, or Robin, all show expressions of shock upon hearing this. At this moment, Luffy is imprisoned in the prisoner mine of Udon, undergoing labor reform. Also incarcerated there are Kawamatsu, one of the 9 red scabbards, and Eustace Kid. Thus concludes Act 1 of Wano. Unexpectedly, Luffy, who had just arrived in Wano, faces a severe setback. So, will the Straw Hat crew manage to turn the tide? What hidden stories lie within the character of Kazuki Oden? Will our heroes ultimately triumph over the mighty Kaido? For answers to what comes next, stay tuned for the next installment. Thank you all, and goodbye. Hello, everyone. I am Mr.Dishwasher. In the previous episode, we discussed the Straw Hat Pirates landing in Wano country. Luffy is defeated by Kaido and becomes his prisoner. At the same time, significant events are unfolding around the world. Among them, Moria is surrounded by the Blackbeard pirates. Shiryu takes Absalom's clear fruit. Moria is in dire straits, and there are concerns for his life. In Mary Geos, Sabo leads the revolutionary army in a mission to free the enslaved Kuma. They clash with the admirals Fujitora and Ryakujiu, and the battle is intense. Now the whole world is caught in a massive whirlpool. In the future, only the strong will be able to stand firm in this turbulent sea. Back in Wano, Inuarashi and the others find Ashura Doji. However, Ashura Doji does not want to obey Momonosuke's intentions. The weight of these past 20 years has been too heavy. He has lost all hope for the darkness that has gripped Wano. Thus, they part ways without reaching an agreement. On the other hand, Luffy and Kid become the dual leaders of the prisoner mine in Udon. Kaido hopes to break their spirits through labor and bring these supernovas under his control. The leader of the prison is the All-Star known as Queen the Plague. Standing beside Queen is one of the 3 All-Stars, King the Conflagration. Meanwhile, Nami and the others are preparing for Kinemon's plan. They not only need to convey messages to the samurai but also resolve the issue of weapons and sea transportation. At the same time, Luffy and Kid are working tirelessly in the mine, doing the work of hundreds of ordinary people. As a result, they not only have sufficient food but also defeated the deputy warden Shinuchi, saving the elderly Hyogoro. Surprisingly, Caribou, who has changed for the better, is also in the prison, a strange twist of fate. As for Sanji, he is managing a ramen shop that is immensely popular among women. Here, he gives a thorough beating to a gang that came to cause trouble. He also meets a cheerful girl, Toko, who always has a smiling face. Toko has worked tirelessly to afford Sanji's noodles. Seeing her joyful smile, everyone's hearts have become much brighter.
働いてお小遣い貯めてやっと買えたお蕎麦だったのにこぼれちゃって悲しかったでも嬉しい
そうかそんなにうめえか
Today marks the day when the renowned geisha Kamirasaki parades through the streets of the flower capital in Wano. Her beauty has captivated numerous men, leaving them enthralled. Toko, her faithful handmaiden, shares a strong bond with her. Together, they are headed to the shogun's residence to accompany Kurozumi Orochi, the shogun, during a banquet. At the same time, the talented courtesan, Robin, has also received an invitation and is eligible to attend Orochi's grand event. Currently, Orochi has just concluded a meeting with the CP0 members. Interestingly, due to the underworld broker, Doflamingo's failure, the world government had to directly contact Orochi to purchase weapons. It's ironic that the weapons used to combat pirates by the world government now come from pirates themselves. On the other side, Zoro, as usual, gets lost and ends up separated from the group. During his wanderings, he encounters a cheerful man named Tonoyasu. Together, they arrive in Ebisu town, where laughter fills the air every moment. Tonoyasu explains, life is unpredictable. It would be a shame not to face it with a smile. Later, Zoro hears from the villagers about the benevolent thief Ashimitsu Kozo. Meanwhile, in the heart of the flower capital, Kurozumi Orochi is hosting an extravagant banquet. Joining him is his right-hand man, Kayashiro, the head of the Yakuza. In a brief moment during the festivities, Robin discreetly leaves her seat. She and her fellow infiltrators begin searching Orochi's estate. Brook finds the poneglyphs. However, Robin faces the formidable Ani Wabanshu, the ninja guards. Thankfully, using her flower clone, she manages to escape. Back at the banquet, Orochi once again brings up the legend of the Kazuki clan's revenge. Toko can't help but laugh at his timid words, which infuriates Orochi. He intends to kill Toko in his rage. However, at this critical moment, Kamurasaki slaps Orochi in defense of Toko. She transforms from her usual graceful demeanor to one of resolute strength. Even when facing Orochi's formidable serpentine form, the Yamata no Orochi, Kamurasaki does not show a hint of fear. Immediately, Orochi retaliates, biting down on Kamurasaki, causing chaos to erupt in the banquet hall. Soon after, Robin, Brook, Nami, and the others appear one by one. They plan to rescue Toko and Kamurasaki while engaging in a battle with the Oniwabanshu. However, in a display of loyalty to Orochi, Kayashiro mercilessly strikes down the top courtesan, Kamurasaki. Upon seeing this, Nami, not holding back her power, summons the thundercloud Zeus. One can witness massive and robust lightning striking the sky, enveloping the entire shogun's residence in a dazzling display of thunder. Seizing this opportunity, Nami and the others rescue Toko and swiftly flee. Meanwhile, the Yonko Big Mom is on the verge of arriving in Wano. Upon receiving this news, Kaido orders his subordinates to launch an attack. However, they are taken aback by the terrifying strength of Big Mom, who effortlessly breaks through the final line of defense. At this crucial moment, the Conflagration King takes action and attacks Big Mom's ship. He possesses the power of the ancient Zoan, Pteranodon. Utilizing the cover of the waterfall, King kicks the pirate ship, sending Big Mom into a vortex, her fate uncertain. On the other side, due to Sanji's previous altercation with the Mafia, Kaido's formidable Tobarapo, Drake and Page 1, arrive to capture him. This Tobarapo group consists of the mightiest 6 warriors among Kaido's Shinuchis, including Page 1 and Drake. During the clash with Page 1, Sanji employs Germa's raid suit, which greatly enhances his abilities, leading him to adopt the moniker Soba Mask. Empowered by the suit, Sanji's speed and defense significantly increase, and the suit even grants him invisibility, a power resembling his long-desired clear fruit. Subsequently, Sanji overwhelmingly dominates his battle with Page 1. But Page 1 possesses remarkable resilience, making a prolonged engagement unwise. Sanji chooses to withdraw, not wanting to be entangled further. Meanwhile, in Kuri, Chopper, surprisingly, rescues Big Mom from drowning in a maritime mishap. Unexpectedly, Big Mom suffers from amnesia due to the incident. Chopper and his companions decide to care for her, referring to her as Madame Lin Lin. They plan to utilize Big Mom's power to rescue Luffy from the prisoner mine. They tell Big Mom that the mine has delicious ashiruko, a sweet red bean soup. Encouraged by this, Big Mom accompanies Chopper, and they set off for the prisoner mine. At the same time, inside the prison, everyone discovers that Kid has escaped, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, Luffy repeatedly assists the elderly Hyagoro, providing him with food vouchers in exchange for items. Luffy also fiercely confronts the prison guards who have mistreated Hyagoro. Indeed, Hyagoro was the leader of the Flower Capital's underworld 20 years ago. He was known for his loyalty and reputation, and he even refused the bribery of Kurozumi Orochi. As a result, Hyagoro found himself in prison, enduring harsh labor. Next, Queen arrives at the prisoner mine for an inspection. He apprehends both Luffy and Hyagoro, who are attempting to escape. Queen sets up a sumo ring, intending to execute Luffy through a multi-person sumo match. To ensure fairness, Queen even removes Luffy's seastone handcuffs. Following this, Luffy faces off against skilled members of Kaido's crew. He recalls Rayleigh's mastery of Haki and aims to improve his Haki level through this battle. This is crucial to have a chance at breaking through Kaido's invincible dragon scales. Meanwhile, Nami and Robin relax in the bathhouse, not expecting Drake and Hawkins to arrive with a group of men. They order the capture of individuals with crescent moon tattoos, and they discover Nami. Before Nami's national treasure, no one could stand their ground. Even Sanji, who was secretly watching, couldn't resist showing himself. Afterward, Sanji leads Nami, Robin, and the others to escape. Everyone is puzzled by how Hawkins knows about the crescent moon tattoo mark, and it seems that even Kinemon's special code has been exposed to Orochi. Currently, many samurai are arrested by Orochi's subordinates, and the situation is far from optimistic. Simultaneously, Zoro encounters a weapons collector named Gyukamaru, who manages to steal Shusui, a national treasure, from him. Just then, Kamurasaki appears with Toko, running from a relentless and constantly laughing masked assailant, Kamazo, an assassin sent by Orochi. Seeing this, Zoro engages in a duel with Kamazo to protect Kamurasaki and Toko. Unexpectedly, Kamazo is incredibly powerful, and the battle between Zoro and Kamazo is fierce. Adding to the complication, Gyukamaru takes advantage of the situation to sneakily attack Zoro. Despite this, Zoro lives up to his reputation as a swordsman. He clenches the blade with his muscles, preventing Kamazo from withdrawing the scythe. Zoro manages to seize the scythe and hold it in his mouth. Three-sword style, ready to strike.
Santoryu Rengok
Finally, Zoro defeats Kamazo. However, he succumbs to his own injuries and collapses. Later, Zoro is saved by Kamurasaki and Toko. Toko generously applies to Zoro the toad oil she purchased from Usopp. Kamurasaki also reveals her true identity as Hiyori, the younger sister of Momonosuke. She had been rescued by Kawamatsu of the 9 Red Scabbards and has been living under a new name since. Due to the frigid weather, the 3 of them share a bed to keep warm, and it turns out to be quite a delightful and enjoyable time. Meanwhile, Luffy defeats numerous gifters in battle, yet he still struggles to grasp the advanced Busashoku Haki. Hyogoro informs Luffy about a high-level Busashoku Haki known in Wano as Flowing Cherry Blossom. He even demonstrates it personally, sharing the key techniques with Luffy. Thanks to Hyogoro's guidance, Luffy makes remarkable progress in mastering Haki. In Ebisu Town, Nami and the others gather together. They are deeply troubled by the leaked password. Suddenly, Tonoyasu enters the room. He recognizes the secret code and offers his assistance. Tonoyasu happens to be the father of Toko, a fact he reveals to the group. Toko would send all the money she earned in the capital back to Tonoyasu. In turn, Tonoyasu would distribute the funds to help the villagers and improve their lives. That night, Tonoyasu does something astonishing. He voluntarily surrenders to the Oniwabanshu, claiming to be the infamous Ushimitsu Kozo. The Oniwabanshu discover his true identity, causing a chain of events. As soon as Orochi learns of this, he promptly orders Tonoyasu's execution. Orochi even spreads the news through newspapers to amplify the event's impact. Soon after, Toko learns of her father's situation through a visit from Brook. She rushes outside, desperate to see her father. It is clear that Toko is filled with a profound mixture of fear and sorrow, yet her face still bears a strange smile.
どうしたんです？
トコ、あたいのお父ちゃんが。
なんだと？
花の都は今日もいい天気になりそうだ。
In reality, Tonoyasu's true name is Shimatsuki Yasui. He was formerly a daimyo in the Hakamai region of Wano, loyal to the Kazuki family. He shared a strong bond with Kazuki Oden and was highly respected among the people. During his time, he even led a resistance against Orochi, but Kaido's interference led to his defeat. Now, hearing about Yasui's impending execution, the people of Ebisu Town rush to the flower capital, determined to rescue him, with the assistance of Usopp and others. Facing the specter of death, Yasui shows no fear. He declares he is not truly Ushimitsu Kozo, just seeking attention. He admits to orchestrating the signals received by the samurai, all just a playful jest, mocking the seriousness with which Orochi treated it. He says the imprisoned samurai turned out to be ordinary civilians, not dangerous rebels. It turns out that Yasui had sacrificed himself to ensure the continuation of the Kinemon's plan and to make one final contribution to the Kazuki family. He criticizes Orochi for ruining Wano's beauty and mocks him as a coward afraid of Oden. In response, Orochi, angered, orders the execution on the spot. Countless bullets fly toward Yasui, painting his body with splashes of blood. In his final moments, he thinks of his memory with Oden, the respect from the 9 Red Scabbards, and the people. Yasui accepts his fate without regret, except for the sorrow he feels for his daughter.
どれ、父ちゃんが肩車してやろう。よいしょっと。許せ、 男、お前を残してゆく父よ。
Ultimately, Yasui meets his demise amidst a hail of bullets, leaving the execution scene in deep mourning. However, a strange occurrence takes place, as everyone's faces display a strange smile. Actually, the reason for all these strange phenomena is due to Kaido and Orochi. Several years ago, they began a large-scale procurement of smile fruits, with only a 10% success rate. The failed products rob the consumers of all expressions except laughter. What's more extreme is that, to prevent commoners from expressing anger and sadness, Orochi mixed the failed smile fruits into the food of the Ebisu villagers. Unaware individuals saw it as a gift, but it marked the true beginning of the tragedy. Thus, behind these seemingly happy smiles, lies the deepest darkness of this nation. At this moment, Toko risks her life to enter the execution ground. She brings toad oil purchased from Usopp, hoping to heal her father's wounds.
お父ちゃん、生き返って。この薬で傷が治るよ。もう大丈夫だよ。
However, this is just Usopp's deception, utterly powerless to change the outcome. Suddenly seeing Toko, Orochi becomes furious. He immediately takes up his gun and shoots at her. Just in time, two figures arrive swiftly, blocking the bullets. They are none other than Zoro and Sanji. Following that, the Straw Hat crew creates a commotion in the Flower Capital. While they can't kill the arrogant Kurozumi Orochi, Tonoyasu's body and other villagers, including Toko, are rescued from perilous situations. Meanwhile, the prisoner mine welcomes two new inmates. One of them is the assassin, Kamazo, while the other is Kid, who manages to escape but back into prison midway. It turns out Kamazo's true identity is the Supernova Killer. He was forced to consume a failed smile fruit in order to save his captain and took on the identity of Kamazo, following the orders of Kurozumi Orochi. Just then, Big Mom and Chopper, among others, suddenly storm the prison. Tempted by Ashiruko, Big Mom keeps causing destruction. Seeing this, Queen becomes extremely angry. To protect his Ashiruko, he transforms into his Brachiosaurus form and battles Big Mom. The clash between these two heavyweight fighters is over in an instant. With just one punch, Big Mom overpowers Queen. In the face of Big Mom's power, the entire prisoner mine descends into chaos. In reality, the reason Big Mom desires Ashiruko is to allow the residents of Okabor Town to savor this delicacy. However, last night, Luffy secretly devoured all the Ashiruko in the prison. As a result, Big Mom turns her wrath towards Luffy, exuding an imposing presence akin to a mountain's weight. In this dire moment, Luffy successfully comprehends the flowing cherry blossom technique. He shatters the collar around his neck and leads Big Mom in a circuit within the prison. After a long while, Queen regains consciousness from his stupor. He devises a trap to lure Big Mom, using a technique called head crash from the sky. The immense impact surprisingly triggers Big Mom's recovery of her past memories, causing her to collapse to the ground. Immediately, Queen hastens to securely bind Big Mom and personally escorts her to Onigashima, where Kaido resides. Simultaneously, due to the chaos caused by Big Mom, Reizo takes the opportunity to join forces with Caribou, severing communication between the prison and the outside world. Meanwhile, Luffy continues to engage in combat with the jailers, honing his skills in the flowing cherry blossom technique. Kawamatsu also receives aid and manages to escape from the death cell. Inspired by the encouragement of their fellow inmates, the prisoners rekindle their determination to resist Kaido's rule. Collectively, they decide to break free from the prisoner mine and overthrow Kaido's dominion. In this manner, the Udon prison is successfully subdued. Tama, using her Millet Dango, tames a substantial number of Zoan-type jailers. Among those whom Luffy manages to rescue are Kid and Killer. Kinemon encounters Ashura Doji in a graveyard. Countless warriors who had stood against Kaido 10 years prior are buried there. At that time, Ashura, who had eagerly awaited the return of the Kazuki, bore witness to many tragedies, leading him to resort to banditry. However, now, due to Tonoyasu's death, Ashura once again sees a glimmer of hope. He resolves to join forces with Momonosuke and the 9 Red Scabbards to overthrow Kaido. In this manner, the 9 Red Scabbards have gathered 8 members, with only Denjiro remaining to be reunited. Ashura also acquires the map of Onigashima and numerous ships, sufficient to transport thousands of troops. On the other side, Hawkins secretly meets with Law. He uses the lives of Law's crew as leverage and successfully captures Law. However, a mysterious individual covertly sets Law free. Law, while in prison, defeats Hawkins and learns about the Kid Alliance's past. At that moment, Kaido descends from the sky, confronting the Kid Alliance. To everyone's surprise, Apu turns out to be Kaido's undercover agent and immediately betrays them. Consequently, Hawkins surrenders to Kaido, while Kid and Killer are defeated and captured. Meanwhile, Zoro, accompanied by Hiyori, finds Gyukimaru. They are joined by Kawamatsu, one of the 9 red scabbards. It turns out that Gyukimaru is a fox from the Shimatsuki family, serving under Shimatsuki Ashimaru, who is known as the daimyo of Ringo. In Ringo, people consider swords as symbols of the soul, placing them on graves. Gyukimaru and Kawamatsu once guarded these grave swords with the intention of overthrowing Kaido. Now Gyukimaru has fulfilled this mission and led everyone to the hidden weapons. The forces to overthrow Kaido are no longer defenseless. Furthermore, to bring Shushuei back to Wano, Hiyori exchanges it with Zoro, using the famous sword Enma, which once wounded Kaido, a blade owned by Kazuki Oden. Oden had given both 2 swords to the 2 children, with Momonosuke inheriting Aim no Habakiri and Hiyori inheriting Enma. At Onigashima, Kaido and Big Mom have their official meeting. They begin with a fierce sword clash, the force of which tears through the sky. Then they shake hands, make peace, and celebrate with a drink, forming an alliance.
我々110海賊団と
ビッグマム海賊団は
海賊同盟を
結ぶことに
したぞ
協力し世界を取ってからでもいいよな
殺し合いの続きはよ
On Kinemon's side, they modified the secret signal as per Tonoyasu's instructions. The original snake signal hinted at gathering at Habu Port, but the revised lizard signal indicated a change to Magura Port as the assembly point. This way, they could evade Kurozumi Orochi's watchful eyes and set sail smoothly. With the fire festival approaching, time was short, and everyone was preparing for the final battle. Among them, Zoro was taming the formidable sword Enma, which possessed terrifying power, capable of cutting through coastlines with a single stroke, but it required a significant amount of a swordsman's essence, truly deserving its status as a top-tier demonic blade. In fact, if a swordsman continuously enveloped the sword with haki, it could be elevated to the supreme grade. Therefore, Zoro was determined to have all his swords listed as supreme grade. Meanwhile, Luffy was diligently practicing haki at the prisoner mine, making rapid progress. Momonosuke led the 9 red scabbards and proceeded to the rendezvous point. The large army that had been assembled was now poised for the decisive battle against Kaido, with the conflict imminent. However, for some reason, Kurozumi Orochi was aware of the new signal. He swiftly prepared his forces to counter any resistance from the uprising. Nevertheless, challenges were met with resistance, and obstacles were overcome. Luffy and his companions did not retreat at this point. The storms of the future were bound to be even fiercer. With this, Act 2 of Wano concluded.
見てろカイドウ
その陰で世界の運命をも揺るがす戦が始まる
Hello everyone, I am Mr.Dishwasher. In the previous episode, we talked about the Fire Festival in Wano, which is about to take place. The army to take down Kaido has been assembled. The World Conference, shrouded in secrecy, has concluded. During this time, numerous major events have shaken the world. Among them, the newspapers reported incidents of death and assassination failed, seemingly involving Sabo and Vivi. Meanwhile, Drake secretly communicated with Kobe. He turns out to be a naval undercover agent, lurking beside Kaido. Additionally, the world government has abolished the 7 warlords of the sea system. The former warlords have become high-bounty pirates. This significant event will severely impact the world's balance. Enormous waves are rising everywhere, signaling the beginning of the battle, Marine against the 7 warlords.
武者震いがする。久しぶりだな。
頼むぞ、おめえら。俺はその間に。
トンズラだ。
On the other side, the Marines have learned about Kaido's alliance with Big Mom. This seems to be a rebirth of the Rock's pirates. In pirate history, the highest bounties were Roger with 5.5 billion and Whitebeard with 5 billion. Currently the Yonko have bounties of 4.6 billion, 4.3 billion, 4 billion, and 2.2 billion, respectively. However, facing the combined 9 billion bounties of the Yonko alliance, Akainu claims that the Marines have no remaining forces and lets the situation be. Back in Wano, the time has come for the Fire Festival. Orochi sets sail to Onigashima, and the people are celebrating the Fire Festival, enjoying a rare moment of freedom. Simultaneously at the Magura port, Kinemon and others, surprisingly, do not see any samurai. They were expecting warships and soldiers, but all they see are the rolling waves. What exactly happened to turn the formidable army into a mirage? In fact, a day earlier, Orochi destroyed the bridge leading to the Magura port. Even the Sunny, hidden away, and other ships in the port fell victim to the bombing. However, in the face of all this, the 9 red scabbards are still determined to march forward. For the suffering people of Wano and in honor of Odin's will, everyone except for Momonosuke decides to bravely face death.
いいかお前たち。世界が動き始めるその前に、ワノ国を開国せよ。
41 years ago, Odin was a prominent figure in the flower capital, constantly attempting to escape Wano and sail the free seas. However, due to the country's isolation and unfavorable circumstances, Odin faced 38 consecutive failures. In the flower capital, Odin's mastery of dual swords was unparalleled, and his strength was evident when he struck down a menacing giant boar with a single blow. It was for this reason that Odin earned the respect of Kinemon, originally a hoodlum, as well as the samurai Denjiro. Back then, Odin's troublemaking nature led to a severing of ties with his father, Kazuki Sukiyaki. Consequently, Odin departed from the flower capital, attracting many who wished to follow him. These followers, unknowingly, lifted their legs in unison, causing the city to tilt. Subsequently, Odin met with Shimatsuki Yasui, the daimyo of Hakamai, and encountered a new servant of the Yasui household, Kurazumi Orochi. On the surface, Orochi appeared subservient, but in secret, he was pilfering wealth and continuously feigning a pitiable background, always borrowing money. Meanwhile, Odin embarked for Kuri, intending to reform the lawless land. On the way, he took in 2 young boys, Aizu and Kiku, and also found Reizo and Kenjuro. Later, Odin faced off against Ashura Doji and the ruffians of Kuri in a night-long battle, ultimately emerging victorious. Odin's magnanimity earned him Ashura's respect, and Kuri was transformed into the beautiful paradise village under his governance. As a result, Sukiyaki officially recognized Odin as the daimyo of Kuri, and the entire nation felt proud of him. Then Odin extended an invitation to Kinemon and the others.
俺の侍になれ。オデッサ。やめろ。鼻水出てる。
Thus Odin assembled his team of loyal retainers, with later additions including Kawamatsu, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi. They diligently honed their skills, becoming the most formidable group of retainers in all of Wano. Years passed, and on this day, the Whitebeard pirates unexpectedly landed in Kuri, Wano, led by Whitebeard himself. Upon learning of this, Odin was greatly excited and immediately confronted Whitebeard with his blade, attempting to force himself onto the ship. However, Odin faced defeat in the face of Whitebeard's overwhelming strength. Nevertheless, Odin persistently begged Whitebeard to take him along, and he even passed Whitebeard's trial. After 3 days and nights of grasping the ship's chains, Odin finally became Whitebeard's younger brother, embarking on a pirate's life. During the trial, Odin also rescued a woman named Toki, who had traveled from 8 centuries ago. In secret, Aizo, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi also joined Whitebeard's ship. In the following time, they experienced numerous adventures and forged deep friendships. Odin marveled at the world's wonders, discovering that the other side of the sea was truly splendid. To chronicle this journey, Odin wrote a diary and crafted intricate world maps. He also fell in love with Toki, resulting in the fruit of their love. On the other side, in Wano, the daimyo of Hakamai, Sukiyaki, fell gravely ill due to poison administered by Kurazumi Orochi. Orochi deceived Sukiyaki, claiming to be Odin's sworn brother. Thus he temporarily granted Orochi the role of acting shogun. The Kurazumi clan had once attempted to seize the position of shogun but had failed. Meanwhile, Orochi gained the support of 2 senior members of the clan. One of them possessed the clone fruit ability, using it to deceive Sukiyaki and even impersonate him, announcing Orochi as the new shogun. In the vast sea, one day, the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates accidentally crossed paths. Without much ado, they immediately engaged in a battle. Roger effortlessly defeated Odin with a single move, and a mighty clash followed between Roger and Whitebeard. After a 3-day and 3-night battle, plunder turned into gift exchange. Roger met Whitebeard for a drink and learned that Odin could decipher ancient texts. Then Roger proposed to Whitebeard to borrow Odin for a year to fulfill his wish. At that moment, Odin was deeply moved by Roger's boldness. Because Roger uttered a sentence that no one dared to imagine. Eventually Odin agreed to Roger's request. He wanted to help Roger achieve his dream. And so, Odin embarked on the second chapter of his pirate career. In that year, he, along with everyone, accomplished a world-shaking event. They aided Roger in reaching the final island, unveiling all the truths. Hence, Roger became the one and only Pirate King. When everyone learned the truth, they burst into laughter, enlightened. That day was the day when everyone realized their dreams, a day of greatest joy for Kazuki Odin.
最後の島に着いたあの日、俺たちは世界のすべてを知った。ロジャーはあの時、笑ってた。ジョイボーイ、俺はお前と同じ時代に生まれたかった。800年誰も行きつけなかったこの最後の島にこんな名前をつけねえか。ラフテルト。
Afterward, Roger disbanded his pirate crew, while Kazuki Odin declined Rayleigh's assistance, returning alone to his homeland. He was to embark on his own journey, to open the closed-off gates of Wano. Today, Wano stands with smokestacks, no longer the once idyllic sight. The people endure oppression, their lives deteriorating day by day. This is all because of the treachery of Kurazumi Orochi, who has allied himself with the notorious pirate Kaido, stirring chaos in the land of Wano. Despite the harsh living conditions, the people rejoiced sincerely at Odin's return, placing their hopes on him to rescue the nation from its dire straits. Upon learning of the situation, Odin immediately set forth for the capital, single-handedly defeat numerous henchmen of Orochi. His fierce countenance, akin to a demon, sent shivers down the spine of Orochi. However, the elder of the Kurazumi clan, endowed with barrier fruit abilities, withstood Odin's onslaught. In the midst of this deadlock, Orochi resorted to taking civilians of Wano hostage, forcing Odin to perform a daily naked dance in the capital. He reluctantly agreed, with Orochi promising to release 100 hostages for each dance, and after 5 years, Orochi would depart Wano, bidding farewell to everything. So, Odin trusted Orochi, choosing to bear this heavy burden alone. He took to the streets, dancing day after day, in the nude. This spectacle left the hopeful citizens, anticipating Odin's triumphant return, bitterly disappointed. They had hoped for a savior but instead encountered a clownish figure. A year later, Orochi callously informed Odin of Roger's demise. On that day, Odin stood by the seaside, shedding tears, and laughter echoed in the air. He recalled all that had transpired, grieving for Roger but also feeling proud of him. Our captain had an extraordinary life. Then Odin continued to dance for many years, and time eventually rewound to 20 years ago. Yet, on the promised day, Orochi broke his word, planning to transform the entirety of Wano into a weapon factory, even subjecting Hyogoro to Kaido's cruel whims. Odin, pushed to the brink, finally decided to take up arms. He rallied his loyal retainers and set out for Onigashima. The setting sun bathed everyone in crimson hues, and the blades glowed as fiery as the sunset. On that day, the people hailed these faithful retainers as the 9 Red Scabbards. However, Kaido had received insider information and intercepted them on their way, confessing to the deception he had orchestrated. 5 years ago, if Odin rallied the strength of all the samurai in the country, he could make Kaido unable to withstand it. However, as of today, Odin's reputation has faded, and Kaido holds a firm advantage, sealing the fate of Wano. Upon hearing this, Odin expressed no regrets about his decision that day. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and engaged in a fierce battle against countless enemies. It turned out that Odin, along with the 9 Red Scabbards and the power of Shinobu, was truly formidable. Thousands of soldiers were defeated, and even Kaido's dragon breath was nullified. Seeing this, Queen and King intercepted the Red Scabbards in succession, while Kaido personally took action. However, at this moment, Odin's momentum soared to the heavens. He faced everything head-on, determined to prevail, even against a dragon. after a single strike, Kaido was severely wounded. However, the elder Kurozumi used the clone fruit to transform into Momonosuke. This distracted Oden, allowing Kaido to seize the opportunity and subdue him. Thus the campaign to take down Kaido concluded tragically. Oden and the 9 red scabbards were sentenced to be boiled alive for their supposed treason. Facing such a terrifying execution, Oden made an unusual proposition to Kaido. If anyone could survive the punishment without dying, Kaido must spare that person. Mockingly, Kaido agreed, making Oden a 1-hour bath in the scalding oil pot, a place of certain death. He believed that neither Oden nor the red scabbards would survive even a minute in such extreme conditions. However, Oden didn't utter another word. Instead, he jumped directly into the boiling oil. The searing torrent relentlessly burned his body, and Oden couldn't help but emit an inhuman roar of fury. Seeing this, the red scabbards rushed towards the oil bath. They wanted to accompany their lord in facing the endless sea of fire. At that moment, Oden made an astounding move. Unexpectedly, Lord Kazuki Oden bare the execution by boiling oil pot alone. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, his body felt as if it were on fire. Onlookers chuckled, deeming him a foolish lord. However, Shinobu disclosed the truth behind Oden's naked dance. Back then, she had hidden in the rafters, eavesdropping on Orochi's threats to Oden. Only now, the people of Wano truly understand that their peaceful lives owe much to Oden, carrying the weight of the nation. Time passed, the fiery ordeal failed to break him. Oden endured an entire hour in the scalding oil at over 700 degrees. Yet, Kaido and Orochi betrayed their promises once again. They ordered the execution of Oden's entire family and mercilessly shot even the people pleading for mercy. In the face of danger, Oden entrusted his dream to the 9 red scabbards, declaring that a promised one would emerge in the future to lead Wano, and the country must support that person. He then threw the scabbards out of the range of the boiling oil pot, and they fled with tears, unable to look back. To do so would halt their steps, leaving Oden's dream unrealized. Meanwhile, Kaido aimed his gun at Oden. Out of respect, he claimed to have killed the elder clone fruit user. Oden, rather unconcerned, replied to Kaido, And so, Kazuki Oden met his demise with a smile in the midst of the raging flames. His life was both tragic and magnificent. If the Pirate King, Roger, possessed an extraordinary life, the same can be said for Kazuki Oden. Afterwards, Orochi ordered the extermination of the Kazuki clan, and Toki, with her ability, transported Kinemon and the others to a future 20 years hence. Yet, she herself chose not to leave. This Toki from 8 centuries past had once aspired to witness the world's transformation in the future. However, upon meeting Oden, she realized that the era he lived in was the endpoint she was willing to stop at. In the end, Toki was felled by stray arrows, meeting her demise in the sea of flames. Wano fell completely into the hands of Kaido and Orochi, ushering in a dark rule. Over the past 20 years, Denjiro underwent a transformation and became Kayashiro. He even disguised himself as Ushimitsu Kozo, robbing from the rich and giving to the poor. Hiyori, under his protection, became the top-ranking Oiran. Meanwhile, Orochi also revealed to Kaido the existence of a spy embedded beside Oden. This individual hailed from the Kurozumi family, with parents who were actors tragically killed on stage. Thus the spy harbored a unique obsession with performance. He had been acting as Oden's retainer all along and was even willing to die for him should he not receive orders from Orochi. Returning to the present, the scabbards face an empty sea, their plans having been repeatedly exposed, leading them to suspect the possibility of a traitor among them. Nevertheless, they decide to press on with their battle, even if thorns litter the path ahead, because the next opportunity will come in a year, and the situation will only grow more dire. Just then, a sudden change occurs. Kenjuro reveals his true identity. Astonishingly, he is the traitor among the red scabbards. He manages to deceive everyone with his painting clones, stealthily reaching the harbor and capturing Momonosuke. It turns out, Kenjuro had been harboring his talents, as his painting skills were truly remarkable. At the same time, 3 of Kaido's battleships emerge before the group. They immediately open fire, intent on eradicating the remnants of the Kazuki clan. Just as this crisis unfolds, the Sunny sails forth through the waves, accompanied by Law's submarine and Kid's ship. With just one encounter, a battleship is utterly destroyed, and Kayashiro also leaps into action, cutting down another battleship. Currently, Kayashiro arrives with 1,200 rescued samurai from the prison to aid in the battle. He reveals himself as Denjiro to Kinemon. Then Denjiro expresses admiration for Kinemon and deciphers the secret code. The two horizontal bars on the snake represent only needing to focus on the snake's head, which symbolizes the embankment at Habu port. The samurai set off a day early, gathering at the embankment. The ships destroyed by Orochi's forces were all abandoned, and Kanjuro, unknowingly, didn't detect the clever interpretation. Denjiro greatly praises Kinemon's astute thinking. Kinemon pretends to be profound but hides his fear. The combined force of 5,400 warriors assembles. At this moment, Kanjuro quickly draws a bird and leaves with Momonosuke. Encouraged by Luffy, Momonosuke sheds his past timidity. He urges everyone to attack and assures he'll seize the opportunity to escape. Nevertheless, the samurai remain in grave danger. The final Kaido battleship from afar relentlessly fires, utilizing its superior performance and weaponry, leaving them powerless. If this persists, the plan to cross the sea and attack the island will crumble. However, at this critical juncture, numerous tidal waves surge from the sea. Their tremendous impact slices through the cannons and wipes out Kaido's battleship, leaving everyone astonished. Who is this person that has such supernatural power to shock the world?
海底の国竜宮王国魚人街。この度麦わらの親分さんに人呼んで海峡の陣兵衛。以後免停お見知りおきの上よろしくお頼み申します。陣兵衛親分陣兵衛ルフィ約束通り生きて戻ったぞ。
And all the Straw Hat Pirates gather. Then, the group sets out for Onigashima, with a plan for a multi-pronged attack from the front and back. However, no matter the plan, there are always two blockheads who won't follow.
正面から乗り込むであろうバカが約2名現れる。
Soon, the main gate of Onigashima Fortress is breached, and Luffy officially lands on the island. To celebrate Jinbe's joining, Luffy showcases his melodious singing. Meanwhile, within Onigashima, Kaido hosts a grand banquet with his Tobarapo under his command, and he asks everyone to find his missing son, Yamato. On the other side, the Pirate Mink Samurai Alliance has successfully landed on the island. In order to show their determination, Kinemon orders the destruction of all ships. Originally, the plan was for them to appear as members of the Beast's pirates to avoid early confrontation. But Luffy, as usual, couldn't care less about that. Seeing the lavish wastefulness of food on Onigashima while thinking about the starving people of Wano, Luffy immediately storms into the central hall, causing significant havoc. Zoro joins him in this action. Just then, Apu unexpectedly unleashes a soundwave attack. His ability is incredibly peculiar, and with just one encounter, both Luffy and Zoro are injured. Now, Luffy and Zoro struggle to understand Apu's attack style and are being overwhelmed. Just then, a twist occurs. Seeing the traitor, Kid becomes extremely furious. He immediately forms an iron arm and smashes Apu into the wall. In reality, as long as you don't listen to Apu's sound, you won't be attacked. Immediately, due to the fierce attacks of the Vanguard team, the front line descends into chaos. Luffy and the others continue charging ahead, preparing to face Kaido in battle. In the outer regions of Wano, Big Mom's children attempt to climb the enormous waterfall for the second time. However, just as they were about to succeed, Marco suddenly appears. He kicks the pirate ship off the waterfall, making all their efforts come to naught. As a result, the Big Mom pirates fail their second attempt to climb the waterfall. Alongside Marco, Nekomamushi and Kiku's older brother, Aizu, also arrive. However, Perospero has left the Big Mom pirates and is heading to Onigashima alone. On the side of Orochi, Kanjuro finally comes to him. Orochi and Kaido finally know the whole situation here. They also plan to publicly execute Momonosuke. In other places, the actions of various groups have been relatively smooth. Only Chopper unexpectedly encounters Big Mom while she is bathing, and she immediately recognizes Chopper's disguise, starting a pursuit. Fortunately, after some twists and turns, everyone manages to escape from Big Mom's pursuit. On the other side, Luffy gets separated from Zoro and the others during their usual activities. He happens to encounter the Tobarapo, Ultai and Page 1. Without much talk, they immediately clash. Both sides are stubborn individuals, and after a fierce exchange, Luffy finds himself at a disadvantage. Then, Ultai and Page 1 transform into their devil fruit forms. Ultai has the Pachycephalosaurus fruit, and Page 1 has the Spinosaurus fruit. After a few moves, Ultai manages to capture Luffy, and Luffy is about to transform into Gear 4th. Just at that moment, Thunder Bagua suddenly appears and defeats Ultai. The newcomer is Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Next, Yamato takes Luffy away for a private conversation. In fact, Yamato deeply admires Kazuki Oden's character. She witnessed the execution in the past and was deeply moved by Oden's feats. Moreover, Yamato obtained Oden's navigation journal. She was astonished by Oden's experiences and was inspired to follow in his footsteps, aspiring to inherit Oden's will for opening Wano. Additionally, Yamato has a past connection with Ace. 4 years ago, Ace, who wanted to challenge Kaido, happened to encounter Yamato. One was the son of the Pirate King, the other the daughter of a Yonko. They immediately engaged in battle. After a fierce battle, Ace and Yamato shared a moment over drinks. With Ace's affirmation, Yamato solidified her own ideals. Like Oden, she yearned to set sail and create her own life. It was from Ace that Yamato heard of the vastness of the sea, and she learned about Luffy's many feats and his grand dream.
それが弟の夢の果てなんだ。
莫大な財宝が噂される最後の島に。
そうか。よーし。
俺たちは信じてんだ。あいつは本気でやれると考えてる。
Thus, Yamato was moved by Luffy's dream. She made a wish to sail the seas alongside Ace and Luffy in the future. The next day, as Ace prepared to leave, Yamato made a life card for him. Carrying this card, Yamato could find Ace after he set sail. Finally, Ace left gracefully and bid farewell to Yamato.
Yamato! しっかり持ってろよ! もちろんだ。
でもこれが最後だった。
Back to the present, Yamato eagerly wants to fight alongside Luffy. However, she is burdened with prisoner's shackles, a location bomb specially made by Kaido to restrict her freedom. Meanwhile, at the back door of Onigashima, Law uses his abilities to infiltrate the island along with several warriors. There, everyone successfully reunites with Nekomamushi, Aizo, and others. Later, they are intercepted by Kenjuro, leading to a fierce battle. After a brutal confrontation, Kenjuro is struck down by Kiku. On the other side, Orochi is in the central hall, preparing to execute Momonosuke. Now, Jinbe and Robin have perfectly integrated themselves into the Beast Pirates, and their disguise makes it impossible for others to see through. Then, Kaido interrupts Orochi's speech and announces the new Onigashima plan. He states that his and Big Mom's goals encompass the entire world and the legendary treasure, One Piece. They also want to get the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Additionally, due to the natural geographic advantage of Wano country, it's destined to be a paradise for pirates. Therefore, Kaido makes the decision to relocate to Wano and appoints Yamato as the shogun. This decision implies that Onigashima will move to Wano, and Orochi will lose his position. Upon hearing this, Orochi expresses astonishment and claims Wano as his territory. He rambles on, belittling Kaido as a freeloader, implying that without him, Kaido wouldn't be where he is today.
Kaido!
てめえみてえな貸しかけが俺あっての和の国だろうが分かってるんだろうな。分かったならいい。ぶち殺す。
Unexpectedly, Kaido swiftly beheads Orochi, incorporating his forces into his own, totaling a vast army of 10,000. Meanwhile, Luffy helps Yamato remove the handcuffs with the power of flowing cherry blossom haki. The two rush to the banquet hall to rescue Momonosuke. At that moment, Kaido questions Momonosuke's name, suggesting that if Momonosuke isn't the son of the Kazuki family, there might still be a chance for him. However, the current Momonosuke, showing remarkable courage, declares his identity as Momonosuke Kazuki and his aspiration to become the shogun of Wano. Enraged by this, Kaido's sadistic nature doesn't get its satisfaction, so he initiates the execution. Just as things reach a critical point, Luffy and Yamato arrive at the execution site. Upon seeing this, Yamato immediately tries to rush toward Kaido to save his son. However, Luffy stops Yamato, saying that it's not us who will initiate this final battle. Just at that moment, the 9 red scabbards arrive on the scene, bearing the name of Kazuki. They gather the strength of many, representing Odin, and they're the ones who will start this final battle. Unexpectedly, the 9 red scabbards manage to injure Kaido with a single strike, wielding the flowing cherry blossom, embodying Odin's will. In an instant, the entire banquet hall is enveloped in a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, the samurai forces, including Zoro, Kid, and others, all reveal themselves. Immediately, Luffy gives the command to engage Kaido in full-scale combat. Upon hearing this, Kaido transforms into his dragon form, stating his intention to make Luffy feel the world's mightiest power. Before the words have even settled, Kaido takes the red scabbards to the peak of Onigashima. This triggers a full-scale conflict between the two forces, marking the beginning of a grand battle. During the battle, the Mink tribe transforms into Sulong and clashes fiercely with Jack. Sanji uses his invisibility skills to rescue Momonosuke from King's grasp. He entrusts Momonosuke to Shinobu and briefly engages with King. Following that, Yamato receives orders from Luffy to go and protect his own son, Momonosuke. Furthermore, Big Mom wreaks havoc at the gathering, attempting to capture Luffy, but her indiscriminate attacks ironically cause heavy casualties among the Beast's pirates. At this moment, Frankie uses his motorcycle form to knock Big Mom to the ground, showing no fear despite her being one of the 4 emperors. He fiercely counterattacks. Currently, Frankie is supposed to battle Big Mom, but he ends up drawing the attention of the giant numbers and narrowly escapes a devastating blow from Big Mom. Just then, Jinbe, with Robin's support, arrives to assist. Together, they make Big Mom in a ball-like formation and send her rolling away. Subsequently, the battle escalates, with both sides evenly matched for the time being. However, despite being in enemy territory, Hyagoro feels that their side wouldn't lose, as this marks the 1000th episode milestone of the One Piece anime. The Straw Hat crew stands united, and Luffy vows to defeat Kaido. Drake's undercover identity as a Marine has been discovered by Queen. This happened because in the past, Drake let Law go in the Flower Capital, and someone secretly saw it. Following this, Queen, Who's Who from the Tobarapo, all surround Drake in an ambush. With no other options left, Drake goes to Luffy's side, and the two of them respectively take down a giant numbers. Drake then requests to join forces, as Kobe had previously spoken highly of Luffy's strength and reliability. Thus, the Straw Hat crew gains another powerful ally, with Drake joining the alliance against Kaido's forces. The ongoing battle continues. In the midst of the chaos, Nami and Usopp are closely pursued by Ultai and Page One. Frankie lures one of the giant numbers, Hatcha, outside the hall. However, a new crisis unfolds within the hall. Queen uses Excite bullets for indiscriminate firing, infecting many samurai with the Isoni virus, causing them to become unconscious zombies. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Onigashima, Big Mom encounters Perispero and Marco. She is not pleased with Marco's participation in the battle, leading to a clash between them. On another front, the battle rages on at the top of Onigashima. During the process, Inuarashi and Nekamamushi, transformed into the Sulong form of the Moon Lion, successfully sever the ivory of Jack, who has a bounty of 900 million. Now, Kaido has no choice but to intervene, allowing Jack to retreat for medical treatment. However, Kaido's dragon breath is split in half by Kinemon's strike. Subsequently, the 9 red scabbards begin their fierce battle against Kaido. At this moment, the red scabbards, loyal to Odin, unleash their powerful techniques, causing Kaido's dragon form to bleed profusely, while the sound of his agonizing screams echoes. After this, all the samurai assume the same stance, which is the Odin two-sword style technique passed down from Odin himself.
うちの侍たちをなめんじゃねえぞ。おでん二刀流桃源戸塚。
Meanwhile, within the land of Wano, the populace is spreading the tales of the 9 red scabbards' efforts to conquer Onigashima. As they celebrate the Fire Festival, they also eagerly anticipate the triumphant return of the Kazuki clan. Today marks a rare occasion of happiness for them, and they hope to sustain this joy in the days to come. In another part of Onigashima, the conflagration king gives orders to execute the leader of the samurai. Meanwhile, Yamato stands guard over Momonosuke with the formidable ninja, Shinobu. They face off against Sasaki's armored forces, engaged in fierce combat. In this crucial moment, Frankie arrives to lend support. He assists Momonosuke in escaping pursuit and confronts the Tobarapo, Sasaki. On the outer periphery of Onigashima, Big Mom successfully captures Marco, preventing his escape. But soon, Carrot and Wanda come to his rescue, transforming into Sulong form and helping Marco overcome the danger. Big Mom then chooses to spare Marco and proceeds to search for Kaido. In the central hall, Queen's Isoni virus continues to wreak havoc, causing many warriors to lose consciousness and attack the samurai force. Only Brook remains unaffected due to his unique physiology, and Queen entrusts the virus's antidote to Apu for safekeeping. Witnessing this, Zoro and Drake relentlessly pursue Apu, causing him to panic. In the midst of this, Big Mom happens to pass by, heading towards the top of Onigashima. Realizing that they can't afford further delays, Zoro takes aim at Apu, releasing the power of the lion song.
なんだか知らねえが、意外と話がわかるじゃねえか。
And so, Zoro swiftly incapacitates Apu with his one-sword style, obtaining the antidote. Immediately, Chopper begins working on the cure, while Zoro sets off for the summit. In other locations, Ultai and Page 1 succeed in defeating Nami and Usopp, with Ultai's headbutt causing significant damage to Usopp's skull. In a critical moment, Tama arrives with her giant dog and ape, making a dramatic entrance. She saves Nami and Usopp and heads towards the heart of the battlefield. It turns out that Tama had managed to sneak into Onigashima through an enemy ship. Observing this, Ultai and Page 1 relentlessly pursue them, determined to capture the trio. Upon reaching the summit of Onigashima, Kaido, despite being wounded, remains unfazed. Kaido unleashes his demolition gust, effortlessly severing Kiku's arm. He proceeds to defeat one red scabbard after another, displaying his invincibility. Kaido even creates flame clouds, causing the entire Onigashima to float. Now, Kaido's plan is to lift Onigashima and fly it directly to Wano, replacing the Flower Capital. In doing so, the people of the Flower Capital will perish due to natural disasters, and Wano will fall completely. To make matters worse, at this critical moment, Big Mom also arrives at the top of Onigashima. On the other side, Sanji falls into the Tobarapo Black Maria's alluring trap. He is ensnared by spider webs, momentarily struggling to break free. The focus shifts to various locations on Onigashima, where battles are escalating. Among them, X-Drake takes down the barely resisting Apu, protecting Chopper. The Tobarapo transform into their true forms and engage in intense duels. Among them, Sasaki, the Triceratops, finds Frankie. Black Maria, the Rosa Miguel Gravo jelly, encircles Sanji. Ulti and Page 1 defeat the giant gorilla, searching for Tama. Meanwhile, in the central hall, a powerful reinforcement arrives, Marco. He not only uses flames to help Chopper but also neutralizes the Ice Oni poison affecting the samurai, single-handedly holding back King and Queen. In this manner, with the assistance of Marco, Zoro reaches the top of Onigashima. Meanwhile, Yamato takes Momonosuke to a secure location, producing Oden's navigational diary and handing it over to Momonosuke. Yamato had once wept bitterly over Ace's death, and it was this diary's accounts that solidified her beliefs. She was waiting for Luffy.
Luffy, 君を待つよ。だからそれまで僕は、なら僕だって何度でも言ってやる。僕はおでんだ。このクソ親父。おでんは未来をこう書き記してる。次の時代を担う強力な海賊たちが新世界へ押し寄せてくる。カイドウを撃てるのはそいつらだ。
At this moment, several supernovas have finally appeared before Kaido. Among them are Kid, Killer, Law, and Zoro. The last one to arrive is none other than the Straw Hat, Luffy.
また増えたね。最悪の世代ってやつかい
？20年以上先の未来に次の時代を担う強力な海賊たちがカイドウを討てるのはそいつらだ。
Finally, Luffy, along with the other 5 supernovas, stands atop Onigashima. He approaches Kaido and Big Mom step by step, ignoring their continuous taunts.
遅くなった。
背負ってくれんか。
バカ！当たり前だろ。
おい小僧。
しトロ！こいつら全員下へ。ルフィ。ヘッド！ロック！俺はモンキー D ルフィ。お前らを超えて海賊王になる男だ。
Currently, Luffy employs the flowing cherry blossom technique, delivering a single punch that defeats Kaido. Simultaneously, Zoro and the others are astonished by Luffy's strength. However, Big Mom questions Luffy's understanding of the significance of being a pirate king. Kaido's anger towards Luffy intensifies. Soon after, atop Onigashima, a new battle ensues. Kaido raises his hand, unleashing a resounding thunder bagua. Next, the 5 supernovas join forces against the Yonko's alliance. Zoro executes Flame Split Slash, cleaving Prometheus into 2 with a single strike. Subsequently, Kaido once again wields the Hasaikai without holding back. Meanwhile, Law uses Shambles to aid Luffy in evading Kaido's attack. At this point, Kid mocks Law, claiming he's just Luffy's lackey, only aiding him when necessary. Following this, the 3 top fighters engage in a heated argument to determine who the weakling is. Suddenly, Big Mom launches an attack, and Prometheus charges forth once more. Observing this, the 3 top fighters decide that whoever avoids the attack is the coward. In this manner, the 3 top fighters are sent flying by the flames, yet remain unharmed. Subsequently, Kaido requests that Big Mom refrain from interfering for now. He intends to personally test Luffy and his companion's strength. Witnessing this, Zoro and Killer launch their respective attacks, Onigiri and Beheading Claw. However, Kaido absorbs the impact with his body, laughing mockingly. Consequently, Kid, Luffy, and Law unveil their ultimate techniques in succession. Shambles, Punk Rotten, Gear 4th Bound Man, all make their appearance. Following closely are King Kong Gun, Punk Vice, and Heisoku Haki. In an instant, smoke blankets the area, accompanied by explosive sounds. Nonetheless, Kaido stands firm, refusing to retaliate and continuing to endure the attacks with his body. Emerging from the smoke, he says he almost died. The damage caused by Luffy and his companions is simply insufficient. Following this, Kaido transforms into a dragon, displaying his majestic presence. He releases a boisterous mocking laughter, vowing to kill Luffy. He also mentions that whoever wins this battle on Onigashima will be able to ascend to the position of Pirate King. Immediately after, the battle between the four emperors and the supernovas reignites. Kaido takes the lead by unleashing the Demolition Gust attack. However, this move fails to yield results, as Zoro skillfully deflects the wind blades with a swift turn of his blade. At this moment, Luffy jumps right in front of Kaido. Luffy performs a spinning attack, delivering a powerful punch to the giant dragon's abdomen. Following this, Eustace Kid utilizes his Slam Gibson to land a heavy blow on Kaido's head. Then, Law teleports to Kaido's heart, executing the Gamma Knife. However, even after a series of roaring, Kaido remains completely unscathed, standing proudly in the sky. Subsequently, Killer also takes his aim at Kaido. He discerns that the combined attacks of the group cannot breach Kaido's formidable dragon scales. As a result, Killer employs an internal penetrating sound attack Spin and Sonic, successfully inflicting harm on Kaido. Just at this moment, a bolt of lightning descends from the sky. Big Mom employs her thunderous electric power, leaving Killer marked with scorching imprints. Simultaneously, Luffy employs a flying kick to send Kaido soaring. However, Kaido retaliates by exhaling flames, blasting Luffy. Fortunately, Zoro appears in the sky above the battlefield, assisting Luffy in dispersing the flames. He also prepares to use Enma's ultimate move and asks Law to teleport him to a higher location. In this fleeting moment, Big Mom realizes something is amiss and immediately alerts Kaido to be cautious. Meanwhile, Zoro takes a deep breath and raises Enma high, calling out his technique. At this very instant, an endless aura of sword energy sweeps through, cleaving the skull of Onigashima at an unexpected angle. However, Kaido does not simply withstand this move, he deftly dodges it. Conversely, Zoro experiences the recoil of Enma's power and is struck by Big Mom's electric retaliation. Following this, Big Mom observes the invincibility of her lightning. Thus, she unleashes her ultimate technique, God of Lightning Tenjin, intending to obliterate everything in her path. As a consequence, both Law and Kid are subjected to the relentless onslaught of thunderous calamity. Nevertheless, a sudden transformation takes place. Luffy remains entirely unfazed by the lightning, greatly astonishing Big Mom. Continuing on, Luffy braces against the torrent, then launches a frenzied assault on Kaido with his Kong Gatling. A barrage of countless heavy punches rains down on Kaido's imposing frame, a deluge of blows that persist for a full 8 minutes. Luffy's relentless assault eventually topples the colossal dragon form onto Onigashima. However, this intense effort pushes Luffy to his 4th gear limit. He reverts to his base form and enters the 10-minute cooldown phase. As a result, the dynamics of the battle begin to shift. Big Mom brandishes Napoleon, her weapon, unleashing a fiery onslaught. Meanwhile, Kaido transforms into a spiral, invoking the very elements of nature to create a myriad of transformations. A massive tornado forms, wreaking havoc on the battlefield and reshaping the environment. Amidst the chaos, Kaido manages to swallow Luffy whole. Yet, Zoro immediately moves to rescue their captain. Finally, Zoro's strike wounds Kaido, successfully freeing Luffy. Simultaneously, Kaido recognizes that Zoro wields Odin's Enma. Kaido unleashes the Dragon Twister, Demolition Gust. He spews forth a multitude of wind blade breath attacks, a terrifying shockwave that surges forth. Even the individuals within Onigashima are awed by the tumultuous events unfolding above. At this juncture, astonishingly, CP0 makes an appearance within Onigashima. Initially present for arms trade negotiations with Orochi, they now find themselves observers in this battle. To CP0, this represents a full-scale war, an encounter where the disparity in forces and clashes among high-ranking combatants will be pivotal and impossible to overlook. Currently, the comparison between the Beast's pirates and the Allied forces stands at approximately 27-5. Nevertheless, this ratio of military might is far from static. Inside Onigashima, Tama employs her ability to create numerous millet balls. She instructs Speed and other ability users who have consumed the rice balls to embark on a feeding campaign. Speed, being particularly devious, falsely claims that the millet balls are medicinal pills provided by Queen for healing purposes. Consequently, one after another, the artificial Zoan ability users partake in the millet balls. They become the soldiers of Emperor Tama. As a result, the balance of power shifts, and the forces of Luffy gradually grow stronger. Meanwhile, Sasaki and Frankie are locked in combat. Initially, Sasaki aims to overwhelm Frankie through numerical advantage. Unexpectedly, Tama arrives on the scene with a large army. Pursuing her are Ultai and Page 1. Nami uses thunder to repel Ultai's pursuit, while Usopp continuously fires millet balls, bolstering their side's fighting strength. Thus, Sasaki's armored unit falls under Tama's control. Seizing this opportunity, Frankie immediately employs his pinnacle sword technique, the V for Victory Flash. In this manner, Frankie temporarily gains the upper hand with the V for Victory Flash against Sasaki. Simultaneously, battles unfold across other areas of Onigashima. Among them, Marco faces Queen and King alone, while Carrot and Wanda join forces against Perospero. As for Sanji, he finds himself cornered by the Tobirapo member Black Maria. Despite his victories against all male opponents, he is at a loss when facing female opponents. Consequently, Sanji becomes ensnared in Black Maria's spider thread, enduring a brutal beating. At this moment, Kaido's secretary, Bao Huang, discovers the hideout of the 9 red scabbards. Immediately, King commands Black Maria to eliminate them. However, Bao Huang reveals that there is another person with the 9 red scabbards. Upon hearing this, Black Maria decides to use Sanji to lure Robin to the location. She has laid a clever trap, waiting for Robin to arrive. But Sanji remains resolute and refuses to betray his comrades, even in the face of brutal punishment and the threat to his life. In this situation, Black Maria's subordinates are even impressed by Sanji's determination. It is surprising to find that Sanji is so weak. In an instant, everyone looks down on him, greatly astonished. However, his familiar companions who know Sanji well are not concerned about this. Nevertheless, Black Maria does not keep her promise. She states that she wants to raise Sanji, just like those who love her male servants. Finally, Robin arrives at the scene and dismisses Black Maria with a wave of her hand. At that moment, another handsome figure appears in an instant. The chilling aura of the underworld breaks the thread binding Sanji, as Brook comes to his rescue. Then, Sanji leaves this battlefield to Robin and Brook. He himself heads to another battlefield to provide support. At this point, Robin speaks to the departing Sanji. In fact, it is Sanji's trust that leads him to call for Robin's rescue. On the other side, Shinobu and Yamato are protecting Momonosuke as they flee in all directions. They discover some special animals that share their vision with Kaido's surveillance forces. To prevent Momonosuke from being monitored by these animals, Yamato comes up with a clever plan. And so, Momonosuke commits another death crime. Later, Yamato and Shinobu fight their way out and leave the scene. Meanwhile, the battle at Perospero's location is coming to an end. Due to the full moon being covered by clouds, Perospero overcomes Carrot and Wanda after they lose their Sulong forms. Subsequently, Perospero marches toward Onigashima Hall. On the other side, Jack communicates with Black Maria. He states that he will replace Black Maria and go to deal with the 9 red scabbards. Upon learning of this, Black Maria finally stops holding back. She transforms into a spider form with a naked upper body. Currently, within the Onigashima Hall, the Ice Oni virus continues to rampage. Under the leadership of the injured Apu, a group of henchmen attempts to reclaim the antibodies. Meanwhile, Hayagoro leads the samurai in protecting Chopper, who is working on developing a cure for the virus. During the intense battle, Hayagoro also becomes infected by the virus. However, he undergoes a transformation into his prime form to confront the beast's pirates. Hayagoro and Drake become defensive barriers, blocking all opponents. Hayagoro even states that if he is controlled by the virus, his comrades should kill him. With that, he begins to employ his ultimate technique. Utilizing his one-sword style and the flaming hair of Holy Rage, he swiftly eliminates several patrol leaders. Even the Oniwabanshu are sent flying by Hayagoro's blade. Seeing this, Queen intends to use his laser cannon against Hayagoro. Just then, a bright blue figure breaks through the air. At this moment, Marco faces off against 2 powerful foes. He feels the pressure and pants heavily. Soon after, Hayagoro is fully infected by the Ice Oni virus. He decides to nobly sacrifice himself to prevent harming his comrades. However, just as he is about to strike, a figure rushes in to intercept his blade. It's none other than Chopper. He has successfully concocted the virus antidote, freeing Hayagoro from the infection. Just then, a member of the beast's pirates, also infected by the virus, questions Queen about why he, as a superior, allowed his subordinates to be poisoned as well. In response, Queen mocks these naive individuals, asserting that subordinates in the beast's pirates are merely cannon fodder. Suddenly, Chopper fires the antidote using a cannon, releasing a mist of phages. This antidote essentially constitutes another beneficial virus that can devour the Ice Oni virus. This ensures the safety of everyone in the vicinity. As a result, the Ice Oni crisis finally comes to an end. Many members of the beast's pirates, moved by gratitude toward Chopper, switch sides. They refer to Chopper as a tanuki and are willing to offer their hearts for him. Observing this, Queen becomes uncontrollably furious and prepares to attack Chopper. On the other side, Momonosuke conceals himself within the body of Yamato. He transforms into a small dragon form. In another part of Onigashima, CP0 reveals a secret. In the past, Kaido had been captured by the Marines and had his lineage factor extracted. Based on this, Vegapunk created an artificial devil fruit. This devil fruit had been preserved in Punk Hazard. Indeed, Momonosuke consumes the very same devil fruit that originates from Kaido. Furthermore, he awakens new abilities. He can now perceive the specific situation on the battlefield at the peak of Onigashima. Meanwhile, the injuries of the 9 red scabbards are healed by a mysterious individual. Suddenly, a man bursts through the door. The unexpected visitor is none other than Kazuki Oden. At this moment, Oden explains that he did not truly die. He used Toki's power to travel from the past to confront Kaido. Upon hearing this, everyone decides to follow Oden's lead. However, Ashura Doji senses something amiss and attacks with his blade. He cuts through Oden's visage, and to everyone's surprise, there is no blood. This Oden turns out to be a painting by Kenjuro. The badly injured Kenjuro is also making his way to the battlefield. Simultaneously, atop Onigashima, Kaido finally ceases his rampant hurricane. In the midst of the haze, a terrifying figure appears. Seeing this, Luffy and the others are taken aback. Unbelievably, Kaido has transformed into an entirely new form, the human beast form. Standing alongside Big Mom, they unleash a furious assault. In this hybrid state, Kaido's defense is astonishing, rendering him virtually impervious to harm. First, Kaido's hurricane sends Killer flying. Subsequently, other supernovas face the attacks of Big Mom and Kaido. Although Luffy has regained his strength and is ready to fight, Big Mom unleashes her move, the God of Lightning Tenjin. A barrage of endless lightning strikes incapacitates all the supernovas. In that moment, Killer and Kid share their sentiments, remarking that this place resembles hell. However, despite being in hell, no one displays the slightest hint of fear.
だからどうした？地獄上等だ。お前はいつまでも目が死なねえな。優勢だ。
Currently, the 5 great supernovas are engaging in a fierce battle at the top of Onigashima against the 2 emperors. Meanwhile, the 9 red scabbards are encountering a fake Odin created by Kanjuro. At this moment, the fake Odin brings out a Mars, preparing to detonate a massive amount of explosives. In a critical moment, Ashura Doji bravely embraces the fake Odin, using his own body as a shield against the explosives. Suddenly, an explosion erupts, flames spread in all directions. After the smoke clears, Kinemon and his group are miraculously unharmed. However, Ashura Doji has been gravely injured and is unable to rise again. At this time, the red scabbards suppress their sorrow and set out to search for Momonosuke. Unexpectedly, they encounter Jack along the way. Determined, Inuarashi decides to confront Jack alone, allowing his companions to proceed. Elsewhere, a mysterious individual sets fires around Onigashima. Surprisingly, this person is the resurrected Orochi. Now, the resurrected Orochi is furious about Kaido's betrayal and seeks revenge. By his side is Fukurokuju, leader of the Oniwabanshu. Soon, Kinemon and his group unexpectedly cross paths with Orochi and his allies. Witnessing this, Orochi transforms into the Yamata no Orochi. However, with just one swift move, the red scabbards sever several of the serpent's heads. From Kinemon's eyes, Orochi even appears to glimpse Odin's presence. In an instant, the red scabbards swiftly defeat Orochi and resume the search for Momonosuke. Only Reizo decides to stay behind and face Fukurokuju in battle. At the peak of Onigashima, the battle between the emperors and the supernovas continues. Law proposes the necessity of separating Kaido and Big Mom and defeating them individually. However, Kaido and Big Mom are not willing to agree to such a plan. Suddenly, the two of them, like giants, combine their powers using their ultimate technique. Surprisingly, Zoro manages to single-handedly block the imposing Hakai. He uses his own severe injuries as a sacrifice to protect all his companions. As a result, Luffy, unable to contain his anger, attacks Kaido with determination. His fiery fists force Kaido to instinctively evade. Observing this, a smile curls up on the corners of Luffy's mouth. It turns out that even Kaido has moments of fear and needs to dodge attacks. This situation ignites Kaido's fury, and he swings his club forcefully at Luffy, sending him back 100 meters. However, Luffy remains undaunted, engaging Kaido once more in a fierce struggle. Amidst the intense battle, Kaido showcases his dominating strength. He harnesses otherworldly black thunder currents, causing the entire Onigashima island to tremble. Yet, Luffy faces the storm with unwavering resolve, defiantly standing against Kaido's lightning. Now, the other supernovas set their sights on Big Mom. They aim to keep Kaido occupied while they execute their separation plan. With Luffy holding Kaido back, the other supernovas take action. Kid takes the lead in creating a confined space, and Law utilizes his abilities to seal Zeus within it. Then, Killer and a heavily wounded Zoro team up, launching fierce attacks on Napoleon and Prometheus respectively. Prometheus is sliced into several pieces, and Big Mom loses her flying mount and her favored weapon. However, Big Mom is far from an ordinary opponent. She uses her bare hands to defeat Kid. But this is part of Law's strategic ploy. Together with Kid, he employs repulsive forces and giant stones to send Big Mom flying off Onigashima Island. Beneath her is nothing but the boundless sea. In that moment, Big Mom's expression turns frantic as she urgently summons her subordinates for rescue. At this point, due to his severe injuries, Zoro is unable to seal Prometheus effectively, and Luffy is struck down by Kaido's attack, collapsing to the ground. Hence, Law chooses to stay behind to protect Luffy. Ultimately, Prometheus breaks free from the seal, rescuing Big Mom from the sea. In this moment, Big Mom complains about Zeus' unreliability, while Prometheus takes the opportunity to mention his small request. Currently, even though everyone couldn't defeat Big Mom, the goal of separating the emperors was still achieved. Therefore, Kid and Killer leave the battlefield to deal with Big Mom. Meanwhile, Luffy's eyes are wide open, his pupils dilated. He is fixed on Kaido just like in the past, until he collapses. Kaido states that he will shatter Luffy's entire brain. Hearing this, Zoro speaks to Law slowly. What comes next will test my limits. I entrust the rest to you. Immediately after, Zoro calls out to Kaido from behind and draws his sword.
Oi, Kaido! Ashura! Bucky!
Unexpectedly, Zoro, despite his severe injuries, deals a heavy blow to Kaido with a single move. Seeing the massive wound on his body, Kaido even suspects if Zoro possesses Conqueror's Haki. However, Zoro is at his limits, shaking and collapsing, facing Kaido's Thunder Bagua. At this critical moment, Law appears and blocks the attack for Zoro. After the move, Zoro's injuries worsen, and Law loses his ability to fight. Seeing this, Kaido softly says, "If you had joined the Beast Pirates, I could conquer the world." Right then, an imposing aura surprises Kaido directly. Unexpectedly, Luffy manages to rise once more, determined to knock Kaido down. On the other side, Big Mom summons thunder on the sea surface. She creates a substitute for Zeus, named Hera. In an instant, thunder roars and covers the entire Onigashima in electric light. The immense power even sends Kid and Killer into Onigashima's interior. As a result, Zeus's binding is lifted, and Zeus regains his freedom. Now, Big Mom also rushes into Onigashima, chasing after Kid. Furthermore, Kid and Killer encounter the traitor Hawkins. Then, Killer tells Kid to deal with Big Mom while he stays to face Hawkins. This suits Hawkins, as he doesn't want to fight two opponents alone. Hawkins even claims he has a 92% chance of killing Killer. At the top of Onigashima, Luffy remembers Hyagoro's guidance. Only in dire situations does power truly blossom. After being hit by Kaido's Iron Club, Luffy learns Conqueror's Haki can also infuse on the body, that's Kaido's strength. At this moment, Kaido admits with a laugh and launches a fierce attack. Just then, Luffy infuses Conqueror's Haki and uses his Supreme Grade Sandals. Unexpectedly, infused with Conqueror's Haki, overwhelmingly formidable. Luffy's single punch makes Kaido spew blood and arch his body. Following that, Luffy clenches his fist again. A cracking heavy blow aims at Kaido's jaw. The immense impact overturns Kaido onto the ground. Now, Luffy instructs Law to protect Zoro and leave the rooftop battlefield, while he himself stays behind to completely defeat Kaido. Subsequently, Law, as per Luffy's request, leads Zoro away. Thus, only Luffy and Kaido remain on the rooftop of Onigashima, colliding head-on. At this moment, Kaido displays a smile. "You look quite content. The more dire the situation, the more content you appear." Before the words even settle, Kaido lunges at Luffy, who meets him without flinching. Both of them intertwine their Conqueror's Haki, the clash of club versus the sandals. For a moment, the aura of Conqueror's Haki overwhelms the entire Onigashima rooftop. Within Onigashima, Tama, Nami, and Usopp are pursued by the Ultai siblings. The tough opponents leave Nami and Usopp at a loss. At this moment, Tama aims to reach the Onigashima venue, issuing a command to all artificial Zoan ability users who had consumed her millet balls. Hearing this, Nami encourages Tama. "Don't worry, Tama. Big sister and uncle will definitely protect you." In response, Usopp immediately exclaims, "Who's an uncle? I'm only 19 years old." With that, Usopp uses exploding pine cones to temporarily drive Page 1 away. Just then, a terrifying aura appears beside them. The newcomer is surprisingly Big Mom. In an instant, Nami and Usopp are shocked by the scene. But Tama is thrilled, spreading her arms wide.
お玉じゃないか。嬉しいね。
Unexpectedly, Big Mom is so gentle toward Tama. It's said that Big Mom occasionally enters a maternal mode when facing 10-year-old children. In fact, Big Mom has a strong impression of Okabor Town, Tsuru, and Ashiruko. However, Tama says that Okabor Town has already been razed by Kaido's forces, under the pretense of aiding the samurai. In that moment, Big Mom recalls Tsuru's kindness and kimono. A boundless fury surges within her, coinciding with the arrival of Page 1.
うるせえな。
In this way, Big Mom delivers a powerful punch that sends Page 1 crashing to the ground. While she is submissive in combat against enemies, she strikes with determination when dealing with allies. As a result, Page 1 is defeated and is unable to recover. Seeing this, Ultai's body trembles with anger. Elsewhere, Kinemon leads Kiku to protect Momonosuke. The remaining red scabbards are dispersed across various locations, providing support to different battlefronts. Meanwhile, Nekomamushi learns of Pedro's death. He immediately seeks Perospero to avenge Pedro. On the side of Yamato, she hands over Odin's journal to Momonosuke. Soon after, she leaves her hiding place to assist Luffy. Simultaneously, Sanji finds himself surrounded by the beast pirates. He has a makeshift splint monster on his hand. As it turns out, 10 minutes ago, Law had entrusted Zoro to Sanji. Due to Zoro's 30 broken bones, they need to be immobilized with a splint. Now, Sanji is wholeheartedly guarding Zoro. He encounters Kawamatsu and Aizu, and they all make their way to Onigashima Hall. In another area, Perospero arrives at Onigashima Hall, teaming up with Queen. Meanwhile, Ultai charges angrily at Big Mom, swearing to avenge her brother. Seeing this, Nami calls out to sow discord, suggesting that Ultai had destroyed Okabor Town. However, Big Mom states that even after dealing with Ultai, the Straw Hat crew won't escape. Hearing this, Nami agilely proposes an alliance with Ultai, aiming to take down Big Mom together. Yet, Ultai sees through Nami's scheme and headbutts Kamakyo, dealing a heavy blow. Next, Ultai uses her claws to knock down Tama. This action provokes Big Mom's and Nami's anger. Nami swings her sorcery Climattact, conjuring terrifying lightning that overwhelms Ultai. Thus, Nami and Ultai engage in a confrontation. Nami initiates the Storm Sorcery Climattact, creating a powerful gust of wind. Despite the strong winds, Ultai manages to evade the attack. Then, Ultai seizes Nami and attempts to finish her off with a headbutt. Unexpectedly, Big Mom intervenes at that moment. She fuses Hera, Napoleon, and Prometheus together. Executing her ultimate technique, the Trinity Maser Cannon. In the end, Big Mom uses the Maser Cannon to pierce through Ultai. This showcases Big Mom's might. She doesn't hold back when attacking her own teammates. Now, Ultai, having lost her fighting prowess, lies on the ground unable to rise. Seizing this opportunity, Usopp and Nami intend to escort Tama to safety. Suddenly, Nami notices Zeus lurking nearby, hesitating to return to Big Mom's side. It turns out that Zeus recognized that Hera had replaced him in his position, which greatly saddened him. Prometheus and Hera, meanwhile, exchange affectionate remarks. At this point, Big Mom also notices Zeus and refuses his request to return, instead ordering Hera to consume Zeus. At the same time, Big Mom takes Tama from Nami's grasp and places her in a secure location. Following this, she wields Napoleon, preparing to eliminate Nami. Now, Zeus, seeing Nami and Usopp encountering a crisis, recalls Nami's gentle nature. With newfound courage, Zeus decides to break free from Big Mom for Nami's sake. Zeus transforms into a dark cloud and charges towards Big Mom, but she effortlessly catches him in her palm. Big Mom extracts a substantial portion of Zeus' soul and tosses it to Hera. Observing this, Nami attempts to have Zeus consume weather eggs to replenish his soul, but Zeus is too weak to resist and is on the brink of being devoured. Meanwhile, Big Mom lifts Napoleon, preparing to strike Nami. Just then, a steel arm breaks through the air. Unexpectedly, Kid intervenes, saving Nami and the others from their predicament. However, despite the heavy blow, it's nothing more than that for Big Mom. She quickly recovers her composure and confronts Kid with a stern expression. Simultaneously, the battle between Luffy and Kaido continues relentlessly. Amidst their fierce clash, Kaido repeatedly knocks Luffy down, but each time, Luffy rises again, launching countless powerful attacks. Techniques like the Gatling, Grizzly Magnum, and Red Rock are unleashed upon Kaido, leaving a considerable impact. Kaido is astonished by Luffy's determination and willpower. Yet, Kaido's strength is unfathomable. He remains resilient in the face of Luffy's relentless onslaught. Eventually, Luffy's stamina wanes, and he is once again struck down by Kaido. This time, Kaido employs a blade of energy to strike Luffy. Now, Luffy is battered and bloodied, and Kaido takes the opportunity to mock him, believing it's all over.
しまいだ。だったら何度でも叩き潰してやる。
After a fierce clash, Luffy vanishes from the peak of Onigashima. In this moment, Kaido reverts from his devil fruit form and speaks slowly.
お前の首を切って勝利宣言すべきだったんだ。だがお前の勝利を信じ続けちまうだろう。
Unexpectedly, Luffy is defeated by Kaido once again. His eyes roll back, and he plummets from the sky into the abyss of the ocean below. Observing Luffy's fall into the sea, Kaido mocks him. It seems you won't become Joy Boy. Subsequently, Kaido receives information that Momonosuke has been located by the scouts. Deciding to personally finish off this target for execution, Kaido heads towards him. Within Onagashima's hall, Chopper and Queen's battle rages on. However, Perospero unleashes a barrage of candy arrows. Indiscriminate attacks not only severely harm the assault forces. Even Chopper is struck by the arrow rain, bearing numerous wounds. But Chopper remembers his bounty. He unleashes immense power, flipping Queen to the ground with a single blow. However, Queen's resilience proves formidable, rendering Chopper's attacks ineffective. Ironically, Chopper's rampage form is about to reach its time limit. In the past, Caesar had assisted Chopper in modifying the structure of the Rumble Ball, extending the rampage's duration to 30 minutes. Of course, the new Rumble Ball comes with similarly astonishing side effects. Now, once the rampage's time expires, Chopper will be left completely paralyzed. Just then, an announcement from the Beast's Pirates broadcast spreads across the island. News of Luffy's defeat is broadcasted far and wide. Kaido demands that everyone surrender their weapons and avoid being killed. Upon hearing this, everyone is utterly surprised. The situation takes a dire turn. The samurai forces are in jeopardy. Elsewhere, Yamato is engaged in a fierce battle in Onigashima. Carrying Momonosuke's puppet, she draws attention away, while Momonosuke is engrossed in reading Oden's voyage journal. Momonosuke greatly admires Roger's greatness, and he declares that he must not die here. Suddenly, a splitting headache strikes Momonosuke. Someone is entering his mind. At this time, Kinemon and Kiku finally locate Momonosuke. Yet, they were also spotted by Kenjuro disguised as Oden. Seeing this, Kiku tries to intervene with his sword. But even though Kiku knows it's an imposter, he hesitates to attack. Seizing this opportunity, Kenjuro stabs Kiku in the abdomen. Reverting to his true form, he mocks Kiku's naivety. Enraged, Kinemon holds the dying Kiku, weeping as he longs for the dawn of Wano's future. Unable to contain himself, Kinemon draws his sword against Kenjuro. In this manner, Kinemon swiftly executes a single strike and severs Kenjuro's life. As his life ebbs away, Kenjuro emits a sinister chuckle. If someone were to bring the curtain down on my theatrical career, it's most fitting that it should be you. After all, on the stage, you are my best friend. With those words spoken, Kenjuro falls to the ground, motionless. Just then, a terrifying figure descends from the sky. The arrival is none other than Kaido, ushering in a renewed crisis.
Shirabu! Momonosuke-samaを連れて逃げろ!
Meanwhile, Onigashima is now directly above Wano, and the situation is dire. Bao Huang informs the entire island of Luffy's defeat, causing chaos among the allied forces. Chopper, influenced by this news, is gradually losing to Queen and is knocked down. Perispero, on the other hand, is creating a rain of arrows using candy, a barrage that threatens to wipe out the Allied forces in the hall. Furthermore, Queen is preparing to strike Chopper while he's down. Just then, a man suddenly appears.
Diablo Jambu. Otisari! Strike!
Finally, Sanji arrives in the hall with Zoro to provide support. Afterward, Sanji asks Chopper to treat Zoro's injuries. He and Marco team up to intercept Queen and King. On the other side, Kinemon fights Kaido to the death to protect Momonosuke's escape. This situation reminds Momonosuke of their past. Many years ago, to evade Kaido's pursuit, Kinemon asked Momonosuke to disguise himself as Kinemon's own son. The two spent a long time adapting to this new identity. Since then, Kinemon no longer calls Momonosuke young master, and Momonosuke regards Kinemon as his father. So, despite their master-servant relationship, they share a father-son bond. Back to the present, with Kinemon's protection, Momonosuke finally manages to escape. However, Kinemon is fatally wounded by Kaido's massive blade. Then, Momonosuke suddenly hears Luffy's voice. To live up to Kinemon's sacrifice, Momonosuke decides to convey Luffy's message to everyone. Finally, Momonosuke uses a communication device to deliver the message, and the morale of the Allied forces soars upon learning that Luffy is still alive. Currently, CP0 is observing the battle from a distance. This is due to the betrayal of 4,000 of Kaido's subordinates in the hall. The initial military strength comparison between the two sides, which started at 30,000 to 5,400, has now changed to 20,000 to 7,000. Next, Kaido has finally caught up with Momonosuke. He effortlessly shatters the ground, causing Shinobu and Momonosuke to fall from Onigashima Island. Seeing this, Kaido doesn't hold back and leaves immediately. Then, Shinobu uses her ninja technique to ensure Momonosuke safely lands on the ground. In the middle of the sea, Law's submarine locates Luffy and quickly rescues him from the ocean depths. Upon awakening, Luffy loudly expresses his desire for meat. At the same time, chaos ensues all over Onigashima Island as various battles unfold. Among them, Law and Kid team up to face Big Mom. The heavily injured Ultai manages to find Nami, Tama, and Usopp. She even knocks out Usopp with a headbutt and takes Tama. During this, Nami suddenly discovers that the Climattact has merged with Zeus' soul. It turns out that when Hera swallowed Zeus some time ago, Nami used the Climattact to rescue him, leading to their fusion. Now, Nami decides to rely on Zeus in her battle against Ultai. While Usopp is still on the ground, he fires the decisive Green Star Sargasso, saving Tama and ensnaring Yamato in seaweed. This allows Nami to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. She uses the Climattact to unleash a powerful move called Thunderbolt. In this manner, Nami defeats Ultai. Afterward, Usopp captures the person responsible for the island's broadcast, Bao Huang, and has Tama use the broadcast to send a message to the entire island. Currently, Speed has already distributed Tama's millet balls to all the gifters. Tama also uses the broadcast to rally everyone to join in defeating Kaido. In an instant, under Tama's call, the gifters turn against Kaido's forces, causing a dramatic turnaround in several battlefields. The gifters now become a powerful force within the alliance, while the beast pirates, including figures like Who's Who and Sasaki, find themselves surrounded by their own subordinates. On the other side, Yamato approaches Kaido. She declares her intention to break free from her constraints and drive Kaido out of Wano. With those words spoken, Yamato engages in a fierce battle with Kaido, wielding her weapon. Her goal is to delay Kaido's advance until Luffy's return. The battle between father and daughter fills the heavens and earth with thunder and lightning. Meanwhile, Queen recognizes the significance of Tama and considers using laser attacks against her, but Sanji intervenes, preventing any harm to Tama. Subsequently, Queen and Sanji engage in combat. Queen reveals his modified body, as he was once a scientist skilled in body modifications and a former member of the MADS research team led by Vegapunk. Just like Caesar and Judge, Queen was also part of MADS. Now, Queen relentlessly fires lasers at Sanji. Simultaneously, Chopper experiences the side effects of the Rumble Ball, leaving him severely weakened. He and the Mink Tribe's doctor begin treating Zoro. Due to the severity of Zoro's injuries, only a specific Mink Tribe antidote can save him. This unique medicine can heal all wounds, but the drawback is that it inflicts double the damage once its effects wear off. Without hesitation, Zoro requests the use of this medicine, and the doctor administers it with a small needle. Next, the scales of victory tilt further in favor of the Straw Hat Alliance. 2,000 former enemies join their ranks, increasing their total strength to 9,000. Meanwhile, the Beast's pirates suffer heavy casualties, leaving them with a mere 16,000 soldiers. Jinbe stands facing the enigmatic Who's Who, during their battle, exhibits CP9's formidable 6 powers. Techniques such as Saru, Rankyaku, and Iron Body are all within Who's Who's repertoire. It is revealed that Who's Who was once a member of CP9, and he proclaims himself to be a genius on par with Rob Lucci. However, during a mission to escort the prized Gomu Gomu no Mi, Shanks intercepts and absconds with the world government's highly coveted devil fruit. Consequently, Who's Who finds himself incarcerated for the mission's failure, harboring deep resentment towards both Shanks and Luffy. And then Who's Who escapes from the prison. In the present, Who's Who launches successive attacks on Jinbe using Fang Pistol and Finger Pistol spots. However, Jinbe effortlessly evades these assaults, countering with Fishman Karate and executing a devastating shoulder throw that inflicts severe damage upon Who's Who. This moment prompts Who's Who to reminisce about a legendary tale he had once heard, the sun god Nika, who was believed to have the power to free all slaves. Suddenly, Who's Who taunts Jinbe by deriding his former association with the Sun Pirates. He asserts that all fishmen were once slaves and that their history is inexorably linked to slavery. These words swiftly provoke Jinbe, leading Who's Who to seize the opportunity and unleash a barrage of finger pistols. The sheer might of these attacks causes Jinbe's blood to spatter. Just then, Jinbe taps into his extraordinary Busashoku haki. He begins by using his defensive capabilities to break Who's Who's fingers before, through sheer brute force, snapping his wrist. In the midst of this confrontation, Who's Who attempts a counterattack with Fang Pistol, but to no avail, as it fails to phase Jinbe. Jinbe then unleashes the mighty secret technique of Fishman Karate. And thus, Who's Who meets his defeat at the hands of Jinbe. On Frankie's side, his opponent is the Triceratops, Sasaki. First, they engage in a fierce wrestling match. Then, Sasaki transforms into his human beast form. He first draws a rotating blade and then spins his own neck to become a helicopter-like Triceratops in midair. At this moment, Sasaki launches a tornado-like assault, knocking down many gifters. However, all these attacks are effortlessly intercepted by Frankie. Seeing this, Sasaki suddenly lands and begins rotating his neck. It turns out to be Sasaki's secret move. He intends to use the wind generated by his neck to accelerate and sprint, attempting to defeat Frankie. Unexpectedly, Sasaki is quite comical. Afterward, he readjusts his rotation and launches a sprint attack, while Frankie deploys the general shield for defense. Although Sasaki's attack initially pierces Frankie's left shoulder weapon, he retaliates by performing a shoulder throw, slamming Sasaki to the ground. Then, Sasaki gets back up and initiates another Tricera bullet attack. This time, Frankie activates the hidden backup power source. He fires a cannon called the General Cannon, which instantly hits Sasaki. Seizing the opportunity, Frankie mercilessly beats Sasaki while he's down and fires another shot. In the end, Sasaki is defeated by Frankie. On the top of Onigashima, Yamato is still locked in a fierce battle with Kaido. She identifies herself as Odin and expresses her determination to protect the land of Wano. At this moment, Yamato activates her Devil Fruit ability, transforming into her human beast form. It turns out that Yamato's devil fruit is the dog fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Okuchi no Makami. In the past, due to hunger, she had accidentally consumed this devil fruit. Now, in her human beast form, the battle between father and daughter becomes even more intense. They even begin clashing with powerful attacks like Blast Breath and Namuji Glacier Fang. On the other side, Robin and Brooke confront Black Maria. Black Maria has a few subordinates who can create illusions using mirrors. These illusions correspond to the saddest memories of Robin and Brooke. Among them are Robin's relatives from O'Hara, as well as the Rumbar pirate crew and Laboon. However, both Robin and Brooke see through these illusions. Consequently, Black Maria takes matters into her own hands and launches an attack. Her weapon is named Wanyudo, with an individual who has consumed a devil fruit in the middle, granting them the ability to rotate and spew fire. However, Brooke employs his soul projection, Cold Soul, and instantly freezes Wanyudo, rendering the devil fruit user powerless. Following that, Brooke turns to deal with others, while Robin engages in a one-on-one battle with Black Maria. Robin transforms into a sea serpent using Gigante Fleur. However, Black Maria discovers a weakness in this move, as any damage inflicted on Sea Serpent would also harm Robin. Subsequently, Black Maria uses Spider Silk to restrain Sea Serpent and dons Knuckle Dusters, mercilessly beating Robin. Not only that, but after dispersing Sea Serpent, Black Maria continues to bind Robin's body and launch relentless attacks. At this moment, Robin recalls techniques she had learned in the Revolutionary Army. She employs Fishman Karate and Ryusoken to temporarily drive Black Maria back. Then, Robin unleashes her ultimate move, transforming into her Demonio Fleur form. In this demon form, Robin's combat prowess skyrockets. She effortlessly blocks Black Maria's attacks and, in a counterattack, entwines Black Maria, intending to split her in two. In the end, Robin's demon form proves too much for Black Maria to handle, and Brooke easily defeats Black Maria's subordinates. After the battle, Robin has expended too much energy and faints in Brooke's arms. At this point, apart from Drake, all the Tobarapo members have been defeated. Kaido is left with only Big Mom, the three All-Stars, Perospero, and a few others by his side. On Luffy's side, they encounter Momonosuke and Shinobu. By this time, Luffy has devoured all the meat and still feels unsatisfied. Fortunately, Caribou appears in the nick of time, providing Luffy with food. Caribou wishes to aid Luffy in defeating Kaido, as that is the only way he can escape Wano country. At the same time, Luffy entrusts Momonosuke with flying him back to Onigashima Island. To transform into a flying dragon, Momonosuke seeks Shinobu's assistance in ripening himself using her ripe fruit power. In other locations, Reizo employs his shadow clone jutsu to engage in combat with Fukurokuju. Kid and Law are joining forces to confront Big Mom. Furthermore, Killer is currently engaged in a one-on-one battle with Hawkins. Hawkins possesses the ability of the straw fruit. Not only can he transform into a scarecrow, but he can also transfer the damage he receives using the voodoo dolls on his body. Originally, Hawkins is not a match for Killer, and the voodoo dolls continue to deplete. However, he carries Kid's voodoo doll, which redirects the damage he sustains back to Kid. This prevents Killer from attacking Hawkins. Shifting our focus to the hall, Sanji is engaged in a solo battle against Queen and King. He aims to buy time for Zoro's recovery but is gradually overwhelmed by these two formidable opponents. Moreover, Perospero proves to be particularly cunning. He lurks nearby, preparing to use arrows for a sneak attack on Sanji. Finally, Nekomamushi arrives just in time and sends Perospero flying. He seeks vengeance for Pedro's death. Simultaneously, Inuarashi is challenging Jack alone to avenge Zo Island. On the other side, Sanji is continuously harassed by Queen and King takes the opportunity to launch a sudden attack in front of Zoro. He is also preparing to unleash his ultimate move to take advantage of the situation and eliminate Zoro. Finally, Marco appears just in time to intercept King's attack. Furthermore, Marco also recognizes King as a descendant of some mysterious race. In the past, Whitebeard had informed Marco that on the cliffs of the Red Line, there used to be a race capable of spewing fire. It was said that before the appearance of Mary Geos, that place was considered a kingdom of the gods. However, this race had disappeared over time. Meanwhile, Queen reveals that the name of this mysterious race was Lunarians. At this moment, Marco suddenly raises his hands, sensing Zoro's awakening, and decides to step out of the battlefield. Finally, Zoro, after recovering from his injuries, joins forces with Sanji in the fierce battle against King and Queen. With this, the Straw Hat Crew's wings are reunited, ready to take on the battle. During the intense battle, Sanji suddenly notices that something is amiss with his body. Seizing this opportunity, King launches a surprise attack on Sanji. Following this, Sanji uses his Diable Jam to confront Queen, while Zoro faces off against King, who is armed all over his body. King is, in essence, a killing machine. At this moment, Hyogoro observes the battle from the sidelines and suddenly realizes that Zoro bears a striking resemblance to the late Shimatsuki Ashimaru, the descendant of Shimatsuki Ryuma, the legendary swordsman of Wano. Zoro, who has returned Shusui to the country of Wano, seems to be connected by fate to Ryuma and Ashimaru, and they are all one-eyed swordsmen. On the other side, Luffy has finally finished eating all the food, instantly digesting and healing all his injuries. Momonosuke, with the help of Shinobu, has transformed into an adult appearance. So, Luffy seeks out Momonosuke, needing him to transform into a giant dragon to aid in their return to Onigashima. Luffy has also witnessed Momonosuke's transformation into a giant dragon. However, Momonosuke is not yet able to fly, preventing Luffy from returning to Onigashima. Currently, the intense battle inside Onigashima continues. First, Law's crew member, Beppo, is assisting Frankie with his companions. Secondly, the Beast Pirates have begun chasing Tama, who is protected by Usopp. Thirdly, Big Mom is in a fierce duel with Kid and Law, using Conqueror's Haki. In this manner, Big Mom once again attacks her own allies, severely damaging the Beast Pirates. In other locations, the battles are ongoing as well. Inuarashi is bravely challenging Jack alone, but in his regular form, he isn't a match for Jack. Fortunately, Inuarashi shifts the battle to an area with moonlight, where he transforms into his Sulong form. At the same time, Nekomamushi also transforms into a Sulong form, and faces off against Perospero. Shifting our focus to the top of Onigashima, Yamato is engaged in a heated battle with Kaido. Gradually, Yamato begins to struggle as she is repeatedly sent flying by Kaido, her blood spilling. At this moment, Kaido threatens Yamato, saying that if she continues to play the role of Odin, he won't hold back with his attacks. Yamato, however, shows no fear and responds. Rewinding the clock many years, Yamato was deeply moved by witnessing Odin's execution. She was inspired by his unwavering determination. From that point on, she started calling herself Odin and wished to help the land of Wano. Inadvertently, she also awakened Conqueror's Haki. Later, Kaido learned about this and locked Yamato in chains, depriving her of food. He hoped to break her spirit using these means, but Yamato still insisted on being Odin. Now, Kaido, upon encountering Yamato's disobedience, promptly takes action. He imprisons Yamato alongside the 3 daimyos of the Wano country who have refused to submit to his rule. To further intensify the situation, Kaido leaves them with only enough food for a single person and a handful of dueling swords. This dire circumstance strikes fear into the young Yamato's heart. She finds herself not only exhausted and hungry but also in constant peril of losing her life. To make matters worse, she sees that the 3 unyielding daimyos of the Wano country, who remain steadfast against Kaido, are also confined with her. It turns out that these 3 daimyos are staunch supporters of Odin, and after his tragic demise, they have risen in rebellion against Kaido, leading to their capture. Now, Yamato is gripped by a sense of dread and fear. As if this weren't enough, the daimyo of Ringo, Shimosuke Ashimaru, suddenly approaches her while wielding a blade. Unexpectedly, Shimosuke Ashimaru uses his blade to slice through a mere insect, leaving Yamato bewildered by his actions. Shortly thereafter, the three daimyos present their meager food supplies to Yamato and share with her a well-guarded secret: a true samurai's stomach never goes hungry. Therefore, the famished Yamato requests to partake of the food before her.
僕はお腹空いてます。
ああ食え。えれえ家に生まれたな。
お侍さんだし、僕はこの子は一生忘れません。
And so, Yamato consumes the solitary meal. Nevertheless, she remains deeply concerned about whether someone like her, who could be hungry, could truly become a samurai. In response to her thoughts, Shimosuke Ashimaru, with a swift stroke of his blade, severs Yamato's shackles. The three daimyos then embark on the task of imparting the ways of the samurai to Yamato. Unbeknownst to her, Yamato finds herself immersed in a joyful period of learning martial skills. Eventually, Yamato takes out a journal of Odin's seafaring adventures, which she has discovered. Since Yamato possesses limited reading abilities, the three daimyos begin teaching her how to read the diary. Within its pages, Yamato gains insight into the vastness of the world. She also learns, for the first time, that the world she inhabits is round. Subsequently, Yamato reads all the stories of Odin's remarkable voyages. The journal contains accounts of encounters with figures such as Whitebeard and Roger, as well as a series of extraordinary adventures.
海賊としての俺の第2幕。新しい冒険が始まった。世界は広い。まだ広い。行くぞ野郎ども。最後の島へ。
So, this is how Yamato comes to know Odin's seafaring story. Odin also speaks of a powerful generation of pirates who will rise in the new world 20 years from now. If he were to die, they would be the ones to defeat Kaido. From then on, Yamato's heart holds even more hope. She aspires to reach Laugh Tale and find One Piece. Even during her sleep, Yamato murmurs. In 20 years, she will fight alongside the people of Wano. She also wishes to experience the vastness of the sea.
海へ出て、もっともっと強くなって。
拙者たちはお主をここで死なせぬことで、拙者たちには待てぬ年月ゆえ。ないゆえ。和の国を頼んだぜ。
In reality, Yamato only spends 10 days with the three daimyo. She makes a promise with the samurai. She vows to protect Wano. Now, facing Kaido, who is depriving Wano of its freedom, both of them clash with a thunder bagua. Currently, Yamato fights relentlessly against Kaido, fueled by her convictions. Yet, Kaido emphasizes that Yamato still carries the blood of a devil. Furthermore, Yamato never had friends or comrades. She believes she has a mission, but no one truly considers her one of their own. Since childhood, Yamato lives on Onigashima, always on the run, hiding and scavenging for survival. Many times, she has to scavenge for scraps just to stave off hunger. There was a kind soldier who once offered her food and blankets. This is the warmth that Yamato rarely feels on the island. But the soldier is later executed by Kaido. Since then, no one dares to befriend Yamato. In her early years, Yamato finds solace in repeatedly reading Odin's diary. Perhaps only the stories within its pages can alleviate her loneliness. However, Yamato later meets Ace, and for the first time, she has a true friend. Returning to the present, Kaido mocks that everyone who helps Yamato is now dead. He continues his assault on Yamato, quickly overpowering her. Kaido states that this is Yamato's fate, to become a lonely child of a demon. On the other side, Luffy tugs on Momonosuke's dragon whiskers, urging Momonosuke to take flight. Momonosuke closes his eyes and flounders through the air. Fortunately, the two of them manage to reach Onigashima Island safely. After causing considerable destruction, Luffy returns to the top of Onigashima Island. Meanwhile, Yamato raises her weapon high and launches her ultimate attack against Kaido. Finally, Luffy makes his return to Onigashima and sends Kaido flying with a single punch. At this point, Yamato has successfully completed her mission, and Luffy now regards her as a comrade. Then, Kaido transforms into his dragon form, while Luffy rides Momonosuke, confronting Kaido. However, when the two dragons meet, it results in an eclipse, obscuring the moon. Originally, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi had relied on their Sulong forms to defeat their respective opponents. However, due to the moon being covered, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi revert to their original forms, and they are no longer a match for Jack and Perospero. The situation becomes dire. Meanwhile, under Luffy's encouragement, Momonosuke overcomes his fear and dares to attack Kaido, biting into him. Luffy also lands a punch on Kaido, knocking him to the ground. This punch serves as Luffy's declaration of war, boosting the morale of the alliance. Next, Luffy asks Momonosuke to prevent Onigashima from falling, while he stays at the top to face Kaido. At this moment, Kaido transforms into his human beast form, and Luffy takes steps toward him, reigniting the battle.
生きてんだから無限にあんだろう。
Unexpectedly, Luffy and Kaido's confrontation tears the sky asunder. In response, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi once again see the full moon and transform into their Sulong forms. They counterattack Jack and Perospero, engaging in a fierce battle. After a grueling fight, Jack and Perospero gradually find themselves overpowered. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi launch their finishing blow. In the end, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi defeat Jack and Perospero. With this battle, the downfall of all-star level figures finally commences. On the other side, Luffy requests Yamato's assistance in helping Momonosuke. At present, Onigashima is dangerously close to Flower Capital. Onigashima's armory still contains many explosive weapons. If Onigashima were to fall, it would explode like a nuclear bomb, devastating Flower Capital. Kaido's plan is to turn all of Wano into the new Onigashima. Under Yamato's guidance, Momonosuke has learned to ride the clouds. True dragons create clouds to grasp and achieve flight, and these clouds are known as flame clouds. At this moment, Yamato suddenly realizes something even more dreadful. Due to Kaido's injuries, the power keeping Onigashima afloat has significantly weakened. The entire island is on the brink of collapse and is about to fall. Therefore, Yamato encourages Momonosuke to create more flame clouds. Only Momonosuke's flame clouds can keep Onigashima afloat and save Flower Capital. Furthermore, Yamato transforms into her beast form and heads towards Onigashima's armory to freeze the weapons, preventing the explosion. Meanwhile, in the Onigashima Hall, Zoro and Sanji continue their battle against King and Queen. During the battle, Sanji begins to feel that something is different about his body. Injuries that would normally cause bone fractures or breaks now seem to have no effect on him. In addition, Zoro manages to break off the tip of King's helmet during their intense battle. This enrages King, causing him to transform into his human beast form. He wields his wings, slashing out a vast wave of cutting air. Next, King uses his air slash attack to send Zoro flying out of the Onigashima Hall. Zoro retaliates with his three-sword style, Ultra Tiger Hunt, clashing with King. This move sends Zoro to the outer edges of Onigashima, and King's helmet is severely damaged. LCOR, robe luxissu dans les contacts CP0. Currently, the ratio of forces between the two sides in the war stands at 12,000 to 8,000. Upon learning this, Lucci issues two directives. Firstly, if Kaido is defeated, the world government takes control of Wano. Many warships are already en route to Wano. Secondly, CP0 must capture Nico Robin alive. Consequently, CP0 immediately mobilizes and engages in battle with Robin and Brook. On Sanji's front, he uses his Diable Jam to kick Queen to the ground. However, Queen emerges unscathed and decides to use his ultimate technique. Queen flattens his body into a straight line, and his overwhelming aura leaves Sanji shocked. To our surprise, Queen's ultimate move turns out to be the Brachiosnakeus Stranglehold. Queen even boasts that nothing living can withstand this stranglehold. Soon enough, Queen unleashes it, and Sanji writhes in pain. Moreover, Queen's original body is equipped with firepower weapons. He intends to deploy this firepower to obliterate Sanji. In this manner, Queen inflicts injury upon himself in a unique manner. Sanji manages to escape the stranglehold and lands on the ground. At this moment, Queen confidently assumes that Sanji has surely perished. To our surprise, Sanji slowly stands up. Despite his body being twisted and deformed, he is essentially unharmed. He can even straighten his contorted body as if it were made of metal. Now, everyone is in awe of Sanji's physical transformation. Sanji is also afraid that he may have awakened his lineage factor and become a cyborg, just like his other siblings. What Sanji fears most is becoming a cold-blooded killing machine like his brothers. At this moment, Queen takes advantage of Sanji's distraction and attempts to strike him down. Unexpectedly, Sanji has become nearly invulnerable, which only intensifies his fear of becoming an emotionless monster. Consequently, Sanji suddenly becomes apprehensive and refrains from launching an attack. In fact, Sanji has only worn the Germa raid suit a few times. He can't comprehend why his body has suddenly mutated. On the other side, Killer refrains from attacking Hawkins, while Hawkins doesn't hold back and freely assaults Killer. He even uses a self-harming method to injure Kid. At this moment, Kid and Law are giving their all in the battle against Big Mom. Big Mom wields Napoleon, Prometheus, and Hera with full firepower. Just then, Hawkins gives Kid a pounding headache. Caught up in this, Law loses focus and is severely injured by Prometheus. It's evident that unless Hawkins is dealt with, Kid's chances of survival are slim. Meanwhile, on the other side, Killer, enduring a brutal beating, taunts Hawkins. He tells Hawkins that Hawkins must deeply regret surrendering to Kaido. The future that Hawkins aspired to is now unattainable due to his surrender. These words cut deep into Hawkins' heart. Killer then changes his stance from taking a beating and retaliates with a weapon. This time, Killer seems to pay no heed to Kid's straw doll curse. It turns out Killer has come up with a clever plan to counter Hawkins. Since Kid lacks his left arm, he won't be able to transfer damage to it. Subsequently, Killer retrieves Kid's straw doll from Hawkins' left arm, freeing Kid from the curse, and Hawkins transforms into a straw man, preparing for a final battle. However, Killer remains fearless, wielding his spinning blade, beheading claws. Ultimately, Killer successfully takes down Hawkins. The symbolism of the Tower Tarot card carries special meaning, out with the old, in with the new. On the other side, Apu unexpectedly encounters Drake, recognizing Drake's affiliation with the Marines. Apu proposes an alliance, hoping to seize any opportunities presented by the weakened Straw Hats and Beast Pirates. He is accompanied by 3 giants, Zanki, Fuga, and Inbi. However, Drake declines Apu's offer of an alliance. Meanwhile, Usopp and the others suddenly spot the lower half of Kinemon's body. Apparently, Kinemon's body, which was severed by Law in the past, has not fully healed. Now, Usopp and the rest carry the lower half as they search for Kinemon and Kiku. At this moment, Orochi makes a sudden return and communicates with the critically wounded Kanjuro using a Den Den Mushi. Orochi issues a command to Kanjuro, instructing him to unleash his ultimate technique, Kazenbo. Kazenbo is a creature that can incinerate everything, and Orochi's plan is to have Kazenbo assault the weapon's cache. When that happens, the entire Onigashima Island will be obliterated, and both Kaido and Luffy will cease to exist. Meanwhile, Yamato is also heading towards the armory with her own plans. On the other hand, Momonosuke is doing his best to prevent Onigashima from falling. In a separate confrontation, Kid and Law continue their battle against Big Mom. At this moment, they prepare to utilize their awakened Devil Fruit abilities. Kid uses Punk Rotten, becoming immensely gigantic. However, Big Mom counters with a move called Ikoku, knocking Kid from the sky. Kid's fall is actually a strategic move to buy time. In the midst of the battle, Law employs his K-Room ability, attaching it to his sword to strike at Big Mom. The first aspect of this ability, anesthesia, makes Big Mom feel as if the sword doesn't penetrate herself at all. But the true finishing move is the internal shockwave. As Law delivers the shock will attack, Big Mom is sent reeling, coughing up blood. At this moment, Kid also activates his awakened power. He grants magnetism to his opponent, causing Big Mom and the surrounding steel debris to attract each other. Big Mom is slammed down heavily, kicking up dust all around. However, Big Mom isn't defeated yet. She opens her bloodshot eyes and stands up once more. Using her devil fruit abilities, she attempts to take the lives of those around her. In the end, due to the lack of Ashiruko on Onigashima, the grunts around her have their lifespans taken away. Hera and Prometheus are restored to their original forms. Following this, Big Mom sacrifices a year of her own life, transforming into a giant once again, and resumes her fierce battle against Kid and Law. Meanwhile, Drake declines to cooperate with Apu. He intends to fulfill his pact with Luffy and defeat Apu. Drake also identifies a weakness in Apu's abilities. Sound-based attacks rely on hearing, while targeting depends on vision. At this moment, Yamato happens to pass by on her way to the armory. Giant Fuga immediately joins Yamato in her mission. Fuga holds Yamato in high regard and considers her his best friend. Suddenly, Kazenbo bursts through the floor, appearing here. It plans to set fire to the armory and ignite Onigashima Island. CP0, who is pursuing Robin and Brook, is in the area as well. Due to the shattered upper floors, Robin and Brook fall onto Fuga's head. CP0 is also engulfed in flames while in pursuit and plummets to the lower level. Now, realizing the threat of Kazenbo, Yamato promptly takes Fuga to the armory to prevent the explosion. CP0 encounters Apu and Drake while chasing Robin. They don't want to expose their collusion with the government and are prepared to eliminate witnesses. As a result, Apu and Drake choose to collaborate to confront CP0. On the other side, Sanji continues to struggle with the transformation of his body. While running, he reflects on why he has changed this way. In the distance, a geisha named Sum is searching for a mouse named Chuji. Suddenly, Sanji witnesses Sum being brutally beaten and injured right before his eyes. This terrifies Sanji, as he fears he may have harmed the girl in a moment of unconsciousness. At this moment, Queen catches up with Sanji and taunts him. In response, Sanji dons his raid suit. He realizes that wearing the raid suit awakened the lineage factors within him. Sanji recalls Luffy and how using the raid suit could potentially help Luffy become the Pirate King. However, Sanji is hesitant to become an emotionless cyborg. He swiftly smashes the raid suit with his foot. He also makes a call to Zoro and says, "We should be able to defeat the beast's pirates soon, but if I become abnormal after our victory, kill me." Hearing this, Zoro responds, "I can do that, but before that, don't you die." With these words, Sanji hangs up the phone. He then employs his ultimate technique, Hell Memories. Next, Queen and Sanji engage in a fierce battle. Queen not only wields laser beams but also possesses the exclusive abilities of Germa 66. This includes the spark ability of Ichiji, the electric power of Niji, and the superhuman strength of Yanji. It seems that Queen has thoroughly researched Germa 60SIXS technology and wants to prove himself as a greater scientist than Judge. Every time Queen uses Germa's abilities, Sanji takes the brunt of the attacks. Soon enough, Sanji is heavily injured by Queen. However, Sanji retaliates by kicking off Queen's mechanical arm and using a move called Flanchette Strike to send Queen flying. After a series of battles, Queen reaches his limit. At this moment, Queen decides to use his ultimate ability, Invisible Black. Surprisingly, he can turn invisible just like Sanji wearing the raid suit. However, Sanji is also invisible, but unlike Queen, he relies on high-speed movement to remain unseen. Suddenly, Sum, the geisha who was previously injured, enters the battlefield. She is still searching for Chuji. Seeing this, Queen decides to attack Sum once again. It turns out that Queen, who was invisible, had harmed Sum before. It was because Sum had rejected Queen's advances, which made him harbor resentment. Just then, Sanji notices Queen's presence, finally realizing that Queen is the despicable person attacking women. Immediately, Sanji unleashes his awakened abilities. He generates even hotter flames on his legs with Ifrit Jam.
バーストートタンドル食らいせ
Sanji continuously attacks Queen with Ifrit Jam. However, Queen resorts to a dirty trick, using psychological manipulation against Sanji. He claims that Sanji is now like Germa and will become an emotionless cyborg in the future. According to Queen, Sanji, being Judge's son, is a natural-born cyborg. Upon hearing this, Sanji finds clarity in his path. He recalls the Baratai, Zeph, and his identity as a chef. No matter how his body changes, one thing remains constant: he will always be himself. In that moment, Sanji shatters the chains of Germa.
そして海賊麦わらの一味黒足の三次だバーストトレゲス野郎
Finally, Sanji defeats Queen. After the battle, he returns Chuji, the mouse, to some. Due to his severe injuries, Sanji collapses. The battle at Onagashima's left skull tower comes to an end, with Sanji as the victor. Meanwhile, Zoro confronts King. Suddenly, King extends his head backward and rebounds with a move known as the Imperial Deep Pride Stake, which resembles a laser-like attack, leaving Zoro struggling to defend himself. King then takes advantage of his aerial advantage to bombard Zoro relentlessly. In response, Zoro unleashes his ultimate move, the 360-pound Phoenix Black Rope Dragon Twister. Surprisingly, King effortlessly blocks and counters the attack, sending Zoro flying once more. Zoro realizes that King possesses an almost insane level of defense, making victory seem impossible unless he can break through it. Elsewhere, Kamirasaki appears next to Orochi and plays music that stirs Orochi's desires, causing him to forget about escaping Onigashima. At the same time, the sounds of Kamirasaki's music reach Zoro's ears, provoking an eruption of Enma. Enma then suddenly bursts with power, draining Zoro's left arm. This forces Zoro to divert his attention to suppressing Enma's power. Seizing the opportunity, King launches a surprise attack on Zoro, intercepting his sword with his body and initiating a devastating explosion. A blazing inferno engulfs everything, but fortunately, Zoro defends himself using armament haki, emerging unscathed. However, when the smoke clears, King remains unharmed in the flames. Zoro and King lock eyes in disbelief. Zoro, refusing to give in, wants to test the limits of King's defense. Surprisingly, Zoro's lion song is just a massage for King. King then executes another Imperial Deep Pride Stake as Enma once again surges, affecting Zoro. He is struck by the Imperial Deep Pride Stake, causing him to lose his grip on his sword, which teeters on the edge of a cliff. In a selfless act to protect his sword, Zoro uses his body as a shield, only to be kicked away by King. At this moment, Zoro is heavily injured, blood gushing like a fountain. Yet, he remains the guardian of 3 swords, upholding his promise to the young girls. Each of these swords symbolizes unique memories. Sandai Katetsu is known as the Dishiki, while Wado Ikamanji is associated with Kuina, and Enma represents Kamirasaki. Now, King continues his relentless assault, and due to Enma's uncontrolled power, Zoro is once again sent flying by King. However, this attack triggers memories of someone from 13 years ago, an old man who used to fish by the East Blue. Hitetsu once mentioned that Wado Ikamanji and Enma were crafted by the same swordsmith, Shimatsuki Kozaburo. Over 50 years ago, Kozaburo left the land of Wano secretly, settling in the East Blue and founding the village of Shimatsuki. This village happens to be Zoro's hometown in the East Blue. Back then, Zoro encountered an old man fishing by the sea. The old man taught Zoro the spirited cries of swordsmen from the land of Wano, explaining that each sword had its unique personality. True swordsmen could tame a sword's personality. Additionally, the old man revealed that he once forged a truly formidable named sword, which he called the King of Hell. Finally, Zoro recalls that this old man was none other than Shimatsuki Kozaburo, the grandfather of Kuina and the father of Kushiro, Zoro's master. And the King of Hell is none other than Enma. Back in the present, Zoro once again takes up Enma, reminiscing about his promise with Kuina to become the world's greatest swordsman. In this moment, Zoro suddenly realizes that Enma's straightforward nature is not malevolent. Even Odin, in the past, used Enma and had his haki absorbed. Now, as Zoro contemplates, he is both impressed by Odin's ability to control Enma and determined to enhance his haki and accept the Blade's challenge. Releasing a vast amount of haki at this point strains Zoro's heart significantly. However, Zoro must use his haki to tame Enma. In this instant, his heart awakens to an even stronger haki. Surprisingly, Zoro awakens Conqueror's haki, causing those around him to foam at the mouth. Next, Zoro continues his duel with King. This time, he finally unravels King's racial abilities. Whenever the flames behind King ignite, his den fence becomes invincible, but when the flames extinguish, King's speed increases at the cost of significantly reduced defense. Zoro finally manages to cut open King's mask, revealing King's unique Lunarian's features: tan skin, white hair, black wings, and a flaming vest. It's said that providing information about Lunarians to the world government can earn you a bounty of 100 million berries. In this moment, Zoro unleashes his King of Hell 3-sword style, Rengoku Onigiri. In the Clash of Blades, King recalls his past with Kaido. Long ago, the government had captured King for experiments, as they coveted the abilities of the Lunarians. It was during this time that King encountered Kaido, who was attempting to escape from the prison. Kaido told him that only he could change this boring world. King decided to follow Kaido, and together, they escaped the laboratory. Originally, King's name was Albert, but it was Kaido who bestowed upon him the name King. From then on, helping Kaido become the Pirate King became King's dream. Now, King places his dream on the line and releases an immensely powerful flame attack called Imperial Fire Dragon. The magma-like flames overwhelm Zoro completely. King then suddenly accelerates, kicking Zoro away, but this weakens his defense. Zoro seizes the opportunity, locates King, and strikes him with Bird Dance, inflicting wounds on King. Following this, they engage in a series of intense clashes. Zoro employs the Ultra Tiger Hunt, striking down with great force, while King vigorously defends himself, swinging his heavy sword to send Zoro flying. After an enduring battle, they decide to settle it with one final move. King soars into the sky, igniting the most formidable flames. Now, Zoro has severed King's Imperial Fire Dragon completely. Utilizing a stone, Zoro charges into the sky, confronting the dragon made of flames without hesitation and reciting a poem. A loud explosion echoes through the sky as the Imperial Guardian Fire Dragon is cleaved into two. King's wings are also severed in the process. In this moment, King remembers his promise to Kaido. Regardless of whether Kaido is Joy Boy or not, King wanted to help him become the Pirate King. However, it seems that achieving this goal may now be impossible because that man is just too strong. The three All-Stars and the Tobarapo have all been defeated. The main battles left are Big Mom vs Kid and Law, and Luffy vs Kaido. Meanwhile, many events are unfolding on Onigashima. On the second floor of Onigashima, Kamurasaki plays music for Orochi, causing him to forget about escaping. On the third floor, Reizo's battle with Fukurokuju is reaching its conclusion. Both of them are immobilized by a binding jutsu and are continuously burned by the raging flames. They compete to see who can endure the flames the longest. On the first floor, Usopp has finally rescued the injured Kinemon and Kiku. Aizo is holding off the beast pirates while creating a barrier for Usopp and others. However, CP0 suddenly tracks down the Straw Hat crew and arrives on the scene. Earlier, both Drake and Zanki were defeated by CP0, and the timid Apu and Inbi fled in fear. At this moment, CP0's agents do not intend to engage with Aizo, but Aizo blocks their path to support Luffy. Outside of Onigashima, Momonosuke is doing everything in his power to prevent the island from falling. Meanwhile, Yamato has made her way to the underground arsenal within the castle. Fuga immediately knocks the gatekeeper, Rocky, aside, allowing Yamato to enter the arsenal. Shortly after, Kazenbo also appears with the intention of igniting the explosives. Fortunately, Yamato uses her ice abilities to freeze the explosives. She then uses her Maharoba technique to prevent Kazenbo from detonating them. In fact, during the great battle on Onigashima, the people of Wano celebrate the Fire Festival. This is their only moment of freedom each year, and everyone is genuinely happy. Now, as the Fire Festival comes to a close, people write their wishes on floating lanterns. It is believed that deceased loved ones can see these lanterns from heaven. Originally, Toko wanted to wish to become a person like her father, bringing smiles to the faces of those in hardship, just like Yasui did. However, as she put pen to paper, Toko had a change of heart. Toko's greatest wish is to reunite with her father and hope that he can see her longing from heaven. At the top of Onigashima, Luffy and Kaido are still locked in battle. They exchange blows, both equally matched. Luffy starts to find the fight more intriguing. Suddenly, Kaido begins drinking heavily and becomes intoxicated. He switches between crying, laughing, feeling lost, and getting angry. Amidst this, the inebriated Kaido does not forget to continue his battle with Luffy. They clash multiple times, with neither gaining the upper hand. Kaido occasionally stops to pout and cry.
楽しくはあれど、城も半壊状態。なんでこんなめんどくせえんだよ。ちくしょう。何一つうまくいかねえ。
Then, Kaido resumes his drunken revelry and once again engages in a chaotic brawl with Luffy. They even start headbutting each other, competing to see whose head is harder. After one of these headbutts, Kaido enters a state of drunken rage. He unleashes his ultimate move, the Kundali Dragon Swarm, while Luffy counters with Gatling, keeping the relentless battle going. Now, no one from any faction expected Luffy to hold his own against Kaido like this. Even the five elders in Mary Geo's feel the tension in the situation. During their discussion, the five elders mention that devil fruit. For centuries, that fruit has never awakened. Yet, the government still greatly fears it, to the extent that they dare not utter its original name and have given it a new one. Their aim is to erase the existence of that fruit from history. On the other hand, the marine warships heading towards Wano suddenly come to a halt because Zunisha has arrived near Wano's shores, blocking the marines. Meanwhile, in Onagashima's central hall, Big Mom unleashes Fulgura, a barrage of purple lightning, knocking out Law and Kid. She also uses God of Lightning Tenjin to heavily wound their crewmates. Big Mom is now visibly exhausted, but she's still preparing to ascend to Onagashima's peak to assist Kaido. Just then, Law activates his K-Room ability, extending his sword and stabbing Big Mom. This is followed by an internal shockwave that severely injures her. At the same time, Kid summons a massive Punk Cornadillo, a colossal bull that charges towards Big Mom, sending her flying. Now, Big Mom endures a series of relentless attacks, with her hand bones shattered. However, she employs her abilities to grant life to her broken bones. Next, she swings the Mazer Saber and easily slices the magnetic Punk Cornadillo into two. Big Mom proceeds to taunt Kid and Law, saying, "We've ruled these seas for decades. Back when we were making our mark, you two were still in diapers." At this moment, Kid and Law each apply magnetic forces to Big Mom and the tower, causing her to be attracted to the tower, making her vulnerable to Punk Cornadillo's impact. Unexpectedly, Big Mom showcases immense strength, using her back to bear the entire tower's weight and withstand the collision. Following this move, Law and Kid launch a high-speed assault on Big Mom, further provoking her anger. Finally, Big Mom becomes infuriated and gathers energy in her Mazer Saber for a devastating attack, Mother's Visit Cannon, 3,000 Leagues of Misery. A colossal woman instantly materializes, possessing incredible power. Kid is the first to bear the brunt of her attack, nearly losing consciousness. In a critical moment, Law teleports the tower above Big Mom's head, toppling her. Then, Law uses his K-Room ability to pierce Big Mom for the third time, with his sword penetrating through Onigashima down into the magma layer. During this intense battle, Big Mom relentlessly punches Law, causing him to cough up blood. However, Law perseveres, not releasing his grip on his sword until it penetrates the magma layer. Following this, Law slowly utters his finishing move. At this moment, a violent tremor occurs. From the flower capital, one can see that Onigashima has been pierced by a single strike, and Momonosuke is astonished by the sudden appearance of a massive underground cavity. Despite spitting blood, Big Mom remains undefeated and summons Misery, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Law. In this dire moment, Law calls to his bro. In fact, not long ago, Kid was nearly beaten into unconsciousness, reminiscing about his past. As a child, Kid enjoyed assembling steel toys in the ruins. When he grew up, Kid formed his own pirate crew, gaining notoriety. He even joined forces with Luffy and Law to battle the Marines in Sabaody Archipelago. However, Apu and Hawkins' betrayal led to Kid's capture by Kaido. It was in prison that Kid crossed paths with Luffy. Now, he has the opportunity to challenge the four emperors alongside Luffy. Kid refuses to give up, summoning the strength to stand. In this moment, he hears the call of his bro. At this moment, Kid unleashes his most potent move, the Damned Punk. Its immense destructive power instantly leaves Big Mom disoriented. During the collision of energies, Big Mom attempted to use her Devil Fruit abilities to steal the lifespans of both Law and Kid. She uttered the words life or slave, but to no avail. Kid and Law had no fear of the four emperors, rendering Big Mom's ability ineffective. Law also employed his awakened ability, our Room. This ability was akin to Corazone's Silent Fruit, capable of nullifying any sound emitted by Big Mom. Consequently, Big Mom could no longer plunder their lifespans, and even Prometheus and Misery couldn't hear her cries for help. Subsequently, Kid unleashed the maximum power of Damned Punk, blasting through the earth. In the end, Big Mom was bombarded by Damned Punk from Onigashima all the way to the depths of the earth. She suddenly remembered Roger and felt furious about Roger initiating the Great Pirate Era. She was also angered by each and every young upstart who dared to challenge her. At that moment, Big Mom glimpsed at the distant Wano country, witnessing the joyful smiles of people during the Fire Festival. Memories of her own time on Wano resurfaced, and she was overwhelmed by intense resentment and anger. Big Mom swore that she would never spare Kid and Law. Unfortunately, what awaited her was the scorching magma deep underground. Finally, in a terrifying silent explosion, all of Big Mom's resentment and anger dissipated into silence. With this, the battle in the Onigashima Hall between the new generation and Big Mom came to an end. The victors were Kid and Law. From now on, the Yonkos were no longer an unbeatable symbol. On the other side, Momonosuke sensed Zunesha arriving at the Wano country. He learned that Zunesha had been a companion of Joy Boy 800 years ago. Due to Odin tearing out the most crucial page from the diary, no one knew what Roger had seen on the final island. Nobody understood why Roger, Odin, and the others had burst into laughter. In the weapons cache, Kazenbo was weakened due to the aftermath of the battle with Big Mom. It managed to escape from the weapons cache, while Yamato defused the explosion crisis. On the third floor of Onigashima, Reizo and Fukurokuju finally settled their score. Fukurokuju was the first to be overwhelmed by the flames, and Reizo emerged victorious. On the second floor, Orochi was pinned under a collapsing slab of rock, and Kamurasaki used seastone nails to prevent him from transforming. At this moment, Kamurasaki revealed that she was, in fact, Kazuki Hayori. This revelation greatly shocked Orochi, causing him to sob uncontrollably. Afterwards, Kazenbo reported back to Orochi, admitting the failure of its mission. It still harbored Kanjuro's soul and rushed onto Orochi. As a result, Orochi screamed in agony as he was engulfed in flames. At the same time, using a mutually destructive technique, Aizo takes down a CP0 agent. At this moment, another CP0 agent receives a sudden order. The five elders request the agent to immediately eliminate Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates. This means interfering in Kaido's battle, which would surely provoke Kaido's wrath. However, the agent is compelled to obey the orders. Suddenly, Drake regains consciousness from his stupor, draws his sword, and launches a surprise attack on the CP0 agent. Although this move severely wounds the agent's counterattack ultimately defeats Drake. At the top of Onigashima, Kaido hears of Big Mom's defeat, leading him to reminisce about his first encounter with her. In that year, Kaido was just 15 years old. He was a member of the Rocks Pirates. Big Mom told Kaido that he could come to her if he needed anything. Returning to the present, Kaido sheds tears of sorrow over Big Mom's defeat. Witnessing this, Luffy transforms into Snakeman form and continues his relentless barrage. While attacking, Luffy declares that this is his final Gear 4th transformation, vowing not to stop until he defeats Kaido. Soon, the two engage in battle once again, with neither showing any signs of yielding. Kaido unleashes various drunken techniques, including mimicking others and acting coquettish. Then, Kaido uses Kanbunshiku Haki to foresee the future, allowing him to evade Luffy's attacks and swallow him whole. Later, Kaido spits Luffy out into the air and unleashes his blast breath. However, Luffy defiantly withstands the blast breath and counters with an Overkong gun, a powerful punch that sends Kaido's blast breath back into his own belly. At this moment, Kaido initiates the Horai hack, a move that almost leaves Luffy gasping for air. This is Kaido's drunken rampage. Now, both combatants are pushing themselves to their limits, determined to decide the outcome with a decisive blow. It's the Overkong gun versus the Horai hack. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Iron Body."
CP0.
It's the CP0 agent, who surprisingly launches a sneak attack on Luffy, catching him off guard and leaving him vulnerable to a powerful strike from Kaido. Kaido is visibly enraged upon realizing CP0's interference in his battle. Sadly, Luffy can't withstand Kaido's Horai hack, causing him to lose consciousness and drop down to the 4th gear. Strangely, despite being unconscious, Luffy's heart beats like a drum, as if marking a rhythmic cadence. At this moment, the battle at the summit of Onigashima concludes, with Kaido emerging as the victor among the combatants. Meanwhile, the CP0 agent adjusts his hat silently, knowing the cost of provoking Kaido and accepting the consequences. Kaido, using a powerful lightning-charged blow, reduces the CP0 agent to ashes. Subsequently, Kaido returns to the Grand Hall of Onigashima, proclaiming his triumph. Now, everyone else is exhausted, unable to stand against Kaido's might. However, they remain resolute, refusing to surrender in the face of adversity. Witnessing Nami's defiance, Kaido exhales a destructive blast, but this attack is intercepted by a blue flame, stopping the annihilation in its tracks. Once again, Marco steps forward to hold back the tide of destruction. In this critical moment, a sound akin to a heartbeat reaches the ears of Zunesha, which echoes in the ears of Momonosuke as well. It's the sound of liberation, the unmistakable rhythm of a presence not seen for 800 years. At this moment, Momonosuke had yet to fully comprehend Zunesha's words. Suddenly, a burst of laughter filled with freedom, joy, and a mischievous spirit erupted. The creator of this laughter was none other than Luffy. It turns out Luffy is Joy Boy. He has awakened the fearsome power of the Gum Gum Fruit, the most incredible ability. Simultaneously, the 5 elders are discussing the Gum Gum Fruit. For 800 years, each world government has attempted to reclaim the Gum Gum Fruit. However, it seems the Gum Gum Fruit has a will of its own. Every time, it manages to elude the government's reclamation plans. Indeed, the true name of the Gum Gum Fruit is the Human Fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Nika. That's right, the user of the Gum Gum Fruit is the sun god Nika, the one who brings freedom. Awakened users possess the most incredible and bewildering abilities in the world. Returning to Luffy, he feels a surge of strength, and even his heartbeat becomes amusing. Luffy has designated this form as the highest tier, the Gear 5th. Meanwhile, Kaido is boasting in the hall. Just then, a dramatic change occurs. A terrifying Haoshiku Haki emanates from the top. The members of the Beast's pirates all start foaming at the mouth. Just as Kaido is taken aback, a gigantic hand descends from the sky. Finally, Luffy regains his combat prowess. He hauls Kaido back to the peak of Onigashima and mercilessly pummels the Yonko. Luffy's arm strength is extraordinarily astonishing, swinging Kaido around, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. At this moment, Kaido regains his senses and laughs, saying, "You're still alive, thanks." Before he finishes speaking, Kaido breathes out his destructive blast breath. And so Luffy, in his newfound Nika form, has returned. The battle reaches its climax. At this point, Kaido expresses regret for CP0's interference earlier. He does not want to win the battle this way. Luffy, however, pays no mind. Currently, Kaido is particularly surprised by Luffy's transformation. Transformation is the specialty of Zoan-type devil fruits. Paramecia-type devil fruits awakening does not enable transformations. Now, Kaido has only just realized that Luffy is a Zoan-type ability user, with a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the human fruit, model, Nika. There have been a total of 4 mythical Zoan-type devil fruits introduced, aside from Chopper's regular Zoan-type. There's the Sengoku's model, Buddha, Gyukumaru's model, Anyudo, and Luffy's model, Nika. All of these are mythical Zoan-types. Poor Chopper, he missed out on this mythical type qualification due to his early introduction. Next, the battle continues to intensify. Kaido opens his monstrous mouth and swallows Luffy in a single gulp. Unexpectedly, Luffy wreaks havoc inside Kaido's belly. Surprisingly, Luffy manages to inflate Kaido's belly like a balloon. Kaido's body also inherits rubber's properties from Luffy. In the previous episode, Luffy rebounded Kaido's blast breath. In reality, Luffy turned the entire floor into rubber, making everything he touched rubberized. This is the awakening ability of the rubber fruit. Now, Luffy is inside Kaido's belly, planning even more formidable moves. Afterward, using inhalation and exhalation, Luffy flies into the thundercloud layer. Thunder roars from within the clouds, startling Yamato below. Suddenly, a giant figure breaks through the clouds, as if a god descending to Earth. At this moment, Luffy transforms into a giant form. However, Kaido quickly reacts, biting down on Luffy. Just then, Luffy seizes Kaido and starts a workout. Finally, Kaido manages to forcefully release Blast Breath, forcing Luffy back. But Luffy quickly recovers from his scorched state. He creates a path of mist in the sky, and in an instant, he charges back towards Kaido. However, just at that moment, Kaido takes the initiative. At this moment, Luffy's imposing head appears in the hall. Everyone is taken aback by his presence. Subsequently, Luffy retrieves his giant form, returning to the battlefield summit. Kaido, observing, comments on Luffy's abilities, saying them like coming from the story. However, even though Luffy has pushed himself to the limit, he's entirely unable to land a blow on Kaido. Just as Kaido predicted, the drawbacks of exceeding the 5th gear's time limit are becoming apparent, and Luffy's appearance and vitality are rapidly deteriorating. In this moment, rather than seizing the opportunity to attack, Kaido sits down, displaying a demeanor reminiscent of an exceptional teacher. However, in reality, Kaido is also worn out, and movement becomes a struggle. Kaido declares that this battle between him and Luffy will be remembered in history. In response, Luffy states that he isn't concerned about such fame because if he were to die, he'd be nothing more than a pile of bones. Therefore, Luffy asserts that he can't let things end like this. As he speaks, he forces himself to stand again and transforms into the Nika form once more.
上がれ心臓の音 この音
In a mere exchange, Kaido's blow leaves Luffy's head misshapen, causing him to cry out in pain as he runs around frantically. Seeing this, Kaido doesn't hold back and continues his assault. Surprisingly, Luffy effortlessly blocks Kaido's heavy blow, causing the ground around him to become elastic. Utilizing the bounce of the ground, Luffy springs up, finally escaping from Kaido's attack range. At this moment, Kaido is astonished by Luffy's performance. Luffy not only infuses Busashoku and Haoshiku Haki, but he can also alter the properties of other objects at will. Kaido admits he's never seen such a versatile fighting style, but he remains incredibly self-assured. He shouts, declaring that there's absolutely no one in the world who can defeat him. Just then, Luffy begins a countdown, 3, 2, 1, and launches an attack. In this manner, Luffy's fist topples Kaido. He finds his newfound abilities highly intriguing. Kaido, with his face covered, asks, "Who are you?" To which Luffy replies, "I am who I am." His heartbeat grows stronger and stronger. Zunesha also exclaims that this is the Joy Boy they've been expecting.
Monkey D. Luffy, Kaizoku Oni, Naru otoko da!
Upon hearing this, Kaido chuckled and remarked, "Seeing your continued arrogance puts my mind at ease." He further revealed that when both body and mind match the potential, a devil fruit awakens. However, Luffy's awakened ability indeed stands out in an extraordinary way. Continuing, Kaido expressed his losses, subordinates, castles, and the painstakingly accumulated things. He inquired whether Luffy was the same as his present self. But the losses endured by the people of Wano far exceeded Kaido's own. Luffy promptly responded, asserting that there are things he must reclaim regardless of the cost. Without hesitation, the battle escalated between the two once more. After an intense exchange, they temporarily backed away, catching their breath. Suddenly, Kaido said that the activity area below and the castle were engulfed in flames. Luffy's thousands of companions were at risk of being burned alive. These words served as Kaido's psychological tactic. However, Luffy remained unfazed by this attempt to unsettle him. He stated that he had entrusted the matter below to others long ago. His current focus was solely on defeating Kaido. With these words, Luffy charged towards Kaido, reigniting the intense battle. Meanwhile, due to the raging inferno sparked by the earlier chaos, a blazing fire is devouring the heart of Onigashima. Not only the Grand Hall and castle, but even the towers have fallen to the flames. The current Onigashima resembles the Odin Castle from 2 decades ago. In just a matter of time, everyone inside will be reduced to ashes. At this moment, the Straw Hat Crew's companions are scattered throughout Onigashima, seeking refuge from the inferno and attempting to extinguish the flames. However, the entire island is ablaze, making every corner perilous. Furthermore, Onigashima is still airborne, rendering escape impossible. This is indeed the terrifying scenario depicted by this episode's title, No Way Out. A hellish scene on Onigashima. Initially, Nami intended to have Zeus create rain to quench the flames. Yet, facing the intensity of the blaze, even Zeus is powerless. In this instant, everyone on Onigashima is confronted with the engulfing flames. Among them, Beppo, who is particularly sensitive to heat, finds himself weakened and immobile. Law's crew members are left to protect him and evade the inferno. On another front, the samurai encounter Brook and Robin. They mistakenly believe that Brook is a person burned to death by the flames. In reality, the situation on Onigashima has reached a critical juncture. Robin conveys that they are currently unable to escape by ascending to the sky. Sanji, along with the Geishas, struggles to find a secure route. Even the deserters, Apua and Inbi, engage in conflict as they seek to flee for their lives. Apua urges Inbi to break through a wall and make their escape, but Inbi is scalded by the wall's heat. He almost clashes with Apua, who blames him. Elsewhere, Usopp employs the Green Star Sprinkler to douse the flames. Unfortunately, this botanical things is swiftly consumed by the fire, becoming fuel for the inferno. Within the right tower of Onigashima, Frankie cradles Zoro, sprinting for safety. His intention is to find Chopper and tend to Zoro's worsening wounds. However, a massive fire is tailing closely, threatening to engulf them all. Amidst this peril, a newcomer of the Straw Hat Crew hailing from Fishman District and a ninja from the village hidden in mist step forth. On the 4th floor of the castle, Jinbe and Reizo come together. They make a pact to combat the raging flames that consume Onigashima. Reizo had experienced the burning of Oden Castle by Kaido and was tormented by his inability to save the Kazuki clan. This haunting memory has driven him to prepare for this moment. Not long ago, he reached Zou Island and witnessed Zunesha's cleansing bath, using his ninja technique to stockpile the water. Now, Reizo and Jinbe start their show time. Finally, Jinbe and Reizo choreograph a remarkable collaboration. Reizo produces Zunesha's water while Jinbe disperses it across Onigashima. Even those on the first floor, including Killer and Kaido's subordinates, find reprieve. The relentless blaze that entrapped everyone is gradually being extinguished. Meanwhile, Yamato realizes that Kaido has reached his limits. She urges Momonosuke to hasten his actions in creating Flame Cloud. This is crucial because if Kaido is defeated, the flame cloud upholding Onigashima will dissipate, resulting in a fatal plummet from a height of 10,000 meters. On another front, the climactic clash between Luffy and Kaido unfolds. Emerging from the cloud layer, Luffy transforms into the thunderous deity Zeus. The story continues from episode 1073, with Luffy wielding lightning like a thunder god. Seeing this, Kaido is greatly surprised and remarks on Luffy's recklessness. But Luffy does not fear. He once again summons lightning, a force as mighty as thunder. Surprisingly, Kaido easily counters Luffy's lightning attack. Kaido teaches Luffy that Conqueror's Haki surpasses Devil Fruit abilities. But Luffy doesn't hesitate and launches a fierce lightning attack. Currently, Kaido's strike leaves Luffy disoriented, soaring into the thunderclouds. Unexpectedly, Luffy reaches out with a hand towards Kaido in the midst of the thunderclouds. At this moment, Luffy grips Kaido tightly but exposes his own position. Promptly, Kaido unleashes Demolition Gust attack on Luffy. Nevertheless, despite the blood spraying, Luffy refuses to let go. He's gathering energy to execute his final move. Meanwhile, Yamato encourages Momonosuke to release the flame cloud quickly. However, Momonosuke claims he can't do it. In a fleeting moment, Momonosuke recalls an event from 20 years ago. Back then, his mother wanted to send him 20 years into the future. She hoped he could revive the Kazuki family. During that time, Momonosuke had also said he couldn't do it. After all, he was just a child. Fortunately, Kinemon and the others display the spirit of samurai. They want to travel 20 years ahead and fight for their lord, even if it means facing death in battle. Finally, Momonosuke receives encouragement. He gathers his courage and is willing to shoulder the family's mission 20 years from now. Returning to the present, Momonosuke finally never give up. He resolves to create Flame Cloud, halting Onagashima's descent. Otherwise, he would face his mother with shame. In flower capital of Wano, the fire festival nears its conclusion. Lanterns ascend into the sky, marking the final revelries. They talk about returning to slavery tomorrow, Laughly, hoping to live yet another year. And Toko gazes at her own lantern, hoping for it to reach her father's heavenly abode. Atop Onigashima, Kaido uses a fiery blast breath against Luffy. But despite his charred state, Luffy refuses to let go. On the other side, within Onigashima, the fire crisis is being solved by Jinbe and Reizo. However, the samurai sense the island's impending doom. Once it falls, death becomes inevitable for all. Surprisingly, the situation brings them laughing, as it signifies Kaido's reaching his limits. Compared to their own demise, they wish for Kaido's defeat. For these samurai have families. And they hope for a better Wano for their families. Thus, Hyogoro laughs and says, "If there's no life left, so be it." At the same time, the tremors atop Onigashima dislodge the seastone spikes. Orochi regain his freedom, assuming his fruit form. Now, Orochi remains only a single serpent head. He seeks to take Kazuki Hiyori to the depths with himself. On the top of Onigashima, Luffy hears the heartfelt desires of the people. These is the longings of the citizens of Wano, who had been enslaved for 2 decades.
ここを腹いっぱい飯の食える国にしてやるって。
国を取り戻すために俺たちは戦った。なあ麦わらの人、ワノ国には必ず夜明けはやってくる。
At this moment, Luffy carries the hopes of everyone on his shoulders. He has finally gathered the last of his energy to unleash his ultimate move, the Budgerung Gun.
全部終わらせるぞ。よせ。マジでござるルフィ。拙者はまだ。お前を信じてる。
In front of Luffy, the once mighty dragon Kaido appears as a miniature dragon. Witnessing this, Kaido smiles at Luffy and says, "I'll take this one head on." Without delay, Kaido unleashes his ultimate technique, the Flame Dragon Torch.
逃げやしねえよ。10年前、この国の英雄が焼かれて死んだ。
To everyone's surprise, Kaido breathes scorching molten flames, forming a colossal lava dragon as immense as Luffy's fist. The searing heat burns Luffy's palm, and even Onagashima's skull horn melts upon contact with the fire dragon. Kaido takes flight, warning Luffy that his punch will melt before it lands. In response, Luffy claims that he won't melt because he has mastered Flowing Cherry Blossom, an attack that doesn't require physical contact. With that, both of them unleash their ultimate moves, Budgerung Gun vs Flame Bagua. And so, Luffy and Kaido engage in an intense clash of their ultimate techniques, with no clear victor emerging yet. Inside Onigashima, the samurai shout and cheer for Luffy. The 9 red scabbards, burdened with a heavy mission for 20 years, finally have a chance to accomplish what they set out to do. 20 years ago, the 9 red scabbards escaped with tears in their eyes, unable to bear looking back at Oden as he fell into boiling oil pot. From then on, Wano fell under the control of Kaido and Orochi. They killed Lady Toki and suppressed any resistance from the samurai. Even the once majestic Oden Castle became a ruin in the raging fire. When Orochi demanded the submission of the other 4 daimyos, the daimyos had only one answer, to march to Flower Capital and defeat Orochi. However, Kaido's might proved overwhelming. He used the dragon's flame to burn countless people and defeated the samurai army. It was Kaido's strength that allowed Orochi to become so arrogant. Later in Wano country, things took a dire turn as the once beautiful nation turned into a weapon manufacturing factory. The young men were forcibly taken to toil as laborers, and the serene rivers gradually became polluted, depriving the people of clean water. The land suffered from contamination, making it impossible to cultivate crops. Inside the factories, workers labored tirelessly, and many succumbed to exhaustion and died. Conversely, Orochi lived a luxurious life. He even used the nefarious Smile Devil fruits to strip away the people's emotions, leaving them with nothing but painful laughter. Orochi firmly believed that no one could save Wano because the nation had isolated itself from the world. Fast forward to the present, Orochi's arrogance resurfaces, and he declares his intent to kill Hiyori and meet his demise with her. Just as tension escalates, a sudden turn of events occurs.
うちの侍たちを黒ずみの怨念侮るな。修羅場でござる。
Finally, Denjiro appears just in time and swiftly decapitated Orochi. He protects Hiyori, just as he had for the past 20 years. Now, Hiyori no longer need to endure Orochi and could return to being her true self. At the same time, the people of Wano releases lanterns into the sky, symbolizing everyone's hopeful wishes. Today, there's a strong possibility that these wishes will come true. At this moment, Momonosuke thinks of his parents and sister and charges towards Onigashima, pushing with all his might. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy and Kaido continues their intense clash, filling the sky with terrifying energy. The question remained, who would emerge victorious? Luffy is using the Budgerang gun against Kaido's Flame Bagua. At this moment, both sides are in a power struggle, unable to gain the upper hand. Kaido tells Luffy, "It's quite impressive that you've held on until now. However, you cannot change the world." At this point, Kaido reminisces about his past. 49 years ago, a 10-year-old Kaido was hailed as the ultimate soldier of the Vodka Kingdom, engaging in numerous battles on the kingdom's behalf. The Vodka Kingdom constantly plundered money to afford the celestial tribute for the world nobles. At that time, Kaido couldn't comprehend why everyone had to bow down to the world nobles. 46 years ago, the kingdom attempted to secure the right to attend the levee by conscripting Kaido into the Marines against his will. Kaido didn't want to be a political tool, so he escaped from the Marine ship. Kaido saw his first bounty, an astonishing 70 million. A few years later, Kaido arrived at Pirate Island. At the tender age of 15, he defeated many pirates on the island. It was during this time that Kaido met Whitebeard. Whitebeard mentioned that Rocks wanted to meet Kaido. Not long after, Kaido joined the Rocks Pirates. People believed that the Rocks Pirates were invincible. After all, the members of this pirate crew were all monsters. Some time passed, and the Rocks Pirates encountered a significant event. They were going to God Valley. Next, people heard about the fall of the Rocks Pirates at God Valley. It is said that they were defeated by a small naval officer named Garp. Afterward, Kaido began to establish himself and form the Beast Pirates. Unbeknownst to many, 10 years swiftly passed. Kaido grew even mightier than before, earning the moniker, Embodiment of Brutality. He had a particular fondness for employing force as a means to resolve issues. Kaido's philosophy adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest. Subsequently, the elders of the Kurazumi clan approached Kaido with a proposition for an alliance. Thus, they formed a malevolent coalition. Their sinister aim was to transform Wano into a weapon manufacturing hub. Kaido harbored ambitions of toppling the world nobles and placing the celestial dragons on the battlefield to experience true equality and freedom. Kaido's belief rested upon the notion that only through wars could humanity's worth be determined. One day, Kaido engaged in a conversation with King. He couldn't understand where Yamato had heard the name of Joy Boy who Odin was waiting for. Kaido informed King, "If Joy Boy is the same man that you are waiting for, then I know who he is." Returning to the present, the collision energy between Kaido and Luffy fills the heavens and the earth. At this moment, a surviving CP0 agent manages to escape Onigashima. Meanwhile, Momonosuke is diligently creating flame clouds. In the flower capital, people conclude the fire festival with their final moments of laughter. Within Onigashima, Jinbe and Reizo use the Zo water to extinguish the fires, putting an end to the Great Fire Crisis. On the second floor of Onigashima, Denjiro holds Hiyori and says, "You've done well, really well, to have endured this for so many years." Now, as this prolonged and epic battle approaches its climax, everyone has overcome countless obstacles. There are only two remaining questions to answer. First, can Luffy defeat Kaido? Second, can Momonosuke protect Onigashima and Flower Capital?
お前が腹いっぱい飯食える国にしてやる。俺はたちが腹いっぱい世界
キング、俺はジョイボーイが誰だか分かった。この先俺を倒した男だ。
Ultimately, Luffy defeats Kaido using the Budgerang gun. Momonosuke also creates flame clouds. At this moment, Kaido falls into a state of unconsciousness, and he continues to plummet into the magma layer beneath, becoming neighbors with Big Mom. And that's how it ends for Kaido and Big Mom. Next, Yamato arrives at Luffy's side and catches him. She loudly exclaims, "You guys are amazing. Truly amazing." With this, the 20-year-long battle comes to a close. The winner is Straw Hat Luffy. At this moment, the victorious cheers resonate throughout Onigashima. Finally, after nearly 100 episodes of the anime, they have defeated the Four Emperors Alliance and achieved this miraculous victory. Yamato personally steps forward to subdue the remnants of the Beast's pirates. At the same time, the people of the Flower Capital are gazing at the sky lanterns. Not long ago, Toko once again modified the wishes written on the lanterns. She did this because she heard that Yasui sacrificed himself to preserve the spark of hope for the samurai of Wano. All of this was done to ensure a happier future for Toko in this country. Upon hearing this, Toko couldn't help but recall a memory of Yasui. There was a time when Toko accidentally consumed a failure smile fruit. Yasui knew about it and didn't blame her. He ate another failure smile fruit for Toko's sake.
父にもくれぬか。いいよ。笑う門には福来たる。どこも踊るか。こりゃ将来は和の国一の舞手だな。
Now Toko understands everything her father did for this country. That's why she modified the wishes on the sky lanterns. She changed the original, Dad, I miss you, to Dad, thank you. At this moment, Momonosuke and Zunesha communicate in their minds. After careful consideration, Momonosuke decides not to open the Wano for now. Zunesha responds, expressing faith in Momonosuke's judgment and obedience to his orders. Just then, everyone feels an earthquake, and the magma engulfs Kaido and Big Mom's bodies. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a submarine volcano unexpectedly erupts.
和の国天上決戦勝者カイドウ改め麦わらのルフィ
And that's how it goes, with the magma swallowing everything around, including Kaido and Big Mom. At the same time, the people of the Flower Capital hear this thunderous explosion. Momonosuke arrives in the Flower Capital and tries to calm everyone down. Surprisingly, the people of the Flower Capital scatter in fear, mistaking Momonosuke for Kaido. Seeing this, Momonosuke cancels the dragon form, and the Red Scabbards and Hiyori calmly approach the frightened crowd. The appearance of the Kazuki family leaves everyone in shock. Denjiro then informs everyone that the new shogun of Wano is right behind them.
和の国の新しい将軍をお連れしている
The Red Scabbards and Hiyori have appeared before the people of Flower Capital. Even after 20 years, the memories of the Red Scabbards remain vivid in everyone's minds. Light scroll snails have been prepared for people all across Wano to witness this momentous occasion. Thus, people from every corner of the land of Wano have the opportunity to see the Red Scabbards. On the other side, Yamato gets acquainted with all the members of the Straw Hat crew. Both sides enjoy each other, except for Luffy and Zoro, who are undergoing treatment due to their severe injuries. During this time, Tama reveals that her ability to create millet balls will expire in a month. However, Speed expresses her desire to continue staying by Tama's side. Next, everyone's attention is drawn to the Light Scroll Snail. At this moment, the Red Scabbards collectively kneel down to welcome a particular figure. This figure slowly speaks, saying, "It has been 20 long years since my father Kazuki Oden died. You have all done exceptionally well to have survived this protracted winter. The freedoms of the Fire Festival shall not end tonight. Starting tomorrow, all of you will be able to live as you wish. You will no longer be charged for clean water. The toxic factories that have ravaged our land will be abolished. Slavery will cease to exist in Wano from this day forward." Upon hearing these words, Tama's eyes slowly well up as she cannot help but recall her past. Her parents had died in the factories due to overwork. Young Tama held back sadness, telling her parents at their graves, "Daddy, Mommy, please rest easy. I'm gonna be okay." Afterward, Tama began her life of selling hats with Kamakyo.
悪いね金なくて
お待ちよごめんでやす傘売れなかったでやすね傘はいりませんか
傘を一つもらおうか
Fortunately, Tama encountered Hitetsu, and from that day, she became Hitetsu's disciple. Hitetsu also told Tama that the samurai of the future Kazuki family would save Wano. Upon hearing this, Tama's hope for the future was reignited.
それまで辛抱するでやす大丈夫でやす
お前が腹いっ ぱい飯食える国にしてやる。
Now, Tama's long-awaited miracle has finally come true, and Luffy has fulfilled his promise. At this moment, that figure continues to speak. He made an alliance with the great pirates, warriors of the Mink tribe and ninjas. They have defeated Kaido, putting an end to Orochi's tyranny. As a result, the dark clouds over Wano have dissipated. Upon hearing this news, everyone wears expressions of disbelief, their eyes filled with tears of excitement. At this point, the speaker seems a bit nervous and trembling. He suddenly looks at Kinemon and recalls Luffy's encouragement. Finally, he no longer hesitates and boldly declares to everyone.
父がくれた拙者の名は天下無敵の意味を持つ。20年の時を超え皆を救いにやってきた光月桃之助が和の国を統治いたす。
And so, Momonosuke officially becomes the shogun of Wano, and the Kazuki family is finally restored to its rightful place. Cheers erupt from the crowd. From this point on, there will be no more oppression in Wano, and a new dawn awaits.
夜桜見上げた弱い8つのいい男、腕っぷしなら血とご愛嬌。光月桃之助はかくしてここに誕生した。
Currently, many events have unfolded within and outside of Wano. First, the Gorosei have learned of Kaido and Big Mom's defeat. They are concerned that the Yonko's changes may lead to even greater turmoil. Secondly, Zo has disappeared in the waters near Wano. This means that Wano will not open, remaining an impenetrable fortress, and the world government's fleet cannot invade Wano. Third, the surviving CP0 agents have escaped from Wano without capturing Robin. Fourth, on Onigashima, Drake and Hawkins, both heavily injured, are having a conversation. Drake asks Hawkins if his initial fortune-telling didn't suggest that as long as Hawkins didn't betray Kaido, he would be safe. Hawkins explains that he had witnessed Kaido's might and chose to submit to him, whereas Kid decided to fight to the end. Even though Hawkins later foresaw Luffy's victory, he couldn't bring himself to go back to Kid for mercy. Drake falls silent, remembering that Hawkins had once foreseen the probability of someone surviving until tomorrow, with odds of only 1%. At that time, Hawkins had commented on how unfortunate that person was. Now, Drake asks who that person was.
占ってたある男ってのは俺だ。
A week passes in the blink of an eye, and the atmosphere in Wano is still filled with the afterglow of victory. The decorations from the Fire Festival remain in place, awaiting the next celebration. Meanwhile, in the schoolhouse, there is a new teacher, and the textbooks have been revised to include the history of Wano. The teacher begins to recount the heroic tales of Wano, stories that feature the Kazuki family, the Red Scabbards, the courageous Joy Boy who defeated Kaido, and swordsmen like the Sword God. However, amidst the joy of triumph, there is also the sorrow of losing comrades. In Ringo, 2 new tombstones grace the graveyard, one for Aizu and the other for Ashura Doji. Kinemon is in the process of constructing a shrine to honor Odin, Yasui, and all the heroes who have given their lives for Wano. On another note, Hiyori gently broke the news to Momonosuke. Luffy and Zoro have finally awakened. Their first requests upon opening their eyes are 4 meat and booze. Following this, everyone gathers together. Momonosuke has been eagerly waiting for Luffy's awakening. He announces a nationwide grand celebration to be held later that evening. At this moment, everyone is taken aback by Momonosuke's adult appearance. He still thinks of himself as an 8-year-old and immediately clings to Nami's chest. Certainly, Nami responds to Momonosuke with an iron fist. Everyone feels exceptionally joyous about Momonosuke's situation. Subsequently, they suggest taking a bath before the celebration. Suddenly, Zoro remembers something. Sanji had once made a request. He asked Zoro that if he were to become abnormal, Zoro should kill him. Immediately, Zoro contemplates following through with this request. He even states that he had returned from hell just for killing Sanji. Then, everyone starts taking baths, with separate facilities for men and women. In the men's bath, Yamato introduces herself as Odin and candidly joins the group. On the other side, in the women's bath, Kikunajo also bathes as a woman. He mentions that in the past, he used to feel embarrassed bathing with men. Their attention shifts to Magura Port, where the pirates are having a great time. However, Kid asks his crew not to get too close to other pirate crews. At that moment, Apua and Inbi arrive before the pirates with the latest newspaper. Apu says that the newspaper presents a fresh list of their bounties and reveals a new Yonko roster in the newspaper. Meanwhile, someone is flying over Wano skies and talking to Fleet Admiral Akainu on the Den Den Mushi. Surprisingly, this man turns out to be Admiral Ryakujiu. Meanwhile, the Gorosei suddenly exclaim. They are surprised by the photo in the newspapers and wonder why the letter D hasn't been removed. It turns out that Morgans published the latest edition of the newspaper, and he not only disregarded the Gorosei's request to omit the D, but he also refused to recall the newspapers and alter the content. Morgans is extremely excited and believes that the world is on the brink of big changes. He insists that the world government cannot conceal the truth. Morgans is passionate about changing the world and can't help but express how delightful the live broadcast from Wano is. At the same time, news of Kaido and Big Mom's defeat spreads worldwide, leaving everyone shocked. In Magura Port, Apu presents the latest newspaper, which reveals the updated bounties for Luffy, Kid, and Law. It is astonishing that the bounties for Luffy, Kid, and Law have all reached 3 billion. At this moment, the pirates are excited about the new bounties, except for Kid, who, for some reason, turns pale and immediately rushes to Flower Capital to settle a score with Luffy. Law expresses his concern, saying that things have just gotten a lot more complicated. On the other side, Momonosuke has prepared exquisite cuisine for everyone. However, only Jinbe is dining, as Luffy and the others are eagerly anticipating tonight's celebration. They arrive on the streets 2 hours early, celebrating with the citizens. Luffy, Chopper, Yamato enjoy their food merrily, while Brook performs musical delights for the people. Others are also enjoying themselves, spreading the festive ambience all around. At this moment, Robin ventures into the underground of Flower Capital Castle, where she finds Oden's father, Sukiyaki's room. There is a poneglyph in this room. Here, Robin meets Tama's master, Hitetsu, who turns out to be none other than Oden's father, Sukiyaki. Sukiyaki reveals that he had been imprisoned by Orochi here, and after a near-fatal escape, Wano had fallen under complete subjugation. Sukiyaki carried a heavy burden of guilt for allowing Orochi to take control of Wano. Now, based on the poneglyphs from Alabasta, Robin has discovered that the ancient weapon Pluto is located in Wano. Upon hearing this, Sukiyaki confirms that Pluto is indeed here. In Udon Prisoner Mine, where Admiral Ryakujiu surprisingly makes an entrance. He faces off against imprisoned pirates like Queen and King, launching his attack. Ryakujiu is so strong. He possesses the Woods fruit ability, which allows his body to transform into vegetation. He defeats all the pirates. Ryakujiu's plant-based body can even absorb moisture, leaving Queen, King, and others completely dehydrated. At this point, Ryakujiu uses a Den Den Mushi to contact someone, urgently requesting a warship for support. He deeply admires Akainu's unwavering spirit and longs for Akainu's praise. Ryakujiu's ultimate goal is to take the head of Monkey D. Luffy. The evening arrives, and the Flower Capital begins hosting a celebration banquet. Luffy stands at the highest point in the square, and people joyfully call out to him, asking for a toast, addressing him as the banquet captain. In reality, no one knows who Luffy is now because he has asked Momonosuke not to reveal what he has done. Luffy says he doesn't want to be seen as a hero. Suddenly, Kid appears at Luffy's feet. He charges toward Luffy, shouting that he will crush him. However, Luffy seizes Kid and announces the start of the banquet. Finally, after an extended and intense battle, Luffy is rewarded with an unprecedented celebration banquet. At this moment, everyone is exceptionally happy, but Kid is the exception. He pushes away Luffy's hand and threatens to take him down because the latest newspaper has revealed the new Yonko list.
Akagami no Shanks, Kurohige Teach, Senryou Douke no Buggy, Mugiwara no Luffy. Yonko da!
To everyone's surprise, Luffy has become one of the 4 emperors, standing alongside Shanks and Blackbeard. Another new Yonko is the world's strongest clown king, Captain Buggy. On the other side, Ryakujiu has already arrived on the outskirts of the Flower Capital. He hears the cheers of the festival and immediately prepares for a battle. On the other side, near the waters of Wano, the Red Hair Pirates make an unexpected appearance. The last time Shanks came to Wano was to return Oden to his homeland. Shanks expresses his longing for Momonosuke and Hiyori. In Flower Capital, the Red Scabbards sense Ryakujiu's hostility, and in an effort not to spoil Luffy and the others' enjoyment of the banquet, they decide to confront Ryakujiu on their own. Consequently, the Red Scabbards appear before Ryakujiu on the outskirts of Flower Capital. They immediately broke out into a battle with Ryakujiu. To their surprise, Ryakujiu easily suppressed Red Scabbards. Ryakujiu exhibits strong nationalistic bias. He believes that celestial dragons are the gods of this world and deems that non-affiliated nations within the world government do not deserve human rights. With these words, Ryakujiu employs his devil fruit powers and engages in battle with the Red Scabbards. In an instant, Ryakujiu activates his power, the Groves of Wrath. His body transforms into a forest, resembling the embodiment of nature itself. Ryakujiu, with his plant-like form, attacks the Red Scabbards. Just then, Yamato arrives to provide support. At this moment, the members of the Red Hair Pirates are eager to meet Luffy. Shanks holds the latest newspaper in his hands and, upon seeing Luffy becoming Yonko, he can't help but reminisce about the past. Shanks recalls how he had once attacked a world government ship, defeating CP9 agents like Who's Who and acquiring the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Later, in Windmill Village, he had a fateful encounter with Luffy. Returning to the present, Shanks, despite his lost right arm, is all smiles. Some members of the Red Hair Pirates discuss Luffy, describing him as a tremendously powerful and ruthless monkey-like creature. Not long ago, their territory was attacked, and the attackers replaced Shanks' flag with Luffy's flag. The attacker was Bartolomeo. At this point, Shanks states that he has no intention of meeting Luffy. Meanwhile, in the New World Marine headquarters, Akainu is facing a headache. It turns out that the newspapers have reported Sabo's assassination of King Cobra. During the Leveille, Sabo led the Revolutionary Army in an attack on the Holy Land. They not only disrupted the Divine Dragon Claw's declaration of war against the Celestial Dragons but also rescued Kuma from Admirals Fujitora and Ryakujiu. Additionally, Princess Vivi mysteriously disappeared amidst the chaos, and Director of Marine Criminal Investigative Service, Kuruma, is investigating these cases. Furthermore, there are internal disruptions among the Celestial Dragons, including an attempted murder by Celestial Dragon Charlos and the release of prisoners by Celestial Dragon Josgard. These matters will be handled by the Holy Land's God's Knights. Akainu remarks, "Let the God's Knights handle it." Currently, the entire world is in turmoil, with 8 nations launching revolutions to overthrow their kings. Many believe that Sabo has a hand in these events, and he has gained the title of Flame Emperor and become a hero of the world. Sabo is now even more prominent than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. To add to this, Sabo's little brother, Luffy, has recently risen to the Yonko. The seas are on the brink of a transformative new era. Meanwhile, Ryakujiu faces Yamato and Red Scabbards. Momonosuke also makes an appearance in his dragon form, unleashing Blast Breath against Ryakujiu. To everyone's surprise, Momonosuke is unable to use Blast Breath, resorting to close-quarters combat to bite Ryakujiu. At this moment, Ryakujiu has no idea about the identity of the pink dragon before him. He activates his devil fruit powers to bind and restrain Momonosuke. However, Momonosuke requests that Yamato refrains from intervening because he wishes to rely on the power of the samurai and himself to protect Wano. On the other side, Akainu feels the turmoil of the world. He is determined to make sure that no one gets away with their actions. At the same time, Shanks comes to Beckman's side. He tells Beckman that it's time to retrieve One Piece.
One Piece.
One Piece episode 1082 has been released with the title, The Coming of the New Era. The Red-Haired's Imperial Rage. Continuing from the previous episode, a celebration banquet is happening in Flower Capital. However, Ryakujiu arrives in Wano and engages in a fierce battle with the Red Scabbards and Momonosuke. In just one encounter, Momonosuke is easily defeated by Ryakujiu. Witnessing this, the Red Scabbards launch a collective attack to rescue their leader.
んな分かりきった弱点ぶら下げてよ。
Surprisingly, the red scabbards are no match for Ryakujiu at all. Everyone is entangled by Ryakujiu's plants, which are absorbing the moisture from the red scabbards' bodies. On the other side, in the secret room beneath Flower Capital Castle, Law arrives and encounters Robin. The three descend down an ancient staircase for a considerable distance. Sukiyaki mentions that even Kaido and the Great Snake aren't aware of this road. However, because Jack is a fishman, the beast's pirates manage to find the road poneglyph. Hearing this, Robin and Law are perplexed about the connection to the fishmen. Finally, they reach the deep underground, where they unexpectedly see the underwater Wano. It turns out this is the ancient Wano from 800 years ago. In the past, Wano was situated at the foot of Mount Fuji. At some point, a wall was erected outside Wano, causing the accumulation of rainwater inside the wall and submerging the country. People had to establish a new Wano on Mount Fuji, and it has continued until now. Next, Robin finds the road poneglyph. Going further down from this point leads to the sleeping place of Pluto. To awaken Pluto, the surrounding walls protecting Wano must be eliminated, opening the country. In other words, to unleash the ancient weapon, Wano must lose its defense. Sukiyaki expresses his confusion about why Odin insisted on opening the country. Perhaps it's related to something Odin witnessed overseas. Regardless, Robin now knows the locations of Poseidon and Pluto. She has obtained road poneglyphs from Zou, Totoland, and Wano. With just one more piece, Luffy can find Laugh Tale. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Flower Capital, Ryakujiu defeats all the red scabbards. Even Yamato is no match, entangled and bound by Ryakujiu's plant tendrils. In a critical moment, Momonosuke finally erupts, unleashing a blast breath comparable to Kaido's, blasting through Ryakujiu's body. Finally, supported by the belief in protecting Wano, Momonosuke unleashes the blast breath, saving all the red scabbards. Momonosuke uses blast breath once again to give Ryakujiu a shower. Unfortunately, Ryakujiu avoids this move. Ryakujiu's true form emerges from a newly grown plant. Not only does he evade the heat attack, but he also intends to skewer Momonosuke like a kebab. In the nick of time, a terrifying conqueror's haki echoes from a distance. Unexpectedly, Shanks actually uses Conqueror's haki from an extremely long distance to intimidate Ryakujiu. Shanks states that Ryakujiu attempting to ambush pirates just after a major battle is despicable. Therefore, Shanks demands Ryakujiu to leave promptly. In the end, Ryakujiu has to abandon the pursuit of Luffy and leave Wano. With this, the crisis of the Admiral is averted, and Flower Capital's celebration continues. In fact, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Jinbe all notice Ryakujiu's arrival. They intentionally refrain from taking action to test Momonosuke. Sanji remarks that it's not their turn to step in, while Zoro praises Momo's competence. Jinbe also admires Shanks, saying the Conqueror's haki was incredible. Finally, as Shanks' pirate crew gradually sails away, Luffy expresses a sense of longing. The 1083rd episode of the One Piece anime has been released with the title, The World That Moves On. A new organization, Cross Guild. Continuing from the last episode, red-haired Shanks arrives in Wano and forces Ryakujiu to retreat. The Flower Capital celebration banquet proceeds smoothly. The next day marks a fresh start for Wano. People are busy nursing the wounded, with Reizo and Shinobu being the most severely injured, drained by Ryakujiu. This battle makes everyone realize that Wano is still weak and lacks the strength to defend against external threats. Kinemon apologizes to everyone, having just returned from Okabor town and missed the previous night's fight. Soon, Tsurujo is expected to arrive in the Flower Capital to live with Kinemon. Later, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi tell Carrot. They plan to stay in Wano and decide to pass on the position of the Mink tribe's leader to Carrot. Carrot inherits Pedro's will and, having ventured into the seas with Luffy, is considered the most suitable person. Although Carrot may not be the tribe's strongest warrior, she has the support of everyone and becomes the new leader. Meanwhile, Sukiyaki and Momonosuke recognize each other as grandfather and grandson. Sukiyaki decides to live in obscurity as a commoner in the future. Surprisingly, Kawamatsu, Denjiro, and others had long suspected that Hitetsu was Sukiyaki but chose not to reveal the truth. Kinemon is shocked by this revelation. Simultaneously, Robin informs Luffy about the ancient weapon Pluto. She asks Luffy if he wants it, but Luffy refuses without hesitation. Suddenly, two mature beauties appear.
Nani? ちょっと事故でやつれちゃったけど。渡すよ。
Shinobu transforms into a beauty due to reduced body fat from her injuries. Tama begins learning ninja techniques under Shinobu's guidance. Unbeknownst to them, Caribou lurks in the room's corner, eavesdropping on information about Pluto. Caribou intends to share details about the Poseidon and Pluto with that man, who is an undisclosed person. In the passing days, Momonosuke, engrossed in Wano's affairs. Today he notices the absence of Luffy and others. Momonosuke learns from Hiyori and Toko that Luffy had departed that morning. Only Momonosuke and Kinemon remained unaware of Luffy's departure. At this moment, Luffy, Kid, and Law have gathered at Magura Port. They are currently engaged in a heated discussion about the direction to leave Wano. In the end, Kid won a draw and decided to depart towards the east. During their conversation, Kid expressed particular dissatisfaction with another Yonko, the flamboyant clown Captain Buggy. Surprisingly, Buggy has established the Cross Guild organization. In promotional posters, both Mihawk and Crocodile are depicted as members of Buggy's crew. It is with the Cross Guild that Buggy ascended to the status of a new Yonko. The Cross Guild even issued a bounty on the Marines. It appears that the world outside has undergone significant changes during this period. Kid is especially excited about this development. He suggests that once they leave Wano, everyone should engage in combat with each other. Subsequently, Law provides Kid with a copy of the Road Poneglyph, emphasizing the need to share this information as per their alliance agreement. At this point, Kid brings up a figure related to One Piece, known as the Man Marked by Flames. It seems that this individual holds key clues about One Piece. Meanwhile, Momonosuke and Kinemon are in search of Yamato. Yamato sits on the rooftop of Flower Capital Castle, determined to find Luffy immediately. In the previous episode, we see Luffy and the crew preparing to leave Wano. However, on the day before their departure, they bid a final farewell to their friends in Wano. The people of Wano are now living prosperous lives, free from hunger, and enjoying full meals every day. At Kuri's Oden Castle, all the Red Scabbards, except for Kinemon, gathered to see off Luffy. They express their determination to support Momonosuke and reminisce about their fallen comrades, Ashura Doji and Izo. Gratitude is extended to Luffy for being the key to Wano's salvation. Following this, Carrot leads the Mink tribe to bid farewell to Luffy. Carrot shares memories of their adventures together, recalling the joyous times in Tato Land. Meanwhile, Chopper imparts his medical skills to the attractive nurse and the goat doctor. On another front, Zoro visits the graves of Yasui and Pedro. In tribute, Zoro pours a drink for both of them. Toko and Hiyori join him, with Toko expressing her daily visits to her father's grave to keep him company. Hiyori, aware of Zoro's imminent departure, conveys her sense of loneliness.
寂しくなります。父の形見、エンマともここでお別れということですね。
返さねえぞ。
ええ、もちろん。
Unexpectedly, Zoro shows a straightforward side when faced with Hiyori, with whom he had once shared sleeping quarters. Zoro reveals Enma and expresses deep admiration for Oden's strength. Despite his inability to unleash Enma's full potential so far, Zoro resolves to become even stronger himself. In this manner, Zoro and Hiyori complete a poignant farewell. Meanwhile, Frankie bids farewell to his former ship captain from their working days, and Usopp also parts ways with friends from Flower Capital. On Sanji's end, he sets up his noodle stand for the final time, and the geisha Some comes to bid him farewell. Some has a small mouse named Chuji on her chest, prompting Sanji to immediately reach out and affectionately stroke the tiny creature. In reality, Some harbors positive feelings toward Sanji. She expresses gratitude to him and hopes Sanji will return to Wano. However, just as Some is about to confess her feelings, Robin suddenly appears.
Sangoro-san! Watashi!
Osoba-ya-san?
Poor Sanji, missing out on a lady's confession in this way. Later, Luffy arrives at Okabor town, where he shares a meal of ashiruko made by Tsuru with Tama. Tama eats earnestly, but the departure of Luffy and the others leaves her feeling sad. At this moment, Luffy speaks seriously to Tama.
お前が大切なご飯をご馳走してくれたこと、俺は絶対に忘れねえ。
Ultimately, Luffy's words help Tama let go of her sorrow. Tama pledges to become stronger, aiming to embark on adventures alongside Luffy in the future. Luffy then stands up. Watching Luffy's receding figure, Tama can't help but shout to him. The next day, all the pirates gather at Magura Port. Chopper gifts Beepo a bag of rumble balls. The conversation then shifts towards Momonosuke and Kinemon. Although they don't bid a formal farewell to Momonosuke and Kinemon, deep down, everyone feels a sense of reluctance. Throughout the journey, they share numerous experiences. Despite this, Luffy exudes confidence, assuring others by saying, At this moment, in the square of Flower Capital, the storyteller recounts the battle against Kaido. On the evening of the Fire Festival, samurais gather at the port, ready to set forth to Onigashima, embracing the inevitability of death. On another front, Momonosuke finds Yamato. Immediately transforming into a massive dragon, he, along with Yamato and Kinemon, rushes to the port. On the way, Yamato reveals her pact with Luffy. She intends to undergo training in Wano, similar to Oden, so she won't be joining the crew for now but staying in Wano. This revelation angers Momonosuke, who feels abandoned by Luffy. He expresses his displeasure, recalling their shared experiences. In truth, throughout this journey, they've collectively faced numerous challenges. Initially, Momonosuke was a crybaby and a timid soul. Thanks to Luffy's encouragement, he gradually became brave. Over time, Momonosuke faced Kaido and developed the ability to unleash Blast Breath against Ryukyu, becoming a capable general of Wano. Now, both Momonosuke and Kinemon are furious about Luffy's abrupt departure, viewing it as an insult. They scold Luffy for his impoliteness and rush to the port. Soon, Momonosuke arrives at the port. By now, Luffy and the crew are on the ship, ready to set sail. Upon seeing Momonosuke, everyone warmly greets him. Unexpectedly, Momonosuke, along with two others, dashes towards Luffy. With an angry expression, he grabs Luffy, his eyes seemingly filled with murderous intent. Unexpectedly, Momonosuke, who is initially angry, turns to tears. He pleads with Luffy and the others to stay in Wano, urging them not to leave. After all, Momonosuke is just an 8-year-old child who has yet to experience genuine farewells. At this moment, Luffy takes out a pirate flag and presents it to Momonosuke. Luffy conveys that, despite Momonosuke's noble status, in his eyes, he will always be a clumsy and timid little brother. Thus, Luffy gifts Momonosuke the flag, signifying that as long as it flies, Wano is a companion to Luffy. Any audacity here would be a direct challenge to a Yonko. In the end, Luffy bids farewell to Kinemon, Yamato, and Momonosuke one by one. He then sets sail again aboard the Sunny. Watching Luffy's departing figure, Momonosuke makes a promise, someday, I will surpass Kazuki Oden. Afterward, Luffy, Kid, and Law prepare to return to the sea from Wano. Nami mentions a proper port in the Hakamai region where they can safely disembark the ship. Kid, standing nearby, taunts, claiming that ships using regular ports are inferior. Hearing this, Luffy and Law, burning with anger, no longer care about safety to prove a point against Kid. Luffy orders Jinbe to let him take the helm, and the 3 pirate ships plunge straight down the waterfall, leaving everyone in shock. And so, Luffy, Kid, and Law leave Wano together. These 3 individuals become legendary heroes, forever remembered in the history of Wano. They are hailed as the incarnations of kings, sweeping their enemies away like a violent storm. Both Kaido, the Dragon King, and Big Mom, the Yonko, are defeated in battle. The triumphant roar of victory echoes throughout the land. Simultaneously, the storyteller's voice gently resonates, narrating the tale of the battle against Onigashima. After Orochi's head is severed, he continues to curse Wano with the resentment of the Kurozumi family through generations. At that moment, Hiyori shows no fear in her eyes. Confronting the blazing Orochi, she does not take a step back. Hiyori transforms the emotions suppressed in Wano for 20 years into words. This line marks the climax of the narrative, and everyone eagerly awaits this scene, collectively exclaiming, Simultaneously, the storyteller's voice gently resonates, narrating the tale of the battle against Onigashima. And now time slides ahead to the day after the festival, where Felids and weapons can finally rest. A shocking truth is revealed at the port where the reversed crescent moons met. The denouement of this violent saga is a joyous reunion. The blood spilt in order to revive the clan will never be forgotten, a record of their sacrifices will always be carried by the wind. That concludes today's tale on our nation's renowned samurai and how they miraculously returned to us. With that, I think a well-earned break is in order. At this moment, Momonosuke inquires, So, that's the entirety of One Piece from episode 1 to 1085. Watching all of One Piece's stories in one go is truly exhilarating. Moving forward, we are about to embark on the final saga of One Piece. I hope you all can like, subscribe, and share. Thank you, and until we meet again. Goodbye.